The orphan Xia Tianling, having succumbed to illness, fortuitously binds with the fate modification system, which grants him the power to alter destinies in exchange for wishes. Wait a moment, this Douluo seems somewhat amiss. Xia Tianling. It appears I must engage in some positive endeavors, beginning with instilling a correct worldview in Tang San. Lu Gao, Tang Hao, and Titan, I entrust you with the study of material science. Tang San, Bo, and Yang Wudi shall form a medical research group. The construction team of the Yu family work diligently. Take a look at the railway workers from the neighboring Xiangjia sect. Old White Crane, I'm addressing you. Has today's delivery arrived? Zhu Douluo, how is the progress on the project for mass cultivation of celestial herbs at your and a Yin's Botanical Research Institute? What? The Tinshui girl group has rehearsed a new dance, and the tickets have sold out again? Years later, when a reporter interviews Tang San, Lord Sea God, may I ask you? Tang San, what Lord Sea God? Do not speak so recklessly. Am I that kind of person? Now, everyone is equal. There are no lords here. If there's nothing else, I shall return to help my fellow villagers plow the fields. Chapter 1. In the world of Douluo, I have been steadfastly educating Tang San for 6 years. Douluo Continent, Fanos Province, Holy Soul Village. At dawn, Xia Tianling, having concluded a night of cultivation, gradually retracted his energy and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He was merely a freshly graduated university student who perished 6 years ago due to a global viral outbreak. By a twist of fate, he bound himself to an entity known as the Fate Modification System, which led him across into the Douluo Continent, where he was adopted by Old Jack. The cultivation method he had just practiced with a novice gift package bestowed by the system. This great Tao of longevity scripture is truly remarkable. It allows for continuous cultivation without encountering bottlenecks, utterly overshadowing the likes of the Xintian skill. According to its description, I should now be at the peak of foundation establishment, but I wonder how that corresponds to the soul power levels on the Douluo continent. After finishing his cultivation, Xia Tianling silently pondered as he leisurely made his way towards the summit of the back mountain, while gently caressing a jade pendant hanging around his neck. This white jade pendant is exceptionally smooth and emits a soft white glow, adorned with a mysterious inscription carved in relief. Anyone who touches this jade pendant can perceive the meaning of the inscription, Xia. Hence, Old Jack adopted Xia as a surname, while the name Tianling coincidentally aligns with his past life. Perhaps due to the tempering effects of the Taoist scriptures, Xia Tianling possesses a remarkably robust physique, capable of effortlessly flipping an old yellow ox from the village. Ascending from the foot of the mountain to its peak without breaking a sweat, he felt as if walking on level ground. Every day at this hour, he would seek out Tang San, who had just finished practicing the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, to conduct his daily educational session. In his past life, Xia Tianling had held great disdain for Tang San's various actions. Now, having arrived in the Douluo continent, could he truly justify his identity as a time traveler without correcting Tang San's severely distorted worldview? Growing up in the Tang sect, Tang San was constantly surrounded by violence and treachery. After arriving in the Douluo continent, Tang Hao showed little concern for him, and it would be strange if he did not stray into darkness under the guidance of the killing manual known as the Xintian Treasure Record. Implementing quality education is imperative. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he found a 6-year-old boy sitting cross-legged on a large stone, who was none other than Tang San. Sensing Xia Tianling's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of white mist. Good morning, Lingo. Come on, let's go to my house for breakfast. All right. On the way back, Xia Tianling seized the opportunity to conduct his daily session of quality education with Tang San. For instance, he emphasized the importance of critical thinking, the courage to question, and that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He advised against blind trust in others and encouraged perspective-taking, among other lessons. This routine persisted daily for 6 years, and through such subtle influence, Tang San gradually transformed from initial indifference to a composed acceptance of these teachings. After all, these are timeless maxims honed through countless trials in his past life, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem them as truths. The Tang San from the original work is merely a scientifically inclined individual who has grown wildly astray. He is not devoid of intelligence, and with a little assistance from certain elements, he naturally begins to grasp the profound wisdom embedded in these words. By the way, Xiao San, a significant event will transpire in 3 days. During the meal, Xia Tianling spoke mysteriously to Tang San. What significant event? Tang San had become accustomed to such declarations. For 6 years, Xia Tianling had indulged in the pastime of predicting future occurrences for the villagers, proclaiming himself a prophet. However, aside from weather forecasts, his predictions had rarely proven accurate. As for the reasons behind his inaccuracy, it was undoubtedly due to Xia Tianling's own fanciful imaginings. Although the Taoist texts did teach divination, Mastery could not be achieved without years of diligent study. His self-proclaimed title of prophet was merely a pretext to lay the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. 3 days from now is the day of martial soul awakening. Just as old Jack happened to enter, Tang San, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is martial soul awakening?" Although he possessed a rudimentary understanding of martial souls, he remained utterly bewildered by the concept of awakening. That drunken man, Tang Hao, would certainly not enlighten him on such matters. On our Douluo continent, each individual possesses their own martial soul, as you know. At around the age of 6, we can undergo awakening, which involves other soul masters assisting in drawing it forth from our bodies. Martial souls are classified into weapon and beast types. Weapon martial souls include common tools such as hoes and sickles. Beast martial souls, for instance, include the yellow cattle martial soul awakened by Uncle Erniu from the east of the village, which greatly enhances his strength in tilling the fields. There are also plant martial souls, like the vine awakened by Uncle Taiju from the west of the village, which increases crop yield. Their grapes grow exceptionally well. Tianling speaks wisely. It seems he has perused the history of the continent quite thoroughly. Old Jack interjected. As the village chief, Old Jack received a modest salary from the Tiando Empire, affording him a decent standard of living, and he possessed 2 ordinary books of general knowledge at home. In a couple of days, the dignitaries from a martial soul hall will come to awaken martial souls for our village. Xiao San, when you return, inform that drunken Tang Hao, and I shall come to fetch you in the morning. Old Jack sighed, fully aware of Tang Hao's temperament. By the way, take these cakes home to eat. Understood. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. After helping to clear the dishes, Tang San expressed his gratitude and opened the door, preparing to head home. Xia Tianling hurriedly caught up, matching his pace. Lingo, what are you up to? Tang San asked with a hint of confusion. Xia Tianling again feigned mystery, smiling as he replied. Xiao San, I have glimpsed the future once more. What future? In 3 days, the one awakening us will be the Battle Soul Master Su Yuntao from the Nodding City branch of the Martial Soul Hall, possessing a level 26 Lone Wolf Martial Soul with spirit rings of 1 white and 1 yellow. Tang San. When the world was this? Confused, he questioned. Lingo, what is a spirit ring? What do you mean by 1 white and 1 yellow? And who is this Battle Soul Master? Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. Do not inquire. You shall know in due time. With that, he turned and returned home. Intrigued, Tang San arrived home, presenting the cakes he had brought back to Tang Hao and attempting to inquire further. Spirit rings? Lone Wolf? Who told you about these? Tang Hao took a swig from his wine bottle, squinting. It was Brother Tianling who mentioned it. He said that in 2 days, I would understand. Tang San replied honestly. Xia Tianling. Tang Hao set down his bottle, stroking his bearded chin, pondering silently. This boy seems rather uncanny. Xiao San, do you wish to become a soul master? Tang Hao suddenly asked. Father, of course, I desire it. Tang San promptly replied. Through these simple clues and his accumulated understanding of martial souls over the years, he deduced that the reason for his inability to advance beyond the second layer of his Xian Tiangong was likely tied to this martial soul, and perhaps to the spirit rings as well. To progress, he certainly needed to become a soul master. Then, when the time comes, you shall go. Tang Hao waved his hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, only to quickly fade into contemplation as he turned to retreat to the inner room to sleep. All right, father. At that moment, Xia Tianling, seated cross-legged in the room, received a system notification. Ding! You have slightly altered the trajectory of a character's fate, gaining a fragment of fate power. Awakened by the system, Xia Tianling felt somewhat vexed. This cursed system is utterly lacking in intelligence, merely providing rigid notifications. It fails to specify how much fate power I have accumulated and simply states that I can make wishes if I gather enough. Damn it, how long must I accumulate? And what can I even wish for? This was not the first time he had voiced his grievances about his system. It had happened countless times over the past 6 years. However, to his astonishment, this time the system actually responded. Please refrain from disparaging this system, dear host. The power of destiny will notify you once the minimum standards for wishes are met. Xia Tianling, overjoyed, hurriedly pursued further inquiries. System, no, dear system. You are my true brother. Could you not clarify these matters so that I may have something to look forward to? However, despite his fervent calls, the system remained silent, offering no further response. Chapter 2. Twin Martial Spirits? No, it is a combined martial spirit. The 3 days swiftly passed, with Xia Tianling continuing his daily routine of summoning Tang San to the mountaintop for breakfast while concurrently imparting lessons on character development. After their meals, Tang San would return home to study forging with Tang Hao, a detail that remained consistent with the original narrative. Little San, come out quickly. The day has arrived. Xia Tianling called from outside, his heart brimming with excitement. After 6 long years, he would finally discover the nature of his martial spirit. Go on, don't delay lunch, came Tang Hao's impatient voice from within the house. Under the guidance of old Jack, they made their way to the central martial spirit hall of the village. However, the so-called martial spirit hall was merely a larger wooden cabin designated for the annual awakening ceremony. This year, 9 children were to awaken, while the other 7 laughed and chatted, disregarding the newly arrived duo. The village children held Tang San in low esteem, viewing him as an outsider who was both wealthy and competitive. In his 2 lifetimes, though Tang San had limited social experience due to his past obsession with hidden weapons, he possessed a mature mindset and preferred to avoid interaction with these children. He found solace in their indifference, as he had no other friends in the village besides the precocious Xia Tianling. Xia Tianling, on the other hand, was simply disinterested in the antics of these children, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his educational endeavors. He aspired to transform the self-centered Tang San of the original tale into a commendable and progressive youth. It appeared that his efforts were beginning to bear fruit. At this moment, a young man seated nearby rose to his feet. He possessed striking features, with sharp eyes and handsome countenance, adorned by a soul emblem the size of a fist on his chest and an extravagant black cloak billowing behind him. Xia Tianling focused intently, recognizing him as Su Yuntao, the figure from the original text. In his previous life, Su Yuntao was known as the blind Douluo, as those whom he misjudged ultimately ascended to divinity. Greetings, esteemed battle spirit master. I must trouble you this time. Old Jack respectfully bowed to the young man. Su Yuntao nodded lightly, interrupting old Jack before he could continue. I have little time. Let us commence. I have traversed 6 villages already and hope to find a child in your village who can become a soul master. All right, children, line up, Su Yuntao instructed. Though he was less formal with old Jack, he approached his responsibilities with utmost seriousness and treated the unawakened children with great kindness. My name is Su Yuntao, a 26th level battle spirit master, and I shall guide you through your awakenings. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens. He then arranged 6 black stones in a formation, signaling for one child to step inside. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and concentrate. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly gleamed, and under the astonished gazes of the children, he intoned, Lone Wolf, manifest. Streams of azure light emanated from his forehead, causing his form to swell as wolf-like features and fur emerged, transforming him into a veritable lycanthrope. 2 rings of light materialized beneath his feet, swirling from his toes to his head, one white and the other yellow. Wow! Tang San gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the transformed Su Yuntao. 26th level. Lone Wolf, 1 white and 1 yellow. Just as Ling Gu described. Could it be that Ling Gu possesses foresight? Su Yuntao calmed the startled children and prepared to continue the ceremony. Turning, he noticed Xia Tianling standing at the edge, his face alight with joy, eyes sparkling with golden light, seemingly eager to approach. Huh? You are not afraid of me? Master Su, of course I'm not afraid. Wolves are my favorite. Xia Tianling exclaimed excitedly, recalling that wolves were indeed the creatures he cherished most in his previous life. I hope my martial spirit can also be a magnificent wolf. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Best of luck, little one. You'll be next, Su Yuntao chuckled heartily, finding delight in the boy's spirited enthusiasm. Xia Tianling genuinely hoped to awaken a wolf-like spirit to fulfill his previous life's yearning. He had even consulted the system about this and made a wish, receiving a response after expending some fate energy. The essence of a martial spirit lies in the amalgamation of soul, bloodline, and subconscious. At the age of 6, when all 3 mature simultaneously, awakening becomes possible. However, the host body is shaped by certain materials, thus limiting it to the constraints of the host's subconscious. Therefore, the martial spirit of the host is not something I can determine. Due to certain limitations, I cannot forge a new martial spirit for you. Your martial spirit will be defined by what you most deeply desire or yearn for in your innermost being. Sickle, no soul power. Ho, no soul power. Blue silvergrass, no soul power. Just as Xia Tianling anticipated what his martial spirit might be, it was already Tang San's turn. As soul power flowed into him, a warm golden light began to emanate from Tang San. He extended his right hand, and a sprig of blue-silver grass sprang forth. Meanwhile, Xia Tianling narrowed his eyes, catching sight of the Haotian hammer cleverly concealed in Tang San's left hand. Let us test your soul power, Su Yuntao said, adhering to his sense of duty as he handed Tang San a crystal ball. 10. Innate full soul power. My heavens! Su Yuntao, initially expecting a metaformality, was taken aback, but soon recollected himself, his expression turning somewhat regretful as he remarked, "What a pity, truly a pity. Why must it be blue silvergrass? Even an axe would have sufficed. Master Su, does innate full soul power mean the maximum innate level is capped at 10? Can it go higher?" Xia Tianling inquired, recalling the angel martial spirit of Qianren Xue with a hint of mischief. Su Yuntao replied solemnly, "Of course not. Without soul rings, how could one surpass level 10? The highest innate soul power is indeed 10. All right, then please awaken me now. Let us see if I can become a soul master," Xia Tianling urged impatiently, tugging at Tang San, who was eager to ask more questions. "Come forth, child. I hope you awaken a better martial spirit." Su Yuntao Saif, gesturing for him to step into the center before commencing the infusion of soul power. Xia Tianling felt enveloped by a gentle aura, as if something was coalescing within his soul, being born anew. A majestic energy radiated outward from Xia Tianling, causing even Tang San to stagger slightly and hastily retreat to a distance. What kind of martial spirit is this? It possesses such overwhelming might upon awakening. Su Yuntao maraviled inwardly. At the moment the martial spirit took form, Xia Tianling instinctively extended his hands, palms facing inward and raised upward, as two golden shadows were lifted, gradually suspending in the air. In his left hand rested an ordinary hammer, akin to a blacksmith's single-handed forging hammer. In his right hand was a standard single-handed axe, commonly used by carpenters. Unlike mere tools, both bore a faint golden hue, their unpretentious exteriors harmonizing perfectly with an understated yet regal aura. Moreover, intricate patterns composed of the faintest dark lines adorned them. No one knew the significance of these patterns, but upon close inspection, they seemed to encapsulate profound truths of the universe, inducing a slight dizziness upon gazing at them. Once they fully materialized, an inexplicable dark luminescence emanated from their surroundings. This glow was not cold, but rather enveloped those within the cabin in a warm embrace, instilling an unparalleled sense of peace, akin to being cradled in the arms of one's parents. Gazing at the divinely resonant hammer and axe, Su Yuntao was left utterly speechless. Twin martial spirits. Could this possibly be the legendary twin martial spirits? Yet, even if they were twin spirits, the quality of this hammer and axe seemed rather unremarkable. Before Su Yuntao could fully comprehend the situation, Xia Tianling felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins, as if something deep within his soul was breaking free from its cocoon. A resounding dragon roar erupted, reverberating through the skies, its overwhelming presence causing all the livestock and surrounding beasts in the village to collapse, paralyzed in fear. This is the aura of a supreme beast martial soul. Above the wooden house, in a place invisible to the onlookers, the shadow of a five-clawed golden dragon emerged, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Accompanying the apparition of the golden dragon was a thunderous cacophony of 9 booming roars. Everyone was awestruck by this dragon's cry, failing to notice that Xia Tianling's eyes had transformed into a faint golden hue, resembling slitted serpentine pupils, as the dragon's roar echoed. As the golden dragon's phantom dissipated, his eyes reverted to their original state. Regaining his senses, Xia Tianling contemplatively gazed at the hammer and axe in his hands, suddenly breaking into a smile. It dawned on him that this was the most profound bond within his heart, urging him toward the path of construction and cultivation. He then spoke, "Master Su, it seems I do not possess a twin martial soul. I can feel that they are one and the same, a singular entity." Not a twin martial soul? Su Yuntao, still enthralled by the dragon's might, snapped back to reality. The thought of his own lone wolf martial soul being nearly suppressed to the point of extinction by a mere child was utterly terrifying. "Let us test your soul power," he suggested, his throat parched as he handed over a soul power crystal ball. Concerning the matter of martial souls, he decided it prudent to report directly to headquarters. As a great soul master, he knew better than to make hasty judgments. "By the way, child, what is the name of your martial soul?" Xia Tianling smiled slightly. "My martial soul is called the Woodworking Set." Su Yuntao, Tang San, and Old Jack. What a ridiculous name. What on earth is a woodworking set? With that, he began to channel his cultivated spirit energy into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the transparent sphere blazed with brilliance. This, you are also innate? Bang! Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, the crystal ball exploded with a resounding crack. Chapter 3. Innate Soul Power Level 19. By the heavens! Su Yuntao was utterly shocked, exclaiming expletives as he realized You truly have shattered the confines of innate level 10 soul power. This is a matter of great significance. I must report it to the Pope's hall immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuntao began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket, scribbling something rapidly before handing it to Xia Tianling. Child, would you be willing to attend the Martial Soul Academy? Free of charge, with guaranteed admission. What is the Martial Soul Academy? Xia Tianling feigned ignorance, well aware of the answer. As its name implies, the Martial Soul Academy is directly affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall, dedicated to training soul masters. This is your invitation, adorned with my personal signature, Su Yuntao said, his excitement palpable. Who would have thought he would traverse 6 villages only to encounter a prodigious talent here? If he could entice this child into the Martial Soul Hall, his future would undoubtedly be bright, and the prospect of breaking through to soul respect would not be beyond reach. Xia Tianling, momentarily taken aback, had initially planned to follow Tang San's path and secure a divine position by retracing the original story. Now, however, he found himself contemplating an alternate course of action. How about this, child? Where are your elders? Su Yuntao inquired, sensing Xia Tianling's hesitation and striking upon a clever thought. Yum, I am Tianling's grandfather. Old Jack interjected hastily. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I kindly request that you accompany Tianling to the Martial Soul Hall's branch, where transportation and meals will be provided. Su Yuntao, eager to recruit Xia Tianling into the Martial Soul Hall, found himself at a loss for words, even addressing Old Jack with respect. Very well, sir. Old Jack, guiding the still-dazed Xia Tianling, followed the hurried Su Yuntao onto the carriage bound for the Martial Soul Hall, leaving behind 8 bewildered children, including Tang San, in the wooden house, exchanging confused glances. As Su Yuntao hurriedly escorted the grandfather and grandson toward the branch of the Martial Soul Hall, unbeknownst to them, the awakening of the true dragon Martial Soul had already set the rest of the continent ablaze with commotion. In the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, the inebriated Tang Hao rubbed his eyes groggily, rolled over, and fell back into a deep slumber. In the Stardow Forest, amidst the mixed region, by the Lake of Life, a colossal gorilla squatted with its hands clasped over its head, while in the lake lurked a monstrous creature with a python-like tail, its enormous bovine eyes filled with disbelief. Not just the Titan giant ape, but all soul beasts throughout the forest trembled in fear under the weight of this dragon's might. In the core region of the Stardow Forest, the magnificent black-eyed golden dragon king, Dition, opened its eyes, gazing incredulously in the direction of Holy Soul Village, murmuring to itself. Meanwhile, deep underground in the core region, a massive silver dragon slowly opened its eyes, sensing its surroundings with confusion before gradually slipping back into slumber. In the Martial Soul City, within the Pope's Hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman holding a scepter, who had been deep in thought upon her throne, suddenly opened her eyes wide. This aura. Guys, go investigate the situation in the Famous Province. At your command, a ghostly figure appeared and then faded away, 9 soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. In the Martial Soul City, within the offering hall, an elderly man seated beneath a colossal angel statue opened his eyes, piercingly sharp as he gazed in the direction of Holy Soul Village, as if his gaze could tear through space itself. After a moment of concentration, he shook his head and resumed his meditation. Meanwhile, Xia Tianling, completely unaware of the great powers observing him, was preparing to test his soul power level at the Nodding City branch, with only Su Yuntao having been informed of the matter for confidentiality. Child, place your hand on the crystal ball and release your soul power, instructed the aged Matthew, an 82-year-old great soul master. All right, Grandpa Matthew, Xia Tianling complied, channeling his soul power into the crystal ball, which began to emanate dazzling light. This is innate soul power level 19? Matthew's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his beard trembling in disbelief. He had served the Martial Soul Hall for 60 years and had awakened countless children. Yet he had never heard of anyone achieving innate soul power level 19. Ding! You have altered the destinies of 2 individuals, gaining a measure of fate power. Xia Tianling received a system notification, exclaiming in exasperation, System bro, could you refrain from these notifications in the future? I have no idea how much I have. All I need is to wish when necessary. Ding! Settings updated successfully. Future notifications will be disabled, retaining only text information for queries. Xia Tianling was taken aback, astonished that his offhand remark had actually borne fruit. Su Yuntao, take good care of this child and his grandfather. I will set off for headquarters immediately. Just as Xia Tianling was about to continue exploring the system, Matthew had already gathered his belongings and dashed out of the room, moving with a swiftness that belied his elderly appearance. Before long, noon arrived, and after enjoying a delightful meal from Douluo, Xia Tianling resolved to attend the Martial Soul Academy. He was currently inquiring Su Yuntao about basic knowledge regarding martial souls and the Martial Soul Hall. After discussing his thoughts with Xia Tianling, Old Jack saw no reason to remain and was arranged a carriage by the Martial Soul Hall, personally escorted back to Holy Soul Village by 2 guards. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. A token was tossed out, and Su Yuntao instinctively caught it, glancing at it before immediately kneeling on one knee. "Greetings, Duke Ghost Douluo." It was indeed the Ghost Douluo who had arrived. Xia Tianling's heart was filled with understanding, yet he still feigned a semblance of panic as he rose from his chair, his hands nervously gripping his sleeves, betraying a sense of unease. "Greetings, Your Grace." "Ah, please stand." Ghost Douluo gestured toward the chair and cast his gaze upon Su Yuntao, who promptly stood to recount the events of the awakening that had transpired earlier. Ghost Douluo listened with an air of calm until he heard the revelation of the innate rank 19 soul power. In his excitement, he inadvertently crushed the armrest of the chair. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the still-standing Xia Tianling. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over Xia Tianling, as if he were being scrutinized by an unparalleled beast, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Is this the pressure exerted by a titled Douluo? He pondered silently. Noticing this, Ghost Douluo quickly tempered his imposing aura, and a rare smile flickered across his somewhat aged, stern visage. "Child, may I see your martial soul?" "Certainly, Your Grace." Xia Tianling obediently unleashed his twin weapons, a hammer and an axe, which floated gracefully in the air. Such a divine presence. Even my martial soul feels a measure of suppression, Ghost Douluo mused inwardly. "All right, put them away." As Ghost Douluo completed his observation, Su Yuntao timely presented a scroll made of sheepskin, detailing all pertinent information, including that of Xia Tianling and Old Jack. In merely half a day, the Spirit Hall had meticulously investigated 3 generations of Old Jack's lineage. An orphan adopted by Old Jack, who had just awakened today. What a splendid find. Truly a gift from the heavens to our Spirit Hall. The more he examined, the more pleased Ghost Douluo became. He inquired, "Child, would you be willing to study at the Spirit Academy?" "Your Grace, I would." Xia Tianling answered decisively, for this was a decision he had long since made. "Ha ha. Good lad. No need to call me Your Grace. I'm of a similar age to your grandfather. If you don't mind, call me Ghost Grandpa." Ghost Douluo chuckled heartily. This child, if he does not meet an untimely demise, with the support of the Spirit Hall, is destined to become a super Douluo of rank 95 or above. Establishing a good relationship now would only yield benefits in the future. "As you wish, Ghost Grandpa," Xia Tianling replied, somewhat taken aback by the turn of events, yet steeling himself to comply. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were essentially of the same ilk, backed by 2 formidable titled Douluos, ensuring his safety. "Ah, splendid." Su Yuntao stood in awe, astonished that the child he had awakened was now addressing a titled Douluo as Grandpa. "Su Yuntao, at your service." Su Yuntao jolted at being called out. "In recognition of your discovery of this genius, I grant you a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. Take my token to the Soul City, where assistance will be provided for you to break through to the Soul Master level, and you will also obtain a suitable 1,000-year soul ring." "Yes, thank you for your generous reward, Your Grace." Su Yuntao was nearly beside himself with excitement. After years of diligent effort awakening children in various villages, this was the reward he had long sought. "Now, you may leave. I have other matters to discuss with Tianling." "Understood." Su Yuntao respectfully exited. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong and the Mysterious Qian Dalu. 100,000 gold soul coins. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Tianling was equally astounded, for this was an entire 100,000 gold soul coins. Even a single gold soul coin could sustain him and Old Jack for several months. Ghost Grandpa, could I borrow some gold soul coins?" Xia Tianling feigned shyness in his request. "Oh, what do you need the gold soul coins for?" Ghost Douluo inquired with a smile. "I wish to give them to my grandfather, so he need not toil and labor at his age. Once I earn money in the future, I shall repay you." "Oh, such filial piety, you understand gratitude." Ghost Douluo looked at the somewhat bashful Xia Tianling with increased satisfaction. He then retrieved a large bag and a card from his storage soul guide. "Su Yuntao, come back." Upon hearing the summons, Su Yuntao rushed back in at lightning speed, having been reveling with his goddess just moments prior. This card contains 100,000 gold soul coins and 5,000 gold soul coins in cash. Use it to purchase a decent house in Notting City, then bring old Jack over. The remaining funds should be given to him for his use. Find a few guard from your branch. Old Jack is an ordinary man, and it would be unsafe for him to possess such a large sum. Yes, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task. This sum is a personal gift from me to you, little Tianling. Are you satisfied? With that, Ghost Dalu fixed an affectionate gaze upon him, akin to that of a doting grandfather. This generous gift I cannot refuse. Thank you, Ghost Grandpa. I shall repay you in the future. Xia Tianling feigned trepidation while inwardly rejoicing. He understood that Ghost Dalu merely sought to foster a closer bond with him, which was also a way to repay old Jack's nurturing kindness. This substantial amount of money would enable old Jack to live as a wealthy man in Notting City, ensuring a life of comfort in his later years. Ghost Dalu felt a wave of contentment, then composed himself, raising his hand to release his soul power, isolating the atmosphere of the entire room. Xia Tianling realized that the main event was approaching. Ghost Dalu was about to inquire about his true dragon martial soul. Tianling, Ghost Grandpa has a question for you. Do you possess a dual martial soul of the dragon type? Yes, Ghost Grandpa, I do have a dragon-type martial soul. Xia Tianling had no intention of concealing this. Unless he chose to forsake it, it would eventually come to light. The two formidable Douluos, Bibidong and Qian Daolu, were not easily deceived. To fully join the Spirit Hall, transparency was imperative. True dragon possess, he exclaimed, and the five-clawed golden dragon martial soul manifested. A faint aura of draconic might swirling around him. Xia Tianling's eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, his body adorned with fine dragon scales and sharp claws, while small dragon horns sprouted from his head. A spectral image appeared behind him. Antlers like a deer, head resembling a camel, eyes akin to a rabbit, neck like a serpent, belly reminiscent of a clam, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like an ox, all radiating a brilliant golden sheen, embodying the mythical dragon. This oppressive presence even surpassed that of top-tier beast martial souls. Ghost Dalu contemplated the martial soul suppression feedback he was receiving. What he did not realize was that the five-clawed golden dragon represented the apex form of the true dragon, inherently mastering the five elements and wielding the power of celestial punishment and thunder, particularly effective against sinister and ghostly entities. With such an exceptional martial soul, given time, Tang Hao's title of the youngest title of the law would likely be usurped. All right, Tianling, you may retract it now. Ghost Dalu instructed for now. Let us proceed to the Spirit City to meet the Pope. Understood, Ghost Grandpa. Having studied the original text thoroughly, Xia Tianling understood that Ghost Dalu's swift arrival in Notting City was undoubtedly at Bibidong's behest. As the only agility-type Super Dalu on the continent, Ghost Dalu's speed was remarkable. Even while escorting Xia Tianling, they arrived back in the Spirit City by evening. Little Tianling, when we meet the Pope, do not be afraid. Answer whatever questions you are asked. Yes, you can rest assured. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pope's hall, Ghost Dalu reminded him once more before leading Xia Tianling inside. Your Holiness, I have returned to report. Enter. A cool voice echoed. Upon entering the Pope's hall, a beautiful woman clad in a purple golden robe, wielding a scepter, sat regally upon a grand throne. This must be Bibidong, and indeed she resembled the descriptions from the original text, exuding an aura of dominance. Xia Tianling mused to himself. We pay our respects to your holiness. Both spoke in unison. Elder Ghost, who is this child? Bibidong inquired, arching an eyebrow slightly. Ghost Dalu hastily produced a scroll made of sheepskin to present to Bibidong. Your holiness, the contents herein are as I have witnessed with my own eyes, and are undoubtedly true. Bibidong cast a glance at the contents of the sheepskin, and a look of astonishment briefly crossed her austere visage. Yet she swiftly regained her composure, though a subtle smile graced her lips. She dismissed those around her, and, in a calm tone, instructed, Release your two martial souls for my observation. SoulLand complied, first manifesting his hammer and axe duo. Upon seeing Bibidong nod slowly, he then transformed into the five-clawed golden dragon. Impressive, truly impressive, Ghost Elder. You have brought forth a worthy talent for our Spirit Hall. Bibidong set down her scepter and gracefully descended from the high platform. This is merely my duty, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Approaching SoulLand, she locked eyes with him and asked, SoulLand, do you wish to take me as your master? Your Holiness, I am willing. It is my honor. If having a Ghost Dalu as a grandfather was a surprise, then becoming a disciple of Bibidong was a surprise within a surprise. At this stage, who could rival the power of the Spirit Hall? Even if she had not yet completed the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, She was at least of the super Douluo caliber. I greet you, master. The title rolled off Summer Ling's tongue willingly. Being Bibi Dong's disciple would greatly aid his future cultivation. Wait. At that moment, a somewhat aged voice drifted in from the entrance. Instantly, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed, and with a mocking tone, she remarked, "Grand Elder, what brings you to my holy hall?" Grand Elder? Summer Ling pondered silently, realizing that the visitor must be the angel Douluo, Xia Tianling. However, what could he possibly want? His innate soul power had yet to surpass Qianrenchu's, so he shouldn't be drawing attention to himself. I have come specifically for this child. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Grand Elder, please comport yourself. This child has just pledged to be my disciple. No matter. I do not require him to formally take me as his master. A simple acknowledgement will suffice. Bibi Dong. Summer Ling. What is happening? Has this old man suddenly changed his mind? Both Bibi Dong and Summer Ling were bewildered. Only the substance of a master-disciple relationship is needed, not the title. What did Xia Tianling see in him that he was so eager to bestow favors? As the Pope, Bibi Dong adeptly managed her expressions, quickly concealing her surprise and adopting a fierce glare. Do not even think about it. Xia Tianling raised an eyebrow. What, Bibi Dong? Are you unwilling to grant me this favor? How much is your favor worth? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, the tension suggesting she was prepared to unleash her martial soul at any moment. Observing this, Summer Ling's mind raced, and he swiftly pieced together the situation. Bibi Dong was not averse to allowing Xia Tianling to instruct him. This was purely a matter of offering benefits, which she had no reason to refuse. However, due to the past transgressions of the ghost Douluo Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong could not grant him this courtesy. Of course, there was also the possibility that she feared Xia Tianling might attempt to poach her disciple. If I could provide Bibi Dong with a way to save face, then? With this thought, Summer Ling stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's leg. Ahem, I intended to embrace your waist, but alas, I'm only 6 years old, and your legs are quite long. Master, please do not be angry. I will agree to this old gentleman's terms. Summer Ling feigned a frightened expression, as if concerned that his teacher and colleague might fall out. Even if I acknowledge him as a half-master, you will always be my teacher, will you not? With wide eyes, Summer Ling gazed innocently at Bibi Dong. They locked eyes in silence for a full minute. Bibi Dong attempted to discern something in Summer Ling's gaze, but he spoke the truth without guilt. What was there to fear? Very well, I consent. However, Xia Tianling, remember, he will forever be my disciple. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. Rest assured, I will not do anything else. Xia Tianling displayed a hint of a smile and turned to leave, appearing genuinely as though he had come to bestow benefits upon Summer Ling, old man. What are you truly thinking? Bibi Dong glanced at Summer Ling, who was still clinging to her leg, and then at Qian Oliu's departing figure, falling into contemplation. Chapter 5. A distorted system, a distorted civilization. It is completed. Once I acquire a soul ring, I can harness its power to condense my golden core. Summer Ling concluded his cultivation and gradually withdrew his energy. Just moments ago, he had finished refining the final meridian, fulfilling the last preparatory requirement before condensing his golden core. For 3 full months, Summer Ling had spent almost all his time in pure cultivation. Bibi Dong seemed preoccupied with other matters, so she had assigned the Judo Law and Ghost Law to guide Summer Ling's training temporarily, aiming for him to reach level 20 and acquire his first soul ring swiftly. Unlike the straightforward soul power cultivation on Douluo continent, the Great Tao of Longevity, a text refined by countless predecessors, was the orthodox path of immortality, treading the road to transcendence. This entire scripture encompassed a plethora of knowledge, including foundation building, body refinement, spirit cultivation, corresponding techniques, meridian analysis, and dissection of human anatomy, rather than merely a simplistic set of cultivation methods. Take, for example, the transition from level 11 to 21 on Douluo continent. Soul masters merely cultivated soul power, whereas practitioners of the Tao Sutra, like Summer Ling, needed to refine their organs, flesh, bones, and meridians in preparation for golden core condensation. Should he fail to condense the golden core, Summer Ling could still break through by acquiring a soul ring, albeit this would influence his cultivation in the subsequent stages. Conversely, if Summer Ling could effortlessly condense his golden core, he could surpass the limitations of higher stages without needing a soul ring. The Tao Sutra's system of immortal cultivation is, in a sense, mutually constraining yet complementing the rules of the Douluo continent. The golden core, when compared to Douluo continent, could be likened to the soul core condensed by tidal Douluos in later generations. After 3 months of training in the Spirit Hall, Ling had gained some understanding of the world depicted in the original work. During these 3 months, he had received permission from Bibi Dong to freely browse the archives of the Spirit Hall Library. Thus, aside from daily cultivation, he immersed himself in the library, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge. Reflecting on his experiences in the library over the past 3 months, Ling shook his head in dismay. The cultivation system of Douluo continent was exceedingly crude. The scarcity of self-created soul techniques, the simplistic methods of soul power cultivation, the almost non-existent body refinement methods, and the near absence of mental cultivation were glaring deficiencies. Compared to the integrated approach of body refinement, spirit cultivation, and chi cultivation in the Tao Sutra, it was a stark contrast, one that revealed the inadequacies of the Douluo system. Given such a distorted situation, Ling had every reason to suspect that the soul masters of Douluo continent had developed an alarming dependence on martial souls and soul rings. This reliance was so severe that a profession with a history of thousands of years had yet to establish a sound cultivation method, or even create a self-transmissible soul technique. Did one not notice how precious the soul power operation methods, summarized by Yu Xiaojiang, were in the original work? Even a fire-type soul master, once stripped of their soul ring abilities, could not conjure even the simplest fireball technique. Even the protagonist Tang San could only utilize such basic skills as entanglement and parasitism with the aid of soul techniques. From the perspective of an ordinary modern individual who had never encountered cultivation before, this was a terrifying reality. Fire-type masters conjuring fireballs, water-type masters summoning ice spikes, wood-type masters ensnaring foes, earth-type masters creating spikes, and metal-type masters enhancing weapon sharpness. Was this truly a difficult task? Shouldn't anyone with hands be capable of it? Even in subsequent installments, after 30,000 years, humanity had entered the interstellar era, yet the level of cultivation stagnated. Solely relying on the enhancements brought by the life core and consuming rare materials to accelerate cultivation was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, the soul master system was exceedingly distorted. Without mentioning the worlds of ice and fire gourmet, heavenly pearl change, or the realm of death within the Douluo universe. Even the Dragon Horse duel Star Dragon Knights and the Elven Planet, which appear in the original text 3,000 years later, demonstrate that cultivators can progress through their own efforts. Which extraordinary being, indeed, conceives such an anomalous system of martial souls and soul rings? Since both the Xintian skill and the Tao Sutra allow ordinary individuals devoid of innate soul power to cultivate, it is abundantly clear that even those without martial souls or inherent soul energy can wield extraordinary powers, albeit with varying degrees of strength. The occupation of soul master resembles an elderly individual who is rigid and inflexible in thought, overly reliant on a fixed mindset. The martial soul provides soul masters with an innate power to depend upon, yet simultaneously fosters an excessive reliance that shackles the cultivator's thought process. Let alone the auxiliary professions like alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and formations, which could enhance or amplify the cultivator's capabilities. There is not even a semblance of such development. In a cultivation civilization like Douluo continent, which has existed for tens of thousands of years, how is it that the only assistance available to soul masters comes from ordinary blacksmiths? After 200,000 years, the development of battle armor has emerged. Yet why can't one think outside the box? Why not create armor and mechas from rare metals and light energy? Why not forge a personal weapon to enhance the offensive capabilities of auxiliary soul masters? It is imperative to reflect on one's own cultivation system. Technology may have advanced, yet it has entirely veered off course towards a technological civilization, leaving the original system unexplored. The martial soul cultivation and Douluo technology, powerful as the body sect, is the old sect master can conquer the world with his iron fists. Although a radiant path to unlock human potential was identified after 2 millennia, it seems to have been squandered. Progress has been made, yet it remains incomplete. The vision is regrettably narrow. If only there had been more development, it would not have been derisively dubbed the fantasy floor tile by countless readers from previous lives. Low emotional intelligence, fantasy basement. High emotional intelligence, low martial ceiling. Moreover, who could have imagined that the sole unique technological creation of Douluo, the soul guidance device, would vanish? Xia Tianling finds it utterly perplexing. This is akin to the electrical appliances of the past. One day, global technological documentation disappears, leaving behind a plethora of technological artifacts. Yet, everyone can only use them, not create or repair them. People know to fuel a car to make it run, or to flip a switch to illuminate a light. But as for the mechanics behind it, they are at a loss. What circumstances could precipitate such a profound technological discontinuity? If such an event were to occur, it would essentially reconfigure civilization itself. The most outrageous aspect is that no one has attempted to deconstruct and recreate. Present-day soul masters resemble primitive beings who can merely press switches, understanding the surface but not the underlying principles. Even when soul guidance devices reemerge a millennium hence, they still learn from the Sun and Moon Empire, which is absurd. What have the Tang sect and Shrek Academy been doing over the past 10 millennia? Could they not contribute to the advancement of their era? Are the inhabitants of Douluo continent less astute than their ancient predecessors, who created marvels that seem unattainable to the current generation? The more Xia Tianling contemplates, the more his head aches. It appears that his plans for continental transformation will be a daunting task. No, he must continue to educate Tang San, for it is unacceptable for his talents to be squandered on the wrong path. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. System, I wish to acquire the Xintian treasure record, a tome even more comprehensive than Tang San's. Ding, wish acknowledged, searching for the power of destiny. Ding, wish successful, you have obtained the Xintian treasure record, transmission in progress. As he feels the torrent of knowledge surging into his mind, a mischievous smile graces Xia Tianling's lips. The Xintian skill, Xian Jade Hand, ghostly shadow displacement, purple extreme demon eye, and the 100 solutions of hidden weapons, all at his fingertips. However, these are merely for a cursory understanding, possessing the Tao Sutra. He does not require them for personal enrichment. The tears of Guanyin and the mechanisms of concealed weapons, however, warrant exploration. The former could empower a soul master to slay deities of the tidal Douluo realm, while the latter could accelerate technological advancement at breakneck speed. Oh, what are you thinking about, little Tianling, that brings you such joy? The flower Douluo approaches, evidently having just exited from the ghost Douluo's presence. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Tianling, lost in thought, has wandered quite far. Unlike the slightly aged ghost Douluo, the flower Douluo epitomizes elegance, his visage preserved in the prime of youth, exuding an alluring charm laced with an air of softness. Greetings, grandfather you. I have just broken through to the 20th rank and was about to seek Grandfather Gui to assist me in obtaining a soul ring. It is well known that the flower Douluo and ghost Douluo have been steadfast partners and close friends for decades, their bond exceptionally profound. Naturally, the flower Douluo encourages Xia Tianling to address him as grandfather. Ah, our little Tianling is indeed progressing swiftly in his cultivation. Why seek that old ghost? Grandfather Ju will take you instead. The flower Douluo gazes kindly at Xia Tianling. After 3 months together, it has been an intriguing experience for the flower Douluo, who, like the ghost Douluo, has no descendants or companions. In the obedient Xia Tianling, he seems to find a semblance of familial joy. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Xia Tianling responds with a courteous smile, though internally he is bemused by the incongruity of the flower Douluo's youthful visage juxtaposed with his benevolent demeanor. It's a trivial matter. No need for formality among family. The flower Douluo waves dismissively, scooping Xia Tianling up and setting off immediately. A tidal Douluo's casualness in taking someone out is indeed remarkable. They fly with ease. By the way, Grandfather Ju, can we make a trip to Notting City? I haven't seen my grandfather in several months, and I miss him. I also wish to let him know that I'm doing well. Of course, that is no problem. Chapter 6. The Transformation of Tang San. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, due to a generous sum provided by the ghost Douluo, Su Yuntao has purchased an exquisitely crafted house for Old Jack in Notting City. Under Su Yuntao's persuasion, Old Jack has also resigned from his role as the village chief of Holy Soul Village and settled in Notting City. However, he has not forgotten that today marks the enrollment day for new students. The day prior, he arranged for the Spirit Hall to send a carriage to bring Tang San directly to stay at his home for the night, even acquiring new clothes and bedding for his schooling. Presently, the two individuals standing at the entrance are Old Jack and Tang San, accustomed to a life of hardship. Although Old Jack is now recognized as one of the wealthiest individuals in Notting City, he remains exceedingly frugal, clad in simple garments. Little San, this is as far as I go. Once you enter the academy, study diligently and strive to become a powerful soul master, making a name for yourself. Old Jack affectionately ruffles Tang San's hair, producing a small cloth pouch to present to him. Ah, I wonder how Tianling is faring at the Spear Hall. Little San, take this. You're in a growth phase, so treat yourself to some good food. No, Grandfather Jack, I cannot accept this. Tang San quickly declines, rest assured. Grandfather Jack, Lingu is incredibly talented. He will surely make a name for himself. Just as the two are conversing, a gatekeeper approaches, wearing an expression of disdain. Who are you, country bumpkins, pushing around for a few copper coins? Hurry up and leave. This is the Soul Master Academy. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying the future Soul Master's enrollment? With that, he reaches for the cloth pouch in old Jack's hand. Let me show you some color. Tang San had already readied a concealed weapon in his right hand when the gatekeeper spoke disrespectfully. Unlike the original work, the individual, deeply influenced by Xia Tianling over the past 6 years, harbored no thoughts of taking the life of the gatekeeper. Rather, he simply wished to impart a lesson, perhaps by piercing his hand or the like. Bold move. At that very moment, 2 guards following old Jack swiftly unleashed their martial spirits and rushed over. One of the martial spirits, a monkey, was a formidable soul master who promptly pinned the gatekeeper to the ground with a single blow. The other, a wolf spirit master, poised his claws menacingly at the gatekeeper's face. Open your eyes wide and behold, this esteemed gentleman is not someone of your trivial station can touch. The 2 guards glared ferociously at the gatekeeper, who was now pinned down, while the gatekeeper who had initially anticipated spectacle was now trembling in fright. Clad in the garb of the spirit hall, adorned in white and yellow, with 4 soul rings shimmering in the air, they were 2 powerful soul masters. In the Douluo continent, even a mere 1-ringed ordinary soul master is revered by common folk, who can only look up to such esteemed beings. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary elder was accompanied by 2 soul master guard from the spirit hall? Moreover, he was a battle soul master of the spirit hall. Oh, dear esteemed elder, forgive our ignorance. We, 2 blind fools, have misjudged you. The gatekeeper, who had been watching the scene unfold, immediately knelt down, tears streaming as he bowed fervently to old Jack, pleading for mercy for himself and his companion. It was high time someone taught you 2 arrogant scoundrels a lesson. A calm voice interjected. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average stature, slightly lean, with short hair, none other than Master Yu Shaojiang from the original story. My esteemed elder, I apologize on behalf of the academy. The master bowed slightly to old Jack, imploring him to show mercy and spare them. Old Jack, being a kind-hearted individual, had no intention of taking their lives. He quickly relented, saying, Ho San, Lang. Let him go. His companion has already knelt to apologize. The 2 soul masters, Ho San and Lang, emitted a disdainful grunt before releasing the gatekeeper. At that moment, the man, utterly terrified, lost control of his bodily functions and fainted. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy, and thank you, master, for pleading on my behalf. Shouldn't you hurry and take this embarrassing fool and leave? He need not return tomorrow. The gatekeeper bowed once more and hastily dragged his unconscious companion away, not daring to look back. Esteemed elder, I am grateful for your magnanimity. The master clasped his hands in gratitude, addressing old Jack. This child is also here for the new student enrollment. May I kindly request to see the documentation issued by the Spirit Hall? Naturally. Old Jack retrieved the document from his pocket and handed it to the master. As a village chief, he could easily discern that this middle-aged man held a considerable position within the academy, especially since he was referred to as master by the gatekeeper. The master examined the document and shifted his gaze to Tang San, scrutinizing him closely. The document is indeed authentic, esteemed elder. I sincerely apologize once more for the earlier incident. Please entrust this child to me. No need for concern. Master, I entrust this child to you. Xiao San, follow this master inside, and be sure to apply yourself diligently. Lang timely handed Tang San the luggage he had set aside, but the master swiftly took it from him. As the master prepared to lead Tang San away, old Jack hurriedly approached, forcefully stuffing the small pouch that had caused the commotion into Tang San's clothing before boarding the carriage that Ho San had just driven over. Xiao San, this is a small token from your grandfather. It's not much, so do not refuse it. Old Jack's voice faded as the carriage moved away. Tang San, feeling the weight of the pouch in his embrace, recalled the support he had received from Xia Tianling and old Jack over the past 6 years, silently vowing to repay their kindness in the future. A splendid transformation indeed, for through 6 years of positive reinforcement, the once selfish Tang San had begun to learn the virtues of gratitude and reciprocity. Master, may I inquire what subject you teach? Tang San asked as they made their way to the administrative office. Teacher? I am not a teacher at the academy, the master replied, glancing down at Tang San with a hint of indifference. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? I'm merely a resident at the academy, enjoying the hospitality like anyone else. Call me master. That is how everyone refers to me, and I have even forgotten my own name. The document states your name is Tang San, correct? Tang San, you must understand, there is a vast difference between master and teacher. Do not confuse the two unless. He paused, a fervent light glimmering in his eyes. Unless you genuinely wish for me to be your teacher. Do you wish to take me as your disciple? Tang San inquired. And do you wish to accept? The master halted, facing Tang San directly. Tang San also came to a stop, refraining from speaking, yet deep in thought. Xia Tianling had once advised him to contemplate matters carefully and to consider the perspective of others. In most cases, acts of kindness do not arise from nowhere. Why would someone, with whom one has no prior connection, offer assistance upon their first meeting? What could his true intentions be? This man, whom he had just met, was so eager to take him as a disciple? There must be some hidden motive. Noticing Tang San's silence, the master was about to elaborate on his theory. I apologize. Master, please allow me to ponder this further. Chapter 7. The Awkward Master. The master was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't I be elaborating on my impressive theories, only for Tang San to bow before me in reverence? What went wrong? How could I, a grown man, be rejected on the spot by a mere 6-year-old child? Though he had not been outrightly dismissed, the situation was undeniably embarrassing. Reflecting on the potential outcomes and the changes that Tang San could bring, the master took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Child, do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities first. I cannot let such a promising prospect slip away, especially since you are the third dual martial spirit in a century. Tang San thought to himself, what he says does seem reasonable. Ling Ge did indeed awaken later than I did. Although he internally scoffed, he also felt a twinge of astonishment. Are you curious as to how I know you possess dual martial spirits? As he spoke, he shook the document in his hand. It is because of this document. Perhaps others may overlook its flaws, but if I were unable to discern them, I would not be deserving of the title master. I have conducted my research. What followed was a deluge of data and theoretical analysis from the master. Thus, I am confident that you possess another martial spirit, and it is a remarkably powerful one. There are exceptions to every rule, but why can't I be a special case? Tang San countered. Indeed, there are exceptions, but your martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Tang San listened intently, feeling that while the master's words held some truth, something felt amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he respectfully inquired, May I ask, Master, what level of Soul Master are you? Upon hearing the question, the master's previously confident demeanor faltered, his mouth twitching as he forced a smile of embarrassment. I am a level 29 Great Soul Master. Due to my notable research in martial spirit theory, my peers affectionately call me Master. Tang San fell silent. Over the past few years, he had often heard Xia Tianling emphasize that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The Xian Tian Bao Lu also warned Tang's sect disciples that the various poisons and herbs were the result of countless lives sacrificed in the pursuit of knowledge by their ancestors. Although his understanding of martial spirits was limited, he had learned from conversations with old Jack's Guard the previous night that the most formidable beings in this world were those who reached level 90 and above. Known as title Douluo, only soul emperors and above could truly be considered powerful. As a 29th level soul master, it could be said, rather bluntly, that he scarcely surpassed many students from intermediate academies. Thus, as a being at the lower echelons of the soul master realm, it was unequivocally improbable for him to engage in practical research. He could only hypothesize through written materials, devoid of any means to validate his conjectures. Is this so-called theory not akin to a castle in the air? Lacking the foundation of practical application, it is destined to collapse in due course. Moreover, from whence did these so-called materials originate? Given his capabilities, how could he possibly acquire such data? And how accurate are these materials? Conclusions drawn from erroneous data could diverge drastically from reality. It must be said that his suspicions were alarmingly close to the truth. Contemplating this, Tang San felt compelled to decline. The master, seemingly sensing Tang San's hesitation, hastily interjected, Little San, why not consider this? I shall take you as my named disciple. Attend my classes for a while, and then decide whether to stay or leave. Tang San found himself wavering. After all, it was merely a matter of being a named disciple. If he misjudged the situation, he could still seek his tutelage. If he judged correctly, they could part ways amicably. Observing this, the master pressed on, Little San, you have yet to obtain your first spirit ring, correct? I shall assist you in acquiring your first 2 spirit rings. How's that sound? Very well. I accept your offer. Tang San contemplated his inability to break through the Xintian skill and, with a firm resolve, acquiesced. May I know your name? I am Yu Shaojiang. I, Tang San, pay my respects to teacher Yu. Tang San raised his hand in a salute, bowing respectfully. Although he had merely agreed to be a named disciple temporarily, he upheld the necessary courtesy. The master's lips twitched slightly, silently lamenting that this young man truly did not afford him the respect he deserved. Yet he reassured himself that, as a named disciple in a few months, he would undoubtedly be swayed by his profound theoretical knowledge. Very well, let us proceed. I shall escort you to the office for registration. Despite his discomfort, the master warmly grasped Tang San's hand, leading him toward the teaching office. Just as depicted in the original text, as they departed, Tang San overheard the other teachers discussing the master behind his back. Contrary to the derision in the original narrative, Tang San found himself somewhat in agreement with their words. He indeed sensed that his teacher had a touch of unreliability about him. On the way to the dormitory, he felt compelled to open the small pouch given to him by old Jack, and to his astonishment, he nearly gasped aloud. 100 gold soul coins. This was a fortune. Old Jack had simply bestowed it upon him, although he knew that, due to the connection with Xia Tianling, the spirit hall must have provided old Jack with a considerable sum. This 100 gold soul coins was undoubtedly a substantial amount for Tang San at present, enough for him to live comfortably for the next 5 years at school. He clutched the pouch tightly against his chest. Compared to his untrustworthy teacher, old Jack and Ling, your kindness to me is truly overwhelming. However, unbeknownst to Tang San, for old Jack at this point, 100 gold soul coins was hardly a significant sum. If the news of Xia Tianling were not suppressed by the spirit hall, the influx of gifts and visitors would surely be overwhelming. On the morning of Tang San's second day of enrollment, Douluo and Xia Tianling arrived at Notting City, at old Jack's residence. The two elderly men, whose statuses and appearances differed vastly, surprisingly found common ground in their discussions about Xia Tianling's exceptional qualities. Upon hearing old Jack boast about being a so-called prophet in his village, which could only be likened to a weather forecaster, Douluo erupted into laughter. Xia Tianling felt an immediate wave of embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. What prophet? It was merely a ruse employed to impress Tang San, a veritable black mark in his history. Yet upon reflection, perhaps the persona of a prophet could be of some utility at certain moments. Young master, you may not be aware, but yesterday the old master took your friend for enrollment. After Xia Tianling, feeling embarrassed, had fled, Hosen approached him to report on what transpired when old Jack brought Tang San for enrollment. Upon hearing this, he chuckled softly, discreetly checking the system's records, and indeed, there was a notification indicating that the master's fate had been altered. It seemed that the master had perhaps been rejected by Tang San as a disciple. One could only wonder whether Tang San would continue towards Shrek Academy, and if there was such a thing as a convergence of timelines. Let us proceed, Tianling. We shall head northeast of Notting City to the soul hunting forest, where the soul beasts are all nurtured by our spirit hall, none exceeding 10,000 years. Perfectly suitable for a novice like you encountering soul rings for the first time. Douluo's voice resonated, beckoning Xia Tianling to embark on their journey. I'm coming. The timing was impeccable as they approached the soul hunting forest near Notting City, aligning perfectly with the script in Xia Tianling's mind. Tianling, train diligently under your grandpa Zhu, and you shall become a formidable soul master. Let our holy soul village gain its rightful reputation. Hearing this, Douluo smiled. Soul sage? Such a modest ambition. Tianling is destined to become a genius of super Douluo caliber. Chapter 8. Tang San. I'm in despair. I deeply regret it, profoundly regret it. In the evening, the two arrived at the small town at the entrance of the soul hunting forest. Throughout this lengthy day of travel, Douluo imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts and the precautions necessary for absorbing soul rings. Grandpa Zhu, let's spend the night in the forest. Xia Tianling exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Douluo's hand, resembling a genuine 6-year-old child. In his previous life, he had never experienced a night in the forest, and he feared missing out on an exciting spectacle if they arrived too late. Douluo hesitated, initially intending to stay overnight at the Spirit Hall's outpost in the town before entering the following day. However, upon hearing Xia Tianling's enthusiastic request, he attributed it to the child's natural inclination and, delighted by his enthusiasm, readily agreed. Good day, please present your order. Upon arriving at the entrance to the forest, the soldier responsible for inspections spoke up. Unlike the boorish guards often found at the entrance of Notting Academy, these soldiers exhibited exceptional decorum. Douluo retrieved a token from his soul guide. The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was about to bow in respect. Before he could utter a word, Douluo waved his hand to stop him, pulling Xia Tianling onward into the forest. Please, take care, my lord, the soldier murmured. Who just entered? Why do I sense even more respect from you than that gentleman with the 3-seal token I met in the morning? One soldier cautiously inquired as the two figures receded into the distance. That is His Excellency Zhu of the Spirit Hall. What is happening today? A gathering of significant figures at this modest soul-hunting forest. The esteemed figures mentioned by the soldiers naturally included the master wielding the blue lightning tyrant dragon families, Token and Tang San. Time rewinds to the morning. Today marked the day when the master would accompany Tang San to acquire his first spirit ring, although Tang San had not fully committed to becoming the master's disciple. In an effort to win his favor, the master still gifted him the 24-bridge moonlit night. Throughout the journey, and as they entered the soul-hunting forest, he flaunted an array of knowledge, eager to showcase the depth of his theoretical expertise. Initially, this was well and good, but once they entered the soul-hunting forest, it began to backfire. That is a 10-year-old striped cat, belonging to the feline soul beast category. Look, ahead is a solitary bamboo. That too is a type of soul beast, a plant-type soul beast. Its distinctive feature is how it determines its age. Tang San increasingly felt his suspicions were correct. Master, as a 29th level soul master with a seemingly useless martial spirit, how do you study these soul beasts? 10 years is manageable, but what about 100? 1,000? 10,000 years? I have thoroughly researched the experiences of many soul masters, and 423 years should be the upper limit for the first spirit ring. So from where do you derive your samples for comparative research? Has your theory been tested on others? Tang San silently berated himself. However, on the other hand, the master's foundational theories are indeed quite robust, particularly in discerning the age of soul beasts, which proves to be immensely beneficial for one's cultivation. Doubts aside, there is no harm in listening to him appropriately. What was that phrase Ling Gu used to say? Ah yes, to extract the essence and discard the dross. Following this, the narrative unfolds in a manner consistent with the original text, as Tang San and the master camp in the forest, only to encounter a pack of wolves and a mandala snake. After exhausting his hidden cards and finally slaying the mandala snake, the master exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Wonderful. Xiao San, your soul ring is secured." Teacher, what do you mean? You can't be referring to this snake, can you? Tang San gazed at the master in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly. Indeed it is. The mandala snake, prior to reaching its peak, grows 1 centimeter for each year it survives. This particular snake measures nearly 4 meters in length, indicating an age close to 400 years. This aligns perfectly with the limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring, and with your innate full soul power, absorbing its soul ring poses no issue. But teacher, isn't this a beast-type soul beast? Wouldn't absorbing it cause a conflict? Tang San inquired, puzzled. At this moment, the master's face radiated confidence. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls I proposed, you can absorb this soul ring perfectly. Yet other soul masters scoff at my theories, refusing to believe. Xiao San, are you willing to give it a try? Although I am absolutely confident in my theory, no one has ever attempted it. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. The master fervently showcased his theory to Tang San, who, meanwhile, had grown increasingly wary of the master. Goodness, this old man intends to harm me. You know that practice reveals knowledge? You acknowledge this is a theory? So you intend to experiment on your own student? Tang San thought, glancing at the oblivious master, who had fallen victim to the mandala snake's venom due to his impassioned speech. He sighed deeply, contemplating the earlier encounter with the wolves. Without absorbing the soul ring, he lacked any means of self-protection in his current state. Should the master's poisoning worsen, he would surely fall unconscious, and in this forest teeming with soul beasts, he would likely meet a grim fate. Furthermore, without the master's guidance, finding the correct way out would be a challenge. All right, let us take a gamble. Teacher, I trust your theory. With that, Tang San sat cross-legged, braving the debilitating weakness, and began to absorb the first soul ring of the blue-silver grass, while the master guided him. True to the original narrative, before Tang San could complete the absorption, he succumbed to unconsciousness from the poison. After a while, "Oh, Xiao San, it really is you." The voice belonged to the recently arrived Zhu Dalu and Xia Tianling, who had followed the sounds of the battle. Zhu Dalu had heard the fight, while Xia Tianling, well-versed in the original story, had eagerly prompted him. He knew that tonight, Tang San would battle a pack of wolves and subsequently acquire his first soul ring, arriving just in time under the pretense of a serendipitous encounter. Xia Tianling found Tang San had already completed the absorption and cured the master of the poison. Tianling Yi. Seeing Xia Tianling, Tang San was genuinely overjoyed. The master lay in deep unconsciousness, Although Tang San had neutralized the poison, whether he would survive remained uncertain, leaving Tang San at a loss for what to do. Tianling, is this the friend you often speak of, the one with whom you are very close from the village, Tang San? Douluo inquired lazily, casting a glance at the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang, clearly recognizing him, while giving Tang San a meaningful look. Yes, Grandpa Ju, Xiao San and I are great friends. By the way, Xiao San, what has happened to you? Xia Tianling, adopting a dramatic flair, feigned ignorance. Tang San recounted the events in full detail, seeking guidance from Xia Tianling on what to do next, subtly hinting at the identity of the elder behind him. This little ploy did not escape the keen perception of the title de law, yet Zhu merely smiled graciously, suggesting that the two young friends remain and reminisce, while he took Yu Xiaojiang aside to further address the poison. Chapter 9. In truth, I'm also a disciple of Tang Men. Once Zhu Douluo had moved away, Xia Tianling refrained from disclosing Zhu Douluo's identity, instead feigning surprise as he pointed to Tang San's belt. Oh, Xiao San, that belt of yours is quite impressive. Adorned with 24 pieces of jade? Quite extravagant. Tang San, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. This was a gift from Teacher Yu. I named it the 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon. At this moment, Xia Tianling again assumed his dramatic persona, trembling as he pointed at Tang San's waist. You said this belt is called what? The 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon? Yes, why? Tang San asked, perplexed. Xia Tianling inhaled deeply, placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders and locking eyes with him intently. Xiao San, whatever I say next, do not scream. All right. Then, Xia Tianling recited in perfect Mandarin, enunciating each word, the 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon. What does the jade person teach the flute? Tianling Yu. Tang San was genuinely astonished this time, struggling to suppress his urge to exclaim. The identity of the time traveler was the greatest secret he harbored. The language of Douluo continent was vastly different from Mandarin, and after 6 years, hearing this familiar tongue again struck a deep chord within him. Tianling Yi. Are you also? Tang San stammered, his voice trembling. Xia Tianling embraced Tang San, preventing him from seeing the nearly uncontrollable expression on his face. Taking a few deep breaths before releasing him, he then smiled and replied, Indeed, I also come from there. After uttering this, he discreetly communicated with the system, expending some fate energy to utilize a mysterious function. Who would have thought? I believe I was all alone, but Tianling Gu, you are also... No wonder you understood so much as a child and are so mature now, Tang San murmured. So, when you claimed to be a prophet in your youth, you were utilizing divination? Well, you're not wrong in saying that. The Taoist scriptures do contain knowledge of star observation and divination. However, Xia Tianling only grasped the basics. Being able to predict the weather was commendable enough. Xiao San, I wish to ask you 2 questions. First, when you traversed or when you perished, what era was it? Or what were your government and court called at that time? When I died, it seemed to be during the Xiantong era. I don't recall how many years ago, but the emperor's name seemed to be Li Wen, or was it Li Zhuang? Tang San pondered for a moment before answering. In his previous life, he was deeply engrossed in concealed weapons and had never ventured outside the Tang Men. So it was natural for him to be unaware. Xiantong? Li Zhuang? Isn't that during the late Tang dynasty? I never imagined that Tang San's world would so closely mirror the timeline of my own world, Xia Tianling thought. Thankfully, I am a tourism major with a passion for history, well-versed in the reign titles of various dynasties. Otherwise, others would be at a loss. So, Xiao San, your court at that time was called the Great Tang, correct? Though already suspecting, Xia Tianling still asked. Yes, that's right. Could be that Tianling Gu. You also perished during that time? Tang San asked, excitement bubbling within him. Of course not, Xia Tianling replied with a mischievous grin. Probably died several tens of thousands of years later. The Great Tang you speak of is but a speck of dust in history during my time. What? Tens of thousands of years? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his earlier calmness shattered. Before he could fully process this revelation, Xia Tianling dropped another bombshell. If I am not mistaken, Xiao San, you should be a disciple of the Tang men from Shuzhou, right? What? How do you know that? Of course, Xia Tianling replied, pursing her lips. In a sense, I could be considered a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San, he was so astonished that words escaped him. Xian Yu Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, 100 Solutions to Hidden Weapons, Ghostly Shadowing, Xian Tiangong, right? To be honest, I have my suspicions ever since you were training on the back mountain as a child. Who was born with such knowledge? Xia Tianling chuckled. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye requires one to absorb the purplish chi that rises with the sun at dawn for cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, you are indeed the Tang San who stole the Inner Sect's secret manual, created the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and then leaped off the cliff to make a statement. Aren't you? Who would have thought you'd end up here as well? Lingo, you know me? Tang San hesitated. And it seems you haven't practiced these Tang Sect's ultimate techniques? Well, of course, Xia Tianling shrugged. In our era, these things have long since become history, including you. You're merely a part of what is recorded in history books. To be precise, even the former Tang sect is just a fragment of text in history. In our time, the Tang sect has long since merged with several other sects to form the Shushan immortal sect. About 1,000 years after your demise, the spiritual energy revived, leading to significant advancements in the cultivation system. However, the mechanisms and techniques of hidden weapons from the Tang sect have been passed down under the relentless march of history. The Xian Tiangong, or rather the cultivation methods of the past, have all been eliminated. What we cultivate now are far more powerful mortal arts. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, refining void into the Tao. Ultimately, ascending to become immortals. Ascend to become immortal? Yes, to become immortal. To embody the legendary beings of myth. In my previous life, I failed during the tribulation and perished. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself in this place. As Xia Tianling spoke, she feigned a look of wistfulness and regret, as if she were truly a powerful being who had failed the tribulation and been reborn. However, regrettably, I cannot teach you the cultivation method I practice. Firstly, the Tao of longevity I cultivate is in complete conflict with your Xian Tiangong. If you wish to practice it, you must entirely abandon the Xian Tiangong, including the soul ring you just acquired. Secondly, the emergence of a new system inevitably brings with it a vast expanse of knowledge. Much of what I consider common knowledge would be utterly incomprehensible to you, little San. Even for those of our time, once we began initial cultivation, we had to undergo a rigorous 20 years of continuous learning to proceed further. The first point Xia Tianling made was the truth. To change one's cultivation method, especially to one that fundamentally alters one's approach, necessitates the abandonment of the previous system. The second point was only partially truthful. Certain fundamental concepts would be nothing short of arcane to Tang San, who hails from an ancient time. For instance, consider the simplest fact: the earth is round. How could one who believes in a flat earth as the ultimate truth comprehend this? How much foundational astronomical knowledge would you need to impart? The Tao of longevity is not a convoluted scripture filled with esoteric phrases where understanding relies solely on personal insight. It provides a detailed guide on how to cultivate, what might occur, and how to resolve any issues that arise. The scripture even begins by stating, 100 days to establish the foundation, 3 years to attain the golden core, 5 years to form the infant, 10 years to cultivate the spirit. It teaches you step by step how to become an immortal. Ascension is achievable with just a dantian. It can be deemed quite scientific. Of course, the notion of mandatory 20 years of study is merely a ruse to deceive naive youths. While extensive learning is indeed required for someone like Tang San, who possesses a cultural foundation, the process would not be slow. 1 or 2 years would suffice. It is simply that he is reluctant to teach, wishing for Tang San to feel daunted. Moreover, Tang San possesses the Xian Tiangong, which can lead to godhood. Perhaps he looks down upon our humble Tao. Ling Yi, do not lament. I can continue practicing the Xian Tiangong just the same, Tang San finally said after much deliberation. All right. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. Xia Tianling's clever persuasion significantly bolstered Tang San's trust in him, and he proceeded to share his recent experiences at the Spirit Hall. Chapter 10. His theory? Nonsense. Following this, it was Tang San's turn to vent his frustrations. He lamented about the old man who had ulterior motives, attempting to use him as a guinea pig, flaunting theories that had never undergone practical validation, and so forth. Xia Tianling struggled to suppress his laughter, inwardly marveling at the effectiveness of his education. He compassionately patted Tang San's shoulder and consoled him. Little San, I have observed you Xiaojiang as well. Although many of his theories are unreliable and many sound theories are not of his own derivation, his foundational knowledge is fairly solid. We can selectively learn from him. Having multiple allies opens up more avenues. There's no need to escalate matters with him. As for his claims regarding the soul beast mimicking the absorption of soul rings, Little San, let me ask you one question. When your hammer spirit attaches a soul ring, does it need to find a hammer spirit beast to absorb? When the Soul Master system first emerged thousands of years ago, did people inherently believe that different types of soul beasts and soul rings could not be absorbed? Is this not an obvious fact that requires no further research? Upon hearing this, Tang San was utterly bewildered. How had he not thought of such a simple truth? He paid little mind to how Xia Tianling knew about his hammer spirit. After all, it was only natural that his Lingu being so astute, would know. Even more absurd was Xia Tianling's speculation about his twin martial spirits. This was something his teacher, the only successful twin martial spirit soul master of the present day, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, had personally informed him. The hereditary conditions for twin martial spirits first require that both be of similar quality, and secondly, both must be exceedingly powerful. At least top-tier martial spirits must exist for a twin spirit to appear. Thus, your blue-silver grass can never be ordinary. It must be a top-tier plant spirit like blue-silver emperor or blue-silver monarch, while your hammer is likely a top-tier weapon spirit. Consequently, Uncle Hao, Xia Tianling expertly dissected the master's theories, leaving no stone unturned. He refrained from revealing the latter half of his statement or disclosing Tang Hao's identity. Those details were best left for Tang Hao to unveil himself later. Moreover, did you not consider how you acquired your innate full soul power? Do you think his theory holds any credibility? Xia Tianling winked at Tang San, continuing to express his sarcastic sentiments towards the master. To be honest, he too was uncertain whether Tang San's innate full soul power had any relation to the Xian Gong. After all, this was a contentious issue steeped in historical debate. In his previous life, analysts had argued heatedly, yet no definitive conclusion emerged. He merely wished to tease the master. Tang San fell into silence, increasingly feeling that his teacher was unreliable, and he lamented how correct his initial decision had been. Had he truly become the master's true disciple, his future would have been dire. If what Ling Gu said was accurate, then his parents' identities were likely not simple either. Furthermore, his innate, full soul power was likely a gift from the Xian Gong. How absurd that Yu Shaojiang had claimed there were no worthless martial spirits. Only worthless soul masters. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianling could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, a raucous sound that echoed like thunder. Yu Shaojiang regarded this statement as a dogma. If there truly were no worthless martial spirits, then why had he never heard of a hoe being a title Douluo? Why had he never heard of a grass chicken being a title Douluo? Among the title Douluo currently registered at the Spirit Hall, not a single one possessed an ordinary martial spirit. Even he himself was merely a dreamer who would never break through the 29th level. Could Yu Shaojiang truly merit such assertions? It is not the soul masters who are devoid of worth, but rather the inferior martial souls that might warrant such a claim. Initially, he contemplated declaring Yu Shaojiang as nothing more than a worthless wretch, forever confined to the limitations of level 29, but he reconsidered and opted for restraint, choosing to exercise a modicum of decorum, a low emotional intelligence, a lifetime of being a level 29 failure, a high emotional intelligence, a theoretically inclined dreamer with modest cultivation. Tang San's expression morphed into one of peculiar incredulity. Uttering such words with a cultivation level of merely 29 was tantamount to slapping oneself across the face. This was indeed a case of being blind to one's own shortcomings. Ah, but little San, here's a book for you. Xia Tianling inhaled deeply, stifling his laughter, as he retrieved a book from the ring on his hand. This ring, a gift from Bibi Dong, was a soul tool with a capacity of over 100 cubic meters. Tianling, what is this? This is the latest compilation of the Xian treasure record from our era, particularly the general outline, which has undergone substantial revisions. The selfish double standards and the propensity to threaten entire families are not in line with the orthodox teachings of the Xianmen. This is precisely why the Tang sect masters of your era struggled to ascend to the highest echelons. This tome had been prepared long ago for Tang San's edification, but he now utilized the title of a Tang sect disciple, presenting it at this juncture for optimal impact. The Xian skill as the genuine Taoist practice, advocates for a path of balance and harmony. Following the general outline of your era's Xian treasure record, with a mind steeped in unwholesome intentions, merely avoiding the path of madness is insufficient for any notion of breakthrough. Tang San hurriedly accepted the book and flipped through its contents, discovering that it was almost entirely contrary to the original Xian treasure record's outline. Reflecting on the elders of the Tang sect in his past life, ensnared by their bottlenecks and occasionally falling into madness, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to them, the Tang sect had indeed strayed from its path. It was no wonder that no one could breach the highest realm. He felt immensely fortunate for Tianling's timely warning. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. To have met Tianling in this unfamiliar world was, indeed, a stroke of good fortune. Tang San thought sincerely. As for his speculations regarding the Xian skill, Xia Tianling was not merely attempting to frighten Tang San, but was rather articulating a sound deduction. In his previous life, he had often pondered why the Tang sect, which prided itself on practicing the orthodox Xiantian skill, devolved into a faction engaged in assassination, arson, and the use of hidden weapons and poison. It was utterly ludicrous. After acquiring the Xiantian treasure record recently, and conducting thorough research, he discovered that the Xiantian skill genuinely adheres to the orthodox tenets of the Xiamen, pursuing a path of balance and serenity. This revelation clarified why the elders of the Tang sect in his past life struggled to ascend to the pinnacle. Taoist practices prioritize the refinement of one's mental state. Cultivation is, in essence, a process of nurturing the heart and comprehending the natural world. Without a steadfast Taoist heart, achieving success in cultivation would indeed be miraculous, let alone the fact that the Tang sect had completely deviated from its rightful course. The transformation of the Tang sect could be attributed to the neglect of quality education, leading a group of once noble practitioners down a path of ambush and poison, methods that yield quick results but are fundamentally flawed. The implementation of quality education is imperative. I shall set a modest goal to establish 6 years of compulsory education across the continent within the next decade, Xia Tianling quietly resolved in his heart. However, as for why Tang San could ascend to the divine king and continue to refine others in the original narrative, one must merely inquire about the principle of moderation. What does that sound like? Something being dragged across the ground. Turning his head, he saw the master, battered and bruised, being dragged over by the formidable Douluo Dalu, who bore a grim countenance. Douluo had no intention of treating him kindly, gripping the collar tightly as he brought him over. Upon reaching them, he unceremoniously tossed the master onto the ground. Enough. I have revived your teacher. Tang San focused intently and was astonished to see the master, who had previously been unconscious, now wide-eyed and fervently gazing at him. Little San, you did it. I knew it. I knew my theory was sound. With a resigned nod, Tang San replied, Yes. Master you. Your theory has indeed succeeded. My blue-silver grass now harbors toxins and has acquired a binding ability. Excellent. Splendid. The master exclaimed, struggling to utter a few more words before fainting again. Thank you, Senior, for saving Master you. Tang San sighed, yet still expressed his gratitude to Douluo. Although his teacher was somewhat unreliable, he had nonetheless imparted some knowledge to him. Douluo raised an eyebrow. Master you? That title carries weight. It seems this lad is not merely a direct disciple of that useless Yu Shaojiang. No matter, little Tianling calls me grandfather, yours friend. So extending a helping hand to a junior is but a trifling matter. However, I must caution you, your teacher's character leaves much to be desired. Doulu, despite his alluring appearance, possessed a knack for delivering pointed remarks. Tang San chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth of the statement without disputing it. Observing this, Douluo couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yu Shaojiang, oh Yu Shaojiang, your life is a resounding failure. Even your disciples have begun to distance themselves from you. You truly deserve it. Very well, rest here for the night. Tomorrow I shall escort you out. Chapter 11. The First Soul Ring. The following day, Douluo escorted the now conscious master and Tang San out, before formally leading Xia Tianling in search of suitable soul beasts. Little Tianling, have you decided which martial soul you will attach a soul ring to, and what path you intend to follow? As an elder who had been with Bibi Dong for so long, he was aware that a twin martial soul necessitates the selection of a primary martial soul. Grandfather you. I plan to make the twin swords my primary martial soul and pursue a path of strength. During the past 3 months of training, Xia Tianling had already mapped out his development trajectory. The physical attributes conferred by his second martial soul, the True Dragon, were nearly double that of his peers, making it a waste not to pursue a strong offense. With the characteristics of his twin swords as his first martial soul, he could initially attach several strength-enhancing skills to emerge as a formidable attack-oriented soul master. Moreover, upon beginning to cultivate his second martial soul, he would undoubtedly possess ample means of attack. The later soul rings of the twin swords could provide domain-type soul skills, offering control and various special effects, perfectly complementing each other. Oh, do you have any specific plans regarding the soul beast for your first 2 soul rings? Indeed, for my first soul ring, I intend to select a slime approximately 900 years old, Xia Tianling replied without hesitation. A slime? What skills could such a feeble soul beast possibly provide? Douluo furrowed his brow. In his recollection, slimes were exceedingly weak, possessing almost no offensive capabilities. However, he did not doubt Xia Tianling's ability to absorb a 900-year soul ring, given his remarkable physical prowess and innate soul power at level 19, which would allow for a successful absorption without issue. Moreover, since slimes are inherently weak and lacking in intelligence, even a slight exceedance in age would pose no problem. Grandfather Jew, may I ask you, what is the primary characteristic of a slime? Is it fusion? Precisely, it is fusion. Slimes can merge two distinct entities into one, becoming stronger. This is essentially their soul skill. Upon acquiring this ability, I will likely be able to merge my twin sword's martial soul into a single, more potent weapon. Furthermore, given the low intelligence of slimes and the physical attributes provided by my second martial soul, I can easily withstand soul rings that exceed their limit in age. 3 months of study were not in vain. The Spirit Hall Library contained a wealth of knowledge about various peculiar soul beasts and methods for their identification. An organization with a legacy spanning thousands of years surely could not lack such foundational knowledge. Thus, as for the origins of Xiaojiang's knowledge concerning soul rings and soul beasts, those in the know would understand, while those who did not would have to ponder the matter themselves. Merging into one. Now, that is intriguing, Zhu Duoluo remarked, suddenly enlightened, realizing that such a weak soul beast could indeed serve a purpose. Since you are resolute, let us proceed. With that, Zhu Duoluo began to guide Xia Tianling through the soul-hunting forest. From time to time, he would seize a passing soul beast, conducting an impromptu lesson on the knowledge of these creatures. This spontaneous instruction greatly benefited Xia Tianling. As the ancients wisely proclaimed, knowledge acquired from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding comes from personal experience. The contrast between knowledge gleaned from texts and first-hand encounters is profoundly distinct. As for the choice of a 900-year-old slime, it is simply because there are no 1,000-year slimes to be found. For such a feeble soul beast, 900 years is already its limit, especially in a hunting forest devoid of top-tier soul beasts. In the Stardow Forest, even locating a century-old one would be a challenge. Much like the ice silkworm, it is pitifully weak. For tens of thousands of years, only the fortunate Tianshi, who stumbled into an icy abyss, managed to achieve what the deep-sea demon whale king and Emperor Tian could not, an elusive million-year soul beast. For Xia Tianling, the age of a soul ring matters less than its suitability for his cultivation, unless it is 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years old. Tianling, there lies one. With the perception of a tidal Douluo, it took no time for him to find a slime rolling about next to a large rock. Xia Tianling swiftly approached. This particular slime was a pale, translucent white, approximately 90 centimeters in diameter, with a growth rate of 1 centimeter per decade. This was indeed a sign of its roughly 900-year existence. Go, little Tianling, he thought. The slime possessed virtually no offensive capabilities. Even at nearly 1,000 years of age, it was merely a larger punching bag, perfectly suited for his training. Zhu Duoluo stood by with his arms crossed, sharing the same sentiment. A faint smile crept onto Xia Tianling's face as he proclaimed, "True dragon, manifest." The emergence of his second martial soul, the 5-clawed golden dragon, provided a significant enhancement to his physical prowess compared to his dual soul weapon set that lacked any soul rings, making it more fitting for the current scenario. Upon manifesting the true dragon, Xia Tianling's body was enveloped in a layer of fine scales. Small dragon horns sprouted from his head, and his hands transformed into formidable dragon claws, coursing with a subtle electric energy. Slimes are known for their exceedingly low intelligence, appearing quite daft. If it were any other soul beast, it would have long fled or prepared to fight under such circumstances, yet this white slime continued to roll aimlessly by the rock. Its survival in the forest was likely due to its unpalatability. It sustains itself by absorbing free energy and the residual energies of corpses, rendering it undesirable as prey for any other soul beast. Though unappetizing, it occasionally serves as a mobile experience pack. Xia Tianling strode forward, concentrating his soul power into his right claw, and struck downwards at the slime with force. A faint electric energy danced across the slime's somewhat translucent white body, glowing softly from a distance. However, it proved to be of little consequence. The 5 wounds inflicted healed almost instantaneously upon the withdrawal of Xia Tianling's claw, leaving the slime only slightly more transparent than before. This was a characteristic of the slime. To completely eradicate it, one must continuously attack and wear it down until its energy is entirely depleted, rendering it colorless. At that point, its body would transform from a gelatinous mass into a hardened rubber-like state, and it could then be cleaved in two or shattered to ensure its demise. Should one attempt to sever it while it still possesses ample energy, it would simply split into 2 entities, capable of reconstituting itself into one. Thus, the slime's abilities are largely ineffective, yet they are exceedingly frustrating, eliciting immense irritation. Unless one possesses a powerful and expansive skill capable of incinerating the slime in an instant. one must resort to a slow grind. Xia Tianling, lacking such an ability, had no choice but to persist in his efforts, relentlessly hammering and striking the rotund slime. The process was excruciatingly tedious. Moreover, the discomfort was compounded by the slime's extremely soft body structure when it was well fed, akin to gelatin. A solid punch would feel like hitting a void, with his arm sinking right in. Not only was it unpleasant, but a sticky layer coated his hands and arms, proving quite revolting. Yet, should he hold back too much, he would barely deplete its energy. And the sight of the slime jiggling before him only served to heighten his frustration. Is this wretched creature's sole purpose to be utterly disgusting? Xia Tianling lamented, though he endured for the sake of skill fusion. After what felt like half an hour, he could no longer maintain the true dragon martial soul while simultaneously channeling soul power to hammer the slime. The fact that he had sustained this long was a testament to the superior quality of his soul power, honed through diligent training. Now, with his dual soul weapon summoned, he struck with one axe and then the other, using sheer physical strength to pummel and chop. The slime had become increasingly translucent under such intense assault, its body gradually hardening. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, just as Xia Tianling was on the verge of frustration and considering asking Douluo for assistance, a decisive blow sent the translucent slime into a spectacular explosion, its shards scattering in all directions. Xia Tianling mechanically swung his arms in the air, only then realizing the gravity of the moment. Damn it, almost an hour, and this wretched thing is finally dead. With such tenacious vitality and such repulsive abilities, what soul beast would willingly engage in its slaughter? Perhaps only plant-type soul beasts possess such patience. A deep yellow soul ring emerged from the remnants of the slime's lower half. Overjoyed, Xia Tianling hastily summoned his martial soul and sat cross-legged, encircling the yellow soul ring around the intertwined hammer and axe. Douluo's timely reminder echoed nearby. Tianling, focus on your martial soul and remain steadfast in your purpose. Chapter 12. First Soul Skill, Fusion. In the realm of soul masters on Douluo continent, aside from Tang San, who practiced the Xiantian skill, the concept of Dantian does not exist. They possess something akin to a Dantian, but have never utilized it. In a certain sense, a martial soul serves as an alternative Dantian for them. Xia Tianling, however, viewed his martial soul merely as a vessel for his power. With the true essence of his cultivation residing in the Dantian below, he felt enveloped by a warm energy, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, gradually flowing through his meridians with the crimson dawn, traversing his entire being. Instinctively, he began to operate his Dao Jing, guiding this warmth to circulate through his body. The anticipated mental upheaval did not arrive. Perhaps due to the slime's instinctual nature, it lacked the intelligence to harbor any resentment. As a carrion eater devoid of intellect, it willingly transformed into food for plant-type soul beasts or a soul ring for soul masters, a truly selfless creature. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Xia Tianling's mind, but it was fleeting as he refocused on absorbing the soul ring. The dual weapons, the hammer and axe, continued to revolve around each other, gradually taking on hues of red and yellow. They merged, separated, and merged again. Douluo, observing as a guardian, appeared bewildered. After years of cultivation, he had never witnessed anyone absorb a soul ring with such transformation. It seemed he had never encountered a complete set of martial souls either. Meanwhile, Xia Tianling, deeply engrossed in the absorption process, reached a critical juncture. The power he absorbed from the soul ring was continuously refined, compressed, and transformed into soul power inherent to his body. As the energy within him accumulated to a critical point, the highly compressed gaseous soul power finally vaporized within his dantian, forming a droplet of liquid. Soon, more droplets appeared, coalescing into a brilliant golden sphere. The free soul ring energy surged into his dantian, depleting his meridians until all power converged into this liquid golden orb. Outside, the yellow soul ring produced by the slime began to dissipate. With a surge of concentration, he achieved the condensation of his essence, success. With the emergence of this liquid golden core, it signifies that a cultivator is merely a half step away from the true golden core realm, commonly referred to as the false core or condensation stage. If Xia Tianling absorbs another soul ring, the immense soul power accumulated from the soul ring will effortlessly refine and compress his strength into a golden core. This is the advantage of complementary rules. In a traditional cultivation world, achieving a golden core requires years of relentless tempering of bones, body, meridians, and flesh, enabling them to withstand a far greater force. Subsequently, one must endure years of arduous cultivation to amass strength before finally condensing a golden core or false core. However, for him, the process is significantly simpler, reaching level 20, then relying on the external assistance of two powerful soul rings to directly condense a false core and a golden core. Should other cultivators become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. As for why cultivators capable of wielding divine powers in other realms become mere level 20 soul masters upon arriving in Douluo continent, one need not inquire. This is merely the constraint of rules. While enjoying convenience, without undergoing arduous training or facing the tribulation, having this level of strength is already commendable. One must learn to be content. Having completely absorbed the essence, Xia Tianling gradually concluded his cultivation, rising to his feet and stretching his body. He had grown taller, and his physique had become more robust. Every movement exuded a sense of power that was intoxicating. The unique soul power of Douluo continent is truly remarkable. This additional ability to promote physical development is nearly non-existent in other cultivation civilizations. Enhanced by 900-year soul ring and the triple reinforcement of the true dragon martial spirit in Taoist scriptures, Xia Tianling's physical strength could easily rival, if not surpass, that of a level 30 battle spirit. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was a natural progression. How do you feel, Tianling? Asked Douluo. Xia Tianling sensed his martial spirit and could not suppress his joy, raising his fist and swinging it in the air. I did it, just as I anticipated. Woodwork dual set appear. The crossed hammer and axe manifested in the air, and Xia Tianling grasped them firmly in his hands. A deep yellow soul ring pulsating beneath his feet. First soul skill, fusion. The deep yellow soul ring glowed, the hammer in his left hand dissipating into light, while the axe in his right hand grew significantly larger and longer. The once faint golden axe now possessed a thick cylindrical striking head on its rear, resembling half a hammerhead, while the opposite side extended into a heavier, sharper blade akin to a battle axe from Earth. The sharpness of the axe and the heft of the hammer merged perfectly. Even in this peculiar form, the strange double-handed battle axe maintained balanced weight on both sides, capable of both cleaving and smashing without hindering its maneuverability. Xia Tianling hefted the axe, swinging it several times with satisfaction. Tianling, what effect does your first soul skill have? What is its consumption? My first soul skill is quite straightforward. It amplifies my strength and soul skill effects by 100%. However, my soul power consumption also doubles during this dual form state, and additional activities will further increase the depletion. Once I actively deactivate the fusion, the soul power consumption will revert to normal speed. Xia Tianling pondered for a moment. The soul power consumption during the fusion activation was nearly negligible. With double the soul power consumption and a 100% increase in strength, this arrangement seemed fair and quite advantageous. Originally, Xia Tianling could sustain activity for about an hour after activating his martial spirit. However, should he utilize the fusion, even if he stood still, he would tire within half an hour. If engaging in battle while in the fusion state, the duration would be even shorter and, combined with other soul skill releases, he might not last 10 minutes. Nonetheless, this was merely the initial experience. The fusion skill's duration would improve with practice. In the future, if Xia Tianling could achieve instantaneous fusion or deactivation, he could utilize it as a short-duration burst skill and even use it to outmaneuver opponents. Upon hearing the description of this fusion skill, Douluo's eyes lit up. Tianling, this skill is quite impressive and practical. Even many soul rings provided by powerful 1,000-year soul beasts pale in comparison to yours. Truly, your martial spirit is exceptional. He inquired further, by the way, does the weapon formed by the fusion have a name? Xia Tianling glanced at the axe in his hand, contemplating the power of thunder he wielded, and after a moment of thought, declared, I shall name it the Storm Battle Axe. Chapter 13. 1,000-year soul skill, Thunder God assist me. Douluo was somewhat perplexed, pondering how this related to a storm, akin to the peculiarity of his own first martial spirit, the woodwork dual set. Nevertheless, as long as Tianling was pleased, that sufficed. Despite its oddity, the name sounded quite formidable. Good name. So what are your plans for the second soul ring? Given your current physical prowess, a 1,000-year soul ring should pose no problem. Xia Tianling carefully assessed his body and contemplated, stating, considering my current physical condition, absorbing a soul ring of approximately 2,000 years should be manageable. The subspecies of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the Thunder Dragon, possesses both lightning and power attributes, which should align well with me. Its greatest strengths are its affinity for lightning and overwhelming power. The dawn martial spirit itself has no inherent attribute, but whatever is added will transform into that shape. Thus, prioritizing the familiar lightning attribute is essential. Moreover, with the storm battle axe in hand, it would be somewhat remiss not to acquire the thunder god aspect to complement the axe, not at the same time, but within the same soul-hunting forest. Let us go, brothers. That afternoon, a fortunate thunder dragon was captured by Douluo to serve as Xia Tianling's soul ring, fortuitously around 2,000 years in age. He did not dare to let Xia Tianling confront alone. A 2,000-year lightning attribute thunder dragon was formidable. Even a level 3 soul master would find it challenging to contend with. However, to his astonishment, upon activating his true dragon martial spirit and unleashing his bloodline pressure to its fullest, the unfortunate thunder dragon was so frightened that it fainted. A foul odor emanated from the ground. It had even lost control of its bladder. Big brother, could you make it quick? The thunder dragon thought. It's one thing to be captured by a titled Douluo, but to be intimidated by such overwhelming bloodline pressure. Combined with my internal injuries and the aura of a titled Douluo, how could I possibly withstand all this? The rest was considerably simpler. His dual-set martial spirit emerged, and the fusion activated. Xia Tianling wielded the storm battle axe, mustering his strength and swiftly ending the life of this unfortunate creature with 3 decisive strikes, severing its massive dragon head. Douluo scratched his head, aware that dragonkind was highly sensitive to bloodline purity. But he had not anticipated that a 5-clawed golden dragon could be so formidable. It's worth noting that even the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Engine, could merely paralyze the thunder dragon, but only under exceptional circumstances due to his titled Douluo status. Xia Tianling sat cross-legged with delight, skillfully drawing in the purple soul ring to commence absorption. Having prior experience, coupled with the intimidation of the true dragon aura and the compatibility of attributes, the absorption proceeded swiftly. The 1,000-year soul ring continuously transformed Xia Tianling's body while gradually compressing the liquid false core within him. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, the originally liquid golden core began to solidify, rotating as it slowly ascended from the lower dantian. Just as the false core reached the heart's central dantian, the soul power throughout his body completed its refinement, and the false core instantaneously solidified, transforming into a true golden core. Golden core achieved. For millennium thereafter, the ample soul power of the soul rings continued to nurture and expand the golden core, which was initially no larger than a dragon's eye. Thunder rumbled in the sky. It was merely sound with no accompanying tribulation. In the Douluo continent, or rather Douluo star, the concept of heavenly tribulation does not exist. The heavenly principle that birthed the Tao Sutra within this realm is unable to bring forth tribulations from other dimensions, resulting in a current awkward situation of thunderous sounds without any lightning strikes. The thunderous tribulation seemed to mock. Are you experiencing a bug? However, Xia Tianling paid no heed to such trivialities as he was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging. The martial soul, the Qi Si in the lower dantian, and the golden core in the middle dantian formed a stable cyclical pathway. Soul power flowed continuously among the 3, gradually increasing. Once the soul ring of the thunder dragon was perfectly absorbed, his soul power ascended from the 21st level during the nascent stage to the current 23rd level. This prompted a moment of reflection from Xia Tianling, who mused on how such a remarkable aid to cultivation had been rendered necessity for breakthroughs by the creator of the soul master profession. An utterly foolish decision. Was there truly no one who attempted to devise alternative techniques to alter this situation? Once he achieved mastery in his cultivation and the educational endeavors were set on the right path, he vowed to popularize the great Tao of Longevity Sutra for the benefit of all beings. Unbeknownst to him, even if Tang San wished to impart this knowledge, the people of Douluo could not cultivate it. The reason lies in the stringent requirements of the Tao Sutra concerning the qualifications of the cultivator. Only those with the 5 elements root can practice it, necessitating a balance among the 5 elements. His current body was crafted by an unknown entity, endowing him with exceptional innate talents and perfectly replicating the physical characteristics of an earthling. However, the denizens of the Douluo continent typically possess only 1 or 2 attributes, often derivatives such as wind, thunder, light, or darkness, which are outside the core 5 elements, an exceedingly awkward predicament. How is it, Tianling? Have you acquired the desired soul skill? Noticing Xia Tianling lost in thought after his breakthrough, and assuming he was reveling in the effects of his second soul skill, Douluo approached him with an inquiry. Yes, I have obtained it. Xia Tianling, abruptly pulled from his reverie, unleashed his dual martial souls. Both the hammer and axe now shimmered with subtle arcs of thunderous energy, flickering brilliantly. My second soul skill allows me to release thunderous power that envelopes my entire being and martial souls, enhancing both strength and attack power. Maintaining this state will continuously consume soul power. When I strike an enemy or when they make physical contact with me, they will experience paralysis and explosive effects. Of course, the paralysis varies from individual to individual. If I unleash my full soul power while in the storm battle axe state, each strike can incapacitate an opponent of equal rank, though the duration of the paralysis depends on their physical constitution and resistance to lightning. However, this also results in a rapid depletion of my soul power. In this state, I can only sustain it for about 5 minutes. I refer to this state as Thunder God aids me. Though 5 minutes may seem brief, it is already a testament to the enhancement provided by the golden core and the soul power refined by the Tao Sutra, which far exceeds that of peers. A comparable great soul master would likely struggle to endure even a minute under such conditions. Moreover, if one were pursued for nearly 5 minutes by a powerful attack-oriented soul master, each strike capable of inducing paralysis and accompanied by a small explosion, they would surely come to understand why flowers bloom so vividly that day. This would be especially dire if the opponent possessed a beast martial soul. Even if one has high resistance to lightning, any attempt to counterattack would result in experiencing the backlash of the thunder attribute, a most unpleasant ordeal. Another enhancement type skill? It sounds rather promising. If your opponent cannot effectively control you or maintain distance, once you close in, not even a soul master of the same rank could withstand 5 minutes in such a state of lightning empowerment, Douluo remarked, feeling the power emanating from the storm battle axe and giving Xia Tianling a hearty pat on the shoulder. Haha, I am indeed exceptionally gifted. Now let's return. This soul ring acquisition mission has been a resounding success. Douluo, observing Xia Tianling's exuberance, chose not to say more. After all, children are always delighted with their newfound treasures. The following day, in a quiet chamber of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was instructing Xia Tianling in his cultivation after returning from certain matters. She had already witnessed Xia Tianling's 2 skills, the age of his soul rings, and Douluo's supplementary descriptions, all of which she greatly praised. The imposing aura surrounding Bibi Dong now exerted even more pressure on him. Familiar with the original narrative, Xia Tianling speculated that her 3-month absence was likely spent completing a trial for the Rakshasa inheritance. However, the early sections of the original text offered scant information regarding Bibi Dong, leaving timelines and details to vague conjecture. Dual martial souls and ordinary martial souls are not fundamentally different. They're both integral parts of our being. Hence, as long as the body can endure, it is entirely possible for both to manifest simultaneously, Bibi Dong explained to Xia Tianling, elucidating the greatest advantage and challenge of possessing dual martial souls. In summary, this encapsulates the essence of utilizing dual martial souls together. Do you comprehend? Bibi Dong inquired with a measured tone. Disciple understands, Xia Tianling promptly replied. This technique of dual usage is neither particularly difficult nor exceptionally easy. It hinges on 2 key points. First, one must possess an adept and profound understanding of both martial souls, allowing them to complement and assist each other. Second, robust physical constitution is necessary to withstand the simultaneous manifestation of 2 martial souls. Fortunately, the compatibility of his dual martial souls is remarkably high, and their fusion property further facilitates this. With regard to physical prowess, the enhancements provided by the True Dragon martial soul and the modifications from the 2 soul rings, combined with foundational body refinement, enable Xia Tianling's physique to rival that of a soul master. Very well, channel your soul power and give it a try, Bibi Dong instructed. Following her guidance, Xia Tianling effortlessly released both martial souls simultaneously. In this state, while his combatability was further enhanced, maintaining it required a greater expenditure of soul power. Should he then engage in battle wielding the storm battle axe, he would find himself reduced to a mere 3-minute warrior, akin to the valiant first-generation Ultraman. Maintain it, release the thunderous energy, and deplete your soul power entirely. Bibi Dong's voice remained cold, yet she enveloped her disciple in her mental energy. As time passed, Xia Tianling's soul power dwindled, prompting the Tao Sutra to naturally operate. The golden core emitted a soft hum, and his soul power began to recover at an accelerated pace. You did not utilize the soul power circulation method I provided for meditation? From where did this approach to soul power operation originate? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Before attending to her affairs, She had indeed imparted a meditation method derived from the Spirit Hall, which was far superior to the haphazard practices of soul masters. However, in comparison to the Tao Sutra, it appeared rudimentary and crude. With Bibi Dong's keen perception, she could discern the sophistication of the Tao Sutra's manipulation of the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits. Teacher, this method of cultivation manifested spontaneously in my mind, Xia Tianling replied, blinking innocently. Sometimes I can glimpse fragments of inexplicable events, perhaps from the future or moments I cannot identify. Thus, in my childhood, I earned the nickname the prophet in my village. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Xia Tianling, falling into deep contemplation. She had discreetly investigated his background, an unknown orphan adopted by old Jack after being discovered on the mountainside, who had never left Holy Soul Village nor interacted with outsiders in 6 years. Old Jack hailed from a lineage of impoverished farmers spanning 18 generations. His background pristine beyond reproach, ensuring no complications would arise. The route of soul power he traversed was utterly unprecedented. Even that fellow Tang Hao could never master such a technique. Could it be that he was indeed born with such knowledge? Is there truly a soul in this world endowed with such extraordinary gifts? Indeed, Bibi Dong was well aware of Tang Hao's seclusion in the Holy Soul Village. And following the awakening of the summer spirit, she also discerned that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. With the vast influence of the Spirit Hall, locating an individual was hardly a challenge. The only reason she refrained from taking action against the father and son duo was the lack of necessity. Her ability to betray Qin Xuanji was indeed facilitated by Tang Hao's fortune. Thus, perhaps such uniquely gifted individuals truly exist. It seemed hardly remarkable that he possessed such an extraordinary martial soul and peculiar talents. Very well, continue your cultivation in this manner. Such a meditative approach is quite advanced. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, resolving to no longer dwell on the matter. Yes, master, replied Xia Tianling, who inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly sweating in apprehension. Given Bibi Dong's character in the original narrative, he had genuinely feared she might eliminate him, an unstable factor, with a single strike or imprison him to avert future risks. Fortunately, another function of the system, mental interference, came into play. Mental interference, though sounding grand, merely facilitated others' acceptance of one's words, rendering them less suspicious. Moreover, one's statements had to be reasonable and logical. If one were to employ mental interference to declare to Bibi Dong that one was her spouse, the outcome would be swift and fatal. This was mental interference, not mental alteration. It lacked such bug-like power. Of course, without active invocation, the effects of mental interference were exceedingly weak, nearly negligible. To actively utilize this function, one would similarly need to employ a wish with destiny power. The greater the amount, the more pronounced the effect. Once activated, it significantly bolstered the credibility of one's speech while diminishing the likelihood of skepticism from others. However, if the counterpart held unwavering conviction regarding a matter, disbelief could still occur. Much like Tang San's behavioral patterns concerning the overall compendium of the Xiantian treasure record, Xia Tianling relied on the scant destiny power acquired from altering the lives of residents in the Holy Soul Village, continuously transforming Tang San over 6 long years before finally witnessing results. Just moments ago, he had wished to the system, investing half of his remaining destiny power to activate mental interference. It was not that Xia Tianling was being stingy. Rather, there were further plans ahead, and exhausting all resources here would jeopardize the success of those endeavors. Transforming the life trajectories of Su Yuntao, Tang San, the master, and Bibi Dong yielded a substantial amount of destiny power, although the system did not specify numerical values. If the accumulated destiny power were likened to a large bottle of soda, the standard amount required to activate mental interference would only amount to a small can. That evening, after concluding his daytime training, the time arrived for Xia Tianling to roam freely. Unlike his usual visits to the library, he ventured into the archives room. As the name suggests, this was a repository for the Spirit Hall's historical records, akin to an archive. His aim today was to examine the soul awakening records from the past 2 years. Thanks to the Spirit Hall's diligent service year after year, any soul master awakened by the Spirit Hall, provided they possessed soul power, would be duly recorded by the responsible personnel and sent back to Spirit City for safekeeping. Amidst the vast sea of documents, Xia Tianling initially perused the awakening records from Notting City and its neighboring villages for the current year. Wangshengmail, Notting City, Fanis Province, Heavendou Empire, from a commoner family, Beast Martial Soul, Battle Tiger, Innate Soul Power Level 2, a work-study student at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Was this the foolish lad from the original tale who fought Tang San? I wonder if he has clashed with Tang San yet. Ignoring the miscellaneous details below, he proceeded to unroll another scroll. Tang San, male, Holy Soul Village, a subsidiary of Nodding City, Fanis Province, Heavendo Empire, from a peasant family. Plant Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, innate full soul power, a work-study student at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Has little San's record been altered? Xia Tianling scratched his head, bringing the parchment closer to a nearby soul guiding lamp for a meticulous inspection. The first scratch indicated a clear indication of a blacksmith as the father, suggesting a single-parent household. The second smudged area vaguely revealed XXX Luo XC. Could it have originally stated that he was the son of the Hao Yin Duo Tang Hao? A cold sweat broke out over Xia Tianling. Could it be that the spirit hall had long known little San's identity? Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible, and a wave of panic washed over him. Fortunately, he had invested a considerable amount of destiny power to activate mental interference. Otherwise, Bibi Dong, who was well acquainted with his background, would undoubtedly have questioned such an absurd explanation. It seemed he needed to reassess his ability to gather grassroots information from the spirit hall. It appeared that some individuals had modified the original content to keep Tang San's identity under wraps. If not for his familiarity with the original plot, he would never have deduced the original wording from those two characters. Shaking his head, Xia Tianling continued to sift through the documents at hand. Currently, his teacher was Bibi Dong. The more powerful the spirit hall, the better. Was there no record of his own? Perhaps his information had been sealed. As he perused through numerous records, Xia Tianling grew ever closer to discovering what he sought. At last, a familiar name caught his eye. Ma Ongjun Male. A farmer from the subsidiary village of Sikhen in the Baloch Kingdom. Beast Martial Soul. Variant Grass Chicken. Innate Soul Power Level 9. Found you, little fatty. Chapter 15. The Premature Disintegration of the Shrek's 7 Monsters. The original text made no mention of Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's origins, with only the clear detail that Oscar was 2 years older than the little fatty, complicating the search considerably. However, perseverance bore fruit. After hours of diligent effort, Oscar's record was unearthed. Oscar, male, an orphan from the subsidiary village of Lingshi in Soto City. Baloch Kingdom, weapon Martial Soul, sausage, innate full soul power. Just as I suspected, Xia Tianling thought to himself. The personnel responsible for awakenings in the vicinity of Soto City had grievously neglected their duties. They must have hurriedly overlooked the little fatty's martial soul, and Oscar's sausage martial soul and innate full soul power were not reported upwards. It stood to reason that even a food-based martial soul, regardless of possessing only level 1 soul power, should be considered a rare gem. What on earth was happening at that time that allowed such a remarkable talent to slip through the cracks? Once he revealed Oscar's situation, it would trigger a cascade of repercussions. The Spirit Hall branch in Soto City would likely face dire consequences. However, they had it coming. As the branch master and vice master, they were supposed to conduct thorough second reviews and final checks after the awakening personnel returned with the records. Yet these two must have sought convenience, sending the records directly to Spirit City without scrutiny. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Tianling approached the doorway of the archives room, clutching the scrolls containing their records. Uncle, may I temporarily borrow these 2 scrolls? Huh, Your Highness? Of course you may. Just sign your name in this ledger. The previously drowsy soul master guarding the entrance, upon recognizing the disciple of the Pope, quickly opened the door wide, eager to leave a favorable impression. Thank you, Uncle. How convenient it is to be Bibi Dong's disciple. This is truly delightful. By now, it was late, yet the brightly lit corridor remained eerily quiet, with only the occasional patrolling soul master passing by. Soon, Xia Tianling arrived at the entrance of Bibi Dong's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, are you resting? Gently, Xia Tianling rapped thrice on the door, certain that Bibi Dong was engaged in her routine cultivation. At the level of a titled Douluo, while meals were still necessary, sleep was no longer required, with meditation taking its place. Creak, Gumin. The 2 grand doors opened automatically, and Xia Tianling stepped inside. In the dead of night, instead of cultivating, you come to seek your master for what purpose? Bibi Dong, initially irritated by the interruption of her training, quelled her annoyance upon recognizing her disciple. Master, look at this. I stumbled upon it while perusing the archives this evening. In order to ensure the success of his plan, Xia Tianling communicated with the system while speaking, activating his mental interference. Bibi Dong took the scroll, opened it, and upon seeing the records of the 2 individuals, erupted in furious rage, nearly crushing the scrolls in her hands. Good. Truly a capable group of subordinates. BB Dong seethed. A mutated grass chicken possessing innate level 9 soul power? An unprecedented food-type soul master with full innate soul power who hasn't been reported? Such audacity! Bring them in, BB Dong bellowed, and 2 maidservants hurriedly entered. Notify Elder Ghost to take my papal edict and set off immediately to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Execute the negligent parties on the spot, no matter what. Bring those 2 geniuses back to the Spear Hall, especially that sausage-wielding soul master. Tianling, since you discovered this matter, would you accompany Elder Ghost? As a disciple, I shall alleviate my master's burdens. This suggestion delighted Xia Tianling, who had been pondering how to accompany them. How else could he smoothly recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun as his future subordinates? The following morning, Ghost Douluo took Xia Tianling to the 3rd main hall of the Spirit Hall in Soto City, with Xia Tianling leading the way and Ghost Douluo following closely. The 2 approached the entrance of the branch hall with an air of confidence. This had been their agreement on the way there. The former sought a legitimate opportunity to display his prowess, while the latter aimed to hone the capabilities of his junior. Who are you 2? Please restrain yourselves. The Spirit Hall does not tolerate such insolence. A station guard called out to block their path. It wasn't that they were being denied entry. Rather, Xia Tianling's swagger was somewhat provoking. This was precisely the reaction he desired. If the guards remained silent, how could he progress with his carefully devised script? However, he did not vex the guard further, having no personal grievance against him. Instead, he retrieved the papal edict given to him by BB Dong before setting off. Have your branch hall leaders come out to see me immediately. The papal edict. The proclamation of the papal edict was akin to the Pope's own presence. The guard, his throat dry, hastily bowed and stammered, "My lords, please wait a moment. Allow me to escort you inside to rest." A more astute guard had already acknowledged the papal edict and, upon receiving a confirming glance from Xia Tianling, hurried off to summon assistance. Very well. Xia Tianling uttered a nasal sound and strode forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Shortly after settling in the reception room, 2 middle-aged men rushed in, flustered, to pay their respects to Xia Tianling, who was leisurely enjoying a juice. The branch hall's leaders, who had been boasting in their office, were now terrified at the sight of 2 high-ranking figures bearing the papal edict and scrambled downstairs without regard for their decorum. As for doubting the authenticity of the papal edict, who would dare forge such a document? That would be courting death. This morning's forger would find themselves besieged by the Spirit Hall's elite guards by nightfall. Moreover, the audacity of this individual to demand their presence indicated nothing good. "My lord, I am a hall master of the Soto City 3rd main hall. May I ask which branch hall master stands before me?" They cautiously inquired. "I am the apprentice of the current pope, His Majesty BB Dong," Xia Tianling replied, nonchalantly swirling the exquisite silver cup in his hand. It was not even wine, and one could only wonder why he was twirling it. Nevertheless, this display of authority only heightened the anxiety of the hall master and his deputy. "Your Highness, what brings you here this time? Who is responsible for this year's awakening work in the Morning Bell Village and the Spirit Food Village from 2 years ago? Have them come here at once." Xia Tianling slammed the empty silver cup onto the table, although his tone remained unchanged. An icy chill in his words sent shivers down the spines of the hall master and his deputy. "That would be me." The deputy hall master spoke up cautiously after a moment of silence. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Tianling's expression hardened as he stood up and, with all his might, kicked the bowing deputy in the face, knocking him backward, then followed up with several more kicks. "So, a mutated grass chicken with innate level 9 soul power, huh? And a food-type soul master with full innate soul power, yet you failed to report it? You think you're clever? Do you have any idea how much damage you've almost inflicted on the Spirit Hall? I accuse you of dereliction of duty." The deputy hall master dared not retaliate, even refraining from using his soul power for protection, as he shielded his head, suffering bruises and losing 2 teeth. As he lay in bed reading novels, he had always thought this situation absurd. An unprecedented food-type soul master with full innate soul power. Furthermore, with a clean background and no connections. How could such a civilian genius have gone unclaimed by the Spirit Hall? Damn it, this feels so satisfying. After venting his frustration, he called over Ghost Douluo, who had been sipping tea and watching the spectacle. "Elder Ghost, please incapacitate this man and take him along with this wretched fellow to the 2 villages." Ghost Douluo, a title Douluo, struck terror into the heart of the hall master, whose body trembled like a leaf. Xia Tianling knew that once he mentioned the food-type soul master with full innate soul power, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. His negligence in not reviewing the awakening records submitted by the deputy hall master had caused him to miss such a prodigy, a serious dereliction of duty. Not to mention, It wasn't just a mere third hall master like himself who would face consequences. Even the platinum Bishop Salas would kneel in such a scenario. That wretched deputy hall master had truly brought him to this point of despair. As for the hall master, he faced the loss of his position and a penalty of 20 years of awakening work for nearby children, along with a deduction of 20-year salary. Do you have any objections? The hall master dared not voice any dissent, hurriedly expressing his gratitude for being spared. Given the severity of this blunder, merely preserving his life felt like a stroke of good fortune. As for his salary, wealth was ultimately secondary. As long as he lived, he could always earn more. After all, as the former hall master of Spirit Hall branch, he still possessed some assets. The deputy hall master, however, had already been reduced to a state of terror, his robe soaked with fear. When Ghost Law stepped forward to shatter his meridians, he succumbed to the pain and fainted. Xia Tianling directed his subordinates to confine the now crippled deputy in a small cage, tethered to the back of a cart. Leading a retinue of guards, they set off with great pomp and circumstance. Chapter 16. The future god of cuisine bring it here. Unlike Tang San, who could immediately enroll as a work-study student at the Nodding City Primary Academy after awakening, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were not even eligible for such a position at the Soul Master Academy. Shenghun Village had once produced a soul sage, granting it an annual work-study slot. However, the villages around Soto City were different. Collectively, they barely had one slot each year. Coincidentally, these villages often had 1 or 2 children with soul power each year. Yet, even with just a level or 2 of initial soul power, this meant that orphans like Ma Hongjun and Oscar were virtually excluded from that opportunity. Wherever there are people, there exist classes and circles of interest. Not every village chief would be as benevolent as Old Jack. Moreover, areas consistently producing soul masters were considerably wealthier than Shenghun Village, and the small privileges that could be gained from such power would translate into greater benefits. This situation reflects the reality faced by the vast majority of civilian soul masters. After awakening their martial souls, those unfortunate like Oscar might have to wait an additional 2 or 3 years to join a primary soul master academy. After enduring 6 arduous years of training and with the assistance of the Academy's instructors, I managed to acquire the most ordinary soul ring upon graduation. Upon entering society, I continued to rely on the support from the Spirit Hall, struggling to cultivate my abilities, destined to remain merely a great soul master for the entirety of my life. And perhaps, if fortune favored me, I might break through to become a soul sovereign. Nevertheless, even with the faintest glimmer of hope, who could truly relinquish their ambitions? After all, even a mere one-ring soul master is regarded as a figure of nobility in the eyes of common folk. In the original narrative, it wasn't until the age of 9 that Ma Hongjun was discovered by Flender and accepted as a disciple from his village. Oscar's backstory prior to entering Shrek Academy remains unmentioned, suggesting he too languished in his village for several years. Had he attended a junior soul master academy, it is likely he would have been fiercely contested for by various factions upon enrollment. From a distance, the luxurious convoy of the Spirit Hall was spotted by the villagers of Lingshi Village, who promptly reported it to the village chief. This chief was evidently adept at managing affairs. He made his way to the village entrance well in advance to await their arrival. Upon arrival, Xia Tianling beheld a rotund figure adorned with a sycophantic grin, which immediately caused him to frown. Before he could utter a word, the portly man preemptively spoke. Esteemed members of the Spirit Hall, I am the village chief of Lingshi Village. How may I be of service to you? He did not question why a child was addressing them, nor did he dare inquire about the purpose of the Spirit Hall's visit to his humble village. Great figures need not explain their affairs, and his role was merely to provide service, ensuring the visiting dignitaries felt at ease. There is a child approximately 8 years of age named Oscar in your village, correct? Kindly fetch him, and, I emphasize, please fetch him. Xia Tianling cut to the chase. Uninterested in idle conversation, the rotund man paused in surprise and swiftly gestured to a nearby lackey. Did you hear what the esteemed guest said? Hurry and bring young Oscar here. He then turned back to the direction of the carriage, smiling. Esteemed guests, why not rest at my humble abode for a moment? No need, I shall wait here. Xia Tianling firmly rejected the village chief's attempts to ingratiate himself, lowering the curtain. Oscar, in the original tale, was renowned for his extraordinary talent, heralded as the finest among the younger generation, sought after by deities who even granted him a divine position for his wife. In terms of talent, he was far superior to even the third-rate individuals. Now, this precious gem was soon to fall under my purview. Xia Tianling felt a surge of excitement, whether for the sake of gaining a capable ally, mitigating a potential threat, or merely to amass a significant amount of destiny power to compensate for a regret from his past life. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Soon, Oscar was courteously brought before the spirit hall's carriage by the chief's lackey. Confused and bewildered, Oscar, a poor boy who made his living selling sausages, could hardly comprehend why such illustrious figures from the spirit hall would take an interest in him. As Xia Tianling stepped out of the carriage, he was met with Oscar's distinctive peach blossom eyes. The 8-year-old Oscar had not yet grown the scruffy appearance depicted in the original tale. Clad in simple garments, he already exuded a certain charm. Standing before Oscar, Xia Tianling first bowed deeply before speaking. Oscar, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Due to the negligence of our lower-tier personnel, you have suffered an unjust treatment, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. The responsible parties have been punished and stripped of their soul power, confined as we speak. As his words fell, the dozen or so guards accompanying the carriage bowed in unison. Please forgive us. This was a directive that Xia Tianling had previously arranged during their journey, and of course, it was not without compensation. Each guard received 10 gold soul coins. For Xia Tianling, a sum exceeding 100 gold soul coins was negligible, yet for these guards, most of whom were only 1 or 2 rings, it represented nearly half a year's wages. No one would hesitate to utter an apology, 100 times over if necessary. After all, they were all laborers in the same struggle. Who would turn away from gold soul coins? Oscar, at merely 8 years of age and living off the meager income from selling sausages, was utterly flabbergasted by the sight of so many Spirit Hall guards bowing before him in apology, compounded by the presence of this clearly influential child. Not only Oscar, but even the village chief and his lackey were rendered speechless. This was the vice master of a third-rank main hall, a figure of immense significance within the entire Balik kingdom. And here he was, now reduced to the status of a mere captive, lesser than even a one-ringed soul master. Oscar hastily waved his hands, stammering, "And no, it's fine. I'm already deeply grateful that a dignitary from the Spirit Hall would grant me the chance to awaken my spirit. With my spirit, I will no longer have to endure hunger and can even enjoy meat. I'm quite well, truly quite well. Thank you all." Sighing internally, Xia Tianling reflected on the fact that Oscar was still just a child. The simple act of an apology had moved him to tears. It appeared that his subsequent methods would not be necessary. He could simply continue along the script he had prepared. Taking advantage of Oscar's ignorance regarding his imminent entry into the Spirit Academy for rigorous training, he saw an opportunity to further enhance his favorability. Thank you for your understanding. In light of this, there is one more matter I wish to discuss. Xia Tianling deliberately paused. I would like to invite you to join the Spirit Academy as my partner. From this point forward, I shall take full responsibility for all your resources. As a disciple of Bibi Dong and perhaps half a disciple of Qian Dalu, claiming that the resources of the Spirit Hall were at his disposal was not without merit. He might as well make use of them in advance. Upon hearing this, Oscar's mind went blank, staring wide-eyed and pointing at himself unsteadily. Why, you mean I can attend the Spirit Academy? Yes, indeed, Oscar. And please, refrain from addressing me as you. Free. Yes, free. Will there be meals provided? Of course. Xia Tianling chuckled. Not only meals, but also lodging, clothing, financial support, and assistance in obtaining suitable soul rings. After ensuring that this child was indeed the one he was referring to, and under the incredulous gaze of the village chief, Oscar let out a jubilant cry and promptly knelt before Xia Tianling, excitedly clinging to his leg. Big brother, from now on, you're my true big brother. You're too good to me. Xia Tianling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hurriedly helped him back up. Get up. We don't do that here. And besides, I'm not your big brother. You're 2 years older than me. Whether or not, from now on, you'll be my boss. I'm sticking with you. As an orphan with nothing to his name, Oscar promptly decided to accompany Xia Tianling. In this light-hearted atmosphere, Xia Tianling guided him to a vacant carriage behind, allowing the ghost Douluo to travel alone in another. Not everyone possessed the fortitude to share a carriage with a title Douluo in unfamiliar circumstances. Chapter 17. No one understands the art of gaining prestige more than I do. Sikhen Village, also known as the Ma family village. The majority of the villagers here share the surname Ma, and their martial spirits are predominantly rather ordinary. However, this year, a golden phoenix emerged from the chicken coop. A chubby boy named Ma Hongjun awakened the phoenix martial spirit. Although this spirit seemed to possess some flaws, his innate soul power of level 9 brought immense joy to the villagers. The only drawback was that Sikhen village was impoverished. The village chief, whose honest nature was influenced by the martial spirit, lacked the social acumen of the rotund chief from Lingshur village and could not afford to offer bribes. Thus, The opportunity for the chubby boy to attend as a working student was naturally awarded to another child from a neighboring village who had more understanding parents. The village chief of Sikhen, laboring in the fields, wore a worried expression. The tuition fees for normal students were exorbitant, requiring dozens of gold soul coins a year, a sum that even the collective strength of the entire village could not afford. After many years, the village finally produced a prodigious talent like Ma Hongjun, blessed with innate soul power, only to see him unable to afford an education due to poverty. Alas, how can we, as elders, face his deceased parents? While the old village chief was deep in thought, a grand procession of carriages approached the village with much commotion. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this luxurious caravan belonged to the spirit hall. As the convoy drew near, the old village chief hastened to greet them, only to be surprised when a child leaped from one of the carriages. "I am the village chief of this village, Sikhen," he addressed the visitors, recognizing the child's remarkable status as soon as he alighted. He was uncertain how to properly address such an esteemed figure. "Village chief, we are here to find Ma Hongjun, who has recently awakened his martial spirit, a mutated phoenix." In contrast to the pompousness of the rotund man, Xia Tianling felt a surge of admiration for the weathered village chief, reminiscent of the humble and kind-hearted old Jack. "I shall fetch Junior at once. Please wait," the old chief said, eager to assist. "Please, sir, join us in the carriage. It would be more convenient," Xia Tianling insisted, pulling the old chief aboard. The chief, taken aback by the unexpected honor, hurriedly directed the carriage driver. Before long, they arrived at Ma Hongjun's home, or rather, the old chief's abode, where he had been caring for the orphan boy over the years. This village, rather than being called Ma's village, could more aptly be named Ma's fortress, as nearly all the villagers shared some familial ties. Compared to Oscar, another orphan, Ma Hongjun's childhood had been far more fortunate. Hearing commotion outside, Ma Hongjun rushed out, momentarily stunned by the opulent procession, while curious villagers peeked from their homes. "Hongjun, come here." The village chief beckoned to the pudgy boy. The 6-year-old Ma Hongjun had recently awakened his martial spirit and had not yet developed the lewd demeanor described in the original narrative. He was merely a spirited little lad, a bit bold and naive. "Nice to meet you, Ma Hongjun. I am Xia Tianling. I am older than you, so you may call me Lingo." Xia Tianling greeted him with a smile, extending his hand. Ma Hongjun, glancing at the similarly aged but distinguished Lingo, hastily wiped his hands on his clothes before shaking hands. "Lingo, what brings you to me?" the chubby boy inquired, looking bewildered. "I am here to invite you to join the Spirit Academy for your studies. I will take care of all your training resources, including food, clothing, and the acquisition of soul rings. The Academy will assist you in every aspect," Xia Tianling stated, delivering his recruitment pitch confidently, adding with emphasis, completely free of charge. At this revelation, both the elder and the young boy flushed with excitement. This was the Spirit Hall Academy, an institution that even the wealthy struggled to access, let alone for free. They quickly accepted the offer, declining the village chief's generous invitation to a meal. Ma Hongjun gathered a few personal items and boarded the carriage with them. They were bound for Soto City, where Xia Tianling planned to orchestrate a grand spectacle to pave the way for his future endeavors. On their journey back, the two destined brothers, who were fated to meet, felt an immediate camaraderie. Xia Tianling revealed his identity as a disciple of the Pope. The carefree Ma Hongjun exclaimed in awe, while the more mature Oscar resolved to firmly grasp this opportunity. Observing the lively banter between the two, Xia Tianling's thoughts drifted to peculiar reflections. In the timeline of Douluo, it seemed that most prodigies of humble origins had lost their parents. He pondered the fates of himself, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, the young women of the Tianshui Academy, and even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Many had no familial ties, including his own mentor, Bibi Dong. As he considered this unsettling pattern, he realized that the orphanage's name was indeed fitting. It echoed the stark reality that few characters enjoyed harmonious families with both parents. The following day, before the Soto City branch of the Spirit Hall, a tall wooden platform was erected, upon which stood a cage containing the branch leader, who had awakened but was now vacant-eyed. Upon returning, Xia Tianling had intended to interrogate why this leader had failed to report the two prodigies, but instead found the man in a stupor, drooling and disoriented. Ghost Douluo, probing with his spiritual power, discerned that the man had been left in a state of sheer terror. Thus, any plans for interrogation were abandoned. Nonetheless, this turn of events ensured that the subsequent plan to garner public favor would proceed without complication. At that moment, Xia Tianling, flanked by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, prepared to present their case from the platform. As the grassroots personnel of the Spirit Hall gathered, accompanied by a throng of curious civilians. Xia Tianling cleared his throat and produced a simple amplification device from his ring. Greetings to the residents of Soto City. I am an inspector sent by the Pope of the Spear Hall. I am here to thoroughly investigate a grave dereliction of duty. Today, in your presence, we shall deliver justice. The two prodigies, who should have been exempt from examination to enter the Spirit Hall Academy, were nearly overlooked due to the negligence of the branch leader. Thus, he would face the penalty of having his soul power stripped away and be expelled from the Spirit Hall, never to be employed again. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The branch leader, a figure of great standing, had fallen from grace due to his negligence. Silence, everyone. Serving the public is our duty, and we will extend our assistance to even the most remote villages, ensuring that every child has the opportunity to awaken their martial spirit. We also provide work-study slots and subsidies for low-ranking soul masters, striving to ensure that no capable individual is overlooked and that no wrongdoer escapes justice. A soul master's mistakes are as grave as those of a commoner. As Xia Tianling delivered his impassioned speech, the cheers of the Soto City populace echoed around him, leaving Ghost Douluo stunned at the effectiveness of the rhetoric. Perhaps this is what being a genius entails. While he himself had been a clueless child at 6, here stood Xia Tianling, a stark contrast in maturity and purpose. The crowd's fervor reached a climax when Xia Tianling announced the expulsion of the Soto City branch leader and mandated that he assist in awakening the village children for 20 years. The notion that those once high and mighty could face such severe repercussions was unfathomable. Reflecting on the once mighty figures who relished their power, the sight of the now disenfranchised vice leader was nothing short of gratifying. Chapter 18. No one understands how to gain favor better than I. Having concluded this chapter in the separation of the Shrek 7 monsters, Xia Tianling returned to the Pope's palace with his newly acquired companions. Along the way, the prospect of meeting the Pope filled Ma Hongjun and Oscar with excitement, perhaps more so for the soul rings they anticipated. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, the two companions awaited outside. Upon comprehending the circumstances, Bibi Dong, without uttering a word, swiftly reduced the branch hall master to a mere heap of flesh and blood. This visceral display of violence left Xia Tianling, witnessing murder for the first time, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach, his complexion paling intermittently. Bibi Dong adjusted her crumpled sleeves and spoke slowly. Tianling, you have handled this matter commendably. Not only have you brought two prodigies back to our Spear Hall, but you have also amplified our reputation for justice. However, your methods are excessively gentle. To achieve great ambitions, one must act decisively and ruthlessly. Yes, master. I acknowledge my shortcomings and shall rectify them in the future, Xia Tianling replied, suppressing the urge to vomit, his response somewhat forced. Having lived in a modern world for 2 decades, the ease with which one could take a life was a profound affront to his moral compass. Bibi Dong chose not to comment further, attributing his reaction to his youth, recognizing that it was natural for him to struggle with such a brutal approach. Do you have anything else to add regarding this matter? The disciple believes we should establish an organization directly under your command, Xia Tianling proposed. This organization will oversee the daily operations of each branch hall, ensuring they fulfill their duties and remain diligent in their work. He had contemplated this while returning, realizing that emulating the practices of the Jinui or the Inspectorate was a straightforward solution. Upon reflection, it was rather absurd that such a vast organization as the Spirit Hall lacked an oversight body, challenging the very essence of human morality. Indeed, it was rather unscientific. Your insight is commendable. I have already initiated preparations for this. The Spirit Judgment Tribunal has been secretly established. Naturally, the master is astute and thorough, Xia Tianling remarked, seizing the opportunity to flatter. After all, who would not appreciate a kind word? Furthermore, I believe we should intensify our efforts in discovering talented commoners. During my visit to Soto City, I observed numerous children of suitable age who had awakened their spirits, yet could not afford to attend the academy. We could allocate additional funds to provide more work-study opportunities, explicitly informing them that their education is sponsored by our Spirit Hall. In doing so, we shall better unearth talent while ensuring that those who benefit from our generosity are inclined to support the Spirit Hall in the future. Not only will those students express gratitude, but their families and neighbors will also appreciate our contributions. Without our support, it is exceedingly difficult for commoner spirit masters to cultivate. This discourse was not solely aimed at harvesting talent for the Spirit Hall. Xia Tianling harbored a deeper desire to offer more commoners a pathway to ascend. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Regarding the allocation of additional funds, it was a trivial matter. The wealth of the Spirit Hall was immense. and dispersing several tens of thousands of positions annually posed no issue, especially considering that not every year would witness a surge in children capable of becoming spirit masters. It was fundamentally a choice that benefited all parties involved. The Spirit Hall would gain talent and prestige, while commoner spirit masters would receive opportunities for advancement. Bibi Dong paused, momentarily taken aback. Having occupied a high position for so long, she had never contemplated the plight of lower-tier spirit masters, nor had she considered increasing their opportunities. Having ascended to the papacy after betraying Qian Xuanji and outmaneuvering Qian Dalu, Bibi Dong was not lacking in intelligence and possessed a keen strategic insight. She instantly recognized the long-term benefits of this initiative for the Spirit Hall and praised Xia Tianling, instructing the title Douluo Dalu to implement the proposal. Simultaneously, she shed the last vestiges of wariness she held towards her disciple. Within just 3 months, he had brought forth an unprecedented innate full-spirit power food-type spirit master and proposed a suggestion that would benefit the Spirit Hall for countless years to come. Do you have anything else to add? At this moment, Bibi Dong was in high spirits. Her previous authoritative demeanor softened. Xia Tianling smiled sheepishly. Master, how about appointing Uncle Su Yuntao as the branch master of Soto City? He should have already surpassed level 30. And with both the branch master and vice master having stepped down, a diligent and capable leader is needed to restore order. Su Yuntao, the one who facilitated your awakening in Notting City? Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. She had assumed he sought a reward, yet here he was, demonstrating gratitude even towards the one who merely guided his awakening. Having such a disciple filled her with immense satisfaction. Indeed, approved. Thank you, master. She readily consented, recalling that when Xia Tianling first arrived, he had reviewed the profile of this awakening master. Su Yuntao had diligently awakened children in several remote villages over the past few years, and although his cultivation was slightly lower now as a soul master, it posed no significant issue. Do you not desire anything for yourself? To alleviate the master's burdens is my duty and obligation. There is no question of seeking anything in return. Xia Tianling's words were eloquently delivered, eliciting a private smile from him as he thought to himself that this was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. With this statement, Bibi Dong's wariness towards him should diminish further. Excellent. Truly excellent. The more Bibi Dong observed Xia Tianling, the more she found him admirable. His words struck a chord deep within her heart. After showering him with further praise, she signaled for Oscar and Ma Hongjun to enter, also summoning an elderly man. This elderly figure, though unassuming in appearance, was a formidable food-type title Douluo at level 82, and notably, the only food-type title Douluo in the contemporary spirit master world, with a martial spirit resembling an apple. This was likely one of the 4 food-type spirit masters mentioned in the original text, who ranked above the soul sage Tang Do. Cao Xin, as he watched Oscar pay his respect to this elder, Xia Tianling silently mused. The original text indicated that Shrek's teacher, Shao Xian, was among the top 5 food-type spirit masters on the continent. Yet the other 4 had never made an appearance by the end of the narrative. Observing his companions bowing to a title Douluo, the nearby chubby boy erupted with envy. In the future, the 2 of you shall cultivate alongside Xia Tianling. Oscar, stay behind. Elder Ju, please take Oscar to obtain his first spirit ring. Elder Lu, accompany them, ensuring that the required spirit rings are meticulously selected. The Elder Lu mentioned by Bibi Dong referred to the food-type title Douluo. Dismissed. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Chapter 19. The Arrival. Days later, Oscar returned triumphantly with his first spirit ring. True to the original narrative, he had acquired the recovery sausage. To everyone's astonishment, as he had been practicing in solitude without any guidance, he leaped directly to level 19 upon obtaining the spirit ring. He had always believed that the spirit ring would manifest on its own, and his previous lack of progress was due to insufficient effort. Amidst Oscar's exuberant boasting, Xia Tianling and his companions commenced their formal training at the Spirit Academy. The training content at this age was rather straightforward. Theoretical lessons in the morning followed by self-study in the afternoon. When afternoon training commenced, Xia Tianling declined the instructor's guidance, isolating himself with the chubby boy and Oscar in a training room. Fatty, when you practice on your own, do you often feel an inexplicable fire rising in your lower abdomen, causing distractions that hinder your cultivation? Yes, Linga, how did you know? Maongjun queried, bewildered. As he had not mentioned this to Xia Tianling. That is of no concern. I will now impart to you a set of soul power cultivation techniques. Follow along and practice. Discard the previous meditation methods. Xia Tianling produced a jade tablet and handed it to Ma Hongjun, indicating he should press it to his forehead. The chubby boy complied, instantly feeling a surge of information flooding into his mind. How to alleviate the malevolent fire within Ma Hongjun has been a matter of contemplation for Xia Tianling since long ago. Relying on the inner elixirs of the rooster-crowned phoenix and the tin-headed fiery serpent would undoubtedly take an indeterminate amount of time. However, should the chubby one manage to control the malevolent fire in advance, his cultivation speed would effortlessly surpass that depicted in the original narrative. When faced with uncertainty, a simple wish would suffice. The system proved quite effective, promptly presenting two solutions. Firstly, cultivating a legitimate Buddhist or Taoist technique would serve to suppress the desires, with the former restraining carnal cravings and the latter embodying tranquility and non-action. Both methods possess attributes capable of quelling the malevolent fire within Ma Hongjun. Upon reaching a profound level of cultivation, such as the Soul Saint stage, he would be able to eradicate this malevolent fire entirely. Secondly, there exists a cultivation method known as the Desire Fire Phoenix technique, originating from an unknown dimension inhabited by a being of Phoenix bloodline. This technique's most significant advantage lies in its ability to transform the malevolent fire within into one's own, refining it into genuine life fire. Once initiated, the Desire Fire Phoenix technique allows for the swift refinement of the malevolent fire, which subsequently becomes a characteristic of his true fire, capable of manipulation at will. Naturally, it would evolve into a means of combat rather than a hindrance to his cultivation. As Ma Hongjun's cultivation ascends to the Soul Saint stage, specifically the 7th layer of the Phoenix technique, he will undergo a metamorphosis, entering a state of nirvana. Following this rebirth, the malevolent fire within him will be entirely purged, and his life fire will undergo purification, evolving into the true fire of the Phoenix, which in the context of Douluo continent equates to the ultimate fire. The evil fire Phoenix martial spirit will also transform into a true fire Phoenix martial spirit, unrivaled in the world. Observing the benefits bestowed upon Ma Hongjun, Oscar could hardly contain himself, playfully clinging to Xia Tianling's arm. "Boss, I was the first to follow you. You cannot forget about me, little AO." Since Xia Tianling had requested him to refrain from calling him brother, he had taken to calling him boss instead. As he spoke, he conjured a sausage, exclaiming, "Boss, try this. My first soul skill, it's delicious." Xia Tianling shot him an exasperated glance, but nonetheless retrieved a jade slip and handed it to him, simultaneously taking a bite of the sausage, which indeed proved quite delectable. Frankly speaking, what was so unacceptable about the incantation of Oscar's first soul skill? In the open-minded Douluo continent, where both genders could share a bed, was there truly someone who could not accept a single soul incantation? Having witnessed Ma Hongjun's earlier transformation, Oscar imitated him, pressing the jade slip to his forehead. Compared to the malevolent fire within the chubby one, Oscar's enhancements were far more manageable. The cultivation method entrusted to him by Xia Tianling was that of the martial Tao golden body. Martial artists cultivate their vital essence, focusing on developing the acupoints within their bodies. As a food system supports Soul Master, Oscar lacks self-defense and offensive capabilities. The martial Tao golden body, being a formidable class within martial techniques, strengthens the body, mobilizes vital energy, and develops hidden aspects within. Once the body is developed to a certain extent, the energy becomes as formidable as a mountain, and the blood flows like mercury, harmonizing with the natural world with every breath. All acupoints remain unblocked, merging spirit and flesh into a seamless existence, akin to gold or stone. However, martial cultivation is significantly more arduous than the path of the chubby one. It requires not only the honing of the body and mobilization of vital energy, but also the practice of martial skills, complemented by extensive use of precious medicinal materials for medicinal baths. This is precisely why it is said that scholars are poor while martial artists are wealthy. Had it not been for his backing from the Spirit Hall, Oscar would have required nearly a decade just to enter the threshold without the aid of medicinal baths. The cultivation of martial Tao would rapidly enhance Oscar's physical attributes, enabling him to endure stronger soul rings, while simultaneously increasing his self-defense and offensive capabilities. It would also facilitate his soul power progress, a true win-win situation. Xia Tianling could already envision the scene at the upcoming elite Soul Master competition across the continent, where the seemingly auxiliary little AO, munching on sausages, would effortlessly dispatch those assault-type Soul Masters to tears. The spectacle of the sausage vendor Oscar competing in strength against Dai Mubai and the evil-eyed white tiger would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. "Little San, I have prepared a grand gift for you in a few years. I hope you won't be crushed by the pressure." Boom! Just as Xia Tianling contemplated how to shower Tang San with affection in the future, Ma Hongjun suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. A faint phoenix apparition composed of violet-red flames emerged around him, only to extinguish moments later. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "Linge, I've made it. I'm already at level 10. As he spoke, he animatedly displayed a flicker of his life fire that he had just refined. "Excellent. Go report to Teacher Li and have him guide you in obtaining your first soul ring." "All right, I'm off," the chubby one shouted joyously, scampering away to share his good news with their supervising teacher. Xia Tianling chuckled and shook his head, without that lewd demeanor. The chubby one was quite entertaining and brimming with vitality. In the future, he must ensure to educate him properly, preventing him from going astray. As for little Ao, there was no need for concern. In the original story, following Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had not altered his character much despite their wild growth. After absorbing the martial Dao golden body cultivation method, Oscar gradually emerged from his daze, his expression clouded with worry. Unlike the Desire Fire Phoenix technique, which yielded immediate results, martial cultivation demanded relentless effort over time. Moreover, at the age of 8, Oscar was already somewhat older. Achieving success in cultivation would require even more dedication. Yet, despite his furrowed brow, Oscar harbored no intention of giving up. Having gained a basic understanding of the soul master profession after a morning of learning, he recognized that acquiring offensive capabilities as a food system soul master was akin to a heavenly opportunity, one that would be nearly impossible to find elsewhere. Was it merely about putting in more effort? As long as he persevered, he would endure. Gaining offensive capabilities, what was a little hardship in comparison? After all, no soul master wished to remain weak. Who would willingly embrace weakness? Chapter 20. The shrinking Qian Rinshuema Hongjun eagerly set off to obtain his first soul ring, while Xia Tianling and Oscar continued their diligent training. To expedite Oscar's martial training and for the daily exercise of himself and the chubby one, Xia Tianling specifically commissioned a set of training equipment from the craftsmen within the Spirit Hall. From the most basic barbells and pull-up bars to more complex rowing machines and squat racks, he ensured a comprehensive array of equipment. After all, these designs could simply be requested from the system. They were not high-energy items, and the system readily provided him with a multitude of them. The system had always been generous in this regard. Such commonplace items were not expensive. For instance, a single strand of fate power could exchange for an entire box of Luo fries. High-consumption items were either high-energy, capable of creating extraordinary beings, such as rare materials and cultivation techniques, or high-tech, capable of altering the course of civilization, like soul spirit manufacturing technology or high-precision particle colliders. Unlike ordinary sports equipment, these devices were forged from Iron Mother to ensure that even soul masters with formidable physical attributes could achieve effective training results. The Spirit Hall may lack in certain areas, but it certainly possesses ample financial resources. The weights used in these devices were crafted from invaluable black pattern stones. This type of stone, while lacking in other advantages, is exceptionally dense. A black pattern stone of equal volume weighs several times more than an equivalent volume of gold, making it ideal for use as weights in training equipment. Observing Oscar sweating profusely beneath the training apparatus, Xia Tianling couldn't help but smile with a paternal pride. Look at that. Now this is what I call physical training. Relying solely on weighted running? That is hardly effective. True training requires engaging the entire body. Not only were these training tools simple, but he even contemplated creating an adjustable gravity chamber, akin to Vegeta's training room from Dragon Ball. In that realm of cultivation, not only could one strengthen their physical body, but it also facilitated the advancement of soul power, akin to the divine illumination of the Sea God Island, as depicted in the original work. With such an aid, prior to the prestigious elite soul master competition across the continent, he even harbored the confidence to assemble a team composed entirely of soul kings. At that moment, one could only imagine the expression on Master S's face. How intriguing it would be. "Oh, so you believe you're the only one capable of guiding students in physical training? Little do you know I have witnessed the Black Hand at work." After the chubby boy joyfully returned with his first soul ring, he was immediately compelled to partake in a rigorous routine of theoretical study in the mornings, physical training in the afternoons, and soul power cultivation in the evenings. Every few days, Bibi Dong, who came to guide Xia Tianling's training, personally experienced the effectiveness of these training apparatuses. In praise of his ingenious ideas, she waved her hand and ordered the creation of 100 sets. Each larger branch would receive a set, and 20 sets would be allocated within the Martial Soul Academy, all to be utilized for exercise with these devices. Time slipped away, and the cultivation and physical prowess of the three continued to enhance. One day, Dalu unexpectedly approached Xia Tianling, who was engaged in physical training, and expressed a desire to introduce him to someone. Meet someone? Xia Tianling was somewhat perplexed. Could be Qianren, but wasn't she supposed to be undercover in the Tiando Empire? Could she possibly return? Confused, Xia Tianling followed Dalu into the inner sanctum of the worship hall, where beneath a magnificent statue of a six-winged angel, a stunning young girl was seated in meditation on a mat. Upon sensing someone's approach, the girl slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Grandfather." To his astonishment, it truly was Qianren. What scheme does this old man Dalu have? Does the Qian family, with their angelic divine inheritance, still need to recruit me? Little Shui, this is the young genius I mentioned to you before, whose martial soul quality ranks just below yours, Xia Tianling. Dalu spoke slowly. Tianling, this is my granddaughter, Qianren. Do take a moment to get acquainted and ensure you get along well. Suddenly, a figure burst in. It was Bibi Dong, who had come upon hearing the news. I've already said I have no ulterior motives. Why must you be so anxious? Dalu shook his head, interrupting Bibi Dong. You two chat for a moment. I'll return shortly. With that, he forcefully pushed Bibi Dong outside with an unknown force and closed the door behind him. The girl, Qianren, gazed at Bibi Dong as she was ejected and opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Seizing the opportunity presented by this minor commotion, Xia Tianling took the chance to observe Qianren. Based on the original narrative, she should be around 15 or 16 years old, yet she appeared so youthful. Even if soul power promoted development, she seemed merely 11 or 12. Never mind, I shall first exploit this advantage of appearance and age to engage her in conversation. Hello, Sister Qianren. I am 6 years old this year and have just awakened my martial soul as a new disciple of teacher Bibi Dong. Hello, I am Qianren. She seemed to struggle a bit. I'm the granddaughter of the Grand Offering, Dalu, and I'm 11 years old. 11? That doesn't add up. How could she appear so much younger? She is only about the same age as Hulaina. But perhaps this is fortuitous, as I can adjust my strategy for winning her over. Initially, I had planned to focus on cultivation upon entering the Martial Soul Hall, then engage with Hulaina and the other Golden Generation members. As for Qianren, I intended to let things unfold naturally at first, and later ease the tension between her and Bibi Dong through psychological influence. To prepare for this, I had amassed a considerable amount of fate energy for unforeseen circumstances. Now, it seems I can utilize that energy effectively, allowing me to save time for other endeavors. And I can also expedite my plan to mend the relationship between Qianren and Bibi Dong, with a clear understanding of the situation's trajectory. Xia Tianling smoothly engaged Qianren in conversation. Avoiding sensitive topics, they discussed life, hobbies, friends, and various other subjects. Having been a tour guide in a past life, conversing came naturally to him. He could engage with anyone at will. In no time, they were laughing and sharing stories. Xia Tianling pondered the status of Qianren's undercover mission, wondering if the true crown prince, Shui Tianhe, was truly dead. However, now was not the time to probe such matters. After all, this was their first meeting, and asking sensitive questions could easily arouse suspicion. Patience is key. Such matters cannot be rushed. After an enjoyable conversation, the meeting came to an end with Dalu's return. Xia Tianling rose to bid farewell, expressing a desire to keep in touch. Qianren watched him depart with longing, her face filled with reluctance. Due to her status, she had grown up in solitude, devoid of friends, and even childhood companions were absent. Her only companions were her grandfather, Dalu, and a few offerings in the worship hall. Having resolved to execute her undercover mission, she navigated the palace with caution, and the notion of friendship had become a distant luxury. Meeting Xia Tianling, albeit briefly, provided her with a rare experience of conversing with someone her age, an experience she had never encountered before. Moreover, Xia Tianling's emotional intelligence allowed him to connect with anyone quickly, making his charm irresistible. Grandfather, will I be able to see him again? Of course. Dalu affectionately stroked Qianren's head. Make a friend. Friends? Qianren lowered her head, lost in thought. As the days rolled on, time passed unnoticed, and a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xia Tianling often wandered to the worship hall under the pretense of seeking guidance from Dalu, while in reality, he was clandestinely chatting with Qianren. Through these interactions, they became increasingly familiar with one another. With the assistance of mental influence, Xia Tianling had successfully gleaned the details of her undercover mission from Qianren. Coincidentally, last year, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Tianhe, passed away due to illness, not at the hands of the Martial Soul Hall, but from natural causes. Qian Dalu, seizing the opportunity, devised a plan to have Qian Rinxue disguise herself as Xue Qinghe using the angelic suit, thereby facilitating a coup. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue was resolute in her determination to prove herself to her mother, committing herself to the goal of infiltrating the Tiando Empire. To conceal the truth of Xue Qinghe's replacement, Qian Rinxue returned to the martial Soul City under the guise of training, rarely appearing within the Tiando Empire. This explained why Xia Tianling could frequently find Qian Rinxue in the worship hall over the past year, as well as why, in the original narrative, she could remain undercover for over a decade without the Xue family discovering her true identity. However, the details of how she had infiltrated in previous years remained unknown, though they were of little consequence, were they not? Returning to the current situation, every 6 days the students at the Martial Soul Academy enjoyed a day of rest, during which Xia Tianling would seize the opportunity to visit the worship hall and converse with Qian Rinxue. After half a year of contact and various subtle hints, Xia Tianling had come to understand Qian Rinxue's disposition. At this juncture, she was merely a young girl yearning for maternal love and affirmation, possessing some abilities, yet far removed from the formidable and cunning beauty depicted in the original timeline. It must be said, this significantly simplified Xia Tianling's plan for reconciliation between mother and daughter. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong harbored a flicker of maternal affection for Qian Rinxue, though pride and certain unspoken issues prevented her from reaching out. However, the situation on Qian Rinxue's side proved to be quite challenging. The deep-seated animosity that Qian Rinxue harbors towards Bibi Dong, forged over the course of more than a decade, is not something that can be easily extinguished. This is precisely why, at the outset, Xia Tianling amassed a considerable amount of fate power, aiming to effectuate a significant change in this situation. Now, it appears that only a modest expenditure of fate power is required to achieve his goal. Xia Tianling, as is his custom, engaged Qian Rinxue in casual conversation, subtly steering the dialogue towards the theme of familial bonds, circling around the topic with repetitive discourse. Yet, the essence of his words remained singular. A child with a mother is akin to a treasure. I genuinely envy you for having blood relatives. Noticing that Qian Rinxue had succumbed to a state of emotional resonance under his influence, Xia Tianling discreetly activated a standard level of mental interference through the system. Sister Xue, I truly believe that teacher Bibi Dong still harbors love for you. Perhaps she is burdened by some unspoken troubles. Xia Tianling sighed softly. In my moments of training, I often observe the teacher staring blankly at the direction of the offering hall. She must be yearning for you. What mother could possibly not love her own child? Consider the complex emotions reflected in her gaze every time she sees you. It undoubtedly contains affection. And reflect upon her frequent quarrels with your grandfather upon meeting. Could there be underlying issues? Moreover, Grandmaster Qian Daolu has always shown her deference, suggesting that there is more to the story. Xia Tianling gently coaxed, his words weaving a tapestry of persuasion akin to the whispers of a demon or the soft murmurings of an angel. Under the influence of the mental interference, Qian Rinxue's agreement came in a daze. It has seemed that there are some issues. Sister Xue, consider this. Your name is Qian Rinxue. Your grandfather is Qian Daolu. And my teacher's teacher, the previous pope, is named Qian Xuanji. Before Xia Tianling could finish, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in realization. You mean to say that the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, is actually my father? But that defies natural order and moral principles. How is that possible? The truth was already glaringly evident. Undoubtedly, the previous pope had committed some grievous act against your mother, leading her to harbor resentment towards your grandfather, and even towards you. Xia Tianling shrugged, however. She must still possess some affection for you. Otherwise, she would not care at all. I must confront grandfather for clarification. Qian Rinxue abruptly rose, disregarding Xia Tianling's attempts to dissuade her as she charged forth in search of Qian Daolu. At this moment, 12-year-old Qian Rinxue had just recently broken through to the Soul King realm, bolstered by a complete set of angelic soul bones. Xia Tianling could not possibly restrain her. Sitting bewildered on the ground, Xia Tianling thought to himself, this girl's reaction is rather intense. This situation has exceeded my expectations. Alas, little Xue, do not stir up trouble. Your grandfather will surely inform you of the past. A voice of aged authority echoed through the air, belonging to Qian Daolu, the angel Douluo and grandmaster of the spirit hall. The sudden appearance of Qian Daolu calmed the agitated Qian Rinxue, who then turned her gaze towards Xia Tianling. Her expression complex. At such a young age, her thoughts were remarkably astute. She had deduced the truth from the faintest clues, truly deserving of the title of genius. Hearing Qian Oliu's praise, Xia Tianling felt a blush creep upon his cheeks as he lowered his head slightly. He could hardly admit that he had merely perused the original text. These revelations were but rote recitations. In truth, little Tianling, you have already surmised the reality. Have you not? Yet, out of respect for your teacher and me, you chose not to divulge the truth to little Shui, preferring instead to guide her gently. Qian Dalu spoke calmly. If it were not for the fact that you are a friend rather than an enemy, I would have been inclined to eliminate you on the spot. Fortunately, you belong to the Spear Hall. Listening to this, Xia Tianling merely nodded. Indeed, it was clear that Qian Dalu, as the Limit, Daw, and Angel Grandmaster, was no fool oblivious to the intricacies of human emotion. He saw through Xia Tianling's intentions with remarkable clarity. Yet, what led him to conclude that Xia Tianling was a friend and not an adversary? It was peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. He was the angel Douluo, not a doctoral psychologist. He lacked any mind-reading abilities. Well, Qian Dalu's goodwill towards me is ultimately a positive development. I shall take things one step at a time. Contemplating this, he silently rose and bowed to Qian Dalu before exiting the offering hall, leaving the remainder of the time for the somewhat shaken Qian Renxue. Had he inadvertently caused Qian Dalu some inconvenience? Discussing such matters with Qian Renxue would likely be quite awkward for him. However, what concern was that of his? After all, it was ultimately due to his son, the hidden Douluo Qian Xuanji, that these issues had arisen. One could only wonder how a family that served the angelic deity could produce such a morally bankrupt individual. Such is the peril of possessing great power, yet lacking moral integrity. Xia Tianling once more lamented the significance of quality education and the distorted nature of the soul master cultivation system. Neglecting the cultivation of the heart while solely pursuing strength results in the emergence of individuals like Qian Xuanji, who are as ruthless as a blade. Chapter 22. Bibi Dong is also a person who relishes food. After departing from the offering hall, Xia Tianling pondered for a moment before turning towards the rear of the Pope's palace, heading to Bibi Dong's quarters. The Pope, after all, is not a deity. She cannot perpetually operate like a wheel for 365 days a year. Like any ordinary soul master, if no significant events occur, she typically concludes her morning duties and enjoys an afternoon of personal respite. Interestingly, on Douluo continent, no matter how powerful a soul master may be, even if they achieve the pinnacle of the 99th rank, they still require sustenance. Xia Tianling seized this opportunity to subtly showcase his culinary skills, which Bibi Dong happened upon by chance. In an act of filial piety, Bibi Dong naturally partook in a meal prepared by him. The exquisite flavors instantly captivated her palate, and Xia Tianling seized the moment to propose cooking for her twice a week. As for how Xia Tianling came to possess culinary skills, a mere wish sufficed. The fate system is eternally divine. With a single wish, he acquired the prowess of a hall-level culinary master, mastering all 8 major cuisines from his past life. And even foreign dishes were no challenge. He surpassed renowned chefs such as Dog Egg and Wang Quan in culinary prowess. Who could possibly resist the gastronomic delights of our great celestial empire? Not even the Super Douluo or the beautiful Pope. Through these repeated opportunities to cook and dine together, Xia Tianling gradually bridged the gap between himself and Bibi Dong, dissolving the barriers between them. Due to the past transgressions of Qian Xuanji, women of this ilk, including Bibi Dong, often experience profound regret, leading to rumination. They come to believe that had they not placed such trust in the other, they would not have been so foolish. Furthermore, given that the perpetrator was someone familiar, they're less likely to seek familial assistance, making it even harder to trust relationships and those close to them. The burden of this secret weighs heavily upon them, amplifying their stress and rendering them unable to trust the world or others. However, a more terrifying aspect than the women with families in their past is that Bibi Dong lacks a family. Her closest connection was once her teacher, Qian Xuanji, the very architect of her misfortune. Moreover, following this, the man she once loved, Yu Shaojiang, abandoned her, resulting in a second wound. It is unfathomable to imagine the depths of despair that Bibi Dong must have felt at that time. She once yearned for light, yet found herself scorched by it. As such, this despair gradually morphed into hatred, a resentment directed towards everything in this world. Hatred has nearly become her sole sustenance for survival. She harbors animosity towards Qian Xuanji, Qian Renxue, Qian Dalu, Yu Shaojiang, the Spirit Hall, and even the entirety of Douluo continent. Consequently, it is only natural that she would resort to the apocalyptic, anti-human actions depicted in the original narrative. Having lost faith in nearly everyone, she seeks to annihilate the Qian family, destroy the Spirit Hall, and even drag this world down into the abyss with her. Simultaneously, having lost her sense of security, she became increasingly obsessed with acquiring formidable power, ultimately becoming the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. To rectify her extreme, antisocial mindset, Xia Tianling found himself devoid of effective methods, relying solely on the gradual approach of persistence and companionship. Through comfort and the enhancement of mental intervention, he slowly guided the increasingly radical Bibi Dong back from her apocalyptic thoughts to a more balanced perspective. Faced with Bibi Dong's psychological defenses as unyielding as stone, Xia Tianling found himself compelled to make yet another wish, acquiring master-level psychological prowess to better enlighten her, attempting to assist her in extricating herself from this plight. In his previous life, while perusing the original work, he felt profound sympathy for Bibi Dong, the unfortunate woman, and harbored a deep resentment for the misfortunes that befell her. Now endowed with the ability to effect change, he resolved to salvage the tragic scenes of her life, not for any other reason, but simply to mend the regrets of his past. This was not her fault. She should not have to endure such suffering. Xia Tianling meticulously prepared an elaborate feast, opting to serve it himself rather than summon a servant. "Teacher, dinner is ready," he called softly. "I'm coming." A graceful figure swiftly appeared beside the table, adeptly grasping a pair of chopsticks. As a competent eater, she had mastered the use of this utensil. "Today I made spicy dragon tendons and garlic greens. Naturally, I know this is your favorite." After nearly a year of companionship, Xia Tianling's efforts had yielded significant results, at least in his presence. Bibi Dong had begun to occasionally remove the mask she wore. While not entirely liberated from her past, she was inching closer to the demeanor of a normal person, capable of speaking, smiling, and even expressing surprise at a favorite dish. Occasionally feeling shy when she indulged a bit too much. This was indeed a considerable improvement. Observing Bibi Dong transform into an enthusiastic diner, Xia Tianling couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the cold, imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall could exhibit such a demeanor in private? Tianling, your culinary skills are truly becoming exceptional. Any girl fortunate enough to marry you will be blessed. After finishing her meal, Bibi Dong teased the still-eating Xia Tianling, suggesting he might as well get together with his senior sister. By senior sister, she was referring to the little fox Hulaina, who was 5 years older than Xia Tianling and currently not training in Spirit City. Swallowing a mouthful of rice, Xia Tianling rolled his eyes. "Teacher, please don't matchmake recklessly. I haven't even met my senior sister yet. Besides, I'm only 6 years old. Isn't it too early to discuss such matters?" Bibi Dong, propping her chin on her hand, watched her helpless disciple laugh heartily. The disciple she had taken in over half a year ago, initially just a means to gain an advantage in the future and to vex that old coot, Qian Daolu, had unexpectedly become someone she genuinely cared for. It was not a matter of romantic affection, but rather a sincere teacher-student bond. He was diligent in his training, intelligent, and could easily win her favor. Besides being a talented cook, where could she find such an excellent disciple? Compared to him, her eldest disciple, Hulaina, was practically a blockhead. Not that she was bad. She simply lacked initiative, obedient to a fault. Listen to how you speak. Being too obedient can lead to mistakes. A moment of silence for the little fox. Time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Bibi Dong savored a sip of the exquisite wine in her glass, reflecting on the delightful surprises Xia Tianling had brought her. At such a young age, you are poised to break through to the soul master realm. Even when I was your age, I was nowhere near your caliber. The she referred to as naturally Qian Renxue. Aware of the close relationship between Xia Tianling and Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong did not conceal their mother-daughter bond. Over this period, Xia Tianling had devoted nearly all his time to cultivation and had reached level 27. With the dual advantages of the golden core of the Tao Sutra, along with Bibi Dong's continuous supply of resources, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Had he not dedicated half his time to physical training and gaining practical experience, he would have likely already attained the rank of Soul Master. As for practical experience, Xia Tianling had long surpassed his peers. With his current soul power and physical prowess comparable to a soul sect, even an average Soul Master would find themselves overwhelmed. Although he could only sustain his full power for 3 minutes, his formidable strength was simply too overwhelming. 3 minutes was more than sufficient to conclude most battles. Chapter 23. A favor, cher meal? Xia Tianling remarked. "This is all thanks to your excellent teaching." He threw in a compliment, eliciting a chuckle from Bibi Dong. "You little rascal, you're quite the charmer. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall grant you a gift." Sitting up, Bibi Dong rummaged through her storage soul guide. "Speak up, what do you desire? A soul bone? A soul guide? Precious metals?" Xia Tianling scratched his head, feeling a surge of determination. Hey, this is the perfect opportunity to speak up. Teacher, if I say this, you must promise not to get angry. Angry? Why would I be angry? I promise, go on. Clearly, Bibi Dong was unaware that when someone makes such a request, it often precedes a storm. I would like you to join Sister Xue for a meal. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. Xia Tianling took a deep breath and uttered these words, bracing himself for the impending tempest. Crack! The exquisite crystal cup shattered in her grip, the ruby-red liquid cascading down the immaculate tablecloth. The previously cheerful expression on Bibi Dong's face darkened instantly, and she commanded in a low voice, no. Teacher, you just promised me you wouldn't be angry. Xia Tianling hurriedly protested, activating his mental intervention. Why do you dislike Sister Xue so much? Playing the part perfectly, he acted as if he were unaware of the matter. At least in Bibi Dong's perception. I said no. That is final. Choose something else. Bibi Dong's complexion turned as frigid as ice. The crystal cup now reduced to dust, scattering across the table. At this moment, she struggled to suppress her urge to explode, her voice imbued with an unassailable authority. Sister Xue has worked hard to earn your approval. She infiltrated the Tiando Empire's royal family at the age of 6, even impersonating the crown prince after his death. Living each day on the edge, like walking on knife's edge. If discovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. She believes you disapprove of her because she is not diligent enough. Enough. Be quiet. Bibi Dong could no longer contain the fury boiling within her, slamming her palm down and shattering the table before her. Yet, Xia Tianling appeared oblivious, pouring forth even more of his fateful energy, amplifying his mental interference. Honestly, I envy Sister Xue. I envy her having a mother, a grandfather. Even if you do not favor her, at least she has that. Whereas I have nothing. Though old Jack treats me like his own grandson, how does that compare to true blood relatives? His words were a blend of truth and embellishment. In his past life as an orphan, he indeed lacked familial companionship. However, he had friends and mentors, and in this life, he was blessed with old Jack as a grandfather. He had long since come to terms with the absence of his biological parents. Yet, under the influence of his actor-level performance, a gift from the system, 2 tears streamed down his face, slightly softening Bibi Dong's demeanor, her anger easing just a fraction. Indeed, even the most formidable woman harbors sensitivity. Little Xue, she is not like that. Bibi Dong struggled to articulate, her feelings towards Qianren Xue being exceedingly complex. On one hand, she is her own flesh and blood. On the other hand, every time she gazes upon this daughter, she is reminded of that beast, Qiang Sunji. To claim a lack of empathy would be disingenuous. Bibi Dong, too, is a person who has experienced the loss of her parents from a young age. How could she not comprehend what Xia Tianling is expressing? I am certain that you harbor your own burdens and unspoken troubles. If there were not compelling reasons, which mother would fail to love her own child? Seizing the moment, Xia Tianling poured more of his fate-esque energy into the situation. Understanding the intricacies of the narrative, he was aware of Bibi Dong's internal conflict. She harbored resentment towards Qiang Sunji and the Qian family, and simultaneously grappled with the convoluted feelings towards Qian Rengshu, all while her pride forbade her from conceding. However, at the very least, you could demonstrate through your actions that you are indeed her mother and that you acknowledge her existence. Bibi Dong's demeanor had begun to soften. The guidance and companionship she had received over the past year, coupled with the inner influence, proved to be effective. With Bibi Dong's change in attitude, the matter seemed poised for resolution. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Having surmounted this highest hurdle, the subsequent matters would become more manageable. Teacher, there's truly no need for you to do or say anything. You merely need to show up. Let us 3 share a meal together. How's that sound? Xia Tianling delivered his final blow. I assure you, this meal will only include you, me, and Sister Xue. I will handle all the arrangements, and no one else will be the wiser. Do you not pride yourself on maintaining your dignity in front of others? That is quite all right. I will organize a private gathering. There will be no outsiders, no Qian Daulu, and you need not say or do anything. It is simply a celebration of life. Bibi Dong fell silent, her gaze fixated on the shattered remnants strewn about the floor. Xia Tianling felt an overwhelming force pressing in from all sides, pushing him out of the restaurant as the grand doors slammed shut. Pausing for a moment outside the closed doors, he hesitated, contemplating whether to push them open and persuade Bibi Dong once more. This opportunity was exceedingly rare. Who knew when such a chance would arise again? The day after tomorrow at 7 o'clock, I will only be having a meal and will not engage in any further activities. If there are others present, do not blame me for turning my back. All right then, teacher, Xia Tianling exclaimed, elated, for he had initially feared the endeavor was doomed to fail, only to find a twist of fate. The proud woman, akin to a cat, had unexpectedly resolved a significant matter, leaving Xia Tianling feeling considerably more at ease as he sauntered about. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered that Ma Hongjun had already returned home, leaving only Oscar in meditation. With the academy now on break, the plump boy could hardly contain his excitement to flaunt his progress to the villagers. What was that saying again? Returning in wealth and honor is akin to walking in silk during the night. Naturally, with Oscar's character, he would revel in showcasing his achievements. In stark contrast to the indolent Oscar of the original narrative, the present Oscar was diligently training, tirelessly honing his physique. He had now ascended to the 21st rank, acquiring a soul ring nearly a millennium old. The soul skill he wielded was still the familiar detox sausage. However, due to the potency of the soul ring, it had transformed into a detox big sausage, boasting effects far superior to those in the original tale. In the original timeline, following the elite soul master competition across the continent, Oscar had striven to gain Ning Fengji's approval in order to marry Ning Rongrong, training fervently to elevate his rank. Now, with the aid of the martial arts golden body, his progress had accelerated even further. It is worth noting that among the Shrek's 7 devils, Oscar had the greatest innate talent. Even the protagonist Tang San paled in comparison, necessitating a personal quest for divine inheritance. Yet Oscar had excelled, locating the divine aura upon breaking through to the title Douluo rank, even bringing along a divine position for his wife. What then defines a true genius? The current Oscar, with his well-proportioned physique, concealed explosive power beneath his simple garb. He was on the verge of mastering the first stage of the martial arts golden body, achieving an invulnerable state, enabling him to triumph over opponents of equal rank with sheer physicality. With the enhancement of his formidable physique, even the innate martial skills and techniques of the martial arts golden body could unleash tremendous force. Ahem, although the innate techniques are not to be underestimated. Techniques such as the Diamond Tiger Fist, Mighty Diamond Leg, Buddha's Palm, and Flying Willow technique, among others, well known from the martial arts of his past life, were all incorporated within the martial arts golden body. In a civilization where martial arts flourished, these techniques were merely foundational training methods. However, in the world of Douluo, they constituted a dimensional descent in power. Did one not witness how even the Xiantian skill continued to be practiced once it reached the divine king level? The martial arts golden body is an existence even more formidable than the Xiantian skill. Chapter 24, Birthday. 3 days later, in Xia Tianling's private kitchen, Xia Tianling hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared the evening's feast. Tonight, he planned to craft a birthday cake, a dish familiar to all from his previous life, alongside frying a few side dishes and boiling a bowl of longevity noodles. In Douluo continent, the celebration of birthdays was not customary, yet the young girl Qian Ringshu was overjoyed upon learning of the occasion. However, Xia Tianling refrained from disclosing that Bibi Dong would also be present that evening. He could only hope that the surprise would not turn into a fright. Manually crafting cream, producing chocolate, and preparing without the aid of modern conveniences rendered cooking a truly laborious task. After frosting the cake with chocolate cream, decorating it with fruits, and inscribing happy birthday in Douluo language with jam, he placed on a tray made of cold energy stone, setting it on the table. It was absolutely perfect. Glancing at the fruits of his afternoon toil, Xia Tianling nodded in satisfaction. Surely, all girls possess a fondness for sweets, right? He hoped this cake would bring joy to both mother and daughter. While his culinary skills were commendable, the actual act of preparing the meal was fraught with challenges. It was fortunate that the spirit hall was affluent enough to procure cocoa beans. As for the other unavailable ingredients, he could only wish fervently. As the clock neared 7 o'clock, Xia Tianling completed his preparations and readied himself to sauté the vegetables. Wow, brother Tianling, is this the dessert you created? What's it called? Chocolate cream cake? A voice filled with surprise broke in, belonging to the eagerly awaiting Qian Ringshu. Having previously piqued her curiosity by mentioning his new dessert creation, she could hardly contain her excitement. After years of undercover work within the Tiando imperial family, she had sampled a myriad of confections. Unfortunately, Douluo continent lacked chocolate and cream. In a world where production capabilities were scarce, sweetness was synonymous with luxury. The crude sugar extracted from cane was insipid, rendering desserts even more bland. The primary source of sugar for the nobility here was wild honey, reminiscent of the medieval period on Blue Star. A cake made with high-sweetness white, granulated sugar and cane sugar, extracted through modern industrial methods, constituted a significant advantage in the Douluo realm. Hands off. You can eat it later, Xia Tianling admonished, swatting away Qian Ringshu's attempt to sneak a taste as he turned back to the kitchen. Qian Rengshu stuck her tongue out at him in playful defiance. Creak. The sound of the door creaking open drew both of their attention, and Bibi Dong entered, dressed in her everyday attire rather than her regal purple-gold papal robes. Teacher, Qian Rengshu, caught off guard by Bibi Dong's arrival, opened her mouth, but was at a loss for how to address her, now that she has come to understand the truth of the matter. Her feelings towards Bibi Dong are profoundly complex. She is aware of the reason why Bibi Dong does not allow her to call her mother. You have arrived. Teacher, please sit down with Sister Xue. The dishes will be ready shortly. Xia Tianling shook her head, contemplating what could be said about this awkward mother-daughter pair. The two women sat across from each other, exchanging silent glances. The dishes are ready. This awkwardness was soon shattered by the sound of food being served, as Xia Tianling emerged carrying a large tray. After arranging the dishes, amidst the puzzled looks from the mother and daughter, Xia Tianling retrieved 12 candles from her storage ring, evenly placing them atop a cake, igniting them with an arc of electricity generated between her thumb and index finger. Simultaneously, the soul-guiding lamps in the dining room were extinguished, leaving only the 12 flickering flames in the pitch-black room. Clearing her throat, Xia Tianling announced, "Today marks Sister Xue's 12th birthday, and we are also celebrating her recent ascension in the Soul Master ranks." Soul Master? Bibi Dong murmured softly, gazing at the 12 flames flickering in the darkness. A 12-year-old Soul Master. Even I was far from this level back in my day. She continued now. Sister Xue, please face the cake and silently make a birthday wish before blowing out the candles in one breath. Qian Renxue followed her instructions, clasping her hands together and silently wishing before blowing out the candles with a single breath. Good. The room was once again enveloped in darkness, and the sound of applause filled the air. However, there were two distinct sources of applause, albeit one was so faint it could barely be described as the sound of fingertips tapping against palms. Oh, the irony of a woman. Xia Tianling observed Bibi Dong's movements and expressions closely. Qian Renxue, still lost in her reverie from making her wish, was naturally oblivious to Xia Tianling's enthusiastic applause. Yet she noticed the subtle dynamics at play. The soul-guiding lamps flickered back to life, illuminating the room once more. Happy birthday, Sister Xue. Now, have some longevity noodles. Remember to eat them all in one go. Xia Tianling presented a bowl of longevity noodles. Teacher, let us each have a little to share in the joy. Bibi Dong's previously melancholic expression suddenly stiffened. Sharing a bowl? That left her no room to refuse. As Xia Tianling swiftly extracted a single noodle and placed the bowl before her, Bibi Dong found herself in a frantic internal struggle, staring at the noodle as if it were a lethal poison. The once expectant Qian Renxue's mood plummeted upon witnessing Bibi Dong's behavior, her eyes slightly reddening as she lowered her head. Each of her repeated hopes met with disappointment time and again. What exactly am I hoping for? Thoughts of Qian Xuanji's actions haunted her. Clack! A pair of chopsticks picked up a noodle only to be placed back on the chopstick rest. The small piece of noodle in the bowl had vanished. Qian Renxue, lifting her head at the sound, widened her eyes in disbelief at the woman elegantly dabbing her mouth with a napkin. It's a bit bland. Just add some chili. Ha, teacher. Longevity noodles are meant to be light. Next time, I'll make you dan-dan noodles and oil splash noodles. Xia Tianling chuckled, finishing her own piece of noodle. Once Bibi Dong tasted the longevity noodles, the day's events could be considered a success, bringing joy to all. Qian Renxue lifted her bowl and vigorously slurped the noodles. Two streams of tears hidden behind the large bowl, mingling with the broth. The meal progressed in this warm, yet peculiar atmosphere, reaching its conclusion. Following the earlier experience with the noodles, Bibi Dong naturally did not refuse when it came to the cake. The chocolate cream cake, crafted by Xia Tianling, received unanimous praise from both women. Sweet treats, the eternal delight. Once they had all satisfied their appetites. Just as Bibi Dong was about to leave, Qian Renxue softly uttered, "Thank you, mother." To her surprise, Bibi Dong's hand, which had been resting on the door, paused. Slowly, she turned around, walked up to Qian Renxue, and gently embraced her. "Happy birthday, little Xue." With that, she gracefully exited, leaving Qian Renxue in astonished silence. Wow, incredible. Xia Tianling, while clearing the table, gave a thumbs up. This was entirely unplanned. It was a spontaneous display from the performer. Chapter 25. The Hidden Dangers of Cross-Dimensional Cultivation. 5 years later, in the southern region of the Bala Kingdom, bordering the Luo Empire. The border between the two great empires is a notorious haven for illicit activities. The ambiguous no-man's land between these two empires has become fertile ground for crime. A man and a woman were swiftly advancing through the night. The man stood around one. 7 meters tall, with a lean and agile physique that made him appear exceptionally upright. Godmother, why have you decided to personally accompany me this time? The man questioned, puzzled, as he could easily handle the target on his own. Isn't it because you never eliminate the target during your missions? The woman shot him an exasperated glance. This time, I will personally supervise you. You must take action and eliminate all these evil soul masters. Moreover, this is your graduation exam. Have you ever seen an exam without an examiner? These two were none other than Bibi Dong and Xia Tianling, on a mission to hunt down evil soul masters. 5 years had passed, and Xia Tianling was finally at the time of his graduation. The good news is that over these 5 years, he has successfully advanced from being the Pope's direct disciple to becoming the Pope's godson, further solidifying their bond. The purpose of this visit was twofold. Firstly, to complete the graduation test that Bibi Dong had assigned to him, which required him to personally kill, and secondly, to head to the actual location of the Wuhuan Academy to train alongside the Golden Generation, in preparation for the Soul Master Elite Tournament set to take place in a few years. Over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling's daily life has been both monotonous and fulfilling. He has dedicated himself to cultivating his soul power, honing his physical body, and nurturing his relationship with Qianren and Bibi Dong through cooking. This rigorous training has elevated Xia Tianling to the level of a 39th ranked Soul Lord, just a step away from becoming a Soul Master, with a physical prowess comparable to that of a beast martial Soul King. Given his current combat strength, he could easily contend against Soul Kings. However, the rate of his cultivation, which should have been accelerated due to his practice of the Taoist scriptures, had been unexpectedly slow. Both he and the system overlooked a significant issue. The Douluo continent lacks tribulations. Not the kind of tribulations specially created by the divine realm to prevent soul beasts from advancing, but rather the unique tribulations inherent to the cultivation system, which serve both as a test and an opportunity for advancement. Without the infusion of these tribulations, the integration of body, spirit, and cultivation is hindered, resulting in incomplete cultivation and the inability to birth a nascent soul, thus slowing down the pace of training. To compensate for this minor bug, the Fate system opened a trans-dimensional passage for Xia Tianling, allowing him to summon tribulations. The tribulations will strike him when he advances to the Soul Master rank, delivering the Golden Core Tribulation, the Nascent Soul Tribulation, and the Spirit Transformation Tribulation simultaneously. If he succeeds, the fusion of these three will significantly boost his combat strength and accelerate his training speed. If he fails, he will perish, and this individual will cease to exist. To ensure he can withstand the tribulations, Xia Tianling has once again tempered his cultivation, solidifying it further, causing the pace of his soul power advancement to slow down once more. Soon, the two arrived at their destination for this operation, a seemingly harmonious village that, behind the scenes, served as a den for evil soul masters. Xia Tianling's objective was to eradicate this group of over a dozen evil soul masters entirely. In previous years, he had undertaken similar missions, but all of his targets had been incapacitated and left to their fates in the City of Slaughter. The modern life of over 20 years has rendered him incapable of directly executing these individuals, even if they are guilty of heinous crimes. This infuriated Bibi Dong. Her adopted son, while commendable in many respects, was excessively benevolent in his actions. As a soul master, how could he refrain from taking lives? Though the Douluo continent may outwardly exude an academic atmosphere, it is, in truth, rife with bloodshed. Very well, this time I shall certainly take decisive action. Xia Tianling sighed in resignation, fully aware that Bibi Dong was acting in his best interest. In the past, he relied on the protection of guards and the presence of the elder Zhu Gui. But what would he do when alone in the future? If he did not eradicate the threat entirely, there would inevitably be a time when he would falter. Bibi Dong lectured him. After reconciling with Qianren, although Bibi Dong still regarded Qian Dalu with disdain, her demeanor towards the two of them had softened considerably, shedding the previous coldness and hostility that kept others at bay. Instead, a hint of affection emerged, and even her nihilistic thoughts had transformed significantly. Even the little fox at the Wuhuan Academy sensed the change in her teacher. Enough with the trivialities, let us commence our operation. With a grand gesture, Bibi Dong unleashed her domain, severing the connection between this small village and the outside world, ensuring that not a single soul could escape. This was merely a simple isolation, lacking any actual suppression within the domain. For someone of Bibi Dong's caliber, being the first to forge a path in the cultivation of twin martial souls, such finesse was a trivial matter. Though referred to as a small village, it consisted of merely a few humble dwellings, easily encompassed by her domain. Xia Tianling shrugged and summoned his dual martial souls. A hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right. The yellow, purple, and black soul rings swirled beneath his feet. Indeed, his third soul ring was of a 10,000-year age, and with his exceptional physical prowess, he effortlessly bore the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Naturally, his prudent nature deterred him from recklessly charging forth. Although the data indicated that the strongest among this group was merely a level 41 soul zone. Accompanied by 2 soul zune in their 30s, the remainder were all second-ring great soul masters. However, caution was warranted. Who could predict what hidden trump cards they might possess? Silently, Xia Tianling crept forward, utilizing his dark stealth attire and the breath-concealing techniques from his scriptures, easily locating the position of the sentry behind the village. Sensing the aura, he discerned that this individual was merely a second-ring great soul master. Xia Tianling refrained from unleashing his soul techniques, instead using the cover of structures and vegetation to stealthily approach from behind, retracting his hammer and delivering a powerful strike. The sound of the axe slicing through the air, coupled with the rustling of fabric, alerted the sentry, yet he barely had time to react. His terrified visage was split in two by the sharp axe blade. The enhanced power from the 3 soul rings effortlessly cleaving his body asunder. The blood and white brain matter mingled with undigested food splattered across Xia Tianling. Despite having witnessed dismembered limbs on numerous occasions, this gruesome sight still provoked a hint of nausea in his throat. Primarily, it was simply revolting. After forcibly suppressing his discomfort through the formidable self-control of a cultivator, Xia Tianling continued onward, axe in hand, toward the village. Although he had dispatched the sentry with remarkable efficiency, the noise had nonetheless alerted the evil soul masters inside the dwelling. A henchman peeked out, and upon seeing a blood-soaked man wielding a massive axe approach, with the dismembered body of his comrade behind him, the evil soul master cried out, "Brothers, arm yourselves. We are under attack." The moment the evil soul master exposed himself, Xia Tianling recognized that the ambush had failed. He promptly reduced the size of his axe to a one-handed grip while simultaneously conjuring a dark hammer in his left hand, hurling it with great force. Although the alarmed evil soul master hastily summoned his martial soul, the black hammer, bolstered by Xia Tianling's immense strength, struck him squarely in the chest. With his mere second-ring prowess, his ribcage caved in, leaving him on the brink of death. Chapter 26. The 10,000-year third ring, attribute eruption. The remaining dozen or so evil soul masters rushed forth, their martial souls igniting in a dazzling display of white, yellow, and purple light against the dark night. The leader, wielding a mutated scythe, advanced with a sinister grin, adorned with 4 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple. "You little brat killed 2 of my brothers." Before he could finish his taunt, he abruptly fell silent, as if grasped by the throat. What did he see? The evil soul master leader stared in disbelief at the man slowly approaching him. Yellow, purple, black? What manner of monster is this? Can soul rings be so configured? His own 4th ring was merely 1,000 years old, yet this individual's 3rd ring was already 10,000 years. Brothers, charge. So what if it's 10,000 years? He asked just a soul zune. The evil soul master leader gritted his teeth, rallying his subordinates. With a soul zone, 2 soul zune, and 10 great soul masters on their side, what do they have to fear from a mere soul zune? Together, they would bring him down. Unbeknownst to the evil soul master leader, the significance of the black 10,000-year soul ring was lost on him, revealing the greatest flaw of rogue soul masters, a lack of foundational knowledge. The black 10,000-year soul ring signified that this individual's physical prowess had reached the level of a soul king, capable of bearing such formidable power. Xia Tianling remained silent. Witnessing the advancing evil soul masters, he activated his first soul technique, Stormba Axe, Arize, grasping the transformed, long-handled storm war axe with both hands. His second ring 1,000-year soul ring illuminated beneath him. Thunder God form, aid me. Crackling sounds echoed as blue lightning surged around his body and the war axe, emitting a piercing hum. Lightning is the bane of all things evil. Even the formidable Ghost Douluo would be suppressed by its power, let alone these mere 2nd and 3rd ring great soul masters. Under the influence of the lightning, their abilities were curtailed to a mere fraction. As the evil soul master leader drew within 5 meters, Xia Tianling calmly stepped back on one leg, raising the storm war axe diagonally. The black soul ring beneath him illuminated. 10,000-year 3rd ring, thunder half-moon slash. This soul technique drew upon a powerful plant-type soul beast, the Thunder Vine. Unsurprisingly, the Thunder Vine endowed his dual martial souls with a potent offensive skill, attribute eruption. If this skill were activated with a hammer, it would unleash a violent thunder explosion upon contact. If used with the axe, it would deliver a slashing attack composed of lightning. When applied to the Storm War axe, both effects were magnified tremendously. Xia Tianling recalled a childhood animated series, feeling that the name of his skill resonated with the character's technique, and thus decided to adopt it for his own use. The evil Soul Master leader now felt a twinge of regret, staring at the incoming half-moon slash and Storm War axe, realizing that his initial attack had been rash. However, there was no turning back. They had reached this point with no remedy for regret. He could only summon his most powerful 1,000-year soul technique, raising the enormous scythe to confront the approaching Soul Zune. Yet the moment their weapons collided, he discovered that this opponent was astonishingly formidable. His proud strike was utterly ineffective, as the malevolent aura accumulated from slaughtering dozens dissipated like butter meeting a hot iron, vanishing at an alarming rate. His martial soul, the evil scythe, shattered into fragments amidst the ensuing collision, dissipating entirely. The truth was brutally clear. Under the triple constraints of martial soul, soul technique, and attributes, a single thunder half-moon slash obliterated the evil Soul Master leader and 7 or 8 other evil Soul Masters, including 2 Soul Zune, in an instant. Only 2 or 3 feeble souls remained, clinging desperately to the fringes of survival, but they were soon dispatched by the formidable Xia Tianling, who wielded his axe and hammer with merciless precision. The leader of the evil spirit masters exclaimed, "You lack martial ethics. Is this how you play? You come in swinging a king's trump card right away?" For these malevolent spirits, there was little to be said. Xia Tianling, who had intended to unleash a massacre, showed no restraint. He was averse to complications and wary of delays that could lead to unforeseen changes. Coupled with his inherently cautious nature, commencing with his most potent skill was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. In recognizing that his adversaries were inferior, he unleashed a thunderous assault, wiping them out in one fell swoop. After all, there was no need to spare lives this time. Thus, he opted for the most devastating technique available. As Xia Tianling regained his composure and retracted his martial soul, he surveyed the charred corpses strewn about, his gaze distant and contemplative. It seemed that after transcending a certain threshold, the horror was not so difficult to endure. In the distance, Bibi Dong observed the conclusion of the battle, withdrew her domain, and approached, patting her disciple's shoulder. "Well done, my boy. There are still a few faint life signs within the building, likely ordinary people they captured. Let's go take a look." With that, she led the way toward the room that still harbored life. Xia Tianling, jolted from his reverie by her touch, hurriedly followed. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess. The earth mingled with blood, forming hardened purple clumps. Against the wall lay several desiccated corpses, alongside a gaunt man. His skin stretched tightly over bone. He had likely escaped the clutches of the evil spirit masters during their training, only to be slain by Xia Tianling. Bibi Dong stepped forward, probing with her soul power before shaking her head. He is beyond saving. His life force is entirely depleted, and he will not see the dawn. After being briefly rejuvenated by Bibi Dong's soul energy, the emaciated man struggled to emit a few gasps. "Thank you for freeing me. Grant him a swift end. This existence is merely torment." Bibi Dong uttered these words before turning to exit. The man's skeletal visage twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth before he closed his eyes. He was acutely aware of the chaos outside. The commotion was impossible to ignore. To witness the annihilation of the evil spirit masters who had tormented him and his fellow villagers was a form of retribution. Xia Tianling approached with a heavy heart, letting out a soft sigh as he extended his hand, piercing through the man's brain with a bolt of thunder. "Rest in peace." He stepped outside, retrieving a jar of oil from his storage ring and tossing it into the room. The flames roared to life, engulfing the small dwelling. The flickering fire consumed not only the remnants of sin, but also purified the vengeful spirits of the innocents who had met tragic ends. Moving to a nearby room, he found several beds, one of which held a gaunt woman, her face drawn as she nibbled on a piece of bread while murmuring softly. The other beds were occupied by several naked women, all lifeless, their wounds and scattered sharp objects suggesting suicide. One could easily infer the grim implications of their presence. The bloodied chains and the stench surrounding them spoke volumes. Chapter 27. In darkness, heart toward light. They had taken their own lives the moment their benefactors arrived. Typically, these brutes would chain us, only to release us when it suited them, forcing us to eat daily, leaving us without the will to end our own lives. And you? How Bibi Dong was reminded of her own past experiences, feeling profound sympathy for the woman before her. The frail woman shook her head, coughed twice, then continued. "I was among the first captured nearly half a year ago. The women who were taken with me have long since perished. Even those captured later have died. But I refuse to succumb. I must survive. My child awaits me at home. My family longs for my return. If I perish, what will become of them? The child's father has already been slain by them, and he is so young. He cannot lose his mother too. I have clung to life, hoping for someone to rescue us, to obliterate these beasts. I have always believed that the world is overshadowed more by light than by darkness. Thankfully, I awaited you. My benefactors have arrived. At this point, the woman could no longer contain her anguish and broke down into tears. The strength of a mother's love is immense. Her overwhelming will to survive had sustained her. Although she was frail, she embodied resilience as a mother. She resided in a soul-devouring darkness. Yet her heart never ceased yearning for warmth and redemption. Bibi Dong gently patted the back of this pitiful woman, using her spiritual energy to lull her into slumber. She could empathize with the experience, yet the suffering of this woman far surpassed her own. She was endowed with extraordinary dual martial souls and was a super Douluo favored by the divine, capable of exacting vengeance with her own strength. But this woman? She was merely an ordinary, defenseless mother. Yet she was far stronger than Bibi Dong. Is light truly more abundant than darkness? Xia Tianling approached and embraced Bibi Dong, whispering in her ear, "Godmother, you have me, Sister Shui, and senior sister Hulaina. Promise me you won't give up on yourself, all right?" As Bibi Dong felt the strong heartbeat of the person before her, she was momentarily dazed. 6 years ago, he was just a child who barely reached her waist. Now, he had grown into a man nearly her height. Indeed, he spoke the truth. That beast was dead, but she still had Xiao Shui, Laina, and Tianling. There remains so much beauty in this world. Was my unwavering conviction, held for over a decade, truly justified? Perhaps I should try letting go. The sixth trial of the Rakshasa, enlightenment of the true essence of evil, past. Reward, increase Rakshasa affinity by 20%, current total affinity, 100%. The seventh trial of the Rakshasa. A cold voice resonated in Bibi Dong's mind. So, I've been walking the wrong path all along. The Rakshasa should be the one to control and judge evil, not to embody it. Just like the Shura god, one must use evil to combat evil. The sixth trial of the Rakshasa, which had plagued her for 6 years, was revealed to be this. Ding! Bibi Dong's life trajectory underwent a significant alteration at the hands of her host, perfectly inheriting and surpassing the original Rakshasa deity, gaining immense power of destiny. Due to the sheer magnitude, a special reminder was issued. Perfectly inheriting and surpassing, Xia Tianling was astonished. Had Bibi Dong truly come to terms with her understanding? Holding Bibi Dong, he was bewildered, not expecting that in a twist of fate, her internal strife had been resolved. According to the system, it seemed that the original Bibi Dong had never achieved a perfect inheritance of her divine position. Indeed, host, in the original timeline, Bibi Dong misunderstood the concept of the Rakshasa, leading to an imperfect fusion with her divine rank. The deity, originally a dimensional singularity, underwent changes due to the overwhelming accumulation of belief power over millennia, affecting Bibi Dong's thoughts, coupled with her own malevolent intentions. She ultimately became a puppet of Rakshasa's power. So, now that Bibi Dong has inherited her divine position, she will not undergo the drastic personality changes seen in the original narrative. Indeed, Bibi Dong has correctly understood the essence of the Rakshasa, even surpassing the previous generation's comprehension of power. Phew, that's a relief. My efforts have not been in vain. Xia Tianling sighed deeply. After 6 arduous years, he had finally defused the ticking time bomb that was Bibi Dong. After a lengthy silence, Bibi Dong pushed her disciple away, her aura surging. Having relinquished her obsessions, she now possessed clarity of mind, her soul power ascending a level. Unlike before, the unsettling malice that had once surrounded her had vanished. Thank you, Tianling. Had it not been for you, I would likely have embarked upon a profoundly dark path. Bibi Dong gazed at the youth before her, immensely grateful that she had taken him on as her disciple. As long as you have moved on, one must always look forward, Xia Tianling remarked with a smile. Since you have let go, perhaps we should also call off Sister Shui's undercover operation? Bibi Dong shot him a disapproving glance and replied curtly, "Have you dulled your wits through your training? Wasn't this matter resolved years ago?" Xia Tianling hastily checked the system records and indeed found a notification regarding Qian Rinshui's altered fate trajectory from 4 years prior. At that time, he had been preoccupied with the failure of his nascent soul and the absence of a tribulation, while Qian Rinshu had merely mentioned it in passing, which he seemingly forgot. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and feigned ignorance with a sheepish grin. Reflecting on it, he realized that over the years, He had never questioned Qian Rinshua's presence at the worship hall. After the cancellation of the undercover operation 4 years ago, we had orchestrated a faux death for little Shui to escape. Not long after, news arrived from the Tiando Empire of Prince Shui Qinghe's untimely demise, solidifying the royal family's sole legitimate heir, the fourth prince, Shui Bing, as the new crown prince. Interestingly, once Shui Bing ascended to the throne, he seemed transformed, evolving from a frivolous wastrel into a diligent and studious royal heir. It seemed he feared that little Shui might eliminate him. It truly was a feat for him to maintain such a ruse for so many years. Shui Bing has reverted to his true nature after becoming crown prince? With him and Prince Shui Xing out of the way, I fear that the trio will indeed become students of the Royal Academy of Combat, Xia Tianling mused. This could prove to be quite entertaining. I wonder if Yu Xiaojiang and Flander will ever encounter Lu Erlong again. With matters concluded, there was no longer any reason for the master and disciple to linger in this den of filth. As they departed, Xia Tianling set fire to the small huts, ensuring a thorough cleansing of the battlefield to prevent any corpses from rotting and spreading infectious diseases. After all, the Black Death that plagued medieval Europe and the ancient plagues of China were both dreadfully terrifying. Furthermore, it was imperative to incinerate the blood and remains of these evil soul masters. Who knows if any among them could manipulate corpses like necromancers. The bodies of formidable soul masters would serve as prime materials. Chapter 28. Do you know how difficult it is to imitate Xiao Huahua? Enough. This assessment can be considered passed. You may enjoy a few days of respite, but do not forget to report to your senior sister punctually. With that, Bibi Dong tossed him a token and departed with her companion. Cancellation is splendid. I abhor complications. A holiday? How fortuitous. Xia Tianling's mind raced with an audacious idea. Why not venture to the Xingluo Empire to intercept the little kitty? After all, the Shrek 7 monsters have already lost 2 members. One more wouldn't be excessive. Haha. I've long been irked by that dandy Daimu Bai. Time for a heroic rescue to bring the little kitty back to the Martial Soul Academy. The original timeline's plot development had been remarkably absurd. How could Zhu Zhuqing, a cold and aloof goddess, transform into a lovesick fool shortly after arriving at Shrek? Moreover, Daimu Bai, who had sunk into debauchery, became a model citizen after merely exchanging a few words with Zhu Zhuqing. Such a swift transformation seemed implausible. They had never even met in their childhood. Was it genuine redemption or merely lust? Who could say? That scoundrel. You still wish to execute a martial soul fusion technique with little kitty? The ghostly white tiger is troublesome? I see no point in pursuing that. With a heart full of mischief, Xia Tianling resolutely set forth on the path to the capital of the Xingluo Empire. As for returning home to pack his belongings? Absolutely not. Ever since acquiring the spatial ring, his collecting tendencies have been immensely satisfied. From grand stoves and beds to the minutiae of daily necessities. If only the storage soul guide were larger and more numerous, he would have sought to fit his entire home within it. For this, he had even shamelessly approached Qian Daolu to extort a 100-cubic storage belt. However, reality often diverges from idealism. Even in modern society, where highways abound, attempting to intercept someone deliberately is exceedingly challenging, let alone in a medieval setting like Douluo continent. Fixed pathways? None exist. Foot traffic? Abysmally sparse. The target? Being pursued? With no knowledge of their whereabouts. Frustrated, Xia Tianling resorted to the power of fate to wish for Zhu Zhuqing's location. Fortunate that his previous alteration of Bibi Dong's fate had granted him ample destiny power. System, I wish to obtain Zhu Zhuqing's precise location, preferably one that can be tracked. Ding. Wish received. Searching for fate power. Ding. Wish successful. Creating Zhu Zhuqing radar. Ding. Creation successful. The radar will automatically project a map and target location into your mind, persisting until you meet the target. Having a cheat feels remarkably satisfying. Xia Tianling examined the mental map, akin to a navigational guide from his previous life, capable of zooming in and out. Several hundred kilometers away, a small black cat icon was moving towards the Barak kingdom. This must be Zhu Zhuqing. Behind the small black cat icon, several skulls trailed. Perhaps the death warriors sent by Zhu Zhuyin? Ah, well, it matters not. If I cannot manage it, I shall simply reveal my identity. Surely the local Martial Soul Hall wouldn't deny me face. As the esteemed son of the Martial Soul Hall, safeguarding someone should not prove too difficult. Due to his exceptional completion of various tasks over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling had been nominated by the Elder Council of the Martial Soul Hall as the son of the Martial Soul Hall, a title that would be officially established upon the conclusion of this mission. This was not a mere unilateral designation like Hulaina. His status as son had been personally validated by Qian Daolu the appointed next pope of the martial soul hall. After renting a carriage, Xia Tianling set off towards his destination. Days later, in the twilight of a certain forest within the Xingluo Empire, a graceful figure darted at lightning speed, seemingly pursued by some unseen force. A young girl with cat ears was clearly in a martial soul manifestation state. Her youthful face sharply contrasted with her voluptuous figure, clad in tight leather. However, the beauty of her form was marred by the anxiety and panic reflected in her eyes, reminiscent of a startled kitten. "It is finally upon us." Concealed behind a tree, Xia Tianling retrieved a telescope, observing the fleeing girl and clicking his tongue. All the effort and destiny power expended to generate this map had culminated in this moment. Not only had he wished for the map, but he had also specifically wished to know a critical moment when Zhu Zhuqing would face danger. Truth be told, within the original timeline, Zhu Zhuqing had been the most heart-wrenching character among the Shrek's 7 monsters, persistently striving to cultivate despite overwhelming odds. Compared to the gifted Tang San and Xiao Wu, the prodigious Oscar and Fatty, and the well-connected Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to possess nothing. Even her innate talent could be deemed the weakest among them. Even Dai Mubai, the scoundrel, had several years of age advantage over her. Bearing the weight of familial expectations, Zhu Zhuqing had relentlessly pursued her training. Even when facing opponents with a disparity in strength akin to a 10-0 mismatch, she endeavored to alter the outcome in her favor. Yet what of Dai Mubai, who was theoretically on her side? In a fit of self-despair, he hastily fled to the Heaven Do Empire. In Soto City, leveraging his identity as a soul master and indulging in lavish excess, he surrounded himself with beauty and revelry. To speak kindly, this could be termed as evading reality. To speak harshly, it is the mark of a coward. Not only did he abandon his own well-being, but he also neglected to even lay eyes on his betrothed fiancée, leaving her to languish alone amid the tumult of her family while he made his escape. Such a man is utterly despicable. Yet, the resilient and diligent Zhu Zhuqing is truly admirable. Even in the face of utter despair, she clings to hope, embodying the essence of cultivation through dual breakthroughs of life and spirit. As Xia Tianling perched in the branches, his thoughts drifted further away, yearning to dash to Shrek Academy and confront Dai Mubai. Taking several deep breaths, he steadied himself, realizing that the pressing matter was to prepare for a timely rescue. Initially, he hadn't thought much of Xiao Hua's endeavors, but upon attempting it himself, he discovered the true difficulty of the task. In the midst of her desperate escape, Zhu Zhuqing remained unaware that someone in the distance was poised to come to her aid, her eyes filled with a fierce unwillingness. Her soul power was nearly depleted. Was she destined to be captured again? Or worse, to perish here? The machinations of her sister were simply inescapable, Zhu Zhuqing thought despondently, as years of effort seemed futile against the combined forces of her adversaries. The thought of her ruthless sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law, alongside the image of her unseen fiancé, filled her with bitterness. If only she could find an ally to confront them, she would not have been chased to the point of fleeing the Star Luo imperial capital under the cover of night. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. With her soul power exhausted, Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground, biting her lip and clawing at the earth beneath her. "Second miss, do come back with us quietly." There's no escaping. Several masked men encircled her, the leader glimmering with 4 soul rings beneath his feet, revealing him to be a soul commander. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, fiercely striving to squeeze out the last remnants of energy within her, determined to muster one final stand. Until her last breath, she would not yield. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering spirit, the leader scoffed, preparing to launch his assault. "Second miss, if you are so obstinate, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Brothers, prepare. Was it not improper for so many men to bully a single girl?" Chapter 29. Reasoning is my forte. Just as the assailants were about to charge, a voice resonated from behind Zhu Zhuqing. A youth clad in black emerged from the forest, none other than Xia Tianling, who had been waiting patiently. After observing for a considerable time, realizing that the leader was merely a soul commander, he proceeded without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing, poised for a desperate struggle, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of another. However, her keen eyesight in the dim light recognized the youthful face, and her heart sank. Too young, he appeared to be of a similar age, perhaps just newly initiated as a soul master. And he was up against a soul commander and several soul kings. Was he courting death? Leave at once. Do not concern yourself with me. The leader is a soul commander, and there are several soul kings present. Zhu Zhuqing urged loudly, desperate for this would-be rescuer to retreat. "Thank you, stranger, but I cannot endanger you," she silently thought. Xia Tianling, hearing her words, paused briefly before breaking into a smile. What a kind-hearted girl. Hey kid, who are you? You heard that I'm a soul commander. I advise you not to meddle. The leader inquired rather than attacking blindly. Oh, who am I? That is indeed a good question. As Xia Tianling spoke, he retrieved a token from his ring. Do you recognize this? The golden token bore the image of a sacred six-winged angel, with the character for soul engraved on the reverse. None other than the Holy Sun token bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong. The leader furrowed his brow, bewildered by the token. What is that? I've never seen it before. What do you mean you've never seen it? A wave of frustration washed over Xia Tianling. He realized that the Holy Sun token was indeed too prestigious for the average person. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a large stack of tokens, presenting them one by one for the leader to see. Now, take a look at this impressive collection. Do you recognize any of these? Among the tokens, there was one entirely black, depicting two distinct spiders on either side, Bibi Dong's token. Another was entirely golden, featuring a divine angel on one side and the character for 1,000 on the other, Qian Daoliu's token. There was also an ancient bronze token with an alligator on one side and the character for gold on the reverse. This belonged to the second enshrined golden crocodile Douluo. Xia Tianling continued to unveil token after token, encompassing all of the title Douluo as token from the Spirit Hall, each one more illustrious than the last. He had no particular hobbies other than collecting valuable trinkets, and with the protection of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong, no one dared to refuse him. As he displayed the tokens, he muttered to himself, this one S from Grandpa Ghost, that one S from the third enshrined, and this one S from my teacher. The leader stared in shock as Xia Tianling revealed various tokens of the title Douluos, nearly petrified, his back drenched in cold sweat. Oh right, there's also this one. He produced a standard token from the Spirit Hall, adorned with 6 symbols: chrysanthemum, ghost, star crown, hammer, tyrannosaurus, and a sword. This is the highest-ranking elder token from the Spirit Hall. What manner of person is this? Could he possibly be the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? His speculation was alarmingly close to the truth. The leader felt a pang of despair. They were merely following orders and hoped not to incur his wrath. Oh, you recognize some of these tokens? Well, that is good to hear. I am a reasonable person. Xia Tianling waved dismissively, then turned to the somewhat dazed Zhu Zhuqing, waving his hand before her eyes. Little kitty, cough cough, how should we deal with these fellows? Still in the midst of her soul manifestation, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively swatted the paw that was waving in front of her. Upon realizing her foolishness, her face flushed crimson, causing her soul manifestation to dissipate. Let them go, but they're S1 who have been trying to kill me. All right, then we shall deal with him, Xia Tianling interjected, decisively determining the fate of the individual before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her thought. Zhu Zhuqing understood that these men were merely following orders to retrieve her for her family. Otherwise, how could she, a powerful soul master, have escaped the pursuit of so many formidable foes? My lord, I cannot harm my comrades. It would be untenable to explain upon returning to the family. Please have mercy. The leader, upon hearing the words of this seemingly son of the Pope, hurriedly retreated with his men, leaving only one Soul King behind. Xia Tianling shot a glance at the remaining Soul King, snorting coldly. So, you wish to play tricks, do you? If I were not strong enough, would you think I'd have to let you go? Not to worry. I am a reasonable person. Speak to me nicely, and perhaps we shall discuss matters of principle. But if you wish to play games, we may end up discussing physics instead. The Soul King, realizing the situation would not end well, activated his martial soul, preparing for battle. 3 colors of soul rings emerged: yellow, purple, and black. Do you think you can survive by employing petty tricks? Xia Tianling wasted no more breath, summoning his woodworking set, fully unleashing his aura. Yellow, purple, black. The very person who saved my life turns out to be a soul Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing behind him gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Judging by the overwhelming aura he exuded, he was perilously close to reaching the 40th rank of Soul Master. How could this be? How old could he possibly be? The astonishing configuration of soul rings left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What did he just witness? A 1,000-year second ring? A 10,000-year third ring? This was a 10,000-year soul ring manifesting on a soul Douluo. He began to regret not having taken immediate action to eliminate that accomplice. After all, that person was affiliated with the young lady and had little to do with them. However, if he were to provoke this young man, the forces behind him would surely retaliate. Under Zhu Zhiyun's command, the Soul Douluo observed the prodigious talent before him and, with gritted teeth, charged forward, unleashing his most potent 1,000-year soul skill. Being at the 37th rank, he believed he had a fighting chance. The move was the Yinming Slash, which was precisely Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill in the original narrative. This soul, though, also possessed the spirit of the Yinming spirit cat, though he was a branch member, not a direct descendant. The long-standing lineage of the Yinming family had culminated in a set of optimal skill combinations, resulting in many members possessing similar initial techniques. Xia Tianling did not activate the Storm Battle Axe form. Instead, he sheathed the axe and enlarged the hammer in his right hand, gripping it with both hands. The second and third soul rings illuminated, enveloping him in a resplendent layer of thunder. Blue arcs of electricity sparkled in the twilight darkness. Die for me. The enormous hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, swung horizontally. With his calf as support, he pivoted his waist and arms, his entire being rebounding like a release top. If Tang San were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the initial stance of the chaotic wind hammer technique. In essence, the chaotic wind was merely a technique for channeling power, and the original text described it in great detail, making it relatively easy to grasp. The challenge lay in chaining it into the 81 strikes. The initial move was straightforward. Thus, Xia Tianling had practiced enough to execute it with proficiency. The enormous hammerhead collided with the Yinming Slash unleashed by the Soul Dalu, empowered by a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, resulting in an explosive impact that shattered the Soul Dalu's arms, causing his bones to splinter. The hammer's momentum did not wane. It struck again against his chest, triggering a second explosion. The spirit cat, Soul Dalu, was sent soaring backward, crashing into several large trees along the way. Observing his caved-in chest and exposed bones, it became evident that death was imminent. He heavily lowered the hammer, using it for support, and glanced at the leader of the Soul Master. Is that all? The leader could only manage a bitter smile internally, hastily offering a few flattering words. Your power is truly impressive, my lord. A figure in black swiftly darted toward the injured Soul Dalu, rummaging through his belongings before hurriedly returning. My lord, he is dead. Here are his possessions. The black-clad figure presented a small cloth bag. Well done, your path has widened. Xia Tianling tossed the small bag to the bewildered little cat, asking, What is your name? Reporting to my lord, I am Zhu Si. Xia Tianling retracted his spirit, nodding, I shall remember that. All right, I have ensured this young lady's safety. You may leave now. Take the unfortunate soul with you. The black-clad individuals, as if granted a reprieve, quickly departed with their companion's body. Watching the hasty retreat of the black-clad figures, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she had been transported to another world. The family assassins who had relentlessly pursued her had simply retreated. Who on earth was this young man who saved her? Could he truly be the son of the Pope? The little cat, having narrowly escaped death, fell into a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30. The little cat must eat fish. Thank you for saving me. Regaining her composure, Zhu Zhuqing stood up to express her gratitude to her savior. After a brief moment, she bit her lip and asked, Why did you save me? After all, they had only met by chance, and regardless of his background, she had inevitably offended an unknown power. Well, how should I put this? I found you pleasing to the eye, does that count? And I couldn't stand a group of big men bullying a young girl. Xia Tianling scratched his head, awkwardly shifting the topic, keen to evade the question. Let us introduce ourselves. My surname is Xia, and I go by Xia Tianling. I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall and am headed to study near Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing did not delve deeper and replied earnestly, My name is Zhu Zhuqing, and I too am preparing to study in Soto City. He was also heading to Soto City? What a fortunate coincidence. A surge of inexplicable emotions flickered through her heart. Difficult to articulate. Oh, what a coincidence, she remarked. Zhu Zhuqing, of the Zhu family, pursued. Xia Tianling mused aloud, feigning ignorance. Are you from the esteemed Yinming family of the Star, Luo Empire? Indeed, they want to capture me and take me back. Zhu Zhuqing's head drooped sadly, her spirits notably low. Xia Tianling comforted her by patting her shoulder. I have heard of the family rules of both your family and the Baihu Dai family. They are indeed rather ruthless. But do not fear, as long as I am here, they will not dare to act recklessly. How about coming with me to study at the Spirit Academy? Thank you, but I already have a school in mind. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated before gently declining Xia Tianling's invitation. As expected, until she completely let go of her feelings for Daimu Bai, the little cat would not give up. Moreover, this was their first encounter. It was only natural for her to refuse. Gurgle. At that moment, a growl emanated from her stomach, causing Zhu Zhuqing's face to flush crimson. Well, let's discuss it later. Xia Tianling chuckled and beckoned Zhu Zhuqing to venture deeper into the woods. You must be starving after being chased all day, right? Before I came here, I'd set up a camp nearby to cook, Let us share a meal. Having been pursued for days and feeling unsafe in the bustling city, Zhu Zhuqing had retreated into the depths of the mountains, and her provisions had been nearly exhausted. After finishing her last piece of food at noon, she found herself without rations. Since she had already been saved by him, she thought it would not hurt to shamelessly accept another meal, reasoning that he would eventually head to Soto City, and she could repay him later. Comforting herself with these thoughts, she lowered her head and followed her savior forward. Thank you. Oh, what is there to thank? It's no big deal. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. Having walked a short distance, they arrived at the aforementioned campsite. He had not deceived Zhu Zhuqing. He had indeed prepared to cook before her arrival, as evidenced by the rabbit roasting over the grill and the unlit charcoal. Not to mention the large tent behind them. Wait here for a moment. It will be ready soon. Xia Tianling pointed to a small stool in front of the tent and snapped his fingers, conjuring a small fireball to ignite the charcoal, then summoned a gentle whirlwind to accelerate the flame. As the meat roasted, he also lit a pot suspended nearby, which contained rice. People of Douluo typically did not consume rice. They usually ate a type of flatbread. The little cat was once again astonished, her previous hunger momentarily forgotten. Is this a self-created soul skill? This was the first time she had witnessed someone utilizing a self-created soul skill in such a manner. Does your hammer possess wind and fire attributes as well? Of course not. It's just a simple trick, Xia Tianling replied while turning to meat. It's quite straightforward. Really? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Zhu Zhuqing watched him skillfully use the small whirlwind to fan the charcoal and bit her lip. Thank you for your kindness. However, we are not related, and though you claim it is simple, this self-created soul skill clearly requires profound control over soul power. Moreover, you have saved me. What could I possibly offer in return? Even though I'm eager to grow stronger, I cannot be insatiable. Observing the little kitten's troubled expression, Xia Tianling felt a sense of helplessness. This was truly not some profound technique. It was merely a small fireball and a minor whirlwind. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. In the cultivation system of soul masters, even the simplest fireball or wind blade typically necessitated the presence of a soul ring during their release. Any self-created soul skill is immensely precious, and even the most trivial can be cherished by any faction. Yet for him, such things held little value. Well, if you don't want to learn, then don't. Xia Tianling scoffed. We 1T starve with just this. Allow me to show you another trick. As he spoke, he clanged out a small stove from his storage belt. The stove was equipped with pots, bowls, and an array of spices and utensils. Come, help me turn this rabbit. I've already sprinkled the seasonings. Just keep it from burning. Zhu Zhuqing, in a state of disbelief, took hold of the roasting rack. If she could utter an exclamation of shock, she certainly would. What kind of person was this? Using a precious, soul-guided device as a stove? As the second lady of the star, Luo Zhu family, she had only a few cubic meters of a storage soul guide. With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Tianling pulled out 2 fish and began to prepare them, intending to make 1 coral fish and 1 braised fish to accompany the roasted meat. After all, a little kitten must eat fish. This stove was specially crafted by the blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall, utilizing rare metals for thermal insulation and conduction, making it compact and easy to carry. With an automatic bellows that worked exceptionally well, he had specifically disassembled it from his small kitchen to take along on this trip. The blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall lamented, "We have it tough. We are weapon makers." Expertly heating oil in the pot, coating the fish, and frying them to perfection, he soon produced 2 fragrant fish simultaneously. The rice that had been steaming for a while began to emit an enticing aroma. Under Zhu Zhuqing's astonished gaze, Xia Tianling produced a table, a candlestick, several candles, and 2 chairs. He arranged the roasted rabbit and fish on the table, setting the cutlery in place. A candlelit dinner, he proclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing found herself questioning her own reality. Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly in the wilderness? All right, let us eat, Xia Tianling said, handing a large bowl of rice to the wide-eyed Zhu Zhuqing. Here is some juice to drink as well. He then retrieved a barrel of juice from his soul guide, adding a few small ice shards. Thank you. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer afford to be reserved or astonished. She accepted the cup, took a sip, and eagerly picked up the bowl of rice, transforming into a voracious eater. The delicious food before her was simply irresistible. After days of consuming dry rations, her hunger was insatiable. It was extraordinarily delectable. The famished little kitten found herself moved to tears, feeling that this meal was infinitely better than anything she had eaten at home, despite her slim chances of surpassing Zhu Zhuyan. As the second lady of the star Luo Zhu family, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury, having tasted all manner of delicacies. Yet, This humble meal of 2 fish brought her an overwhelming sense of happiness. In no time, the table was cleared, with more than half the food consumed by the little kitten. It was hardly surprising. After being hungry for most of the day, combined with the naturally large appetites of soul masters, this was quite normal. After a satisfying burp, Zhu Zhuqing shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. "I'll wash the dishes," she offered, noticing a small stream nearby. No need, no need," Xia Tianling waved his hand once more. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, and the dishes were lifted by an unseen force, while a stream of water appeared in midair, washing them all clean. Finally, a fire element evaporated any remaining moisture and grease, neatly stacking the dishes back on the stove. Why did Xia Tianling bring so many items with him? Essentially, it was because he was an epic-level lazybones. This dishwashing technique was born out of his reluctance to wash pots and dishes after cooking. As a result, he had become increasingly adept at controlling soul power and elements. You really don't want to learn? This is hardly a profound skill. Just look how convenient it is for washing dishes. Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I am tempted, truly tempted." Xia Tianling found her coyness charming. The contrast between her icy exterior and her bashful demeanor was utterly adorable. Days later, seated in a carriage, Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing returned effortlessly to Soto City within the borders of the Barak Kingdom. This marked his first independent journey, free from the supervision of Old Jack and Bibi Dong, allowing the youthful spirit within him to flourish. Reckoning the days, he and Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed a leisurely exploration of the Star Luo Empire's culture. As a competent traveler, he refused to forget his roots even in this alternate world. Over the course of their journey, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Although Zhu Zhuqing had returned to her aloof demeanor after escaping her pursuers, she transformed into a little glutton every mealtime, eagerly yet restrainedly awaiting Xia Tianling as culinary creations. This playful contradiction of hers was rather amusing. Interestingly, through their conversations, Xia Tianling learned that Zhu Zhuqing was not at the 27th level as he had assumed, but rather at the 29th. He took the liberty of spending some of his fate points to inquire about this discrepancy from the system, which explained that had it not been for the host's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing had utilized the unique secret technique of the Ghost Clan to escape her predicament in the original storyline. This technique could only be employed once in a lifetime, consuming a portion of the user's soul power and potential, allowing them to briefly enter the underworld and escape over a considerable distance. Xia Tianling's understanding deepened. In the original timeline, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed used this technique to evade her pursuers and reach Soto City. Hence her level had dropped to 27. This also clarified why, after consuming the celestial herb later on, her martial soul did not undergo a significant evolution, merely enhancing her soul power and slightly improving her speed. The medicinal properties of the water immortal jade skin had repaired the foundational damage within her body, but the remaining power was insufficient for her martial soul's transformation, resulting in a mere increase in soul power. During their travels, Zhu Zhuqing expressed a strong desire to grow stronger. After all, they were peers. Why was he able to cultivate to the 39th level while she lagged 10 levels behind? Xia Tianling, feeling generous, openly stated, "My cultivation method is special. Come to the Spirit Hall Academy with me, and I'll share all my secrets." This left the little kitten in a state of turmoil for several days. She yearned for strength and power. However, her betrothed, Dai Mubai, was at Shrek Academy, and she needed to join forces with him to combat the formidable powers of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Simultaneously, she did not wish to burden others with the pressures of her family. It was indeed a dilemma. Xia Tianling did not press her, as he had already concocted a mischievous plan to entice Zhu Zhuqing to the Spirit Hall Academy. Alongside the Golden Generation seniors like Hulaina, Yin, and Shiwa, as well as Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they could form a formidable team within the Spirit Hall. As for Qianren Shiwa, as the inheritor of the Angel God, she would undoubtedly become a limit Douluo in the future and would scoff at participating in such competitions. He could hardly wait to witness the Shrek 7 Monsters' lamentations. Oh, what? The Shrek 7 Monsters have only 4 members left? Well, that's fine. Zhuqing, which academy do you plan to attend? The Soto City Advanced Soul Master Academy? He asked, feigning ignorance as usual. It's called Shrek Academy. Oh, where's that academy? Do you know it? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion. She was only aware that Dai Mubai was studying at an academy named Shrek, located in the city of Soto within the kingdom of Barak. Beyond that, she was utterly clueless. Well, let us find a place to stay first. It is nearly mealtime, and we can look for more information later this afternoon. All right. In this unfamiliar setting, Zhu Zhuqing relied entirely on Xia Tianling's judgment, trusting her savior would not lead her astray. Thus, it was only natural that he took Zhu Zhuqing to have a meal before guiding her to a 3-story hotel. Rose Hotel. It looked splendid. Zhu Qing. Shall we stay there? Xia Tianling pointed towards the rose-shaped building. Okay. The little cat's responses were as brief as ever. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a delightful scent of roses enveloped them, just as depicted in the original story. The invigorating aroma was refreshing to the senses. He approached the counter and requested, "Could you please provide me with 2 rooms?" Before he could finish, a girl's voice rang out from outside. "Rose Hotel, brother, let us stay there." "All right, I'll follow your lead," a male voice replied. With a creak, the door swung open, and a pair of youthful, striking teenagers stepped inside. It was none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Hey, I timed this perfectly, right on the dot." "Xiao San?" Xia Tianling greeted with feigned surprise. "Brother Ling." Tang San also recognized Xia Tianling standing at the counter. Despite being separated for 6 years, they had often exchanged letters, maintaining their connection. They had even gathered at old Jack's house a couple of times during holidays, so recognition was natural. "This must be the sister you often mention, Xiao Wu?" he inquired, glancing at the girl with braided hair beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to her anime counterpart. "Yes, indeed," Tang San affirmed. "Xiao Wu. This is my elder brother whom I mentioned earlier." "Hello, Brother Ling," Xiao Wu said, curiously studying the young man before her, wondering what kind of charm he possessed that made the proud Tang San willingly refer to him as an elder brother. "Greetings," Xia Tianling replied with a smile. "This is my companion, Zhu Zhuqing. She can be a bit aloof, so please don't take offense." Zhu Zhuqing merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. "Then, I will book 4 rooms. It's on me for Xiao San and Xiao Wu." Xia Tianling turned back to the attendant. The attendant behind the counter, while marveling at the fortune of today's youth, exchanged knowing glances with Xia Tianling. "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 2 rooms left," the attendant stated. 2 rooms? Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing both frowned, though Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Tang San, having lived 2 lives, was well aware of the propriety surrounding the separation of genders. While sharing a room with Xiao Wu had been acceptable in their childhood, it seemed improper now that they were on the cusp of adulthood, especially sharing a bed. Of course, with the substantial sponsorship from old Jack in this life, Tang San had not shared a bed with Xiao Wu. "Yes, we only have 2 left," the attendant reiterated. "But rest assured, our rooms are spacious and well-equipped. 2 people can comfortably share a room. You'll have no issues at all." He then offered Xia Tianling and Tang San a suggestive glance. Tang San thought, "Is this person's vision impaired?" While Xia Tianling, being a modern individual, understood the implication, Tang San, being rather dense, completely missed it. "1 room is fine. We stayed together at the academy. After all," Xiao Wu declared boldly. Tang San shook his head in resignation, thinking that he could always sleep on the floor, as he usually practiced at night. "How about this?" Xia Tianling interjected at the opportune moment. "I'll share a room with Xiao San, and Zhu Qing can share with Xiao Wu. How does that sound?" Although he comprehended the attendant's suggestive glance, he did not wish to take advantage of it. While Xiao Wu was carefree, Zhu Zhuqing was a proper young lady and deserved her privacy. "I'm fine with that," Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. "All right," Xiao Wu pouted, still wishing to stay with her brother. "This is the best arrangement," Tang San sighed in relief. "Then please book these 2 rooms for us," Xia Tianling concluded decisively. Just as the attendant was about to process their check-in, an unexpected voice interrupted. "I believe one of those rooms is rightfully mine," came a confident tone. "He has arrived." Dai Mu Bai, along with a pair of stunning twin maidens, sauntered in. Chapter 32. Dai Mu Bai. Your perspective is too narrow. They all turned to see 3 figures approaching leisurely from behind. 1 man and 2 women, the latter dressed flamboyantly, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Both tall and striking. The most notable feature was that they were a pair of twin sisters. Xia Tianling's gaze fell upon the tall man in the center, who was flanked by the girls. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, youthful in appearance, with broad shoulders and a handsome yet rugged visage. His golden hair flowed down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. His face bore a pair of unusual deep blue eyes, which sparkled with a mischievous glint. Indeed, Dai Mu Bai is as ostentatious as rumored. With looks like that and a lavish wallet, he undoubtedly possesses the charm to wade through the flower beds without a trace. The twin girls clung to Dai Mu Bai's arms, who unabashedly caressed them. Unbeknownst to everyone, the moment Dai Mu Bai entered, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned ashen as she quickly retreated to the corner, using the shadows to conceal herself, having recognized the distinctive golden hair and mischievous eyes of Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai approached the counter, addressing the attendant. "You must be new here. Don't you know there should always be a room reserved for me?" In the corner, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew even darker. The attendant hesitated, then cautiously asked, "And you are?" Dai Mubai replied impatiently, "Fetch your manager." The attendant, feeling the weight of Dai Mubai's gaze, quickly dashed to summon his superior. "Brother, it appears we arrived first. Doesn't it seem a bit unreasonable on your part? Such a lack of decorum will only make those two lovely ladies laugh at you. Your perspective is too narrow." Xia Tianling, unable to contain himself, subtly fanned the flames while maintaining an elegant facade. Dai Mubai didn't even spare a glance, instead lifting one girl's chin with a dismissive hand, coldly retorting, "And what of it? In Soto City, it's well known who Dai Mubai is." Catching a glimpse of the tightly clenched fists of the little cat in the corner, Xia Tianling nearly burst into laughter. "My flamboyant Dai Mubai. One can be forgiven for the sins of fate, but self-inflicted misfortunes are inexcusable." At this moment, the typically spoiled Xiao Wu could not hold back any longer and stepped forward, declaring, "How disgraceful. First come, first served. You should leave." Dai Mubai's gaze shifted from the girls and landed on Xiao Wu. "Excellent. It has been a while since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You all have soul power fluctuations, so you must be soul masters, right? Let us see if you can take me down. If you can, I will leave immediately. Otherwise, please demonstrate what leave means." Hearing their beloved speak, the twin sisters giggled sweetly, obediently stepping aside. Just then, the earlier attendant returned with a middle-aged man, who had overheard the entire exchange and wore an anxious expression. "Let us speak amicably. There is no need to resort to violence." Dai Mubai cast a fleeting glance at him. "Manager Wang, it appears you have become quite the businessman, disregarding even my presence." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a conciliatory smile. "Young Master Dai, please do not say such things. It is my fault. This lad just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I sincerely apologize. I will arrange a room for you immediately." With that, he turned to the waiter and chastised him. "Open your eyes. This is young Master Dai. He is our most esteemed VIP, and regardless of how many guests we have each day, that room must always be reserved for him. Hurry, take young Master Dai upstairs." Brilliant. Manager Wang's assist was nothing short of flawless. TSK, 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 a person who has risen to the highest tier of VIPs merely by renting rooms over the years. A major client who frequents us daily. One word, impressive. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing was seething with rage. "You leave me alone in the star, Luo Empire, facing the pursuit of my brother and sister, while you gallivant in the Heavendo Empire. What an esteemed VIP you are, young Master Dai. I must be blind to have harbored expectations for such a coward who bullies the weak." After reprimanding the waiter, Manager Wang hurriedly apologized to everyone, hoping they would consider moving to another hotel. Following the script that Xia Tianling had in mind, Zhu Zhuqing had already witnessed Dai Mubai's true nature. The objective had been achieved, and they could have left by now. Just as he was about to speak up and depart, Dai Mubai's cold voice cut through the air. "I said, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. You wish to leave? How will I maintain my dignity if this gets out? Young Master Dai, please, please." Manager Wang's face was etched with desperation. "If these soul masters begin to fight, I might as well kiss this hotel goodbye." A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Enough with the nonsense. I will take responsibility for any losses incurred." In the original narrative, it was Xiao Wu who couldn't contain herself and charged in, while Tang San was the one to engage in battle. However, witnessing all of this, Zhu Zhuqing's fury reached its zenith, and she prepared to confront Dai Mubai with deadly intent. She was genuinely resolute in her decision to fight him. As her fiancé, not only did you refuse to join forces with me against our enemies, but you also left me to fend for myself. And now you intend to strike at me while reveling in your indulgence? Sensing the murderous aura emanating from behind, Xia Tianling swiftly moved to shield Zhu Zhuqing, gently patting her clenched fists and saying, "You are not his match. Leave this to me." He then positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brimmed with stubbornness and a hint of inexplicable emotion. "No, don't interfere. I want this. Wait until you have honed your skills. You could defeat him yourself then." Xia Tianling turned, summoning a small whirlwind of wind elemental energy to pin Zhu Zhuqing in place before facing Dai Mubai. "I initially intended to let you off the hook, but since you insist, let us proceed. To be honest, I have long wished to teach you a lesson, but had no justification until now. I find great pleasure in helping others." Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, exuding arrogance. His right fist shot up, followed by a lunge, delivering a furious punch directly at Xia Tianling's chest. Xia Tianling, equally filled with a surge of indignation, stepped forward to meet him, delivering a punch of his own. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai's relentless assault came to an abrupt halt, causing him to stagger back a half step. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had exerted 8/10 of his strength, yet this individual had managed to push him back. Moreover, the impact had rendered his hand slightly trembling, as if it might fracture. Yet, Xia Tianling stood unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor. Of course, Xia Tianling was unscathed. His physical prowess, honed through the dual trials of martial soul and technique, was on par with that of Soul King. Dai Mubai, a mere 37th level Soul Sovereign, was no match for him. Very well, you possess considerable strength. You are worthy of being my opponent, Dai Mubai declared coldly, springing into action. He launched himself into the air, soaring above Xia Tianling like a tiger, descending from a mountain, poised to strike. This was Dai Mubai's prideful technique, no matter how an opponent attempted to block or counterattack. He had myriad strategies to respond. What appeared to be a flawed approach was, in reality, a multitude of deceptive maneuvers. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. Yet, to Xia Tianling, this seemingly invincible attack was riddled with vulnerabilities. In a flash, Xia Tianling took a large step to the right, extending his right fist in a powerful arc aimed at Dai Mubai's ribs. Dai Mubai, airborne and unable to pivot, could only contort his body in a desperate attempt to absorb the blow with his palms and abdomen. Thus, the tiger's descent transformed into a pitiful display of a beaten beast. Dai Mubai was sent sprawling, crashing into the furnishings of the establishment. This strike elicited excited cheers from Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing, though maintaining a stoic facade, felt a sense of vindication within. Amidst the swirling dust, Dai Mubai groaned as he clutched his abdomen, unsteadily rising to his feet. His expression darkened. He had underestimated his opponent, surprised that this youth, seemingly younger than himself, possessed such formidable strength. Is this the level of my reputation as the esteemed young Master Dai in Suodo City? Xia Tianling twisted his neck, the sound of vertebrae cracking echoing in the air, a mocking glint in his eyes. Do not celebrate too soon. Forcing me to use my soul power means I have lost this round. However, I cannot leave without a proper contest with you. Regardless of the outcome, this room is yours. With that, a spark ignited in Dai Mubai's gaze. The earlier disdain had been replaced by solemnity. White Tiger, manifest! A surge of white light enveloped him, transforming Dai Mubai into a magnificent tiger-human hybrid. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while a torrent of soul power emanated a formidable pressure. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, 37th level beast, martial soul, battle soul, sovereign. I seek your guidance. Amidst the imposing aura, Dai Mubai declared his martial soul's rank, signifying the commencement of an official challenge. Behind him, Tang San voiced his concern softly. Lingu, this Dai Mubai appears formidable. He had discreetly readied 2 concealed weapons and was prepared to act should Xia Tianling find himself in peril. Xia Tianling smiled slightly, offering Tang San a reassuring glance. It is merely a competition. Put those away, did I not tell you? One must exercise discretion and not hastily resort to taking lives. In contrast to Tang San's apprehension, Zhu Zhuqing brimmed with confidence. After all, Xia Tianling surpassed the limits of soul rings and could directly eliminate soul sovereigns. With a soul power 2 levels higher than Dai Mubai's, Xia Tianling had always considered the practice of declaring one's strength before a fight somewhat foolish. Yet, given their location in Douluo, he decided to respect the local customs, especially since this was not a life-or-death battle. Xia Tianling, martial soul, Dawn. 39th level weapon, martial soul, battle soul, sovereign. For 6 years, he endured relentless mockery from the members of the Spirit Hall, and even some outsiders, regarding the unappealing name of his spirit. Consequently, he decided to change it. Dawn of Breakthrough shall henceforth be known simply as Dawn. After all, the axe indeed possesses an armor-piercing effect, living up to its name. Perhaps when disassembled, it could be called Shadow Battle Axe and Star-Shattering Hammer. Never mind. That can wait. I adore Dawn. What did you say? You're at level 39? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. How old are you this year? Thank you for the invitation, the boy replied nonchalantly. I am currently in Holy Soul Village, just turned 12. Dai Mubai felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. I already regret issuing the challenge. Is it too late to take it back? You're not going to release your spirit? Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat drained, asked in confusion as his opponent remained still after introducing himself. Oh, it's unnecessary, Xia Tianling replied with indifference. If I were to unleash my spirit and defeat you in a single move, How would I find any enjoyment in that? Fuming with anger, Dai Mubai thought. How dare someone underestimate him, the illustrious Dai? Be careful, he shouted, charging directly at Xia Tianling. A blinding white light erupted as Dai Mubai's sinister eyes suddenly transformed into a brilliant white. The first spirit ring radiated with brilliance, forming a protective white barrier around him. White Tiger Guardian Shield. Immediately, his second spirit ring illuminated as well. A colossal white light coalesced, and with a fierce tiger roar, a milky white sphere of light erupted from his mouth. White Tiger's fierce light wave. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent. Initiating the battle with two spirit abilities, one offensive and one defensive, flawlessly executed. Xia Tianling, observing the approaching White Tiger's fierce light wave and the following Dai Mubai, leisurely raised his right hand, uttering a single syllable. Only Tang San understood. It was a pronunciation of the Chinese character Forning, congeal. A massive element of water instantly condensed in the air, taking the shape of a concave lens. A chilling aura followed, freezing the water into solid ice. The white light wave collided violently against the ice mirror, rebounding at incredible speed. What? How is this possible? Dai Mubai esse pupils constricted. Aren't you a weapon spirit master? How can you control elements as well? As you can see, it's quite simple, Xia Tianling said, dismissing the ice mirror with a wave of his hand. He then surged forward, launching a barrage of punches at the White Tiger Guardian Shield. You have no idea what else I can do. With a resounding crash, Xia Tianling shattered the white, circular barrier with sheer brute force. Dai Mubai glared at him, his eyes glinting with ferocity. What immense power! If you can withstand this next attack, I will concede defeat. A purple halo glimmered to life as the air around Dai Mubai warped. Suddenly, his body transformed into a blood-red hue. Second transformation, Millennium Spirit ability, White Tiger, Diamond transformation. Dai Mubai esse musclis bulged grotesquely. His upper clothing tearing apart to reveal a terrifying physique. Strangely, black markings appeared on his skin, enveloped in a golden aura, exuding the aura of a king among beasts. Are you not going to unleash your spirit? Then don't blame me. Enraged by his opponent's calm demeanor, Dai Mubai unleashed his third spirit ability and charged forward. Can he truly contend with that ferocious tiger? Xiao Wu, witnessing the fearsome display, tugged at Tang San's sleeve, worry etched across her face. Tang San, glancing at the composed Xia Tianling and then at the corner where Zhu Zhuqing stood, brimming with confidence yet harboring animosity, assured, I believe in Ling Ge. He'll be just fine. After all, he is an even stronger traverser than I. Chapter 34. Understanding the King, Dai Mubai. Well, this is more like it. Xia Tianling grinned mischievously, channeling his soul power as he met Dai Mubai head-on. His eyes had transformed into golden vertical pupils. Faint traces of thunderous power swirling around his fists as his dragon might surged. In that moment, Dai Mubai, now in his White Tiger Diamond transformation, felt as though he were facing not a mere soul master, but an unparalleled dragon king. Even his top-tier White Tiger spirit felt somewhat suppressed. Yet, there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Xiao Wu, having already sought refuge behind Tang San when Xia Tianling unleashed his dragon might, clung tightly to his shirt, trembling in fear. Tang San quickly comforted her. Xiao Wu? What's wrong? Xiao Wu stammered, third brother, I feel so scared. The aura from Ling Ge terrifies me. Catching sight of this, Xia Tianling stifled a laugh inwardly. Indeed, she was a timid little rabbit. For Dai Mubai, this battle demanded his full focus, but for him, it was merely an opportunity for release. He had not taken it seriously before, simply trying to provoke Dai Mubai into unleashing his full strength. An early conclusion would spoil the fun. With heavy fists imbued with dragon might, he relentlessly penetrated Dai Mubai's defenses, landing a powerful blow to his chin. The towering Dai Mubai was momentarily dazed by Xia Tianling's rising dragon punch. Before he could regain his composure, Xia Tianling's second punch landed squarely in his abdomen, bending him over in pain. The third punch, fourth punch, elbow strike, knee thrust, headbutt. There were no extravagant soul techniques, only straightforward hand-to-hand combat skills. One punch after another, Dai Mubai found himself utterly defenseless. This was no jest. These were the combat techniques of special forces that Xia Tianling had painstakingly exchanged with his destiny power. There were no flashy moves, only the simplest and most direct techniques delivering the heaviest blows to his adversary. After several minutes, Dai Mubai, battered and depleted, was forced to relinquish his White Tiger Diamond transformation, leaning against the wall with panda-like eyes, utterly devoid of dignity. Please stop. I concede. Dai Mubai cried in desperation, realizing he had lost face. What kind of monster are you? You didn't even unleash your spirit, and yet have bested me with sheer physical prowess. Moreover, this individual was akin to a lightning-imbued hedgehog soul beast. Wherever he was struck, it felt as though he was also electrocuted. Although Dai Mubai now appeared in a pitiful state, his clothing tattered and his body bruised, these were mere superficial injuries. Given his physical condition, he would recover in a couple of days. Have you surrendered? Xia Tianling summoned a bit of water element to wash the blood from his hands and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe them dry. You concede? This room is yours, Dai Mubai generously admitted. Manager Wang, charge the damages to my account. Despite his flirtatious and domineering nature, he was a gracious loser and would never resort to dishonesty. Stretching his limbs, he grinned at the assembled crowd. I believe we shall meet again soon. You are all here to take the entrance exam for Shrek Academy, aren't you? If anyone gives you trouble, just mention the name of the evil-eyed white tiger. Dai Mubai. With that said, the twin sisters hurried to his side, supporting him as they made their exit. Suddenly, a cold huff caught Dai Mubai's attention. Confused, he glanced back to find a striking young woman, her fists clenched and a fierce expression on her face, as if she were ready to devour him. The combination of her aloof demeanor and such a fierce expression was utterly captivating to Dai Mubai. Having just been bested, he interpreted her fiery demeanor as a normal reaction to losing the room to him. Without further thought, he cast a lingering glance at Xia Tianling, who had just finished washing his hands, and, perhaps due to the rare encounter with a peer, he carelessly remarked, "Brother, what great fortune you have. This girl is truly exceptional. It seems we are kindred spirits. Come find me later, and I shall introduce you to even better prospects." With that, he departed without looking back. Impressive. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain the fury that surged within her. Instantly, she summoned her martial soul, poised to charge out and confront Dai Mubai. "You scoundrel, Dai Mubai, I shall kill you." Having traveled thousands of miles to the Heavendo Empire, was it merely to encounter a debauched and lecherous man whose mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of women? Was this truly the man to whom she was betrothed? This was the caliber of individual she was tied to? Dai Mubai, already a distance away, paid her no heed, dismissing her outburst as the fiery temperament of a spirited girl, completely oblivious to the gravity of his oversight. Xia Tianling, ever quick and astute, seized Zhu Zhuqing, but the smooth leather of her attire made it difficult to grasp her firmly, resulting in a mere gentle hold on her shoulder. Observing his elder brother's predicament, Tang San swiftly deployed his blue silvergrass to bind Zhu Zhuqing momentarily. "Zhuqing, calm down. Stay composed." After a futile struggle, Zhu Zhuqing gradually quieted. The anger that filled her heart had not dissipated. Rather, it was buried deep within, awaiting the next provocation, which would unleash an even more intense eruption. The desire to grow stronger and the disappointment in Dai Mubai could no longer be suppressed. Zhu Zhuqing resolutely articulated her determination to Xia Tianling. "I wish to become stronger. I will follow you." Xia Tianling nodded with a smile, signaling Tang San to release the restraints of the blue silvergrass. "Hee, the plan is successful. The little kitty is now on board. No problem." Once Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure, the fire of determination burned brightly in her eyes. This time, she was not only determined to defeat her sister, but also to personally trample the self-indulgent Dai Mubai underfoot. Meanwhile, the previously exuberant Xiao Wu cautiously peeked out from behind Tang San after Xia Tianling had subdued his dragon aura, nervously glancing ahead. "What is wrong, little rabbit? Am I truly that fearsome?" Xia Tianling chuckled. "Don't call me little rabbit. I feel like you might eat me at any moment," Xiao Wu retorted, only to mumble shyly afterward. "Eat you?" Little Sen wouldn't he agree to that, would he? He winked in Tang San's direction. Tang San smiled helplessly. "Of course not. Xiao Wu is my sister, and also Deming and Erming." "Xiao Wu? How do you know Deming and Erming?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you?" As you can see, Tang San, standing nearby, felt perplexed. "Xiao Wu, Lingo, what riddle are you two playing at? Who are Deming and Erming?" "Deming and Erming are Xiao Wu's family. They have a tough time ahead," Xia Tianling replied, choosing not to reveal Xiao Wu's identity. Tang San would eventually uncover the truth once his purple extreme magic eye broke through. All right, he acquiesced, refraining from further inquiries. However, he could surmise that Xiao Wu's background was likely not simple, akin to his own alcoholic father, Tang Hao. Their conversation intentionally glossed over some crucial information, leaving Tang San to ponder what it could be. "You two? What did this refer to? Could it be that Xiao Wu, like him, was a traveler from another world?" That seemed unlikely, She appeared to lack any such wisdom and was merely a lively child. What are you hiding from me? Nevertheless, he decided to let it go, reasoning that since Ling Gu had indicated he would learn in due time, he could afford to wait. Chapter 35. The Pope is not my biological mother. She is my godmother. So, esteemed guests, will you be staying? The manager, Wang, who had been lurking nearby, mustered the courage to approach once he sensed the conversation among the Soul Masters was concluding. Xia Tianling and the others spoke of nothing secretive, engaging in quiet discourse. However, even so, Wang would not dare to eavesdrop. The young Soul Master leading the group had rendered Dai Mu Bai incapable of self-care without even activating his martial soul. Thus, he must be immensely powerful, and establishing a good rapport with him seemed prudent. Oh, staying, Tang San snapped back to attention and quickly replied. Since Zhu Qing has no intention of going to Shrek, let us not stay. Xia Tianling produced some gold soul coins to compensate for their losses. Ultimately, my objective has been achieved. Whether we stay at the Rose Hotel or not is of little consequence. Although staying might yield additional benefits, I would prefer to forego such advantages. It was merely exploiting someone else's misfortune. Even during the night spent in the wild, he had managed alone in a single tent. Wang hurriedly declined. That one do. Everything today is on Dai Xiao's tab. Very well, Xia Tianling agreed, leading Zhu Zhuqing outside. Little San, Little Rabbit, take care. We shall meet again. How infuriating. Don't call me Little Rabbit. My name is Xiao Wu. She pouted from behind. By the way, Sangu, are we going to have separate rooms? I want to sleep with you. Sangu, shall we go shopping this afternoon? Where are we going? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silently following, inquired once they exited the Rose Hotel. Naturally, to my home. After traveling for so long, we should rest a bit. We'll set off by carriage tomorrow, Xia Tianling replied matter-of-factly. He was quite the lazybones, preferring to avoid tedious tasks unless they were of personal interest, willingly delegating responsibilities to others. Your home? Do you actually have a house here? Zhu Zhuqing felt puzzled. Was there truly someone who would buy a house solely for the purpose of attending school? If Xia Tianling could hear her thoughts, he would surely respond, yes. And quite a few, actually. The prices for school district housing in my previous life were outrageous. Here we are. Not having walked far, Xia Tianling pointed ahead. A massive dome structure came into view. The facade alone spanned over 100 meters in width and soared 2 or 3 stories high, composed of several levels. The entire edifice was brown, and the emblem of the Martial Soul Hall emblazoned on the front door featured 3 distinct patterns, signifying that this was a level 3 main hall of the Martial Soul Hall. This is the Martial Soul Hall? Is it truly your home? You can't be the biological son of the Pope, can you? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, voicing her thoughts candidly. Huffed. Xia Tianling felt a wave of exasperation. What peculiar notions occupied this little kitty's mind? I am certainly not the Pope's biological son. However, my sister is, and I am the Pope's godson. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the current holy son of the Martial Soul Hall, a disciple of the Pope, and the heir to the next Pope. Upon hearing this, the little kitty was taken aback, her mind momentarily short-circuited. The current holy son of the Martial Soul Hall was even more prestigious than the biological son of the Pope. It far surpassed her own status as the second lady of the Yuming family of the Star Luo Empire. All right, enough standing around. Let us go. Xia Tianling took the dazed Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and headed toward the grand entrance of the Martial Soul Hall. Your Highness, the Holy Son. The guards at the door uniformly bowed in reverence. These were among the guards who had accompanied him previously to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Thanks to him, they had earned a substantial reward of over a dozen gold soul coins in one go, which was no small sum in the eyes of common folk. And they were undoubtedly grateful. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. No more bowing to me from now on. Such formalities are unnecessary in my presence. The guard promptly agreed. As they stepped through the door, he led Zhu Zhuqing upward, making their way to the Hall Master's office. Along the way, everyone they encountered bowed in respect, and he greeted each one in kind. Is the Holy Son truly worthy of such flattery? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, observing the multitude of people bowing and scraping. Even the common soul masters are paying their respects. Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly, it's not that the Holy Son deserves their flattery. Rather, it's that I am quite well-liked, a testament to my personal charm. Before long, the two arrived at the office of the Hall Master on the top floor, where a young man was engrossed in writing behind a large pile of scrolls. Uncle Sujuntao, Xia Tianling exclaimed, casually taking a seat and pouring juice for both himself and Zhu Zhuqing. At the sound of his voice, the young man, who had been leaning over the desk, lifted his head, his face alight with surprise as he called out, Your Highness, the Holy Son. What brings you here? Recently, Su Yuntao had been riding high on a wave of success. After discovering the prodigious Xia Tianling, he received commendation from the Ghost Douluo, broke through to the 30th rank with the aid of the Spirit Hall, and acquired a Millennium Soul Ring. Subsequently, he continued to be recognized for his achievements, swiftly ascending from a mere assistant in a sub-hall to the esteemed position of Hall Master of a third-tier main hall, surpassing even his longtime superior, Master Matthew. Moreover, even the goddess he had long admired had cast him a flirtatious glance, leading to a successful union with her a year prior. Xia Tianling had even attended his wedding, which filled him with a sense of pride. With status, strength, a family, and a superior who appreciated him, he had undoubtedly become a winner in life. In terms of his past life, one could say he had received a promotion, a salary increase, assumed the role of general manager, become a CEO, and reached the pinnacle of success. Years later, when Su Yuntao, now in a high position, was interviewed by reporters about what he considered the most prudent decision of his life, he would answer without hesitation that it was his diligent work that ultimately led to the Holy Sun's awakening of his martial soul. I come seeking accommodation. We shall depart for the academy tomorrow. The hotels in the city are rather subpar. It's far more comfortable to stay at home. Xia Tianling commented, glancing at the desk cluttered with documents, teasing, Uncle Su, you take your duties quite seriously now that you're a hall master. Huh? Su Yuntao quickly waved his hands, humbled. I am unworthy of such praise. This is merely the duty of subordinate. Besides, how can you call me uncle? Don't you know me yet? In private. We can speak freely. I do not mind such matters. Over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling's ability to navigate the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly tied to his character. After all, he hailed from modern society, where he was taught that all individuals are equal, making it difficult for him to accept the subservient titles often used. He preferred to acknowledge others as colleagues rather than subordinates. Thus, he had never flaunted his status, always treating the Spirit Hall staff with kindness. If someone helped him, he would ensure to express his gratitude in kind. Who wouldn't he appreciate a leader who possesses capability, potential, and a sense of gratitude? Moreover, everyone enjoys the feeling of being respected. The Holy Sun has returned with a companion. I shall arrange a larger room for you tonight. Ahem, 2 rooms, please. This is a newly discovered talent I am bringing to the academy. Merely a friend, Xia Tianling hurriedly clarified. He jested, for he was a gentleman. Although he often made playful remarks online about his desires, he remained quite conservative in reality. All actions must be predicated on mutual consent. He would not refuse generous offers, but would certainly reject forced ones. Taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities is unbecoming of a gentleman. Chapter 36. The 7 gather at the Martial Soul Academy. The Martial Soul Academy, designed to provide ample space for student cultivation, is not located within the territories of the 2 great empires, but rather at the intersection of their borders, forming a strategic position opposite the Martial Soul City. Upon boarding the Spirit Hall's exclusive carriage, the 2 swiftly reached their destination. Compared to the rudimentary Shrek village, the Martial Soul Academy was genuinely affluent, outshining even the Royal Academy of Tiando. Furthermore, in terms of faculty, the Martial Soul Academy boasted an intimidating array of powerful beings that other factions could hardly rival. 2 title Douluo were stationed there year-round to ensure student safety, accompanied by several Soul Douluo, numerous Soul Saints, and a plethora of Soul Emperors serving as educators. However, half of these instructors were not permanently assigned. They often came to the academy for respite after completing significant missions, taking the opportunity to teach students and prevent themselves from becoming complacent. This arrangement allowed for relaxation while simultaneously cultivating the next generation, a win-win situation. The Martial Soul Academy. Nestled in the mountains? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, curiously observing the surroundings through the carriage window. To be precise, the entire mountain range was under the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Academy. This was Xia Tianling's first visit, although he had previously heard Hulaina speak of it. The comprehensive Martial Soul Academy encompassed not just the mountain itself, but also provided simulated training environments tailored to various attribute academies. Artificial lakes, underground lava, dense forests, and even a sea of thunder, constructed from lightning attribute spirit beasts, were all part of its vast offerings. There was nothing the Martial Soul Academy could not provide. In fact, the Academy even maintained its own expansive spirit beast forest, larger than a first-tier hunting forest, teeming with numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts. This forest was specifically cultivated for the students' assessments, training, and soul ring acquisition. Truly, wealth can indeed enable one to act with great freedom. Such an extravagant allocation of an uninhabited mountain range for the Academy, combined with a dedicated hunting forest, could only be achieved by the Spirit Hall. which commanded 70% of the world's spirit masters. With prior arrangements made, the carriage moved swiftly towards the academy's interior. At the foot of the academy's mountains, a row of villa-like buildings awaited. This area was reserved exclusively for the academy's talented students. Unlike the two great empires, which hoarded resources for the nobility, the Spirit Hall fully understood the principle of elevating talent. As long as one exhibited ability, cultivation, and talent, they would be rewarded with superior treatment. Each new student, after completing a qualification assessment, would receive an initial rank medal. With each breakthrough in cultivation, successful task completion, or outstanding performance in annual assessments, students could apply for rank upgrades to gain access to more resources and superior teaching. For instance, the purple rank medal earned by the Golden Generation in the original work represented the highest tier of students. Upon graduation, they would immediately secure prominent positions within the Spirit Hall. Ideally, Xia Tianling and his two companions should have reported to the academy immediately following their awakening. However, there are always a select few individuals of great importance to certain organizations, and until they attained a measure of self-defense capability, the three had to remain within the martial Soul City for their training. For them, it mattered little, as the initial years of cultivation primarily focused on enhancing soul power levels and theoretical knowledge, which could be learned anywhere. Now that they had made some progress, they were ready to engage in more practical combat training. Xia Tianling led Zhu Zhuqing to a multi-story building. This was the exclusive teaching facility for gifted students, accessible only to a select few. As soon as they stepped through the door, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A brightly dressed girl, her face adorned with a playful expression, dashed down from the upper levels and enveloped Xia Tianling in a warm embrace. Wow, little junior brother, I missed you so much. You've grown taller since I last saw you. You're almost catching up to me. The one who had come was none other than Hulaina, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall from the original story. Ahem, sister, please let me go. I can hardly breathe. Xia Tianling struggled to free himself from Hulaina's embrace as he gasped for air. Is that really missing me, or are you just craving my cooking? Hee hee. Who could blame me? Your cooking is simply divine. After tasting your dishes, the cafeteria food pales in comparison. Hulaina stuck out her tongue, remarking that even Xiao Ao's martial soul could become tiresome after excessive indulgence, and, moreover, his culinary skills could not compare to those of Summerling. As one also nurtured by the Spirit Hall, she would return to Spirit City during the Academy's breaks to train under her teacher. After fortuitously tasting the dishes prepared by Summerling one summer, she became quite audacious in seeking out meals from him. This led to her becoming well acquainted with Oscar and Ma Hongjun over time. To be honest, I often envied Tianling. A few individuals descended from upstairs. Yan Yi, with your sycophantic behavior, how could Sister Laina possibly have feelings for you? Summerling retorted sharply upon recognizing the speaker. To forge iron, one must first temper oneself. Ha ha ha. Tianling speaks the truth. If you devoted even a fraction of your effort to training, my sister would hardly be so exasperated with you, chimed in another young man. Hulaina's brother, Xieyu. Yin awkwardly scratched his nose, pretending as if nothing had transpired. After all, his role as Laina's ardent admirer was no secret to anyone. It had been ongoing for quite some time. Hey, Linga, I was wondering why you didn't join us. Turns out you were sneaking off to see the ladies. Teased one of the duo, while the other added, exactly, Fatty has a point. You're not being very loyal, boss. Don't call me Fatty. I'm not fat at all. Oscar and Ma Hongjun playfully bantered back and forth. Over the span of 6 years, not only had Bibi Dong and Qianren Shua changed, but so too had Oscar and the once chubby boy. No, he could no longer be referred to as the chubby boy. After training in the fiery phoenix technique, Ma Hongjun's physique had become quite normal. He no longer exuded the lewd aura present in the original tale, instead radiating a vibrant and youthful energy that made him appear somewhat dashing at first glance. Coupled with his level 32 strength, he had become a veritable young high flyer in Soto City during his breaks home, capturing the admiration of many girls in the village. However, now that he had shed his previous vulnerabilities, Ma Hongjun no longer sought solace in romantic entanglements. Under Summerling's tutelage for 6 years, he had not transformed into the lecherous character depicted in the original narrative. He remained a pure-hearted and diligent young man devoted to his training. As for Oscar, the transformations he underwent were even more remarkable. After cultivating the martial body, his confidence soared, far removed from the despondency that characterized his counterpart in the original timeline. The enhancement of his strength, particularly through martial arts, instilled a resilience and assurance that radiated from within. His well-defined physique concealed explosive power capable of striking fear into even the most seasoned spirit masters. Having perfected the unyielding body and boasting a formidable soul power of 35, Oscar's prowess was sufficient to best his peers of equal rank. Fatty, are you itching for a fight? Your cultivation is still lacking compared to Xiao Ao, the food-type spirit master. It seems you've been slacking off lately. Do you need me to assist you with extra training? Ma Hongjun quipped, his expression suddenly turning somber. No way, Lingo. That guy Xiao Ao is a complete monster. I can't possibly compare. Although Summerling had already helped him resolve the issue of his fiery temperament, Ma Hongjun's inherently lazy disposition was a deep-seated trait that was hard to alter. You're just a fool who doesn't appreciate your own fortune. Allow me to introduce my newly recruited student and friend, Zhu Zhuqing. From now on, we shall be learning partners. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silently observing from the corner, stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master of the Spectral Spirit Cat, at the level of a 29-rank battle soul master. The Spectral Spirit Cat, with the surname Zhu? Are you from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Hulaina inquired thoughtfully. At your age, achieving a level 29 is impressive. Indeed, she affirmed. However, her identity is not to be of concern. I will handle everything. Summerling interjected quickly. Ooh, the group collectively teased. Boss, you claim to be friends with her? That is quite a stretch, Oscar remarked with a cheeky grin. Though the cultivation techniques had altered his mindset, they hadn't changed his mischievous nature. Yes, Lingo. Who among us doesn't know one another? There's no need for secrecy, Ma Hongjun chimed in. Get lost. Summerling retorted angrily. Fatty, I must inform you that Zhu Qing's dedication to her training far surpasses yours. Even Xiao Ao cannot compare. If she surpasses you in rank in the future, don't say I didn't warn you. P.S. getting flustered. P.S. enraged. Maon Gujun laughed artidi. Unconcerned. The air was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Meanwhile, in another part of Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu had also arrived at the registration site for Shrek Academy. However, in this timeline, Shrek appeared rather lackluster. Without Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the entire academy boasted merely one student, Daimu Bai. With 6 teachers for a single student, it was akin to a certain paleontological department at a certain academy. Predictably, during the 4th round against Zhao Wujing, Xiao Wu fell victim to her own charm, suffering a backlash. Yet Tang San did not attempt to execute Zhao Wujing with the same fervor as in the original tale. He understood that this was a result of Xiao Wu's own actions. Due to the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's aid, he merely engaged Zhao Wujing with concealed weapons for the duration of a single incense stick before conceding defeat. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, flowing heroes beating Zhao Wujing. Even without a fierce battle, Zhao Wujing could not escape the fate of being thoroughly beaten by Tang San. To be candid, Xiao Wu's mental fortitude was rather lacking. A formidable 10,000-year-soul beast transformed into a human should not struggle in mental prowess against a power-type soul sage, which was indeed somewhat perplexing. ISNT that your innate skill, little rabbit? Wait, does the little rabbit have charm as an innate skill? It seems Tang San's hat was growing greener by the moment. Chapter 37, Blade of the Assassin. After completing the enrollment procedures for Zhu Zhuqing, Summerling led her to his exclusive training ground. This was the advantage of being a top-tier student. He would not have to share with others, but rather have a space tailored specifically for him. Reflecting on Zhu Zhuqing's route of agility and control from the original narrative, Summerling found himself rather perplexed. Agility and control? Are they truly effective? Every title de law across the continent, without exception, was a powerhouse of offense, was it not? The notion that control counters offense is a fallacy. Aside from being a mere spectator, the control-type spirit masters had little impact. The most laughable aspect was the agility type, if one counted all title de law across the continent. Only ghost de law belonged to the agility category. Was that truly useful? What should agility embody? It ought to resemble that of an assassin, concealing oneself, high attack, high agility, striking with explosive force to take a life, and then vanishing without a trace. 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no tracks for 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, one departs, concealing both accomplishments and name. Yet what were agility-type spirit masters in Douluo Dalu doing? They had agility, but where was the attack? Where was the explosive force? A flurry of flashy skills that left defense-type spirit masters unscathed? What then was the significance of agility? Their understanding of cultivation was fundamentally flawed. For years, the spirit masters of Douluo Dalu had failed to grasp the essence of agility-type spirit masters. Each of them insisted on engaging in direct confrontations like the offense types, which was an undeniable folly. Thus, Summerling resolved to teach the little cat how to become a competent assassin. Can I become as strong as they are? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. Upon meeting everyone earlier, she had sensed the overwhelming auras emanating from them. It was one thing for the older individuals to surpass her, but even Ma Hongjun, who appeared her age, possessed strength rivaling that of a soul sovereign. Zhu Zhuqing felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. His companions were so formidable. Could he ever catch up? Compared to these youthful prodigies before him, Dai Mubai felt utterly inept. You will become stronger than them, Xia Tianling interjected, bypassing pleasantries and delving directly into the matter at hand. Grip this dagger and let a drop of your blood fall upon it. Feel it intently. Following her guidance, Zhu Zhuqing obediently drew a small cut on her finger with the sharp blade. Crimson droplets seeped forth, landing on the dagger, which absorbed the blood and emitted waves of dark, crimson radiance. Simultaneously, the dagger's essence began to dissipate, merging into Zhu Zhuqing's very being. This was the famed dagger of assassins, hailing from a realm of Western fantasy. This dagger served not only as a weapon, but also as a legendary artifact left behind by the god of assassins, Assassin. Through systematic deconstruction, the inheritance of a mere otherworldly deity could be effortlessly unraveled by filtering out the original divine power. What remained was solely the insights into the craft of assassination and a modicum of primordial energy. These residual forces greatly aided Zhu Zhuqing in swiftly mastering the weapon while simultaneously enhancing her physique. This weapon, an ethereal entity, rendered the dagger merely a vessel of form. In truth, should Zhu Zhuqing desire it, she could effortlessly manifest a massive cleaver. In a certain sense, the little cat had acquired a second martial soul that could not bear soul ring. The brilliance of this weapon lay in its ability to bypass any defense. It was guaranteed to breach any protection. The only barriers to its harm were the physical resilience of the assailant and the power of the opposing attack. For instance, if one wielded this weapon against a mage clad in top-tier divine armor and shielded by several forbidden spells, one could disregard all defenses and deliver a fatal blow. However, if one attempted to strike a rock golem of formidable toughness, the efficacy would be significantly diminished. In such a case, it would merely be a finely honed weapon that could not be destroyed. Among the myriad techniques left behind by the god of assassins, aside from methods of cultivation, the most precious was a technique known as Void Walk. This was the signature skill of the god of assassins, enabling the user to become ethereal and slip into the void, evading detection and attack. When mastered to perfection, even the barriers of the world could be effortlessly traversed. In simpler terms, it rendered one imperceptible in reality. At that moment, with her eyes closed, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were a small boat amidst tumultuous seas, battered by the relentless gales of intent. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, although the system had nullified the latent dangers within this inherited weapon and severed its ties to the original world, at its core, it still possessed the essence of a divine artifact. An artifact is not deemed divine merely for its strength or quality. It is considered such because it is wielded by a god. Even in the significantly weakened realm of Douluo, the accumulated intent to kill and the divine energy of the god of assassins, steeped in centuries, still harbored immense power. Even if the god of assassins were merely a mid-tier deity of ordinary divine power, the essence of that power far surpassed the profession of soul masters. This vast force could not be utilized as a means of offense. Instead, it would unleash a tempestuous assault on the willpower of the inheritor. Should one's willpower shatter, the consequence would be a descent into a soulless husk governed by murderous intent, akin to a drunken reveler in the city of slaughter. Could it be that I cannot even withstand the onslaught of a weapon's will? No. I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I must prove that my family's pathological system of inheritance is flawed. Zhu Zhuqing clung desperately to her will within the illusory realm constructed by the dagger of assassins. Her small face contorted in pain. This state was not right. Xia Tianling quickly sensed the anomaly, and the system provided the aforementioned explanation. How can I save her? He expended a considerable amount of fate energy, prompting the system to propose a solution. Ding! The Tao of longevity that the host practices is the most aligned with nature, encompassing all things. Simply guide it with your breath and consciousness. Hearing the system's words, Xia Tianling hastily complied, releasing his soul power and mental energy to envelop Zhu Zhuqing. It bore fruit. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion began to calm. On the verge of succumbing to darkness, she felt a beam of light within the abyss of intent, radiating warmth and a familiar aura, clarifying her previously chaotic mind. Is it you? Are you aiding me? No one anticipated that this contest of will would endure a tad longer. On the very night, Xia Tianling led Zhu Zhuqing into the training chamber. Hulina sensed something was amiss. They've been in there for quite a while, just practicing a technique. Having experienced something similar years ago when Xia Tianling taught her the Qingqiu Celestial Fox technique, which even her teacher, Bibi Dong, had praised for its brilliance, she grew concerned. Utilizing a special observation mirror in the training room, she checked the internal situation and, finding no issues, chose not to intervene further. Little did she know, this condition persisted until the next day, the third day, and the fourth day, extending into the morning of the sixth day. By then, several individuals had gathered outside the training chamber. Aside from a few companions, the rest were all high-ranking soul masters. 2 titled Douluo stationed at the academy had arrived, accompanied by several healing-type soul masters, including a healing-type Soul Dalu. This was the contemporary holy son of the spirit hall. Any precautions taken were warranted. Just as the 2 titled Douluos deliberated on whether to forcibly breach the door, fortune favored them as the inheritance finally concluded. After 4 days of continuous exertion, Xia Tianling was on the brink of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground the moment he sensed the end of the inheritance. His last thought was a resigned, well, I really messed up this time. With the completion of the inheritance, Zhu Zhuqing's aura surged, transforming her into a blade soaring towards the heavens. Yet her form appeared somewhat ethereal. Tianling, Your Highness, Ling Yi, Junior Brother, Boss. The first call was from Zhu Zhuqing. Upon opening her eyes and barely reveling in her ascension to the 30th level, she noticed Xia Tianling, drained of energy, collapsing, and rushed to support him. As the onlookers saw both awaken, they burst through the door, a throng surging inside. The healing type, Soul Dalu, quickly extended his soul power towards the feeble Xia Tianling, assessing his condition while unleashing healing soul techniques upon him. No, don't treat me. Teacher Wang, I'm fine, Xia Tianling weakly protested, lying in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. I just need a moment to recover from my mental fatigue. Mental fatigue? That's easily remedied. A voice chimed in as the 7 treasures glazed tile, Sex Liuli appeared. A mental energy enhancement buff enveloped him, gradually restoring his drained faculties. This individual was a sole emperor of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, one of the top 3 sects, which had long maintained a favorable relationship with the Spear Hall. Furthermore, Sword Douluo, Chisha Jianshen, and its sect leader Ning Fengji were even recognized as honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, facilitating considerable collaboration between the 2 powers. Tianling, thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said, cradling the pale-faced Xia Tianling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had done all this for her. Xia Tianling smiled nonchalantly, responding, What is there to thank? This is only natural. Didn't I say before? You're my partner. I'll protect you when trouble arises. Why have you never shown us such consideration before? Is it a matter of preferential treatment? Please refrain from speaking. It is better for you to rest. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were not only red-rimmed, but her cheeks also bore a flush. A title Dalu, upon observing that their highness was seemingly untroubled and even engaged in light-hearted banter with a beautiful companion, was suddenly engulfed by a surge of indignation. Enough. Everyone disperse. Go back to your cultivation. Ning Tao, escort his highness back to his quarters. However, what transpired thereafter remained unknown to Xia Tianling. His mental state was truly abysmal. He had merely mustered the strength to utter a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness with his eyes tightly shut. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. That slumber was remarkably restorative. Xia Tianling sat up from the familiar bed, stretching languidly. It had been a long time since he had felt such relaxation, having replaced sleep with cultivation. His soul power had actually surpassed level 40? Perfect. He could take the little kitty with him to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings. I wonder how she is faring after receiving the inheritance. This time, it was genuinely perilous. Having enjoyed a smooth journey for so long, my vigilance had waned, and I nearly faced disaster. In the future, I should consult the system regarding uncertain matters. Tianling, you're awake. Just as Xia Tianling was reflecting on the recent events, Zhu Zhuqing pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing his rosy complexion, she exclaimed in delight. Zhuqing, you didn't go cultivate? Young man, you're quite fortunate, remarked the healing type, Soul Dalu, who had entered behind her. He had remained in the lounge downstairs, prepared to intervene in case of unforeseen developments. After you fell unconscious yesterday, this young lady never left your side. Youth is truly wonderful. The old man sighed wistfully. Since all seems well, I shall not intrude upon your youthful affairs. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson as she hung her head silently at the foot of the bed. She and T left for an entire night? This little kitty, truly. Ahem, Zhu Qing, how do you feel after the inheritance? Xia Tianling sensed a hint of awkwardness and swiftly shifted the topic. I've broken through level 30. My body feels significantly lighter, Zhu Qing replied thoughtfully. Moreover, the dagger you gifted me yesterday can now transform at will. As she spoke, Zhu Qing conjured the assassin's blade. Perhaps it should now be referred to as the assassin's claws. A pair of dark, claw-like appendages materialized over her hands, exuding an aura of sharpness. The claws were perfectly attuned to her hands, emitting a subtle yet deep sound with the movement of her fingertips. This sound was so faint that it would go unnoticed by anyone lacking the keen perception of a cultivator. Not bad, Xia Tianling said, springing up from the bed. Let us go summon little Ao and the fatty. We're off to the Douluo Forest to hunt for soul rings. Aren't we inviting senior sister Hui Yuna and the others? And why do you call Ma Hongjun fatty? Doesn't he look fat? Zhu Qing inquired, retracting her claws. Curiosity piqued. Our trip to the Douluo Forest serves two purposes. One is to hunt for soul rings, and the other is for training. Senior sister and her companions have completed countless missions. In terms of combat experience, I find myself lacking compared to them, so it's naturally unnecessary for them to accompany us. Though Xia Tianling had participated in several campaigns against evil soul masters in the past, he had merely been a bystander, gaining experience rather than engaging in battle. As for why he referred to Ma Hongjun as fatty, it was simply a nickname that had stuck since his childhood, a term of endearment, if you will. The two conversed as they made their way toward the teaching building, with Xia Tianling doing most of the talking while Zhu Qing occasionally responded with a nod or an mm. They smoothly located Oscar and Ma Hongjun in the training area, and upon hearing of Xia Tianling's serendipitous breakthrough to level 40, they immediately offered their congratulations. The quartet successfully gathered, and after seeking permission from the station titled Douluo, a top-tier soul, Douluo, guided them toward the Douluo Forest. Chapter 39. The Fateful Reunion of the Seven Oddities. As to why a titled Douluo did not lead the expedition, the reasoning is simple. Each titled Douluo is a prominent figure in the world. While escorting one individual might be manageable, parading 4 students through the Douluo Forest could easily raise suspicions among other factions and powerful beings. After all, the Spirit Hall does not enjoy a favorable reputation with the Ming factions. Moreover, should they encounter other powerful entities within the Douluo Forest, it would be evident that these talented individuals were of great significance to the Spirit Hall. Human intentions are inscrutable. One could never predict if someone might act irrationally. Furthermore, the Soul Douluo leading the expedition was an impressive 88th level assault-type soul master, rivaling the combat prowess of certain titled Douluos, capable of prevailing in one-on-one confrontations, thus ensuring the safety of the group. This time, it is entirely up to you 4 young ones to take action. I shall not intervene unless your lives are in peril. The leading soul Douluo cautioned from within the carriage heading to the Douluo Forest. Although this is your first journey there, you should be familiar with the essential points from your theoretical classes. This trip serves as your practical experience. How you proceed is entirely in your hands, so I hope you will minimize your mistakes. Understood. By evening, the carriage reached a quaint little town. With decision-making authority in hand, Xia Tianling promptly declared that they would rest for the night before continuing their journey the following day. The carriage they traveled in bore no insignia of the Spirit Hall. While the interior was spacious and luxurious, the exterior appeared quite ordinary. Upon entering the town, the leading soul Douluo vanished in an instant. Without the presence of an adult, the youthful companions became noticeably more animated. The first time Ma Hongjun had ventured out on a journey, he drove the carriage while curiously gazing around, observing the myriad of goods lining the streets, various potions, trinkets, and equipment. Xia Tianling's collector's instinct began to stir. Just buy everything. It would not suffice to leave without acquiring a complete set of supplies. After all, he had an abundance of pocket money from his teacher. At that moment, Oscar pointed toward a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead. Boss, let us stay there tonight. The hotel Oscar referred to was a 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the first floor and accommodations on the second. Is it truly fate? Comparing it with the memories gradually aligning, Xia Tianling answered with a peculiar expression. Upon entering the hotel, he booked a triple room and a single room. Although he indeed had wealth, there was no need to squander it unnecessarily in non-essential areas. The sky outside had darkened. After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes, the 4 descended to prepare for dinner. Just as they sat down, 5 individuals entered the hotel. The foremost among them was a robust figure, muscular yet not excessively tall, resembling a bear. Could it be? What an incredible coincidence. Upon seeing the familiar faces of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Xia Tianling could not help but acknowledge the sheer improbability of the situation. Is this what it means for the timelines to converge? Oh, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Xiao, what a pleasure to see you again. Linga, you're here too? What a coincidence. Xiao San, Mu Bai, do you know each other? The imposing figure was none other than Zhao Wujin. Dai Mu Bai recalled some less than pleasant memories from a few days prior and awkwardly responded. I suppose we've become acquainted through our encounters. Tang San, brimming with excitement, introduced Teacher Zhao. This is my childhood friend and my elder brother, Xia Tianling. Brother Ling. This is our Shrek team leader, Teacher Zhao Wujia. Beside him is my classmate, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, with an innocent demeanor, greeted the group gently. Yet her darting eyes betrayed her true feelings. Ning Rongrong, it has been quite a while. Xia Tianling shot her a knowing glance. Tang San, slightly surprised, interjected, Brother Ling. You know each other? Our seven-treasure glazed tile school has collaborated with the forces behind Brother Ling naturally. I got to know him when my father took me along for some leisure, Ning Rongrong replied. Xia Tianling smiled, appreciating that Ning Rongrong had the sense not to mention the spirit hall in front of Zhao Wujia. So, this is the legendary immovable king, Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, it is an honor to finally meet you. I never expected a senior who had disappeared from the martial world for a decade would now be devoted to teaching. Xia Tianling remarked as he stood and performed a polite bow. You know me, young man? Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow. Of course, the reputation of the immovable king has reached my ears. Reputation? More like infamy, if you ask me. However, since you're acquainted with Xiao San and the others, I shall not intrude, he replied before heading upstairs to a private room. Teacher Zhao is indeed quite rude, Xiao Wu muttered disdainfully, seating herself with a familiar ease. Brotherling, I want to eat something delicious. Xiao Wu, you shouldn't criticize Teacher Zhao when you're just as rude, Tang San said with a sigh. Little did he know that Xiao Wu had already come to view Xia Tianling as a fellow transformed 10,000-year spirit beast. Ha ha, certainly no problem. Xiao San Dai Xiao. And Rongrong, since we're all gathered here, allow me to treat you today. Xia Tianling cheerfully invited them to sit. Though the seven of them once belonged to the same faction, they were now divided into two opposing groups. Yet they returned to this familiar place to dine together. How amusing. Brother Ling is treating us, and I must seize this opportunity to indulge. Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously, beckoning the waiter. Bring me everything on this menu aside from the main courses. Fatty, you still have such an appetite. Ningrongrong titet. Don't call me fatty. I'm not fat at all. Though Ma Hongjun boasted about wanting to feast, in reality, even a single menu wouldn't cost much. After all, how could this ordinary little restaurant's dishes compare to the exquisite meals prepared by Brother Ling? Dai Mubai felt increasingly uneasy since entering the establishment, sensing an ominous gaze upon him. Only after sitting down did he realize it was the girl who had given him the cold shoulder previously. Although she seemed somewhat familiar, he believed he had not offended her. Why, then, did she harbor such animosity towards him? Since Dai Mubai entered the room, Zhu Zhuqing's expression had darkened, wishing she could tear apart the degenerate man seated before her. I say, sister, even if I mentioned wanting to take you out for a good time last time, you shouldn't be this angry with me, Dai Mubai said, bewildered, seeking clarity. Leave me alone. Don't talk to me. You make me feel sick. Zhu Zhuqing replied sharply, refusing to grant him any courtesy, leaving the bystanders puzzled. You, Dai Mubai glared, feeling his temper rise. As the illustrious evil, a white tiger. Who dared speak to him in such a manner in Soto City? Calm down. Let me introduce you to my companions, Xia Tianling interjected, attempting to defuse the tension while secretly preparing for the unfolding drama. This is our food system auxiliary soul master, Oscar. This rather flamboyant individual is Ma Hongjun, and as for this young lady, we'll introduce her later. The group collectively expressed their confusion. Zhu Zhuqing, equally bewildered, gazed at Xia Tianling. Patience. You'll witness an intriguing spectacle soon, he assured her. Chapter 40, Songhui Academy. Very well, we could defer meeting this lady for now, Tang San suggested diplomatically. Indeed, dining is of utmost importance. Although this place may seem modest, the offerings should be quite comprehensive. I hope the food is delectable, Ma Hongjun remarked, patting his stomach. Famished after a long journey, the rations were dreadful. The 8 of them sat around the table, the atmosphere undeniably peculiar. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor. Ning Rongrong wore a smirk, eager for chaos, while Dai Mubai, both agitated and perplexed, remained in silence. Only Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, blissfully unaware, awaited the meal with anticipation. Tang San exchanged a glance with Xia Tianling, silently lighting a candle for Dai Mubai. He He understood that whenever Xia Tianling exhibited such behavior, it signified a brief glimpse into the future, a preparation for mischief. However, as he had only recently met Dai Mubai, with their first impression being rather negative, he refrained from offering any warning. At that moment, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered, resembling the gathered friends. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, handsome with meticulously slicked-back hair. His pristine white Soul Master robe, adorned with silver embroidery, shimmered as he moved. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all clad in similar moonlight-colored Soul Master robes, albeit without the embroidered silver thread. Yet, both the middle-aged man and his youthful entourage bore a turquoise circular emblem on their left shoulders, embroidered with the same color characters spelling out Sanghui. They're here. The familiar Sanghui Academy approaches us. The ostentatious attire of the Sanghui Academy group drew the attention of the restaurant owner, who hurried over to greet them with utmost courtesy. Brother Ling, that girl is truly stunning, Fatty whispered to Xia Tianling, stealing a glance. Xia Tianling discreetly observed Zhu Zhuqing beside him, appreciating her growth and respectfulness after 6 years of learning with him. Men are naturally drawn to beauty. It is only human. A man devoid of such inclinations ceases to be a man, he mused. However, he had always emphasized the importance of respecting others, especially women. While it is acceptable to ponder such matters internally, one must never voice inappropriate comments about a woman's appearance publicly, as it is a profoundly impolite act. Dai Mubai, seated nearby, overheard Ma Hongjuan's whispered comment and rolled his eyes in disdain. It's just a mere Sanhui Academy. What is so boastful about that? She has of average looks at best. If she seeks me out one day, I'll introduce her to better options. At that moment, his flamboyant nature was unmistakable. Shameless and vulgar. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened further. Oscar hastily interjected, Zhuqing, don't be angry. Fatty 1T act on it. Though he's a bit of a lecher, he still maintains his principles. Ma Hongjun, feeling wronged, added, indeed, I merely speak out of jest. I'm all talk and no action. Ning Rongrong, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, chimed in, no man is worth trusting. That's nonsense. My brother San is wonderful. Xiao Wu quickly countered. Tianling seems quite admirable as well. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her thoughts. As the commotion continued, the middle-aged man from Sanghui Academy shifted his gaze toward them, frowning slightly. Dai Mubai had spoken loudly enough for them to hear every word. Dai Xiao, your open commentary on others seems rather inappropriate, Xia Tianling stated calmly. And what of it? Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the already seated students from Sanghui Academy. The esteemed headmaster had once imparted to him that a soul master who shies away from conflict is not worthy of the title, as the saying goes. To avoid trouble is to be mediocre. Moreover, provoking individuals from a Soul Master Academy is ostensibly the safest course of action, for the worst that could ensue is merely a scuffle. What a ludicrous theory. How absurd to claim that avoiding trouble equates to mediocrity. Xia Tianling scoffed, crossing her arms. Is this what you call provoking? It is nothing more than blatant bullying of the weak. If you possess such courage, why not incite a title Douluo? Don't even mention yourself. Would your headmaster dare to create trouble before a title Douluo? Last time, you provoked me, and you still Haven T recovered from my beating. Have you? In an instant, Dai Mubai found himself rendered speechless, his retorts lodged in his throat. Indeed, he had instigated trouble previously, only to find himself at an impasse. He was no match for the challenge. Nearby, a teacher from Sanghui Academy whispered a few words to a young man, who soon stood and approached Tang San and his companions, his path directed straight towards Dai Mubai. A glint of disdain flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Although he had suffered a setback at the hands of Xia Tianling, this did not grant him the inclination to regard the weaklings from Sanghui Academy with any respect. The young man pretended to pass by Dai Mubai nonchalantly, yet he stealthily aimed a kick at the leg of the chair beneath Dai Mubai. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair, and, as one of its legs snapped, Dai Mubai found it impossible to maintain his seat. At the very moment the young man launched his kick, Dai Mubai reacted. Having endured a thorough thrashing from Xia Tianling and a scathing remark from Zhu Zhuqing, he had long been simmering with frustration. Thus, when provoked, it was as if he had found the perfect target for his pent-up indignation. With a resounding thud, the young man felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. His calf tingled with the impact. Following this, Dai Mubai swiftly delivered a powerful palm strike. The young man attempted to defend himself, but his intentions were thwarted by the disparity in their soul power. With a solid blow to his solar plexus, he was sent reeling backward, akin to a weightless scarecrow, crashing into 2 tables before careening towards his companions from Sanghui Academy. A teacher from Tsanghui hurriedly stood and caught the young man by the shoulders, easing him down to a chair. The young man's complexion paled, and he promptly coughed up blood, his vitality visibly diminished. Dai Mubai halted, stretching his limbs with an air of nonchalance, feigning regret for his unintentional outburst. The essence of the white tiger radiated from him, his expression one of profound disdain and arrogance. Not only did the individuals from Tsanghui Academy find his demeanor infuriating, but even Xia Tianling regarded his expression as particularly deserving of a reprimand. Dai, that was excessive, wasn't it? Even if that kick had connected with your strength, it would have merely caused a stumble, hardly warranting embarrassment. Yet you struck him so hard that he vomited blood. Truly excessive, Xia Tianling remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Moreover, you initiated this entire debacle. Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly, and what of it? Chapter 41. If there's nothing to do, don't keep looking for trouble. Isn't making friends more pleasant? The dining hall erupted in chaos, patrons hastily vacating the vicinity to avoid becoming collateral damage. However, most did not leave the establishment, but rather eagerly observed the unfolding spectacle. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at cost. Now, with a free show before them, they were unwilling to miss this opportunity to indulge in the entertainment. The students from Tsanghui Academy could no longer contain themselves. The remaining 6 stood in unison, glaring fiercely at Dai Mubai and his companions. They attempted to charge forward, but were restrained by a middle-aged man. The man assisted the injured youth into a chair and, with a stern countenance, inquired of Dai Mubai, "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai's eyes glinted mischievously. "You think you're worthy to ask?" With that, he resumed his seat. Xia Tianling silently pulled Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun back, addressing the Tsanghui students' apologies, but we are mere strangers to this individual. We will not involve ourselves in this matter. You say you aren't, but who would believe that when you're dining at the same table? A young man shouted. Yes, they must be accomplices. Let us teach them a lesson. As they spoke, they simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, preparing to confront Dai Mubai and his companions. All 7 students were at the level of soul masters with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai activated his own soul rings. I said we are not allies. Must you persist in this entanglement? Xia Tianling expressed his growing impatience. He had indeed wished to observe the drama unfold, but seemed he had unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. This situation was becoming increasingly troublesome, and he recognized it was of his own making. He unleashed his axe from his twin weapon set and activated its attribute enhancement, arcs of lightning crackling around him as his yellow, purple, and black soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. Black, a 10,000-year soul ring. How could his 3rd soul ring possibly be of such age? A spectator gasped in disbelief. His 2nd ring was a purple 1,000-year one. Others began to realize the anomaly of his soul ring configuration. What a monster! As Xia Tianling revealed his martial spirit, the students from Tsanghui Academy were left in shock. The vast disparity in their levels was apparent. The 1,000-year 2nd ring and 10,000-year 3rd ring already rendered them utterly outmatched. Even his 1st soul ring gleamed a deep yellow, evidently surpassing the age of their 2nd rings. In contrast, even the student wielding the white tiger martial spirit appeared somewhat mediocre beside him. Stop! The teacher from Tsanghui Academy could no longer remain seated, gesturing for his students to retreat. The students, disheartened, stepped back, while the teacher was filled with awe. Not only had he encountered a student who defied the norms of soul ring distribution, but even the white tiger soul master possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. Yi Zhiqiu mused, pondering. Dai Mubai snorted. That's merely your ignorance. It is not well known, indeed. Ma Hongjun muttered from the corner, a mere backwater academy. Luckily, Dai Mubai did not catch his words. May I ask, who are you? Yi Zhiqiu turned his attention to Xia Tianling, instinctively infusing his tone with respect, for the black 10,000-year soul ring was exceptionally striking. Even he, a soul king of over 50 levels, lacked such a soul ring. Xia Tianling sighed. The Soul Dalu had advised him to conceal his affiliation with the Spirit Hall, as it would be too troublesome. I apologize, but my sect forbids me from disclosing my identity and sect name. He raked a hand through his hair, realizing he could not prove that they were not allies. This would place Yi Zhiqiu in a difficult position, as it would be challenging for him to maintain his dignity as a teacher. How about we settle this in a private location? What do you think? You and me? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Even if the young man was exceptionally gifted with a 10,000-year soul ring, he should not pose a challenge for him, should he? I. And her. Xia Tianling gestured to Zhu Zhuqing, who had just reached the 30th level, primarily accompanying him to obtain her third soul ring. Perhaps it will be better to summon your mentor, Yi Zhiqiu pondered. Engaging these two children would only result in ridicule if he won, and if he lost, it would be even more embarrassing. Ah, what a hassle. In truth, he merely wished to find Zhu Zhuqing a suitable opponent to test her new weapon, as Yi Zhiqiu was a defensive soul master, making him well-suited for evaluating the assassin's claw. In the summer, Xia Tianling stepped forward, pulling Yi Zhiqiu aside and turning her back. Stealthily, she retrieved 2 tokens from her storage ring, each inscribed with the characters for Chrysanthemum Ghost. With swift reflexes, Xia Tianling covered Yi Zhiqiu's mouth, suppressing her instinct to scream, and smilingly inquired, "What do you think, Teacher Yi? Could you do me a favor?" Of course. Not just one favor, but 100. Yi Zhiqiu eagerly acquiesced, inwardly relieved that she had refrained from acting impulsively. Goodness. The tokens belonged to the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, each backed by 2 formidable tidal Douluos of level 95 or higher. Could this child be the contemporary Saint Sun recently proclaimed by the Spirit Hall? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No wonder he insisted on keeping his identity concealed. Should it be revealed, countless individuals would flock to curry favor. Then, Teacher Yi, shall we share a meal and then engage in a friendly competition? Xia Tianling proposed. This meal is on me. Let us foster a good relationship. With this token, your students can receive proper treatment at any branch of the Spirit Hall. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Please remember to keep this confidential. The onlookers, including the students of Tsanghui Academy, as well as Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, were utterly bewildered. What on earth were these two discussing? Just moments ago, tensions had been high, and now they appeared as good friends. Those familiar with him had a vague understanding that he must have discreetly revealed his true identity. The student from Tsanghui Academy, after a brief healing session, was no longer in serious trouble. By the next day, armed with Xia Tianling's token, he would receive treatment at the Spirit Hall and make a full recovery. The reconciled parties resumed their seats, and the proprietor timely summoned the waitstaff to present dish after dish of delectable cuisine. "I don't need you to stand up for me," Dai Mubai said with a sullen expression as he sat down, feeling thoroughly humiliated. "Stand up for you? Am I that well acquainted with you? My intention is to reduce the number of adversaries for Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong," Xia Tianling retorted as she patted the icy-cold Zhu Zhuqing beside her, simultaneously providing her with a sparring partner. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing." "What did you say her name is?" Dai Mubai shot up from his seat, nearly toppling the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. This action drew the attention of those dining nearby, including those from Tsanghui Academy. "Damn it, Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder she looks so familiar. She is my betrothed from childhood. What have I done?" he thought, recalling all the times he had acted recklessly in her presence, flaunting his bravado and even attempting to include her friends in his antics. No wonder she had always regarded him with hostility. Dai Mubai stood there, a bitter smile on his face, wishing he could return to the past and silence his former self. Regret washed over him. Zhuqing, please give me a chance to explain. Leave me alone." Chapter 42. The 9-turn step to heaven. "Zhuqing, can you at least let me explain?" As both tables finished their meals, Xia Tianling sent the others off to rest while she, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yi Zhiqiu made their way to the outskirts of the town. "Leave me be. You make me sick." Zhu Zhuqing's face was as cold as ice, not bothering to glance back. In her heart, Dai Mubai had become a negative figure. After 2 encounters, and witnessing his behavior, she had completely abandoned any lingering hope. He was 5 years her senior, and even Oscar, just 3 years younger than him, was nearly catching up in rank with only a 2-level difference. This was a food system soul master, a role known for its arduous training. By 17, Oscar was likely on the brink of becoming a soul king. Meanwhile, the often lackadaisical Ma Hongjun had already reached level 32, not to mention Xia Tianling, who had surpassed level 40. Dai Mubai had squandered his talent over the years, and she harbored a deep-seated aversion for someone who had willingly descended into depravity. Dai Mubai stood frozen, contemplating whether to pursue her. Yet, having just been rebuffed, a strange sense of pride and self-restraint held him back. "Ah, Dai Mubai, you're failing. Even your own woman has run off with someone else," Ning Rongrong remarked, having long held a disdain for him. With no one else around, her true colors shone through. As for how she knew about Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's connection, it was simple. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, being one of the top 3 sects, had exposed her to the significant forces of the world from a young age. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. Dai Mubai may have appeared like a timid shrimp in front of Zhu Zhiqing, but to others, he remained the arrogant and domineering Dai, the white tiger. A self-indulgent, incompetent fool. Who do you think you are that you dare speak to me like that? Ning Rongrong retorted as she turned to leave, unable to resist, mocking him further. If her brother Davis were present, he might have had the audacity to be arrogant. What right did he have to provoke her? Without the support of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Flinder lacked the leverage to compel Ning Rongrong to lower her head. As a princess spoiled by two titled Douluos and Ning Fengji since childhood, could she tolerate such indignity? She shot back at him immediately. Princess of Zwan, online to roast. As for Ning Rongrong's current perception of Shrek Academy, she viewed it merely as a shabby village for casual amusement, with just one student remaining before their arrival. And of such low caliber, how could the teaching standards be high? In terms of support capabilities, could Xiao Xian, with his sweet bean martial soul, surpass her father? In terms of strength, could Flinder and Zhao Wujia's two soul saints compete with the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo? Regarding theoretical knowledge, aside from the Spirit Hall's vast accumulation, could anyone rival the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? And in terms of training facilities, oh, forgive her, but Shrek had none at all. As for the renowned master from the Spirit Master world that Flinder mentioned before their departure, his so-called research on the top 10 competitive martial souls was either thoroughly explored by major forces or utterly nonsensical. What right did such a shabby school have to expect her, Ning Rongrong, to feel any sense of belonging? Spare her the nonsense. You, Dai Mubai was fuming, nearly ready to lash out at Ning Rongrong, yet he restrained himself. Zhao Wujia was upstairs, and judging by Ning Rongrong's tone, she was likely the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. That was why he held back. If he dared to attack Ning Rongrong, the Sword Douluo Chen Xian would surely not let him off the hook. In a sense, Dai Mubai's fleeting rationality saved him from himself. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling and the others, the events that transpired after their departure were lost to them. They had now arrived at a grove on the outskirts of the town. Teacher Yi, I appreciate your assistance, Xia Tianling said with a gentle smile, unleashing her dawn martial soul. My martial soul is rather unique, is not a twin martial soul. I am a level 40 assault system weapon soul sovereign. I look forward to your guidance. I am a level 30 agile attack system battle soul master. I seek your instruction. Zhu Zhiqing also summoned her nether cat, though it now seemed to possess an unexplainable aura compared to its original form. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly petite girl had reached level 30. Even more astonishing was that the boy from a spirit hall before her was already a quasi-soul sect at such a young age. It was truly unfathomable. I am unworthy. Unworthy, Yi Zhiqiu replied, also revealing his own Xiangui martial soul. Xiangui embody. I am Yi Zhiqiu, a level 54 defense system battle soul king. I humbly present my skills to you two young friends. After the manifestation of his martial spirit, Yi Zhiqiu's limbs contracted by 1/3, and his back arched to form a colossal shell. His entire being shimmered with a dark luminescence, while 5 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet. Swirling above him, Teacher Yi, let's engage in a duel, Xia Tianling declared, fully prepared, gripping his hammer and axe tightly. In truth, this marked his first face-to-face confrontation with a genuine soul king, albeit one of questionable prowess. His previous sparring partners had all been soul sages who had reigned in their power, at the very least a soul emperor. Frankly, the martial soul hall had yet to produce a teacher of soul king caliber. Very well, do exercise caution, he replied. A peculiar sound resonated in the air as Xia Tianling charged towards Yi Zhiqiu with an uncanny grace, akin to swimming through the air. What manner of footwork is this? Yi Zhiqiu thought, not daring to underestimate him. With a low growl, he unleashed his first 2 soul skills. The first 2 rings on his body ignited, and he swiftly spun half a circle, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Simultaneously, a stream of dark energy, imbued with an icy chill, surged forth. This comprised a defensive soul skill and a control-oriented one, the first being the Xian Turtle Shield, and the second, Xian Water Freeze, which emitted a chilling aura to hinder and slow the enemy's movements. 9th turn step to heaven, 1st turn swimming in the sky. Xia Tianling invoked a technique from his training scriptures, known as the 9th turn step to heaven. Though termed 9th turn, it was actually divided into 4 realms. The first realm, swimming in the sky, allowed Xia Tianling to traverse the ground with the ease of swimming, significantly amplifying his agility. The second realm, 3rd turn, walking in the sky, granted the ability to defy the Earth's pull and attain flight, as if walking in the air. The third realm, 6th turn, dancing in the sky, permitted free movement in the air akin to a dance. The final realm, ninth turn step to heaven, was said to enable one to effortlessly breach space itself, even crossing the barriers between the mortal and immortal realms with ease. However, without undergoing the complete nine heavens tribulation, one might succumb to the overwhelming celestial energy upon entering the immortal realm. Chapter 43. Teacher Yi, it would be a pity for you not to pursue professional sparring. Utilizing the swimming in the sky realm of the ninth turn step to heaven, Xia Tianling twisted his body at the last moment to evade the icy aura. The cold emanating from the light band had little effect on him. In a mere breath, he had already appeared directly in front of Yi Zhiqiu, his right hand wielding the axe aimed horizontally at his opponent's neck. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, hastily retracting his head into his shell. I anticipated you would possess such a skill. The axe narrowly grazed Yi Zhiqiu's scalp, only to be followed by a heavy blow from below, striking his chest shield with immense force. The axe's attack was but a feint, while the left-hand hammer delivered a genuine strike. Bang! Xia Tianling's hammer struck with nearly all his strength, the explosive force sending Yi Zhiqiu staggering backward, his entire body tingling. Yet, as a defensive Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu quickly regained his balance and exhaled a jet of black icy current towards the advancing Xia Tianling. Third soul skill, Xian Water Surge. The intense cold made Xia Tianling shudder involuntarily, prompting him to channel his fiery essence to maintain his internal warmth. Meanwhile, his first soul ring illuminated, initiating the fusion. Storm Battle Axe, arise. Teacher Yi, unleash your strongest soul skill for a decisive blow. Xia Tianling called out in advance. In the Storm Battle Axe form, both his power and soul skill attributes doubled. This was merely a spar, and causing serious injury or worse would be regrettable. Yi Zhiqiu assented, releasing his fourth and fifth soul skills in succession, a swirling mass of black energy enveloping his shell, augmenting his size. He oriented his most resilient back towards Xia Tianling. For, as a defensive Soul King, his forte lay in protection. Both his fourth and fifth soul skills were purely defensive. The fourth fortified his shell, while the fifth unleashed a spiraling black current, reminiscent of a mage's ice barrier. Thunder God, aid me. Thunder Crescent Slash. Xia Tianling strode forward with the Storm Battle Axe, igniting his second and third soul rings while dramatically announcing his technique. A colossal axe, imbued with the might of thunder, crashed down upon Yi Zhiqiu's back. Boom! This strike unleashed all of Xia Tianling's might, alongside the oppressive aura of the true dragon, though he wielded the hammer into the axe. The force of this blow was uncertain even to him. Had he used the axe's blade, he feared it could have gravely injured Yi Zhiqiu, which would be difficult to justify. Struck by the hammer, Yi Zhiqiu soared into the air as if he were a massive golf ball. The surrounding black energy dissipated upon contact with the Thunder Crescent Slash, failing to impede the attack. The colossal shell shattered upon collision with the hammer, the thunderous explosion tearing it apart. The shell dissolved into its fundamental soul power, vanishing into the ether, and in that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was stripped of his martial spirit manifestation. In the instant of colliding with Xia Tianling, Yi Zhiqiu felt a primal dread, an instinctual urge to submit stemming from his very bloodline. This impulse nearly diminished his strength by a significant margin. How could a mere turtle minister dare to assert dominance before a true dragon? This was merely the pressure of aura. Had Xia Tianling truly manifested his dragon martial spirit, the resultant suppression could have halved Yi Zhiqiu's capabilities. Coughing, Yi Zhiqiu rose from the dust. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Xia Tianling rushed over, offering him a leaf of a medicinal plant, urging him to chew and swallow it. This herbal remedy was remarkably effective for healing, cultivated by the martial soul hall, especially beneficial for lower-ranked soul masters. Before departing, he had collected a generous handful to store in his ring. I am humbled by your strength. Yi Zhiqiu replied with a wry smile as he consumed the leaf. The forceful strike from Xia Tianling had nearly displaced his organs, and he felt as if his bones had cracked. Had you wielded the axe's blade or maneuvered with that peculiar footwork to my front, a single blow might have rendered me gravely wounded, he mused silently. Fortunately, with the aid of the peculiar plant, a warm current flowed through Yi Zhiqiu, steadily mending his body until he felt nearly restored. Teacher Yi, are you still all right? Perhaps we could have Zhu Qing strike you with her strongest attack, just as I did. What do you think? Yi Zhiqiu assessed his current state, considering that this agile attacker was merely a great soul master, likely lacking terrifying strength, and without hesitation agreed. I am fine. Proceed as you wish. He readied himself once more, unleashing his martial spirit and several defensive soul skills. Zhu Qing. Test your new abilities. Understood. Zhu Qing nodded, manifesting her martial spirit as well. After inheriting the legacy of the god of assassins, Zhu Qing's spectral cat martial soul underwent an inexplicable transformation, much like the current situation. Her speed had increased significantly, her figure now flickering like a shadow. Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of astonishment. This girl's swiftness was astonishingly superior, rendering his own esteemed disciples almost laughable in comparison. As he activated his third soul skill, Mystic Water Surge, he observed Zhu Qing charging towards him and once more unleashed this skill, a harmonious blend of offense and defense. In the face of the surging waters, Zhu Qing recalibrated her stance, inhaled deeply, and summoned her newly learned skill, Void Walk. However, her nascent proficiency allowed her to slip into the void for only a fleeting second or two. Yet, in that ephemeral moment, Yi Zhiqiu began to doubt his own perception. Was this a self-created soul skill? Teleportation? In his senses, Zhu Qing completely vanished within those 2 seconds, only to reappear directly before him, akin to instantaneous travel. Her claws, enveloped in a layer of obsidian-like talons, bore a matte finish that reflected no light under the moon's glow. Assassin's Claw, Spectral 100 Claws. Zhu Qing transformed into a streak of black light, her claws piercing directly into the shell behind Yi Zhiqiu. The sound of impact echoed. Yet contrary to the expected clanging of claws against shell, her spectral 100 claws disregarded Yi Zhiqiu's protective dark aura, plunging straight into the thick shell as if a searing blade had pierced through a block of cheese. As the attack concluded, Zhu Qing halted, staring blankly at the massive wound on the shell and then at her own claws. Did I truly inflict this? She distinctly felt that her single spectral 100 claws, concentrating the force of hundreds of strikes into one point, had completely breached the shell's defenses, exposing Yi Zhiqiu's true form within. Just one more release of her spectral thrust would suffice to severely injure this Soul King before her. The might of the legacy bestowed by the assassin was indeed formidable. Chapter 44. The Unchanged Nature of the Little Witch Ning Rongrong. Observing from the sidelines, Xia Tianling nodded in satisfaction. This truly aligned with the assassin's archetype. High attack, high agility, high burst, capable of eliminating enemies in one fell swoop, without the passive ability of Assassin's Claw, which guaranteed a complete defense breach. Even if Yi Zhiqiu had refrained from using any skills, Zhu Qing might not have been able to penetrate his defenses. Just as in the original tale, when Zhu Qing utilized Spectral 100 Claws against Zhao Wujin, where even a glancing blow left no mark. And Zhao Wujin was not merely a defensive soul master. Thank you, Teacher Yi, for your hard work. Please remember to keep this confidential. Xia Tianling handed a few medicinal herbs to Yi Zhiqiu and leisurely led Zhu Qing back towards the hotel. Yi Zhiqiu wiped the virtual sweat from his brow and exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite having endured a beating, he had forged a beneficial connection with a future prodigy and received several healing herbs. This trade was hardly a loss. He decided to return to the academy that very night with his disciples, as healing was of paramount importance. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujin's booming voice reverberated through the hotel. Even those in adjacent rooms, including Xia Tianling and the others, were roused by his resonant tones, prompting them to rise and wash up together for breakfast. At the dining table, the 9 individuals were distinctly divided. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were engrossed in their meals, while Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who had clashed the previous day, pointedly ignored one another. Little Wu, brimming with curiosity, inquired about the previous night's battle with Zhu Qing. Eager to engage Yi Zhiqiu in a match herself, Tang San sincerely invited Xia Tianling to join their activities. His admiration for Xia Tianling having escalated following the account of his duel with Yi Zhiqiu, where he had dominated. Join in our activities? We're indifferent to it. Xia Tianling hesitated, glancing at the conflicted Zhao Wujin, who was vigorously munching on his steamed bun. He wondered if teacher Zhao might find it inconvenient. Aware of Zhao Wujin's strained relations with the spirit hall, he tentatively broached the subject. Not a problem. Let's go together. Zhao Wujin chewed heartily on his bun and pickles, as if breakfast were his greatest adversary. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, last night, Zhao Wujin had distinctly observed Xia Tianling's 3 soul rings from above and stealthily followed him, witnessing his battle with Yi Zhiqiu. Subsequently, he was forcibly invited by the leading Soul Dalu for a friendly negotiation. The Soul Dalu laid out the terms. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, many times he could not publicly intervene, as long as Zhao Wujin accompanied them. The spirit hall would drop its pursuit of him, with no means to escape or defeat them, Zhao Wujin had reluctantly acquiesced, not wishing to incur another beating, as his prior injuries from Tang Ritian had yet to heal. In truth, the Spirit Hall held little interest in Zhao Wujin. If they truly wished to capture him, they could easily apprehend 10 of him. After all, he was merely a soul sage, and the expansive Spirit Hall did not regard him as a significant threat. Besides, Zhao Wujin was not a figure of heinous notoriety, so they allowed him to be. The group departed the small town, with the affluent Xia Tianling naturally hiring a carriage, allowing the members of Shrek to ride along. Running? Why would one run when a carriage is available? To hell with Shrek's traditional education. Originally, he had planned for them to have one carriage and Shrek's members to have another. However, some minor complications arose during boarding. Ning Rongrong resolutely refused to share a carriage with Dai Mubai, stubbornly squeezing onto the Spirit Hall's carriage instead. Similarly, Little Wu, who also harbored no fondness for Dai Mubai, followed suit and boarded the Spirit Hall's carriage. Eventually, Oscar and Ma Hongjun willingly gave up their seats to join Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujin, resolving the situation. Sharing a carriage with 3 young ladies. What a fortunate turn of events. On the journey to the Stardow Forest, the inexperienced Little Wu gazed around the luxurious carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain to curiously peek outside. Since arriving in the human world, her mode of travel had always been by foot. She had never even sat in a regular carriage, let alone a luxurious one. Xia Tianling, have you brought a cooking stove with you this time? I crave the meals you prepare. Once aboard, Ning Rongrong behaved as if she were in her own home, expertly opening the carriage's hidden compartment to retrieve food. Having spent several days at Shrek, she felt famished. This academy was no more than a dilapidated village. Such an important item, of course, I brought along. He replied with a smile. Ning Fengji and Chun Xian, as honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, frequently attended to official business there. Given Ning Rongrong's playful nature, she had naturally pestered both to accompany her. Through their interactions, he had grown familiar with this little princess of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. Naturally, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who often accompanied him, were also known to her. That fellow Dai is truly insufferable. He pretends to be grand despite lacking any real ability. I say, why don't I simply attend your Spirit Hall Academy? It seems that this Zhuqing sister of yours has become quite formidable in just a few days under your tutelage. I have no objections. Would Uncle Ning and your Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa agree? Ning Rongrong pouted, refraining from further comment. Clearly, without Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing to contrast her, Ning Rongrong was unlikely to yield to Flander, let alone feel any sense of belonging to Shrek. Given her current relationship with Dai Mubai, merely not leaving outright was already a considerable concession. Wait, what's this? Xia Ge, you brought a cooking stove with you? As Xiao Wu regained her senses, she noticed Hua Dian. Indeed, Xia Tianling's culinary skills are exceptional, Ning Rongrong replied. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her usual aloofness, nodded in agreement, affirming that the food was indeed delightful. The 3 good friends quickly became engrossed in a harmonious discussion about the delicacies, completely forgetting about Xia Tianling. As the carriage galloped onward, the group soon arrived at their destination. The Stardow Forest has existed in the Douluo continent for an indeterminate number of years. Yet stepping into the forest, the dense foliage that obscured the sky was enough to convey the ancientness of its existence. From a distance, Xia Tianling sensed a refreshing breeze wafting toward them, imbued with the unique fragrance of plants and indescribable comfort. Stop! Zhao Wujia, leading the group, commanded them to halt. The Stardow Forest is far more perilous than the Soul Hunting Forest, where soul beasts are merely domesticated. Here, the soul beasts are exceedingly dangerous, and one might face attacks from soul beasts that are thousands, even tens of thousands of years old at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from me, especially you, Ning Rongrong, and that food-type soul master named Oscar. Understood, they replied in unison. Chapter 45. Changed. Yet not completely changed. Teacher Zhao, please wait a moment. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to lead the way, Xia Tianling called out to everyone again. He retrieved a sachet from his storage ring, distributing them to the group and gesturing for them to hang them at their waists. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, only Tang San, after wrinkling his nose, inquired, "Is this for repelling insects?" Xia Tianling proudly nodded, "Of course," while traversing the forest. The troubles are not limited to soul beasts. There are countless insects as well. This little contraption is my secret formula, effective in warding off mosquitoes. Zhao Wujia, with a serious expression, hung the sachet at his waist, acknowledging Xia Tianling's thoroughness. This is something I hadn't considered. I may be a soul sage, unafraid. But for you all, The various insects in the forest could pose significant troubles. Oscar, prepare some sausages. He then signaled to Oscar after distributing the sachets. Watch closely. Oscar responded and soon produced 3 types of sausages: a soul power recovery sausage, a detoxifying sausage, and a rapid flight sausage. Having cultivated a robust physique through his martial arts practice, Oscar's third soul ring was over 5,000 years old, sourced from a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The new rapid flight sausage allowed soul masters to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 3 minutes, a marked improvement from the original 1-minute duration. During the initial awakening of his martial soul, Oscar had to recite some rather unrefined soul incantations while making sausages, but after years of training, he no longer needed to do so. Essentially, the soul incantation was merely a means to assist in sausage production, not a fundamental requirement. Overcoming the absence of soul incantation assistance, Oscar found his production speed had actually increased. Allow me to reintroduce my partner, Oscar, a level 35 food-type soul master whose martial soul is sausage. His 3 soul skills are upon hearing the effects of Oscar's sausages. The Shrek members were instantaneously astounded, particularly Zhao Wujia, who lamented to himself why such a talent wasn't part of their Shrek team. It's been a while since I had sausages made by little Oscar. I miss them. Others began to stow away their sausages, while Ning Rongrong took a bite instantly, exclaiming that none of the store-bought sausages could compare. Hey, Rongrong, if you love them, I'll make you some more, Oscar chimed in eagerly, handing her several more. In this timeline, Oscar and Ning Rongrong still recognized each other, but their acquaintance began not in Shrek, but in the Soul Master City. However, after Xia Tianling had intervened multiple times with Ning Rongrong in this timeline, she was no longer as naive as in the original story. Oscar still harbored affections for Ning Rongrong, transforming into a devoted admirer, much to the amusement of Ma Hongjun and Xia Tianling, who were left feeling a bit queasy. Enough of this, let us set off. Zhao Wujia, a seasoned single man, could no longer bear to witness their antics, interrupting the duo's interaction. I'll lead the way alongside Dai Mubai, with Fatty and Xiao Wu bringing up the rear. Rongrong and little Oscar will be in the center, while Zhuqing scouts the flanks. Noticing Dai Mubai attempting to stay close to Zhuqing, Xia Tianling immediately took charge. The others complied without question, and Dai Mubai, unable to seek special treatment, could only sulk as he transformed into his white tiger form, joining Xia Tianling at the forefront to clear the path for the group. Upon entering the Star Doe Forest, Xiao Wu was as carefree as a fledgling returning to its nest, displaying no signs of tension like the others. Instead, she hopped around joyfully, causing Zhao Wujia to frown. I hope this little rabbit doesn't attract any trouble. After traveling for some time, they reached noon. During this period, they encountered several soul beasts, but prior to their arrival, Xia Tianling had unleashed the aura of the true dragon, scaring them away. This left Zhao Wujia trailing at the back of the group, somewhat perplexed, pondering whether the soul beasts had changed their disposition today. All right, let's take a break. Zhao Wujia's voice allowed the tense group to relax somewhat. Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai worked together to clear the surrounding thorns, creating a small clearing. The group sat down on the ground to rest momentarily. Xia Tianling, I want to eat something delicious. Didn't you bring a stove? Ning Rongrong bolted. Knowing full well that Xia Tianling's ring contained not only a stove, but also a variety of ingredients and seasonings. What are you talking about? We're in the Star Doe Forest. Do you think we're out here for a picnic? Zhao Wujia shot her a glare. What if we attract a powerful soul beast? We'd all be dinner. Though Ning Rongrong loved to stir up trouble, she had to concede that Zhao Wujia had a point and could only reluctantly nibble on the sausages made by Oscar. Just as they had been resting for about half an hour, a sudden commotion echoed from the depths of the forest. Xia Tianling and Zhao Wujia simultaneously shouted, "Everyone up! Something is approaching." The group quickly sprang to their feet, forming a formation with Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai at the front, ensuring Ning Rongrong was shielded behind them. Oscar, aren't you a food-type soul master? Get to the back, Zhao Wujia admonished, as he noticed Oscar also positioned at the front. Oscar chuckled. What is wrong with a food-type soul master? We can fight too. It's likely a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake around 1,500 years old. Zhao Wujia attempted to say more, but was cut off by Xia Tianling. How do you know? Except for Tang San. Everyone turned to him in unison. I'm a seer, didn't I mention that? Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. Zhuqing, go check it out. Zhuqing silently leaped into action, her claws propelling her swiftly up a nearby tree. Soon, her cold voice echoed down from above. It's a flying snake, but it can only fly about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crest on its head, which appears larger than its head itself, bright red like blood. And fan-shaped. Wow, it really is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Boss, you're amazing. Oscar exclaimed loudly. His third soul ring was indeed from a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, making him quite familiar with its features. While the others were busy in shock, Tang San, who was somewhat aware of Xia Tianling's abilities, maintained his composure and inquired, "How long is the snake? What color are its wings?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, "The wings are light red, measuring approximately 6 to 8 meters in length." Tang San mentally calculated for a moment, intending to say something, but was preempted by Ma Hongjun. "Light red wings. There is no doubt this is a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. If it's 6 to 8 meters long, it should be around 1,300 to 1,800 years old. Lingu, you're truly remarkable, able to foresee this." Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Ah, you know too?" Tang San responded with a soft gasp. "Alas, why must I remain in ignorance? Do not underestimate your humble brother, for these are merely fundamental principles. Back in our theoretical lessons, Ling would incessantly compel me to memorize them." Ma Hongjun huffed indignantly. "Not only did he require me to memorize, but he also provided me with a practice booklet dubbed 5 years of theory, 3 years of practice, which I was to complete even during my holidays at home." Chapter 46, The Assault Type Support, Food System, Soul Master Oscar. It turns out these concepts are considered basic knowledge within the realm of Soul Masters. Tang San pondered the proud expression on Teacher Yu's face, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, these are common knowledge that is not exclusive to you alone. Ning Rongrong licked a bit of honey that Oscar had brought for her, stating, "Our 7 treasure, glazed tile, school possesses this information as well, albeit not as comprehensively as the Spirit Hall. My father used to force me to learn when I was young. It was quite bothersome." "Enough chatter. That snake is approaching. Prepare for battle." Zhao Wujin interrupted their conversation. Ning Rongrong put away the food. Zhao Wujin sighed inwardly, reflecting on the disparity between his self-taught knowledge as a wild soul master and that of those from grander factions. His understanding of soul beasts was acquired through relentless hardships, while they had the privilege of learning from a young age. Ning Rongrong made a playful face in secret. "Zhao teacher, leave that phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to me. I am familiar with it, and it will be an excellent opportunity to hone my skills." Oscar pounded his fists together, producing a sound akin to striking leather. "Aren't you a food system soul master?" Zhao Wujin furrowed his brows deeply, intending for these youngsters to face the challenge together for their training. "I am not merely a food system soul master. I am an unprecedented assault-type support." Oscar confidently faced the approaching phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, already holding a rapid-flight sausage in his mouth, ready to spring into action. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is inherently non-venomous, a rare and formidable species, relying on constriction to suffocate its foes. Its attack methods are exceedingly singular, limited to speed and explosive power, with deficiencies in other areas. However, I possess this. Oscar swallowed the rapid-flight sausage and leaped into the air, charging towards the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, radiating a bronze glow. This was the hallmark of the first level of the martial Dao golden body, the unyielding body. At this moment, Oscar's physique was extraordinarily resilient, rivaling that of Xia Tianling. Once he completed his blood training, he would ascend to the second level of the martial Dao golden body, the blood-chi billow. Oscar's bronze fist made intimate contact with the head of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, producing a muffled thud, nearly striking its crown. The great serpent seemed startled, emitting a hiss as it tilted its head and opened its mouth wide, releasing a vibrant mist that enveloped Oscar. "Xiao Ao, allow me to grant you a buff." Ning Rongrong, observing from behind, expressed no concern as she cheerfully retrieved the 7 treasure glazed tile tower. The 7 treasures are renowned, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. The term buff was one she had learned while playing with Xia Tianling and others, finding it quite cool. 2 luminous rings enveloped Oscar, enhancing his already formidable physical prowess. A nearby tree provided leverage as he executed a maneuver akin to a drifting leaf, striking the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's fleshy crown with another powerful punch. This technique was a highly skilled form of the drifting leaf technique. This punch struck a vital point on the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, causing it to lose its ability to maintain flight and crash directly to the ground. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had descended from above, tugged at Xia Tianling's sleeve, her gaze fixed on the engaged Oscar. "Is Oscar all right?" Of course, the mist it emitted is merely a bluff. It is non-toxic. Upon seeing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake fall, Oscar utilized his agility and the tree's support to leap high, extending his right hand downward for a rapid strike. "Aha, Lila Phoenix snake. Have you ever heard of the technique known as the palm descending from the heavens?" He cackled, plummeting towards the earth, resonating with celestial chants, a swastika appearing in his palm. "Great might heavenly dragon, Earthly venerable Ksitigarbha, Omani Bokmahum. This was the esoteric art of the Buddhist school, the Rulai divine palm. Tang San was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that this was a closely guarded secret of Mahayana Buddhism from his past life, one only imparted to highly esteemed disciples. Yet here it was wielded by Oscar, undoubtedly taught by Ling. Although it was merely the most rudimentary, entry-level Rulai divine palm, as a suppression technique, it was exceptionally effective, particularly adept at subduing beasts, an invaluable skill. The serpent, caught on the ground, thrashed about, sensing the immense pressure from the golden Buddhist light and the massive palm imprint upon it. Yet, having just sustained a critical blow, it struggled to control its movements, becoming sluggish. Thinking to flee? Not so easily. The massive golden palm imprint descended upon the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, transforming into a glimmering mound of earth, sealed with a mantra formed from 6 characters, pinning down the unfortunate serpent. Nevertheless, this creature was a millennium-old soul beast and would not be subdued so effortlessly. As it writhed violently, cracks began to appear on the mound, even threatening the stability of the 6-character seal. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Wujin intervened, activating the gravitational compression. The snake's struggles diminished significantly. He then leaped forward, flicking the snake's fleshy crown, rendering it unconscious. Who among you can utilize this snake? Xiao Wu. And what about that girl named Zhu Zhuqing? He inquired of the two. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Her third soul skill had already been planned out by Xia Tianling. With the assistance of Void Walking and Assassin's Blade, she merely required a plethora of single-target burst or offensive skills. Teacher Zhao, I don't need it either. This snake isn't suitable for me, Xiao Wu stated softly, somewhat disheartened. Scratching his head, Zhao Wujin concluded, since no one requires it, let us release it. I doubt this little creature will dare to approach us again. What do you think, Ao? Hold on. Just as Zhao Wujin prepared to free the unfortunate phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a raspy voice urgently called out. Following that, 2 figures sprang forth from the direction the snake had originally come, appearing before the group. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously styled. Although advanced in age, her spirit was vibrant, her complexion rosy like that of an infant, her eyes sparkling with vitality. She grasped a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane, adorned with 6 soul rings that shimmered rhythmically. Accompanying her was a beautiful young girl, with short hair and perhaps 16 or 17 years of age. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the captured phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, and she too wielded a snake-headed cane, albeit much shorter, with only 200-year soul rings. TSK, Granny Snake, and Mangaran. It seems that the expected has indeed arrived. Xia Tianling observed the pair, sensing yet another opportunity for friendship. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. Are you not the esteemed Granny Snake and your granddaughter Mangaran? Chapter 47. Zhao Wujin, your students are truly remarkable. Ling, how is it that you know everyone? While out and about, is it not better to have an extra friend than multiple foes? I, your brother, take delight in befriending heroes from all over the world. Xia Tianling explained. I had already shown you the characteristics of the continent's various powerhouses. Kid, do you recognize this old woman? Indeed, I am the serpent matriarch Chao Tianxiang, and my husband is the renowned Long Gong, Meng Shu. Naturally, I am familiar with your esteemed serpent-headed staff and the rank of Soul Emperor you possess, as female Soul Emperors are a rarity in this continent. Xia Tianling clasped her hands in greeting and continued, if I am not mistaken, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is the very creature you have pursued here, is it not? Earlier, upon hearing that Zhao Wuji intended to release this serpent, Chao Tianxiang had raised her voice in protest, for she and Meng Iran had discovered its trail but inadvertently allowed it to escape, prompting their relentless pursuit to this very point. Upon hearing this, a curious expression adorned her face, for it was indeed true. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was perfectly suited for my granddaughter, which is why I brought her along to chase after it. But, young one, how did you come to know this? Xia Tianling approached Zhao Wuji and lifted the serpent's belly and wings, revealing 2 conspicuous wounds. My eyesight is quite keen. I had noticed these peculiar injuries when my companion subdued the serpent. They do not appear to be inflicted by a soul beast. Considering your direction of approach, it seems likely that they were caused by your esteemed serpent staff. Am I correct? Chao Tianxiang inhaled sharply, waves of astonishment surging within her. Young one, you are entirely correct. What remarkable powers of observation and deduction you possess. To reconstruct the truth of the matter from merely 2 wounds in your approach is truly formidable. Meng Iran's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Wow, boss, that's incredible. I've been battling this serpent for so long and hadn't noticed that. Tang San nodded vigorously, for even he, with his purple extreme magic eyes, had not discerned the serpent's wounds before Xia Tianling's revelation. Not only Chao Tianxiang and the fledgling members of Shrek Academy, but even Zhao Wuji, a seasoned soul sage, was rendered speechless by the astonishment. You noticed those 2 wounds while Oscar was engaged in battle with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent? What sort of prodigy are you? Receiving the astonished gazes from everyone, Xia Tianling smiled shyly. It is not that I possess such keen vision. The original text clearly states it, and I merely recited it. As for feeling shy, oh, that was simply due to the embarrassment of reading in such a context. Yet outwardly, he maintained an air of modesty, attributing his success to luck. You have an exceptionally talented student, Chao Tianxiang remarked, glancing at Zhao Wuji, who was channeling his martial spirit. May I inquire as to your esteemed title? With a group of evidently young children nearby, the presence of his 7-ring soul sage must indicate that he was the teacher leading the expedition to hunt soul beasts, she thought. I am Zhao Wuji, he replied. Upon hearing Chao Tianxiang reveal her identity, Zhao Wuji's previously fierce demeanor softened somewhat. Although Chao Tianxiang was merely a 6-ring soul emperor, she was typically inseparable from her husband. Long Gong Meng Shu. The fusion techniques they unleashed together could even make titled Douluo wary. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. No wonder we encountered such a young soul sage on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. It is the renowned immovable king of the soul master community. Zhao Wuji chuckled. You flatter me, esteemed elder. I was once quite notorious in my youth. However, after years of leading a more reclusive life, teaching students at an academy, I brought these children to the Stardow Forest to help 2 of them acquire soul rings for their advancement, as well as to broaden their horizons. I did not expect to encounter you here. Zhao Wuji adeptly engaged in mutual flattery with Chao Tianxiang. Although he had been a reckless youth, he had gradually come to understand that having more friends is preferable to having more enemies. Since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is required for your granddaughter, it is only fitting that it belongs to you, as I intended to release it anyway. Let this be a fortuitous connection between us, Xia Tianling added, discreetly nudging Oscar. Oscar had already acquired his 3rd soul ring and no longer required the one provided by this unfortunate serpent. Thus, it would be best to do a favor in this situation. Yes, please take it, esteemed elder, Oscar replied, being naturally astute. He quickly grasped Xia Tianling's intentions. It is just a serpent. It was merely practice for me. After honing my skills for so long without any real combat opportunities, this is perfect. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianxiang was overjoyed and hastily expressed her gratitude. I am exceedingly grateful to this young friend. Zhao Laosher, what do you think? Zhao Wuji said nothing, merely stepping aside and gesturing for her to proceed. Be my guest. Since Oscar had single-handedly resolved the serpent, he naturally had the right to claim it. Thank you so much, Iran. Go ahead. Subsequently, Chao Tianxiang stepped forward to present an object to Oscar. Young friend, I owe you a favor. Please accept this token. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Certainly, esteemed elder. Until we meet again, Oscar replied, accepting the token. This token also represented Chao Tianxiang's investment in the future. From their conversation, he surmised that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was likely the prize of this young man. With such strength at such a young age, his future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. Establishing a connection now would only yield benefits. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Zhao Wuji signaled for everyone to prepare to depart. As they were leaving, Chao Tianxiang could not help but compliment. Zhao Laodi, your 2 students are truly impressive. On the surface, Zhao Wuji smiled, but inwardly he was cursing. These are not even my students. Yet, contemplating the conditions under which the Spirit Hall had rescinded the bounty, he could only begrudgingly accept the situation. Boss, take this, Oscar said as they walked a short distance away, tossing the token Chao Tianxiang had given him to Xia Tianling. Little Oscar, what is this? Xia Tianling inquired, puzzled. Boss, I know you have a penchant for collecting tokens from various high-level soul masters. You've already gathered ours from the academy. You can keep this one for fun. What you've given me far exceeds this little token, Oscar replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Besides, if I truly need help, you won't just leave me hanging, right? Thanks. Little Oscar, Xia Tianling said, not pressing further, and carefully stored the token in his ring. Chapter 48, Soul Masters and Soul Beasts. Having bid farewell to the unfortunate phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, the group continued their journey into the Stardow Forest, seeking the next fortunate encounter. However, suitable soul beasts do not simply present themselves at will. After advancing several miles throughout the afternoon, the group had not made any significant discoveries and had to set up camp for the night. A night passed without incident. The next day, They resumed their circuitous journey deeper into the Douluo forest. As they traversed the changing terrain, the presence of thousand-year soul beasts began to increase. After several opportunities for practice, aside from the idly passive Dai Mubai and the leading Zhao Wuji, the cooperation among the remaining members gradually became more harmonious. With Oscar serving as the glue, Ning Rongrong successfully integrated into this small group. Whenever a soul beast approached, Zhu Zhuqing, in charge of reconnaissance, would alert them. Tang San would control the situation, and Ning Rongrong would provide buffs to the others. The remaining four would then charge in together, managing to drive the soul beasts away with just a few strikes. Only Dai Mubai, who had a rather strained relationship with the others, found himself as an outsider, watching with a forlorn expression as Zhu Zhuqing interacted with the rest. Dai Mubai thought to himself, the joys and sorrows of people seem to be disconnected. I can only find their noise somewhat bothersome. As night fell once more, the group each took on their respective roles in setting up camp and preparing tents. After a simple meal, with the evenings still young, they gathered to converse. Brother Ling, it seems we are quite unfortunate. After 2 days here, we haven't even caught a single strand of hair. With 4 of us in need of soul rings, we have yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. The rotund Ma Hongjun, with a small flame flickering from his left hand and a few sausages roasting in his right, lamented his plight. In the Douluo forest, where wood for a campfire was prohibited, this was the only method he had to heat his food. Indeed, we have experienced a streak of bad luck, Summerling replied, though his mind was preoccupied with the passing time. The night after tomorrow, an important event awaited. Little Fatty, pass me a sausage as well. After 2 days of traveling, Zhao Wuji had grown familiar with Summerling and the others, and he began to refer to Ma Hongjun as Fatty alongside them. Teacher Zhao, how is it that you're just like them? Ma Hongjun exclaimed with indignation, secretly adding a generous sprinkle of chili to Zhao Wujia's sausage. Zhao Wujia took a bite of the sausage and sighed. The Douluo forest has begun to feel desolate. Many years ago, I still recall the bustling scene it once was. Back then, even at the forest as periphery, one could easily spot soul beasts of millennial caliber. But now, as we approach the inner regions, we encounter scarcely more than a handful of small and large cats. Tang San remarked, whatever the reason, it is ultimately a consequence of human actions. Though soul beasts are formidable, soul masters are even more so. Are they not? Zhao Wujia was taken aback by this statement. What do you mean? Summerling interjected. Teacher Zhao, consider this. How long does it take for humans to reach the rank of title de law? Some, like poison de law, might take 70 to 80 years, while others, like Hao Ian de law, may only need 40. For individuals like me and Xiao San, we could potentially achieve it in just 2 or 3 decades. But how long does it take for a soul beast to cultivate? A common soul beast, lacking any bloodline heritage, must live for a full century to reach that milestone. A soul beast with a superior bloodline might require nearly 10 years of cultivation to achieve the same. Conversely, how long does it take for a talented human soul master to become a great soul master? Just a few years suffice. We are merely 12 years old this year. Oscar is 14, and the eldest among us, Dai Xiao, is only 17, yet we have all already reached the 3rd ring of soul respect. Almost every century, the ranks of human soul masters are replenished. In this cycle, a dozen or 20 titled Douluos emerge, resulting in nearly 110,000-year soul rings being claimed. And that is merely counting the titled Douluos. Not to mention the other ranks of soul masters and the soul beasts and soul rings they consume. Yet, how long does it take for a gifted soul beast to cultivate to the 10,000-year level? There is no way this can compare to the rate at which human powerhouses are born. Indeed, while the soul beast forests are teeming with soul beasts, how can they sustain the relentless harvesting by human soul masters, akin to cutting wheat? Each powerful soul beast lost diminishes their numbers further. If this continues, in 10,000 years, soul beasts, along with the profession of soul masters, may well vanish into the annals of history. Tang San nodded in agreement, affirming, Brother Ling speaks truthfully. Teacher Yu has also expressed similar sentiments. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Spirit Hall, the population of high-level soul beasts would be even more diminished. Even when soul rings are abundant, who wouldn't desire soul bones? Even if one possesses 6, more are always welcome, as they bolster the foundation of one's family legacy. If powerful soul masters were permitted to recklessly slaughter soul beasts for their soul bones, finding suitable soul beasts would become a question of whether any still exist. Take the Spirit Hall as an example. Even a single title Douluo could sweep through the Douluo forest with ease. Of course, Tang San was unaware of the monstrous beings that lurked in the true heart of the Douluo forest. The only visible 10,000-year soul beasts were the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. If one were to factor in a certain entity, not even the spirit hall, nor the guardians of Sea God Island, would be sufficient to contend with it. The others pondered this, surprised that the typically frivolous Ning Rongrong had spoken up. Third brother, Brother Ling, your arguments are quite reasonable. My father has conveyed similar thoughts. Yet, who among soul masters considers this issue? Everyone aspires for more powerful soul rings and greater quantities of soul bones. Even among us, very few would willingly release unsuitable soul beasts. Thus, the profession of soul master, inherently flawed, must inevitably undergo substantial transformation. Although I lack the power to effect change now, even as I still require soul rings and soul bones, I am determined to discover a method for soul masters to cultivate without reliance on soul rings in the future. Summer Ling's declaration stirred a tempest of emotions, especially from Dai Mubai, who openly mocked him. Change the profession of soul master to transcend without soul rings? Quite the bold claim. Who do you think you are? A deity? Even Zhao Wujia interjected. Kid, having dreams is commendable, but suggesting a transformation of the soul master cultivation system seems rather unrealistic, does it not? I am not just anyone. I am the man destined to reshape the landscape of Douluo continent, he proclaimed, gazing resolutely at the starry night sky. I believe in you. Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside Summerling, tugged at his sleeve. Boss, I believe in you too, chimed Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both having practiced the cultivation methods Summerling had imparted to them, which starkly contrasted the traditional soul master system. Tang San remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Summerling, conveying a silent understanding. Brother Ling, I hope there truly comes a day when a certain little rabbit thinks to herself. Chapter 49, The Demon Bee King. The following day, after a night of rest, the group resumed their quest for soul beasts, this time determined to delve deeper into the heart of the Stardow Forest. The team progressed slowly, the afternoon hours passing gradually. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong emitted an exasperated sound. Little AO, hurry and help me. This bee is so bothersome. It keeps landing on me. Where? I'll help you chase it away. Oscar, eager to please, rushed to Ning Rongrong's side to shoo away the little insects drawn to her clothing's patterns. How can there be bees here? Tang San queried, puzzled as he activated his control techniques and captured one. This seems to be no ordinary bee. It is purple, and its body structure is quite different. Oh, a purple bee? Let me see. Summerling, busy clearing the path ahead, turned back upon hearing the commotion. Hey, this is no mere bee. This is a demon bee, a type of gregarious soul beast. Summerling took the specimen from Tang San, examining it before continuing. What is a demon bee? Tang San inquired, curious, as the theoretical knowledge provided to him by his master contained no reference to such a soul beast. Such a tiny creature is also a soul beast? Zhao Wujia approached, intrigued. I know. Little Yu exclaimed eagerly from the side. It is a peculiar soul beast species. The queen bee is typically a 1,000-year soul beast, possessing the strength of a normal soul beast alongside the capabilities of a worker bee. However, the other demon bees are quite weak. Some might not even qualify as soul beasts. Moreover, their honey is exceptionally delicious, she added thoughtfully. Little Yu is correct. The demon bee clan is entirely devoted to serving the queen. Summerling turned to Zhu Zhuqing. This time your soul ring should be assured. Me? Zhu Zhuqing blinked, pointing to herself in surprise. Yes, if this is a hive of 1,000-year demon bees, then the queen's soul ring would be perfect for you. Are you saying the queen's decisive strike? Oscar pondered, recalling what he had learned previously. Exactly. Zhuqing is in need of a powerful, single-target explosion soul skill, and the decisive strike would suit her perfectly. Rongrong, from which direction are they flying? Over there, Ning Rongrong pointed. Zhao Wujia surveyed the surroundings and declared, then let us all activate our martial souls and head towards the demon bees. As the group pressed onward, the number of devil bees increased exponentially, until a colossal hive loomed before them. Within this grand hive, a massive black-purple queen bee lay nestled, her serrated mandibles and sharp stinger glinting with a metallic sheen, reflecting shards of light. This queen, estimated to be between 4,500 and 5,000 years old, was precisely the target that Zhuqing sought. For 1,500 years? Isn't that a bit excessive? That would theoretically correspond to the fourth spirit ring. Tang San inquired, astonished. One cannot generalize about the constitution of individuals, Xia Tianling elucidated. For an ordinary spirit master, it would indeed be excessive, but for the enhanced Zhuqing and Xiao Ao, it is just right. Tang San observed closely, noting that both Oscar and Ma Hongjun possessed exceptionally rich yellow second spirit rings, with Oscar's even tinged with hints of purple. Their third spirit rings evidently surpassed the 1,500-year mark that Yu Xiaojiang had mentioned. Given that Zhu Zhuqing's physique had been significantly augmented by the power of the assassin god, enduring a 5,000-year spirit ring was well within her capabilities. I trust you. Zhu Zhuqing smiled at Xia Tianling. You are in charge. Zhao Wuji interjected briefly before stepping aside, acknowledging that, as they were not his students, he could not intervene further. His sole responsibility was to ensure their safety. If there were indeed issues with absorbing the spirit rings, the hidden Contra would address them. Allow me to allocate the tactics, Xia Tianling announced. Aside from the queen bee, the other devil bees were merely marginally stronger than ordinary honeybees. The most troublesome aspect was the sheer number of them. The most effective method for exterminating the swarm was undoubtedly fire. He glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was eager to unleash his power. Fatty, this time you're the main force. Let us see you shine, and don't embarrass your brother. Hey, how could I? Just watch. Lingu, Ma Hongjun replied. Channeling his spirit power, flames erupting around him. Given the high humidity and moisture content of the Stardow forest, the fire was less likely to spread uncontrollably, allowing Xia Tianling to let Ma Hongjun unleash his full potential. Had they been in the drier outskirts of the forest when they first entered, a single spirit skill from Ma Hongjun could have endangered them all, necessitating a hasty retreat to avoid collateral damage. By the way, could you refrain from calling me Fatty? All right, Fatty, came the playful retort as the group chuckled at Ma Hongjun's flustered reaction, filling the air with a light-hearted ambience. Xia Tianling continued. The queen's attack methods are rather singular. She primarily relies on erratic flight and a decisive strike. Fatty, you will clear the surrounding swarm with fire, while Oscar and I will charge ahead. Xiao Wu will flank from behind. Xiao San, use your blue silvergrass and some ordinary projectiles to limit her movements. Leave the Zhuge crossbow out of this. It would be a waste. Rong, provide buffs for everyone. And Zhu Qing, position yourself to reap her life. Don't be misled by the fact that only Oscar dealt with the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. That was merely a practice exercise. This Devil Bee Queen is essential for Zhu Zhuqing, possessing over 3,000 years more cultivation than the previous foe, and we cannot allow her to escape. It is safest for everyone to strike together. What is the Zhuge crossbow? Ning Rong inquired, having never heard of such a weapon. The Zhuge crossbow is a lethal weapon created by Ling Gu and myself. Tang San replied, initially intending to claim soul credit but reconsidered, knowing Xia Tianling possessed the Xintian treasure record. All right, that is not the point. If you're interested, Rong, you can commission a few from Xiao San later. Xia Tianling deftly redirected the conversation. Dai Mubai frowned, feeling excluded, especially at this crucial juncture of assisting Zhu Zhuqing in obtaining her spirit ring, and his mood soured. What about me? You adapt and protect Zhu Qing, Xia Tianling replied, somewhat exasperated. Dai Mubai's desire to assert himself conflicted with that of several others in the group, complicating his placement. I don't need his protection, Zhu Zhuqing coldly stated, vanishing in her void walk and leaping to a tree. Xia Tianling threw up his hands, displaying an expression of helplessness. Damn it! Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Zhu Zhuqing, do you truly loathe me so? I have humbled myself to seek your favor. What more do you want from me? A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he stormed away. Chapter 50, United Assault on the Queen Bee. Everyone grab hold of Oscar's 3 types of sausages. Once we're prepared, we'll advance, Xia Tianling instructed, ignoring Dai Mubai's brooding demeanor as he continued to outline their strategy. Observing the group readying themselves, he issued the battle command. Let us go. The trio simultaneously consumed the rapid flight sausage and charged towards the queen bee from their predetermined positions. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda bestowed an increase in speed, enhancing their velocity by 30%. Ma Hongjun activated all 3 of his spirit rings. First spirit skill, Phoenix Fireline. Second spirit skill, Blazing Phoenix. Third spirit skill, Phoenix Wings Sky Soar. Though the names were the same, the attributes of the skills differed. Having cultivated the Fiery Phoenix technique, Ma Hongjun not only bore the weight of a more potent spirit ring, but also amplified the effectiveness of his skills. The Phoenix Fire line, now twice as powerful, soared over the heads of his companions and struck the hive with tremendous force. The dense phoenix flames erupted upon impact with the hive, splattering like a viscous liquid. The heat wave overhead caused even Oscar to perspire slightly, let alone the ordinary devil bees. In an instant, a multitude of flaming devil bees scattered in all directions, their lives extinguishing like brilliant fireworks, fading into the night sky. Seeing the devastation wrought by his strike, Ma Hongjun cackled in midair, devouring an enhanced recovery sausage and continuing to unleash the phoenix fire line to clear away the ordinary devil bees. A piercing cry erupted from the queen bee. Witnessing the slaughter of her subjects, could no longer restrain herself and charged directly at Ma Hongjun. Can you make it? Oscar, utilizing the effects of the rapid flight sausage, soared into the air and unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at the queen. The queen, surprisingly agile, managed to execute a sudden stop mid-flight before plummeting vertically. However, the size of Oscar's golden Buddha palm was too substantial, and despite her evasive maneuvers, she was struck on the wing, losing her balance and beginning to descend. As she struggled to regain control, Xiao Wu, having circled around, arrived at her back. Bow shot. Before the queen could recover her composure, she was once again sent flying through the air as if she were a ball on a playing field. However, thanks to Xiao Wu's forceful strike, she found an opportunity to balance herself once more. The queen bee, now glaring at Ma Hongjun, who was still mercilessly pursuing her subjects midair, allowed a furious roar and charged once more. Come on! At that moment, Tang San, who had been lying in wait below, ascended and unleashed a barrage of projectiles at various odd angles. Most of them were worthless debris, rocks, scraps of metal, interspersed with a few bone-piercing spikes and money darts. As the queen bee, in the midst of her frantic sprint, beheld the multitude of peculiar projectiles hurtling towards her, she was compelled to shift and dodge through the air with great urgency. Unbeknownst to her, the lethal power of these flying darts was remarkably feeble, serving solely to obstruct her movements. It was time for me to strike. Xia Tianling exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San from a distance, and, with a sudden burst of energy, surged upwards from below. In the air, the Dawn Martial soul manifested as a singular hammer, its two soul rings illuminating in succession. The attributes of the second soul skill were conferred. The third soul skill erupted with power. The two effects combined seamlessly. Violent bolts of lightning crackled around the massive hammer, creating a cacophony of sound. Entangled, Tang San, calculating the perfect moment, unleashed his first soul skill. The blue-silver grass ensnared the queen bee, who was desperately attempting to evade, binding her tightly. However, Tang San immediately deactivated this skill and activated his second soul skill, parasitism. By now, Xia Tianling, having prepared meticulously, also made his move. The immense thunder hammer descended with great force upon the queen bee. Yet, the ancient soul beast had not idled away its years in the Star Doe forest, sensing the imminent threat to its life. The queen bee contorted her body in a desperate maneuver, utilizing her razor-sharp stinger as a projectile to launch her only skill, a decisive strike. The stinger of the devil bee was the hardest part of its body and its sole means of offense. Yet, hardness alone could not contend with Xia Tianling's hammer, which proved even more formidable. The queen bee's stinger shattered instantly, rendering her decisive strike utterly insignificant against the overwhelming might of Xia Tianling. The hammer, glimmering with a faint golden light amidst the darkness, struck her abdomen with force, and amidst the explosive sound of thunder, the exoskeleton shattered, the dark green blood evaporating under the intense heat of the lightning. The queen bee, severely wounded by a flurry of attacks, found herself ensnared by the parasitism of the blue-silver grass and immobilized by the paralysis of the lightning, completely unable to move. Zhu Zhuqing attacked the head, Xia Tianling shouted. Yet, even before he finished his command, Zhu Zhuqing, already poised in the trees, sprang forth. With the augmentation of her void walk and rapid flight, she appeared before the queen bee in an instant. The dark assassin's claw, enveloped in a shroud of black light, merged into a singular entity, piercing through the queen bee's massive head with the assistance of gravitational acceleration. As Zhu Zhuqing executed the spectral strike, the enormous body of the queen bee crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. A burst of purple light ascended, slowly coalescing into a halo above her corpse. The devil bee queen has fallen. The once mighty queen, boasting 5,000 years of cultivation, was utterly vanquished by a series of coordinated strikes from a group. Had they been more familiar with one another, the queen would have had no chance to evade, falling victim to their chain of control, ultimately dispatched by Zhu Zhuqing. The notion of wearing her down first would have been overly cumbersome. Applause erupted as two figures approached the crowd, one after the other. Leading the way was the Soul Duo from the Spirit Hall, followed closely by the exasperated Zhao Wujia. Magnificent, simply magnificent. Such exquisite coordination from you youngsters. I must confess. At your age, I was nowhere near as skilled. I'm truly humbled. Zhu Zhuqing, please proceed to absorb your spirit ring, the Soul Duo said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Yes, Teacher Lu, Zhu Zhuqing replied, settling down to absorb her spirit ring. Teacher Lu, what brings you out? Xia Tianling asked, scratching his head. Ha ha, I couldn't resist witnessing such splendid teamwork from you youngsters. Besides, now that we are here, we are unlikely to encounter anyone else. The Soul Dalu chuckled heartily. Zhao Wujia, I say we should just let these 3 youngsters accompany me. Leaving them with you at Shrek would be a waste. Zhao Wujia wore a bitter smile, saying, Senior, please don't put me in such a difficult position. I have no authority here. In a distant corner, Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly as he watched his companions bask in praise. Clearly, I should have had my share too. As evening approached, Zhu Zhuqing gradually completed her absorption. The 5,000-year spirit ring of the Devil Bee was successfully assimilated. And combined with the excess power from the prior fusion with the Assassin's Blade, she ascended directly to level 33. Tianling, I succeeded, thank you. Ha! As long as you've succeeded, that's what matters, Xia Tianling replied with a slight smile, nudging the dazed Ma Hongjun beside him. Fatty, when we return, you'd better train earnestly. This means I've surpassed you. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, indignant. Linge, this is unfair. You secretly gave Zhuqing a boost. Oh, a boost? What do you mean? I, Xia Tianling, have not given any boosts. This is all about perseverance and effort. Do you even comprehend that? Xia Tianling shook his finger, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, it felt as though a theme song echoed in the air, evoking the sentiment of packing one's bags, leaving home. Zhuqing, what is your 3rd soul skill? Have you acquired what we desire? Zhuqing nodded. My 3rd soul skill is named Phantom Absolute Slash, a fortified version of my 1st soul skill, Phantom Strike. Upon activation, it unleashes a formidable single-target slash, and if I invest more soul power, the strike's potency can be enhanced further. Zhu Zhuqing, who typically spoke little, had rare moments of verbosity. After speaking, she activated her martial soul and directed this soul skill towards the remnants of the hive nearby. A beam of purple light emanated from her hands, swiftly piercing through the massive hive. The soul Dalu swiftly moved to the hive's edge, gently pushing, causing the upper half of the hive to slide down, revealing a bounty of royal jelly within. The cut was remarkably clean, leaving only a residue of ordinary honey. Impressive, an exceptionally powerful cutting ability, the Soul Dalu remarked, instinctively stroking his beard. It is getting late. We should set up camp here for the night. Fortunately, this devil bee swarm has been thoroughly cleared out, and for some time, no other soul beast will invade the territory of the devil bees. The group complied, expertly cleaning the battlefield and establishing their camp. By the way, everyone, lend a hand to gather the royal jelly. It is an invaluable resource. After they had tidied up the battlefield, Xia Tianling called upon his companions to help lower the massive hive, distributing the remaining royal jelly and ordinary honey into several large bottles for each. Honey is indeed a treasure. Perhaps I can find some herbs later and wish for something from the system. Who knows? I might be able to concoct a recovery potion. In the dead of night, Xia Tianling awakened Tang San, who was meditating in the same tent. Xiao San, prepare yourself. Danger is imminent, very grave danger. Quickly rouse the others. Understood. Tang San, aware of Xia Tianling's foresight, did not question the reason. Soon, whether they were meditating or sleeping, everyone was awakened by the duo. Dai Mubai, disturbed from his peace, grumbled, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you two waking us up in the middle of the night? Are you bored? Enough chatter. Danger is approaching." Xia Tianling shot him a glance. "You say there's danger, so there's danger? Do you think you're a prophet?" "Indeed, I am a prophet. Everyone, exit the tent and prepare for battle, swiftly." 2 figures rushed toward the group, one after the other. "Huh, you're already out?" Zhao Wujia stared in surprise at the assembled group. "Never mind that. Youngsters, quickly unleash your martial souls. If things take a turn for the worse, don't worry about us. Just flee as far as you can. Get out of the Stardow Forest first." The Soul Dalu, akin to a formidable adversary, had unleashed his martial spirit, a gun, accompanied by 8 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Observing the palpable tension in both of their teachers, the other individuals, save for Xia Tianling, remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances that could provoke such apprehension from a soul sage and a Soul Dalu. At that moment, an uncanny spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The towering trees ahead parted slowly, revealing a colossal silhouette that emerged with stealth. Upon witnessing this gargantuan entity, the collective breath of the onlookers seemed to cease, and clarity dawned upon them regarding the teacher's concerns. It was a being of mountainous proportions, its ebony fur shimmering with a faint luminescence under the dim starlight. Despite its limbs being grounded, Its shoulder height undoubtedly surpassed 7 meters. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. The trio spoke in unison. However, their tones differed. Xia Tianling's was affirming, Tang San's was laced with astonishment, while the Soul Douluo's conveyed a thread of despair. The Spirit Hall had once sought to eradicate the 10,000-year soul beasts within the Stardow Forest. In this 10,000-year, Titan Great Ape had left an indelible psychological scar upon him. Esteemed King of the Forest, we harbor no intent of offense. If this is your territory, we are prepared to withdraw immediately. Zhao Wujing spoke solemnly. He understood that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend human speech, especially this formidable specimen, whose cultivation evidently surpassed 10,000 years. He could scarcely fathom any soul beast more powerful than the one before them. The Titan Great Ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujing's words, instead taking a step forward, provoking a swell of tension amongst the group, apart from Xia Tianling, who remained composed. He recognized that the Titan Great Ape was merely detecting the presence of his sister, Xiao Wu, and likely sought a mere encounter. Everyone, remain calm and refrain from making any hostile moves. Trust me, there shall be no harm, Xia Tianling declared loudly. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The Titan Great Ape seemed to sense something amiss, its gaze shifting towards the group. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape struck its chest with its fists, the resounding thuds unsettling the ground beneath them. The Soul Daw, believing the Titan Great Ape had identified him, gritted his teeth and ignited most of his soul rings. His martial spirit manifested, resembling a spear as he launched himself towards the Titan Great Ape, simultaneously uttering, "You all must flee." Upon witnessing the Soul Douluo's charge, Zhao Wujing activated his own first, second, third, fifth, and seventh soul rings, propelling himself forward in tandem with the other. "Teacher Lu, Teacher Zhao no," Xia Tianling cried out in alarm. "What are you doing provoking it?" This simpleton merely spotted Xiao Wu and expressed joy. "Do you seek death by confronting it?" He had previously warned them both not to engage should they encounter the king of the forest, believing there to be no real danger. Yet here they were, disregarding his counsel. Zhao Wujing, dismissing his prophetic insights, was further disheartened by the lack of faith from his companions. Enveloping himself in the armor of the unmoving king, he unleashed gravitational control centered on himself, attempting to restrain the Titan Great Ape's movements. Concurrently, he activated the Great Strength Diamond Palm, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Apparently taken aback by the dual offensive, the Titan Great Ape roared in fury, escalating its vocalizations. Before Ning Rongrong could complete her incantation, the Titan Great Ape retaliated. Its massive fist glimmered ominously, manifesting its signature skill, the Earthquake Punch. Simultaneously, the gravitational field activated, a wave of black energy pressuring downwards, resulting in a terrifying impact that drastically reduced the speed of the two attackers. The dual fists, akin to meteors, struck Zhao Wujing and the Soul Dalu, both of whom were overwhelmed in a single blow, unable to mount any defense. Zhao Wujing, in his martial spirit form, was sent flying, crashing through several trees, unconscious and unresponsive. The Soul Dalu's fate was far grimmer, as he was obliterated by a subsequent massive energy sphere unleashed by the Titan Great Ape, known as the Titan Skybreaker. Had Zhao Wujing been a battle tank like the Titan Great Ape, his situation might have been less dire, but Lu, being a purely offensive soul master, possessed formidable attack power, yet lacked sufficient defense. "Damn it," Xia Tianling muttered under his breath. "Why provoke it when you had no reason to? Are all soul masters of the Spirit Hall so thick-headed? Zhao Wujing may not have believed in my foresight, but why did even his allies lack faith? Did the Titan Great Ape need to stealthily approach if it intended to harm? Teacher Lu, Teacher Zhao." The fates of the two teachers hung in the balance, but the Titan Great Ape was unfazed. It leapt high into the air, crashing down before the group with immense force, sending them sprawling. Xiao Wu was ensnared in the Titan Great Ape's gigantic hand, which then turned to depart. "No! Release Xiao Wu." As she was captured, Tang San's eyes turned crimson. Without waiting to regain his balance, he propelled himself forward, kicking the ground and launching himself into the air. Simultaneously, his hands swiftly drew forth a flurry of hidden weapons. A dozen gleaming projectiles aimed at the Titan Great Ape's head. Initially, he intended to strike its eyes, but alas, the Titan Great Ape had already turned its back, leaving him with no choice but to aim for a less vital target. The sound of metal clashing against the Titan Great Ape's skull echoed. Yet it merely scratched its head with its other hand, unfazed by the assault. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. The Titan Great Ape unleashed another wave of black energy, sending all but Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been supported by him, tumbling. No, don't! Xiao Wu cried out as she witnessed her companions being thrown away. The Titan Great Ape regarded the captive Xiao Wu, emitting a low growl. Suddenly, it leapt into the air, disappearing in an instant, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Xiao Wu, Tang San scrambled to his feet, turning to pursue the direction the Titan Great Ape had taken. Xiao San, Ling, I must find Xiao Wu. Do not stop me. At that moment, Tang San's eyes burned with rage. I will not hinder you, Xia Tianling sighed. Truth be told, he had never comprehended Tang San's obsession. A man with the psychological age of over 30, infatuated with a being whose mental age was merely a decade, whose physical age was thousands of years, yet appeared as a young girl. He retrieved a few enhanced sausages from his pocket, offering them to Tang San. Xiao will be fine. Tang San accepted the sausages, casting a deep glance at Xia Tianling before devouring them and dashing away. But I must find her. Tang San, under Xia Tianling's protection, ensured that Zhu Zhuqing remained largely unscathed. He is off to find Xiao Wu. Do not worry. They will be safe, Xia Tianling assured, shaking his head. There was no need to restrain Tang San. Xiao Wu would not come to harm, nor would he. At present, Tang San had suffered far less injury than in the original tale, and with 2 enhanced sausages from Oscar, he was more than capable of confronting the demon spider without issue, a testament to his 3rd soul ring. Let us check on Teacher Zhao. Teacher Lu's remains have vanished. The mention of this only deepened Xia Tianling's sense of frustration. In a bid to avert such a predicament, he had repeatedly cautioned that particular soul fighter on the way here, insisting that he must not engage with Ming under any circumstances. Yet, disregarding his counsel, the outcome was dire. Their own ranks were decimated. Furthermore, it appeared that Zhao Wujia had sustained injuries far more grievous than in the original narrative. Initially, he had managed to pose some trouble for the Titan Giant Ape, but now he had been swiftly vanquished by Ming. They discovered Zhao Wujia, barely clinging to life. In a vast pit, the group hurriedly lifted him, and Xia Tianling stuffed a generous handful of recovery leaves into his mouth, diluting honey royal jelly with water before administering it to him. Although the devil bee royal jelly possessed some healing properties, they were rather minimal. The recovery leaves offered only a modest restorative capability for those above the Soul King level, and with no superior healing potions at their disposal. They could only hope that Zhao Wujia's resilience would see him through. Coughing, Zhao Wujia managed to catch his breath and weakly inquired, "Where is Tang San?" He went after the Titan Giant Ape. Ning Rongrong replied matter-of-factly. She had been unharmed under Oscar's protection and had also noticed the exchange between Tang San and Xia Tianling. Zhao Wujia nearly choked upon hearing this. Was he not effectively walking to his doom? That was the Titan Giant Ape. Oscar, prepare several recovery sausages. He cannot face this alone. Just as Oscar was about to comply, Xia Tianling intervened with a raised hand. Teacher Zhao, let us be realistic. Do you even have the strength to fight? Perhaps I should go take a look instead. You? Xia Tianling's doubt was palpable, leading to a sarcastic retort. Little San and Little Wu are fine. I told you I am a prophet. I can foresee the future. I warned you when we entered the forest that the Titan Giant Ape would arrive tonight. Did that not come to pass? And what about the earlier encounters with the phoenix-tailed cockatrice and the Chaotian fragrance, along with her granddaughter Mangyuran? Did you truly believe my observational skills were that exceptional? Time, and again my predictions, have proven accurate. I told you and Teacher Lu not to engage, yet you both just had to. Zhao Wujia opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Despite having foreseen the phoenix-tailed cockatrice and pinpointed the year, as well as predicting the injuries that would befall them, he had always attributed it to mere coincidence, never truly believing in his so-called prophet. Who would have thought that his self-proclaimed prophet status was genuine? Very well, focus on your recovery. At least regain some mobility first, Xia Tianling instructed, having Oscar prepare several rapid flight sausages. You all rest here for now. Once Teacher Zhao is able to move, follow me. I shall proceed ahead to investigate. With that, he turned and sprinted in the direction where Tang San had vanished. In truth, his purpose for venturing forth was not to seek out Tang San and Xiao Wu. Those two were unscathed. What need had he find them? His solitary quest was merely for his 4th soul ring. After 2 fruitless days of searching, he had beseeched the system for insight into the most suitable soul beast for his 4th soul ring and its location. Although the system provided an answer, due to the unique nature of the soul beast, he could only hope for an opportunity to act alone. Chapter 53. The Golden Bihuan Descending into Darkness. Upon arriving at an unfamiliar territory guided by the system's coordinates, Xia Tianling was met with a colossal creature that left him utterly astounded. This being Resembling a tiger with two enormous fangs akin to the saber-toothed tiger of his previous life, was distinctly larger and entirely golden in hue. This was no mere tiger. It was unmistakably a Bihuan, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was only upon witnessing it firsthand that the system revealed this creature's name, the Golden Bihuan. He wondered if it bore any relation to the Emperor Beast, the 3-eyed Golden Lion King from 10,000 years hence. Curiously, the Bihuan, which traditionally symbolized justice, righteousness, and discernment, was now enveloped in swirling black smoke. This was not a pure black, but rather an embodiment of profound malevolence. Even from a distance, a mere glance at it sent shivers down one's spine, igniting base desires within. The massive Bihuan lamented in agony within the forest, thrashing about and uprooting trees in its path. What has happened to it? Xia Tianling inquired of the system. It has been tainted. The creature before you is no longer the embodiment of justice, but is instead transforming into a state of chaotic disorder. Once this transformation is complete, it will become the Dark Bihuan, wholly opposed to orderly beings, bent on annihilating any realm aligned with order. What constitutes an orderly being? What has polluted it? Xia Tianling pondered, having encountered a term unfamiliar to him, one that seemed incongruous with the essence of Douluo continent. That is not something you need to comprehend at this moment. Here is a piece of advice. While this Bihuan still retains some semblance of consciousness, use your utmost strength to end its plight. While it can still maintain control, once it fully transforms into a chaotic being, it will become a mindless monstrosity, one that even the gods would struggle to contend with. Very well. Accepting the system's guidance, he resolved to act swiftly before it was too late. True dragon, manifest. Dawn. Reveal yourself. Drawing a deep breath, Xia Tianling invoked his 5-clawed true dragon martial spirit for the first time after 6 years of training. Simultaneously, he grasped the dawn martial spirit in his hand. With a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, he approached the descending Dark Bihuan, unleashing the full force of his bloodline aura. If the Bihuan was indeed the 7th son of the true dragon, then the true dragon's bloodline might prove effective. The agitated Bihuan sensed this aura, its ferocious countenance softening slightly, yet it continued to writhe upon the ground. A vague mental wave intruded into Xia Tianling's mind. Father's essence. Alas, you are not him. Is it working? Kill me quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. Beware of the aura that surrounds me. The Bihuan seemed to exert every ounce of its strength, sending another mental wave, as its eyes, once clear with reason, swiftly clouded over with a dark crimson hue. Quickly, in its life, it is beginning to undergo metamorphosis. It is at its weakest now, unable to unleash its full might, merely equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. The moment it completes its transformation, even a small dragon from below will not stand a chance. The system's voice maintained its cold, mechanical tone, yet the urgency was palpable. Without hesitation, Xia Tianling ignited his 2 soul rings. Stolen by Axe, Manifest, Thunder God form, Enhance. Utilizing both martial spirits simultaneously placed an immense burden on his body. Yet the soul power consumption was astronomical. When the 2 martial spirits activated alongside the Storm War Axe, his soul power drained at several times the usual rate. Not to mention that he still needed to allocate soul power for other skills. Even though he possessed dual cores of Qi Si and Golden Core, affording him a soul power reserve several times that of an average soul master, the relentless consumption was unsustainable. The fundamental quality of soul power was too low, and the energy quality in the Douluo realm was insufficient to cultivate higher levels of foundational strength, such as spiritual power. Let me witness your capabilities. With the 9 turns sky-treading steps, he brandished the Storm War Axe and charged headlong toward the Dark Bihuan. Although the Dark Bihuan had lost its reason, it was still somewhat restrained by the true dragon aura, yet its battle instincts and innate abilities honed over millennia were formidable. Suddenly, dark currents erupted from its form, and a mass of black luminescence swiftly expanded from within its body, forming a cubic domain. In the midst of this, Xia Tianling felt as though he had been shackled by a heavy burden, rendering his previously unstoppable Zhujuan Taitian step nearly impotent against the oppressive space. Simultaneously, the Dark Lion's forehead cracked, revealing a single obsidian eye. A beam, black as ink and laced with red lightning, surged towards Xia Tianling's chest. This was originally one of the Golden Swan Ni's innate skills, judgment. As one of the dragon's 9 sons, Lian was born with the ability to discern right from wrong. Its innate power closely tied to a force of light. However, now fallen from grace, its attributes had transformed. Judgment could now be aptly renamed as corruption. With its movements constrained, Lian found itself unable to evade and thus activated its third soul ring. The colossal, thunderous axe collided with the slender black beam, producing a cacophony before dissipating. Harnessing the momentum from the thunder half-moon slash, Xia Tianling pressed forward, unleashing a trio of spells: lightness technique, wind riding technique, and evil breaking technique. The first two accelerated his movements, while the latter alleviated the oppressive force of the dark domain. He then invoked rainfall technique and heavenly thunder summon. A dark cloud materialized above Lian's head, unleashing torrential rain. The summoned thunderbolts, amplified by the downpour, relentlessly struck Lian, causing it to roar in agony. In this fleeting moment, Xia Tianling successfully closed the distance, aided by the various spells. Just as time seemed to slow, his third soul ring ignited, and the thunder half-moon slash coalesced in an instant, the storm battle axe roaring forth in its full glory for the first time. Previously, even a mere attack in its ordinary state was sufficient to severely wound Yi Zhiqiu, a defense-type soul king. Now, under the formidable power of the true dragon martial soul and the innate control over thunder, its might had undoubtedly doubled. Not only was it fueled by his inherent strength, but the dawn martial soul, nurtured over 6 years, had become indistinguishable from him, its power surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator's destined artifact. Now, wielding his innate artifact with the finesse of a master, this strike's force rivaled that of a full-powered assault from a battle spirit saint. Any ordinary soul emperor would likely be obliterated in an instant. Here he stood, merely a 40-level, 3-ringed quasi-soul master. As a pure-blooded dragon of the 9 suns, Lian inherited the formidable physique and magical prowess of the true dragon. Its bloodline legacy endowed it with a fierce close combat ability capable of overpowering even the likes of Emperor Tian and the Golden Dragon King. Yet now, the chaotic darkness of its fallen state clashed with the orderly light of its original justice within the same vessel. Although its original rationality lay suppressed deep within, the innate pride of its true dragon bloodline refused to bow, fighting back in subconscious defiance. The fallen Lian's body functioned like a powerful weapon controlled by a child, fierce yet fundamentally uncoordinated. The sharp axe blade collided with Lian's right claw, producing a jarring screech. Blue lightning continued to erode the black aura enveloping Lian, revealing flecks of gold, only to be swiftly obscured once more by the encroaching darkness. A massive claw fell, the exposed bone at the severed end starkly visible. Once resplendent like jade, the bones now appeared malevolent, crimson golden blood mixed with a viscous black fluid gushing from ruptured veins. The flora beneath it withered instantly upon contact with the dark liquid, emitting a hissing sound. Lian let out a piercing shriek, now thoroughly enraged by the diminutive adversary before it. What it had deemed easily crushable had inflicted grievous wounds upon it, an unforgivable affront. Yet, as it readied to unleash its innate skill once more, it was abruptly interrupted, causing it to spit blood and momentarily reveal clarity in its gaze. Weakness in its mouth, fire-suppressing darkness. Familiar mental waves surged into Xia Tianling's consciousness. The mouth? Wasn't that supposed to be its strongest asset? As a dragon son, representing justice alongside Yi, who was prone to violent solutions, Lian had always preferred reasoning with wrongdoers. Thus, its mouth was indeed formidable, possessing a semblance of verbal magic. However, in its fallen state, Lian lacked consciousness, driven solely by chaotic instinct, rendering it incapable of wielding such potent, law-like abilities. In its complete form, Lian could easily obliterate Xia Tianling with mere words. Xia Tianling had instinctively believed that Lian's mouth was its most powerful feature. Unexpectedly, its greatest weapon turned out to be its Achilles heel. Nevertheless, he had accurately deduced that lightning and fire could weaken the enveloping darkness, offering a purifying effect. Thus, let the storm rage even fiercer. Xia Tianling continued to employ a myriad of spells to outmaneuver Lian, occasionally striking with the thunder half-moon slash, inflicting non-lethal yet burdensome wounds. Lian was effectively being toyed with, its impotent wrath manifesting in furious bursts of crimson lightning. Yet, it failed to notice that the lightning striking it had intensified. The rain above was now crashing down with greater ferocity. What had begun as a heavy downpour had escalated into a torrential deluge, akin to water being poured from the heavens. Aside from necessary evasions and enhancements, Xia Tianling devoted nearly all his soul power to sustaining the thunder and the tempest. At last, the water elements within several kilometers had been entirely depleted, and an overwhelming concentration of water elements filled the confined space. The thunder grew even more frenzied, yet the frenzied Lian remained oblivious. Though the thunder above had become denser, the strikes against it had nearly ceased. Instead, patches of lightning sparked in the puddles formed by the rain, which continued to shrink in size. By this point, Lian had almost ceased its attempts to attack Xia Tianling. It was fully focused on its transformation, disregarding the environmental changes and the thunder striking its form. Having exhausted several soul-restorative sausages, Xia Tianling's soul power was nearly depleted. Even the Dawn Martial Soul had been reduced to its essence to replenish his drained energy reserves. Now, the remaining soul power barely sufficed for one final full-powered attack in the Storm Battle Axe state. Maintaining the true dragon's embodiment, Xia Tianling smiled faintly. Swiftly consuming the last of his hastily flying soul sausages, abruptly withdrawing from the dark domain's grasp, while simultaneously hurling a fireball within. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within the dark domain, flames soaring skyward, yet swiftly suppressed by the darkness. A thunderous roar echoed for miles, even rousing the slumbering Tianqing bull python in the lake of life. What a tremendous blaze! What was occurring over there? Xiao Wu perched on the head of Air Ming, peering toward the commotion, hoping that Teacher Zhao and Sango were unharmed. The residual shockwave from the explosion, despite being filtered through the dark domain, sent Xia Tianling tumbling back, leaving his ears ringing. The Dark Lion emitted a pained wail, desperately attempting to harness the power of its domain to shield itself from the impending explosion. Had it not released its energy earlier, it might have fared better. However, the explosion now erupted from within. The ever-constricting domain relentlessly compressed the oxygen and hydrogen, previously liberated by torrents and thunder, into a confined space. This unreasonable force of the domain nearly encapsulated all the kinetic energy and heat generated by the explosion, leaving the surrounding flora largely unscathed. Yet, the interior dweller, the Dark Lion, suffered grievously. The more ferocious the flames raged, the more it sought to contract its domain for protection. Yet, the further it shrank, the more potent the forces of explosion and combustion became. It was a tragic self-immolation of a divine beast. Eventually, the grievously wounded creature could no longer sustain the power of its domain, allowing a remnant of its strength to burst forth, wreaking havoc on the nearby vegetation. Taking a breath, Xia Tianling summoned the last vestiges of his soul power to unleash the mightiest dual spirit form, wielding the Storm Battle Axe, bolstered by protective attributes. As he cautiously approached the epicenter of the explosion, stepping into the area once shrouded by the domain, he found the ground utterly devoid of plant life. The soil, scorched by intense heat, had begun to vitrify, glimmering like glass. As the flames receded, the form of the Dark Lion became visible. The once ominous black aura had been reduced to mere wisps, and its formerly resplendent exterior now resembled cracked charcoal. The blood that could flow had nearly evaporated. Xia Tianling silently broke into a sweat. The resilience of a divine beast was truly formidable, surviving such a cataclysm even at its weakest. The Dark Lion was, of course, not dead. It had yet to form a single spirit ring. But did this creature even produce spirit rings? Surely, it could not be a spirit beast. Two questions unexpectedly arose in Xia Tianling's mind. However, since the system indicated this was the most suitable fourth spirit ring for him, it must exist. He approached the barely breathing Dark Lion, though perhaps it could no longer be called that. The chaotic explosion had nearly purged all traces of its dark essence. The Lion, though on the brink of death, had regained a semblance of its former rationality. Chapter 55. The late heavenly tribulation finally descends. You have arrived. A wave of spiritual energy, significantly diminished from before, entered Xia Tianling's mind. It was the Golden Lion, now restored to lucidity. Elder, how can I save you? The Lion weakly shook its head. Such a profound fall was essentially irreversible, and the vast majority of its primal power had dissipated in the struggle against corruption. There was no remedy. Xia Tianling released his martial spirit, standing numbly before it. The sight of the Lion on the verge of collapse evoked a sorrowful emotion from within his bloodline. This world, though weak, fragile, and riddled with flaws, possesses intriguing rules. As my time draws near, I shall leave you with something of interest. Something of interest? The Lion offered no further explanation, merely lifting its remaining left paw to gently cradle Xia Tianling, pressing its forehead against his. Legacy. A familiar voice resonated, distinct from the previous mental transmissions. This was the first time the Lion had truly spoken. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the Lion, coalescing into its third divine eye. This, I serve as a bridge connecting both man and beast. A torrent of golden light surged along this conduit, flooding into Xia Tianling's body. At that moment, Xia Tianling felt a disorienting sensation, as if a great bell were resonating within his mind, accompanied by an ethereal sound that seemed to convey an unspoken message. The voice was authoritative, filled with an overwhelming sense of justice. Heir my bloodline. Wield this power wisely. The Lian transmitted another wave of spiritual energy. Subsequently, its massive form ignited, the last remnants of darkness being washed away by the golden flames. Xia Tianling felt a tremendous heat surge through his forehead, coursing down his spine and gradually enveloping his entire being. His flesh and sinew underwent transformation and metamorphosis within this torrent of warmth. The dawn martial spirit was forcibly summoned, and a circle of scarlet golden rings began to form around it. Was this a sacrifice? In a sense, the Lian's actions bore similarities to a sacrifice. It was not a true offering. It was not an indigenous species of Douluo continent. It had inadvertently shattered space and arrived here after being infected by that malevolent dark substance. As a divine beast, it would not leave behind a spirit ring upon death, nor did it possess the ability to sacrifice. However, the rules of the Douluo world were uniquely special and easily manipulated. The Lian happened to be among the elite in this regard, and in its dying moments, it bequeathed its remaining primal power and innate abilities to Xia Tianling, who bore the true dragon bloodline. This was the last fragment of pure essence left after its purification and refinement. One could say that nearly all of its power dissipated in the struggle against the forces of corruption. As one of the dragon progeny, its bloodline naturally resonated profoundly with Xia Tianling, allowing this pseudo-sacrificial ritual to unfold smoothly. Had it been anyone else, not only would they have struggled to inherit the ability, but even the clash of bloodline powers would have been insurmountable. After some time, the Lian's colossal form was reduced to ash, and a circular scarlet-golden emblem gradually formed upon Xia Tianling's forehead. The bones in his body began to emit a series of crackling sounds, a seemingly minor noise that nonetheless conveyed a sense of impending rupture. Concurrently, a gray-black substance and wisps of dark purple blood began to seep from the surface of his skin. This was the Lian's power purging his body, eliminating impurities and internal injuries. In the realm of cultivation, reaching the peak of the qi refining stage was a gradual process of bodily transformation and impurity removal. However, due to the unique geography and rules, what would typically be a powerful bodily transformation within the cultivation system was significantly simplified. As the transformation of his body progressed, the last vestiges of the Lian's power fully integrated into him. The scarlet golden rings surrounding the dawn martial spirit solidified into the form of a spirit ring, signifying Xia Tianling's ascension to the status of a spirit ancestor. But the saga was not yet concluded. At that moment, thunderous roars echoed from the sky, and a massive dark cloud abruptly loomed above the Douluo forest, while Xia Tianling's body underwent seismic changes. Just as the spirit ring took form, his internal soul power swelled to unprecedented fullness, reaching heights previously unattained. The golden core vibrated incessantly, emitting a gentle hum. The energies within the qi sea spiraled wildly, greedily absorbing all available energy from both within and without, fervently infusing it into the golden core nestled in his lower dantian. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking directly through Xia Tianling's crown. The long-awaited golden core tribulation, delayed by 6 years, had arrived. Was this the tribulation? Could there be other 10,000-year soul beasts within the Douluo forest? The sky blue bull python's eyes widened in astonishment. With its limited experience from a lifetime spent within the forest, it could not discern the difference between the tribulation, a test and reward, and the destructive nature of pure lightning. As the dreaded tribulation made contact with Xia Tianling's body, a layer of fine dragon scales emerged upon his surface, segmenting the ferocious heavenly trial into finer particles, which then slowly merged into his being, infusing the vibrating golden core within. Boom! 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 The resounding roar echoed across the heavens, as a succession of 8 heavenly tribulations descended, each more potent than the last. In the fleeting moment following the final bolt of thunder, the high-frequency vibrating golden elixir expanded to its utmost limit, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the exquisite Ru-ware pottery. Boom! The long-awaited Yuan-Ing tribulation, which had been delayed for years, finally manifested. This time, the colossal golden elixir shattered with a thunderous crack. Xia Tianling felt a profound transformation in his consciousness. His soul no longer resided solely within his mind, but intricately intertwined with his entire being. A milky white infant appeared in the center of his dantian, replacing the original golden elixir. Boom! 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 17 more bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, this time with a force several times greater than that of the previous golden elixir tribulation. As the power of the tribulations escalated, the dragon scales adorning Xia Tianling could no longer absorb the ensuing damage, gradually becoming singed, with certain areas even emitting a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh. Yet, despite his increasingly battered exterior, the momentum within him surged with unparalleled strength. The nascent Yuan Ying expanded rapidly with each successive thunderclap, reaching a state of perfection. The frantic descent of the lightning ceased, but the ominous clouds above remained pregnant with rumbling thunder. The tribulation clouds, a harbinger of destruction, swirled and billowed, their blue and white luminescence pulsating as they brewed an even more formidable trial. The heavenly tribulation signifies annihilation, yet also harbors the essence of life. It serves as a celestial test for cultivators aspiring to elevate their existence, as well as a reward. Chapter 56. Rule Skills. Unlike the orthodox cultivators who traverse the tribulations sequentially, Xia Tianling faced the combined tribulations of the golden elixir, Yuan Ying, and transformation into spirit all at once, leaving him no time to acclimate to the surging power. Boom! The tribulation, signifying the transformation into spirit, commenced. The immense bolts of lightning surged into Xia Tianling's body, crashing violently against the Yuan Ying, an indescribable agony spreading through the depths of his soul. The transformation into spirit required the melding of the cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits within the Yuan Ying, forged into a singular entity through the refinement of the tribulation, thus becoming a Yuan Shun more potent than the Yuan Ying itself. Simultaneously, the Niwen Palace, as the upper Dantian, bore the brunt of an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. During the formation of the Yuan Shun and the ascension into the transformation into spirit, the cultivator must also forcibly break through the constraints of the Niwen Palace using their formidable spiritual power, connect with the ancestral aperture, and carve out the sea of consciousness. This step is often the most arduous, demanding an explosive release of immense spiritual energy accumulated over years within the Niwen Palace. Ideally, a cultivator should have formed the embryonic sea of consciousness during the Yuan Ying stage, established spiritual consciousness during the golden elixir stage, and opened the Niwen Palace during the foundation stage. However, Xia Tianling had skipped these stages and was forced to confront them all at once. Although he lagged somewhat in accumulation, he was fortunate to have inherited the legacy of the Golden Bihuan. As a divine beast adept in manipulating rules, Bihuan possessed an extraordinarily potent spiritual force, even the last vestige of which was fearsome. The crimson gold emblem on his forehead radiated beams of light, compressing his inherent spiritual energy into a compact orb. The external force of the heavenly tribulation relentlessly washed over this orb, rendering it more refined and solidified. The accumulation reached a critical threshold, prompting an explosion within Xia Tianling's Niwen Palace akin to the birth of the universe. As a vast quantity of compressed spiritual energy metamorphosed into a divine consciousness imbued with a faint golden aura, surging wildly through the newly opened sea of consciousness. In contemporary terms, his spiritual power had attained an unfathomable magnitude, rivaling the might of a tidal Douluo in direct confrontation. In an era where few practiced spiritual cultivation, he was truly unparalleled. Except for a handful of individuals, no one could contend with him, having completed the transformation from spiritual power to divine consciousness. Xia Tianling had successfully navigated the most challenging threshold. Now, under the triple pressure of divine consciousness, heavenly tribulation, and soul power, the 3 souls and 7 spirits rapidly integrated with the Yuan Ying. Although the process was excruciating, his willpower allowed him to endure. Finally, with the descent of the last bolt of heavenly tribulation, Xia Tianling's Yuan Shun underwent its complete transformation. From this moment forth, he could be said to possess no absolute vulnerabilities in his physical form. The brain was no longer the sole vessel for the soul, nor was the heart the only core of energy within his body. Henceforth, the sea of consciousness in the upper Dantian, the Yuan Shun in the middle Dantian, and the sea of Qi in the lower Dantian were entirely interconnected, forming a second life cycle system independent of the original bodily structure. As long as either system existed, the cultivator would not face complete death. This is the terrifying nature of the cultivation system. Even if the body were utterly destroyed, the Yuan Shun could continue to exist independently, transcending into a scattered immortal or even a ghostly cultivator, with a vitality that was nothing short of formidable. In contrast, the character Qian Rinxue, who had just attained angelic divinity in the original timeline, was nearly felled by Tang San with a single strike to her heart, a stark display of vulnerability. Likewise, Xia Tianling, possessing the dual core energy of the sea of Qi and Yuan Shan, exhibited a recovery speed and magnitude of soul power nearly tenfold that of his peers. As Xia Tianling reveled in his robust physique, forged through 3 heavenly tribulations, he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, capable of effortlessly overpowering even his previous strongest self. What is this peculiar object on my forehead? He touched his brow and felt a hard, coin-sized circular mass. He then retrieved a mirror from his storage ring. It was a crimson gold emblem. Could this be an external soul bone? Xia Tianling pondered, gradually extending his divine consciousness towards the emblem. As his consciousness made contact with the emblem, a stream of information surged into his mind. It was the legacy left by the Golden Bihuan, a third divine eye. Xia Tianling named it the Emblem of Justice. It possessed a singular skill known as intimidation, which passively enhanced the owner's spiritual power while also being actively triggered to reduce the attributes of any marked biological entity within the user's perception range by 10%, with guaranteed efficacy. He reached up to feel his forehead again and, having comprehended the information, attempted to conceal the emblem after a few tries. Dawn Martial Soul, activate. The axe and hammer were firmly grasped in Xia Tianling's hands as 4 soul rings gradually rose beneath his feet. The 4th ring, a radiant crimson gold, represented the Golden Bihuan. Could this be a divine-level soul ring? Certainly not. It was merely a manifestation of the Golden Bihuan's intrinsic abilities, condensed according to the rules of this world, not belonging to any specific era of soul rings. The ever-observant system, noting Xia Tianling's confusion, provided clarification, stating that it was not a true soul ring, but rather something resembling one that possessed soul ring functionalities. Rules? Indeed, rules. If there is any merit in the martial soul cultivation system of the Douluo world, it is the ability to introduce cultivators to rules even in their weakest states. For instance, the attribute enhancement of a storm battle axe form, the 4th soul skill bestowed by Bihuan, and the 3rd divine eye of the external soul bone. In other words, such feats could only be achieved by cultivators at the level of rule manipulation, yet now one merely needed to expend some soul power to accomplish them. My 4th soul skill. Speaking of which, due to a series of encounters, Xia Tianling remained unaware of the effects of his 4th soul skill until now, prompting him to focus his mind and assess it. As the saying goes, one does not know until one looks, and upon looking, one is astounded. This 4th soul skill was astonishingly formidable. The 4th soul skill left by the Golden Bihuan was its innate ability, Judgment of Justice. Interestingly, this was a domain-type skill that could only be wielded with the hammer and could not be doubled in effect with the storm battle axe form. The effect, upon activation, was to conduct a judgment on any target deemed an enemy within a radius of 15,000 square meters of the user's perceptual range. If the target harbors malicious intent and has previously acted upon it, all attributes will be reduced by 25%. Should the target possess malevolent thoughts, but refrain from taking action, all attributes will be diminished by 15%. Conversely, if the target has never entertained ill will, this soul skill will bear no effect. Simultaneously, all attributes will be augmented by 20% for oneself and allies, including the user. The maximum duration of this soul skill is fixed at 2 hours, unless the user voluntarily dispels it or the time limit is reached. Its debilitating effects will persist regardless of how far one may flee. However, should one possess the capability to escape the confines of the Douluo universe, the effects will be nullified automatically, bestowing buffs upon allies while imposing debuffs upon foes. Such is the innate talent of a divine beast. It seems rather unreasonable. Moreover, if the external soul bone, Emblem of Justice, is activated in conjunction, the effects of this soul skill will be doubled, theoretically allowing for a 60% reduction in the enemy's attributes and a 40% enhancement of one's own. Remarkably, even the benevolent and malevolent god kings would not be exempt from the augmentation or diminishment inflicted by this skill. Its potency surpasses even the assistance provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, raising the question of who truly holds the title of the continent's foremost support martial soul. Chapter 57. Oh, is it once again time for my prophetic performance? By the way, system, could you possibly alter the color of my golden soul ring? A black hue would suffice. This golden shade is rather too conspicuous. Having completed his preparations, Xia Tianling leisurely made his way back in the direction from whence the Titan giant ape had come, having just visited the previously attacked camp, where the others had mysteriously vanished. A few hours had sufficed for Zhao Wujia's recovery of mobility. Presumably, some had set out to locate Tang San. Ding, host wish received. Searching for the power of destiny. Ding, wish successful. You have obtained a fourth soul ring color modifier, currently in the process of modification. Ding, modification complete. You may manually deactivate it. Xia Tianling observed his fourth soul ring, now a pitch-black shade, and felt a peculiar sensation. Was this system truly intelligent? How was it that it had previously responded to his inquiries and now seemed to function in a mechanized, bureaucratic manner? Nevertheless, despite the system's peculiarities, its efficacy remained unquestionable. At this moment, his fourth soul ring appeared indistinguishable from a standard 10,000-year soul ring, devoid of any trace of its former resplendent golden hue. Upon finding Tang San and his companions, Tang San had already vanquished the man-faced demon spider and was in the process of absorbing its soul ring. Xiao Wu had also returned to the group. Tianling, where have you been? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice Xia Tianling's return, swiftly leaping in front of him. Oh, is little kitty so concerned for me? Fear not, Zhuqing, I am unharmed. Xia Tianling scratched his head, explaining. I took a detour while pursuing Tang San and encountered a few 10,000-year soul beasts. On my way back, I happened upon a suitable one and took it down. I am now a 4-ring soul master. A 4-ring soul master? How old are you this year? Zhao Wujia, noticeably recovered, questioned with a hint of incredulity. Oh, I just turned 12 this year. Xia Tianling felt a bit bashful as he assessed his soul power level, adding, not only a soul master. I am already at level 44. 44? Are you even human, Linga? Ma Hongjun cried out from his side. Xia Tianling glanced at the somewhat evasive Xiao Wu. Of course, I am human, right, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing looked between them, feeling a sense of confusion. Why did he ask Xiao Wu? What was their relationship? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Zhao Wuji interjected, Wait, what did you just say? You single-handedly defeated a 10,000-year soul beast? Indeed. Did you not witness the explosion earlier? That was my doing. The soul beast was rather foolish, he elaborated, embellishing the details of the battle for his companions, omitting only the identity of the golden lion. In essence, I orchestrated an explosion, and it met its demise due to its own folly. Unsurprisingly, the others appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend his technical jargon regarding electrolysis, hydrogen, and oxygen. How could such straightforward concepts be so perplexing when woven together? Regardless, it matters not. I suspect Xiao Wu has acquired her third soul ring, yes? Tianling, you're truly remarkable. How did you know? Ningrongrong Efklaimet. Of course, I'm a prophet. If I am not mistaken, Xiao San, upon absorbing the 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, will receive a particularly valuable external soul bone. External soul bone? How is that even possible? Ning Rongrong, aware of its rarity, questioned. What is an external soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled. Simply put, an external soul bone is a rare type that exists independently of the 6 standard soul bones. Unlike regular soul bones, which can be dropped, an external soul bone binds to the soul master for life once fused. He paused, glancing at Tang San, who appeared to be in pain. Xiao San is fortunate. He will acquire a unique external soul bone resembling 8 spider legs with evolutionary capabilities. It harbors potent toxins, so do refrain from touching it. Especially you, little fatty. Don't call me little fatty. Is my hand that fragile? Maon Vijun retorted indignantly. Suddenly, as Tang San absorbed the soul ring, he grimaced, emitting a pain scream. His seated form began to convulse violently, his chest heaving as his upper body arched grotesquely. Sanga! Xiao Wu cried out, instinctively rushing towards him. Zhao Wujia, alarmed, recalled that Tang San had previously experienced a similar episode when he began absorbing the soul ring, attributed to the overwhelming energy. Calm down, little rabbit. Did I not mention? Xiao San will acquire an external soul bone. Why all this fuss? Before he could finish, the sound of fabric tearing echoed as 8 bulging protrusions emerged from either side of Tang San's spine. He appeared to endure immense agony, blood oozing from beneath his skin as he convulsed violently. Shortly thereafter, 8 deep purple appendages erupted from within him, rapidly extending outward. Tang San was cocooned in a web-like structure formed by the spider legs. Xiao San's external soul bone has successfully fused. Everyone, step back and do not disturb him. Xia Tianling commanded, gesturing for everyone to retreat, especially advising the girls to keep their distance, as Xiao San would soon emerge from his cocoon without clothing. You truly are remarkable, Zhao Wujia praised, giving a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by the transformation in Tang San, which proved Xia Tianling's foresight. Had he listened to him earlier, he might have avoided being grievously wounded by the Titan giant ape. Is Xiao San going to turn into a giant spider? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. What on earth are you thinking? Xia Tianling replied, exasperated. All right, everyone, let us return to our tasks. Set up camp, start a fire, and prepare a meal. Shaoxin will take approximately 12 hours to complete his fusion. After all this commotion, we deserve a good rest. The group nodded in agreement and began to fulfill their respective roles in reconstructing their resting place. Xia Tianling, having established himself as a prophet, had gained the unwavering trust of his companions through repeated validations of his predictions. If he claimed that the outcome would manifest in 12 hours, they believed it would indeed come to pass. A simple meal was consumed, leaving only those necessary to keep watch, while the others, their spirits greatly strained, retreated to rest. Among them was Sangu, alongside the petite figure of Xiao Wu. Despite the numerous validations of Xia Tianling's words, she still found herself unable to fully relax. This left Xia Tianling in an excellent mental state and voluntarily assuming the watch duty, somewhat perplexed as he covertly observed the worried expression on Xiao Wu's face. How had Tang San and Xiao Wu developed such a bond over the past 6 years? Chapter 58. Can one person compare to a group? 12 hours later, dawn broke. After a night of transformation, Tang San finally emerged, making his debut before the others. Just as Xia Tianling had stated, Tang San appeared completely unclothed. Ningrongrong, from a distance, was stealing glances at him. Beside her, Oscar exhibited a hint of jealousy, exclaiming, Rong, stop staring at Tang San and look at me instead. Get lost. Talk to me once your culinary skills match Xia Tianling's. Enough with the bickering, I'm practicing. While Ning Rong and Oscar engaged in playful banter, Tang San transitioned from his dazed state to one of overwhelming joy upon seeing Xiao Wu, and the two of them exchanged affectionate glances, filled with the sweet fragrance of love. Ma Hongjun, chewing angrily on a sausage, nodded in agreement with Xia Tianling. Observing the antics of these two pairs, the aloof Zhu Zhuqing pondered thoughtfully in a corner. After Xia Tianling intervened to break up the couple's antics, instructing Tang San to retract his 8 spider lances and explaining the circumstances, some time passed. The benefits of absorbing soul rings of a higher level became evident, prompting Tang San to realize that the physical constitution of individuals truly varies. Following this first-hand experience, he increasingly doubted the reliability of the precise soul ring ratios espoused by the master. Xia Tianling patted Tang San on the shoulder, stating that the capacity to absorb powerful soul rings depends entirely on one's physical fitness. Engage in more physical training and strive to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Just like us, in the original timeline, Tang San's remarkable feat of obtaining a 10,000-year fourth ring was now considered a standard configuration among their group of 7 from the Spirit Hall. Naturally, this did not apply to Yin and Xieyu, who had insufficient time to train their bodies and lacked the extraordinary privileges that Hulaina enjoyed, resulting in their typical 1,000-year fourth ring. Reflecting on the master's unverified theories and the knowledge Xia Tianling had shared throughout their journey, Tang San felt a surge of emotion. Recognizing Xia Tianling's superior understanding, Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants, viewing the world from their heights. This knowledge is the cumulative wisdom of countless predecessors in the Spirit Master community. How could a single individual's research, like Yu Shaojiang's, compare to the millennia of accumulated knowledge within the Spirit Hall? All right, let's postpone your mutual flattery until we exit the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wuji interjected with a smile. Though we've encountered considerable troubles, we've exceeded our mission objectives, and it's time to return. Following this shared brush with death, the bonds between the Spirit Hall group and Shrek Academy members had significantly strengthened, despite not being from the same academy. This did not hinder the friendship they had forged in such a brief time. The sole exception was the solitary Dai Mubai, who felt increasingly like an outsider. Ever since the ambush on the Devil Be King, he had become almost invisible, rarely participating in battles or any activities. This feeling of isolation was deeply unsettling for him. He wished to confront the group, to question them loudly, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was right. What ground for pride did he possess? Zhu Zhuqing was also correct. He was but a coward who had resigned himself to mediocrity. Watching the young man beside Zhu Zhuqing flirt and joke, Dai Mubai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Xia Tianling, just you wait. One day, I, Dai Mubai, shall defeat Davis and you, reclaiming all that belongs to me. By the way, Xia Tianling, what exactly is that Zhuge Divine crossbow you mentioned? On the way back, Tang San recounted to the group how he had vanquished the man-faced demon spider, without the formidable Geishalong snake to severely injure the creature. He relied on Oscar's rapid flying and an endless array of hidden weapons to wear it down. Ultimately, when a man-faced demon spider was startled by a sudden aura, Tang San seized the moment, using the Zhuge divine crossbow to narrowly blind the beast. The aura that had startled the man-faced demon spider was likely the residual energy released by the dying golden lion. As they walked and talked, Tang San produced the Zhuge divine crossbow, demonstrating its function to the others. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in excitement, puffing her cheeks in indignation at Xia Tianling. How could you hide such an intriguing item from me? Unyielding, Xia Tianling shot back with your temper as a child. If I had given this to you, how would the others have fared? This device can easily slay a soul saint. Who would dare let you handle it? The two continued their playful exchange. In truth, since acquiring the Xintian treasure record, Xia Tianling had already embarked on learning and creating various mechanical traps and hidden weapons. He was not a disciple of the Tang sect and lacked neither funds nor resources. Thus, it was best to allow the logistical department of the Spirit Hall to research and mass-produce these devices. He had long since provided various schematics and crafting techniques to BB Dong. Such strategic weapons could not be produced by Tang San alone at a rate comparable to that of a large faction. Since the Spirit Hall was his own enterprise, it was only logical for it to grow stronger. Imagine if all spirit masters and even ordinary soldiers of the Spirit Hall were equipped with Zhuge divine crossbows or even more potent hidden weapons. How formidable they would become. After the relationship between BB Dong and Qianren Xue had significantly improved, although she still harbored resentment towards Qian Dalu, she no longer entertained thoughts of world annihilation. Instead, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the divine trials and leading the Spirit Hall toward grandeur. Similarly, the seemingly foolish plan of soul hunting was naturally abandoned. While the Spirit Hall remained cautious of Hao Ian sect and Blue Lightning Overlord sect, they actively sought to strengthen ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, providing them with a substantial batch of less potent mechanical hidden weapons like the Zhuge divine crossbow. Of course, the versions sold were significantly weaker than the originals. As for why both sides could engage in closer cooperation than depicted in the original narrative, it stemmed from a mutual understanding. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The mechanical hidden weapons provided by the Spirit Hall could enhance the survival and offensive capabilities of direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, effectively bolstering the school's influence. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall gained the friendship and various collaborations from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, such as exchanging research materials, resource sharing, and acquiring some civilian spirit masters trained by them. If one were to ask Ning Rongrong why she was unaware that her sect had already acquired these items, it was because Ning Fengji and Sword Bondoa were aware, and Ning Rongrong had become a bit spoiled by their affection. Although her behavior improved after Xia Tianling's guidance, she still exhibited a rebellious streak. If she were to gain access to these items, the sect would be in chaos daily. Chapter 59, Gravity Chamber, The Marvelous Uses of Soul Bones. In the small town outside the Stardow Forest, the survivors returned to the familiar second-floor hotel, sharing a meal together. In this world, no gathering lasts forever. Although we have enjoyed harmonious companionship in recent days, we ultimately belong to different factions. As we part ways, we shall meet again. Xia Tianling waved goodbye to the few people outside the carriage, accompanied by several members of the Spirit Hall. We will see each other soon. I hope you won't fall too far behind, Xiao San. With that, she lowered the curtain and leaned back in the carriage, savoring the rare moments of leisure. A day later, after a tiresome journey, the group finally returned to the Spirit Academy. Upon learning that the Soul Dalu had been instantly vanquished by the Titan Great Ape, the title Dalu in charge of the academy erupted in fury, cursing the unfortunate individual as a foolish wretch. Had the Titan Great Ape harbored malice, it could have easily claimed the lives of 4 prodigies, including the Holy Sun. After resting for another day to fully recover from their fatigue, the group resumed their training. Zhu Qing, you must earnestly practice this mind refinement technique, Xia Tianling instructed as she handed a jade slip to Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt puzzled, she solemnly accepted it and, following Xia Tianling's guidance, pressed the jade slip to her forehead to learn the technique. Why must I? Sensitive attack type soul master. Cultivate mental strength? Xia Tianling sighed, explaining that mental strength is one of the most crucial indicators for breaking through to the rank of title Dalu. A strong mental capacity can also accelerate the enhancement of one's soul power. Consider this: using a spoon to scoop water versus using a bucket, which is more efficient. Though the mind refinement technique may not appear sophisticated in the eyes of the myriad realms, it is vastly superior to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, which can only be practiced for a brief time each morning. Furthermore, this technique is highly versatile and stable, mitigating the risk of mental derangement from overly rapid cultivation. The scarcity of title Douluo and high-ranking soul masters stems from their neglect of mental strength cultivation and the quality of soul power. My rapid progress is attributed to my formidable mental strength and high-quality soul power. Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully. Ever diligent, she did not concern herself with how long she spent on her training each day or how much she practiced. As long as it made her stronger, everything was worth it. Comparing her family situation with that of the White Tiger clan, she found Xia Tianling's insights to be exceedingly valid. For a long time, neither the Yumingzhu clan nor the White Tiger Dai family had ventured into mental strength cultivation. This could elucidate why, since the founding of the Xinghua Empire, only one title Douluo had emerged from the Yuming family. As for how she knew that mental strength was the key to breaking through to title Douluo, Zhu Zhuqing attributed the credit to the Spirit Hall, which possesses a vast number of title Douluo across the continent. After a brief period of training, a note signed by Hulaina was passed into the training room. The Spirit Hall's training rooms are designed with great consideration for acoustics, ensuring that the soul masters training inside are not disturbed. However, a small passage remains open, allowing urgent messages to be conveyed to those inside using these specially crafted notes. Upon opening the door, Xia Tianling was greeted by the lively Hulaina, who was followed closely by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Zhuqing is here too? Perfect. Come with me quickly. Without giving the two a chance to respond, Hulaina whisked the bewildered pair away to a newly constructed building. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Xia Tianling shared the insights gained from their expedition to the Stardow Forest. What? You've already broken through to level 44? Hulaina, who had just returned from a mission, stared in astonishment at her junior. It was utterly unbelievable. Even she, along with her brother Xie Yu and Yan, had only just touched the edge of the Soul King rank, despite being 5 or 6 years older than Xia Tianling. Calm down, senior sister. Does it really matter? I thought you'd long since gotten used to my genius over the years. By the way, didn't you mention an important matter that require our presence? All right, let me introduce you. The gravity chamber you envisioned has been completed. It's right in front of you. Hulaina recalled that she had called them here to familiarize them with a new construction. Her recent mission involved retrieving a special material needed to finalize the gravity chamber's construction. Entering the gravity chamber, they found a hemispherical space with a massive dome resembling an inverted bowl overhead. The interior was quite spacious, containing only a solitary operation platform and some exercise equipment, rendering it largely empty. Senior sister, how did the master manage to create this? Xia Tianling asked, filled with joy at the sight of the legendary structure he had encountered in countless anime and novels from his past life. He had previously discussed this concept with Bibi Dong, but it had never come to fruition due to the complete loss of soul guide technology. Aside from manually releasing soul techniques, there had been no other means of exerting pressure. Hulaina, noticing Xia Tianling's curiosity, teased, "Oh, who would have thought you? The so-called prodigy would not know this? The principle is quite simple. Do you know of a soul beast called the Xianzhong? I do. That creature can produce a gravity field. But wait, how did the master manage to control the gravity they emitted?" Xia Tianling pondered. Surely, she didn't just toss a few Xianzhong inside, right? And how could she control the intensity of their gravitational release? With a slight smile, Hulaina replied, "It's simple yet complex. In truth, the master uncovered a nearly 100,000-year-old Xianzhong vertebra in the Spirit Hall's vast repository of soul bones accumulated over millennia. After conducting various experiments, the master and the grand priest modified this soul bone so that it could activate the Xianzhong's innate skill, the gravity field. Without being integrated into a human body, this soul bone is now affixed to the apex of the dome. I understand the reasoning, but you still haven't explained how to control the gravity's intensity. Moreover, how do we provide the necessary soul power to activate it? We lack the corresponding soul guide formation. Junior brother, you're being foolish. While we may not know how to create it, we can certainly dismantle it." Hulaina rolled her eyes at Xia Tianling, who had suddenly seemed less clever than usual. "Wait, dismantle? What did the master take apart?" Xia Tianling exclaimed, realizing just how daring Bibi Dong truly was. The master completely extracted a soul guide formation from the Spirit Hall that controls the brightness of the dome's lights. She embedded the part originally connected to the lights with high-purity, refined secret silver, creating a complete structure. See that control console over there? Hulaina pointed to a separate area at the other end of the room, where a square platform stood prominently. By inputting soul power into it, the soul guide formation has its own energy storage system. There's a switch that can control the output of soul power, allowing us to regulate the intensity of the gravity. Isn't that simple? Xia Tianling was left utterly bewildered. In a sense, it was indeed simple, but he had never considered this line of thought before. It appears deceptively simple. All one needs to do is dismantle the soul guiding array that controls the lights and then forcibly connect the soul bones using the most conductive refined mithril as a conductor. However, this colossal power control system for an entire hall exists in only 4 units across the continent, all of which belong to the Spirit Hall. These include the Papal Palace, symbolizing the Pope, the sanctuary of the angel deity, the conference hall located behind the Papal Palace, and the Douluo Hall, which showcases the relics and life stories of the predecessors of the Spirit Hall. Remarkably, these 4 units were constructed by the predecessors of the Spirit Hall thousands of years ago, and the subsequent members have meticulously preserved them for millennia, only activating them during significant events. It remains uncertain which component Bibi Dong has dismantled. Her mentor is indeed audacious. Should it prove unusable after disassembly, reinstallation would be quite troublesome. In this regard, Xia Tianling can only express his admiration. Truly impressive. Such exorbitant costs could likely only be borne by the Spirit Hall. In the entire Douluo continent, nay, the entirety of Douluo Star, it stands alone, akin to a scorpion's excrement. The Sun-Moon Empire likely lacks such capabilities. Moreover, the modification of soul bones was accomplished through the collaborative efforts of Bibi Dong and Xin Dalu. Presumably, divine power was employed. For among the soul masters capable of wielding divine power on the continent, aside from the High Priestess of Sea God Island and the mentally impaired Tang San, there remains only Qian Dalu. It is perplexing why Qian Dalu would consent to such an endeavor, given his long-standing animosity towards Bibi Dong. Although his demeanor has inexplicably softened since joining the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong did, after all, cause the death of his son. Could it be that he remains oblivious to this fact? Come on, everyone, take a moment to experience this. Hulaina warmly beckoned, interrupting Xia Tianling's drifting thoughts. When using it, be sure to call upon a teacher to ensure that someone can promptly control the switches. Utilizing it alone is perilous, as this device is merely an experimental prototype, and no one can guarantee absolute safety. That said, each of you must receive one of these tokens. As she spoke, Hulaina produced several tokens, bestowing them upon the 4. Each token encapsulated a fragment of tidal dual-level power, which would automatically activate a protective shield should you be overwhelmed, allowing for a safe escape from gravitational pressure. Remember, a single token can only be activated approximately 10 times. When energy runs low, promptly seek the 2 deans for recharging. Let me be the first to test this device, Xia Tianling declared, stepping into the gravitational field and signaling Hulaina to switch it on. A wave of pressure surged down from the apex, reminiscent of the black vortex they had encountered days prior when Air Ming unleashed his might. Both phenomena exhibited a similar essence. However, the force exerted by the Titan Great Ape far surpassed that of this soul bone. Under the pressure, Xia Tianling gradually began to loosen his tense muscles, moving cautiously within the confines of the gravitational domain. Junior brother, the gravity intensifies as you approach the center. Hulaina cautioned from the side. This was a feature established during the divine power modification phase of its creation. Initially, the gravitational force within the designated area was uniformly distributed, yet it had now been segmented into approximately 5 distinct zones, facilitating practice for individuals with varying capacities. As Xia Tianling ventured toward the central zone, he could discern a palpable increase in pressure, approximately double that of the outer regions. There, he settled into a meditative position, channeling his energy. The soul power circulated rapidly under the weight of gravity, consuming energy at an accelerated rate, several times greater than before. Exercising one's physical form in this gravity chamber, one could deplete soul power and then exit to recuperate. Aside from the absence of mental pressure, it essentially resembled a simplified version of the sea goddess light. Everyone, do give it a try. The training effects here are remarkably beneficial. Xia Tianling opened his eyes, gesturing for his companions to join him. In contrast to Xia Tianling, who sat directly at the core, the others displayed varying levels of endurance. Oscar, primarily focused on physical refinement, utilized specialized fitness equipment in the second ring, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing could only practice in the third ring's gravitational zone. By the way, senior sister, where are Yin and Shiyue? After a period of training, during which his soul power dwindled, Xia Tianling emerged to chat with Hulaina and replenish his energy. They have gone to Gongxin City to seek Master Lu Gao. Master Lu Gao? Xia Tianling's eyes brightened as he recalled another matter previously mentioned to Bibi Dong. Indeed, they are there to retrieve the item you designed earlier. Long ago, the teacher had sent them privately to request Master Lu Gao and his disciples' assistance, and, calculating the time, it seemed the work was nearing completion. Much like the identity of the Holy Sun, the world knew only that the Spirit Hall had a new Holy Sun, heralding the so-called Golden Generation, yet lacked detailed information about these individuals. Out of a desire to protect such prodigies, this information remained entirely confidential until they possessed the means for self-defense. Even among the Golden Generation in the original narrative, it was only on the eve of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition that Yu Xiaojiang and other well-informed individuals learned a portion of their details. Master Lu Gao is indeed a stubborn individual, Xia Tianling remarked, observing Zhu Zhiqing, whose garments were soaked with sweat from the gravitational zone, while stroking his chin thoughtfully. He stands as one of the rare talents along this timeline of Douluo, an indispensable element in my future plans. Hu Liena tossed her hair back, equally fixated on a figure within the gravitational area, responding, often, stubborn individuals are the easiest to handle. One merely needs to identify their weaknesses and necessities, does one not? Ha 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 ha. You make a valid point. Xia Tianling smiled knowingly. Senior sister, are you a stubborn person? Perhaps. And what of you? Likely. Chapter 61. Weighted Soft Armor. The days of training were invariably mundane. Over the past fortnight, Xia Tianling and Hu Liena, along with the others, followed a routine of attending theoretical lessons in the morning, exercising in the gravity chamber, and continuing to cultivate their soul and mental powers in the evening. One day, the weary Yin and Shiwei finally returned from Gongxin City. I must say, Tianling, the device you've designed is exorbitantly priced, Shiwei declared, laying several garments before the group, while Yin poured out an array of armor plates from a storage soul guide, varying in thickness. Although these plates were not large, each was remarkably heavy, requiring several tons of rare metals to commission Master Lu Gao for 10 pieces. This is precisely why our spirit hall possesses mines. Otherwise, we could never afford so much. Yin lamented. These rare metals were personally retrieved by him and Shiwei from the mining area, a journey that was long and arduous. Brother Ling, what are these for? Ma Hongjun inquired, picking up a plate and inspecting it. It felt surprisingly weighty in his hands. To strengthen our bodies, what else? Xia Tianling replied joyfully, examining one piece closely. Master Lu Gao truly is a talented individual. I merely conceived the idea, yet he has brought it to fruition. Shiwei also picked up a garment and addressed the others. This is crafted by Master Lu Gao, integrating his 8-treasure Rui soft armor. It possesses exceptional elasticity, suitable for individuals of virtually any physique. Each armor plate is equipped with a special clasp, designed for the attachment of the custom-weighted plates. As he spoke, he showcased a small armor plate. Ma Hongjun leaned in closely, only to discover a tiny clasp on the back of the small plate, allowing it to interlock with the armor plates on the soft armor itself. These weighted plates, made from a unique alloy, boast significant density and weight. We can select appropriate weights to use as counterweights, affixing the plates to the soft armor for added weight. Thus, our bodies seem to have gained an immense weight out of thin air, allowing for a more effective workout. Imagine if we were to don such weighted armor for our daily training. Once we become accustomed to this weight, or even to the gravity of the training chamber, how formidable would our physical capabilities become when we finally shed these constraints in real combat? We are grateful for the power of soul energy, which accelerates the growth and development of cultivators. If they were merely 12-year-old children, it is unlikely that Xia Tianling would pursue such a method. Prematurely burdening oneself would not only fail to enhance physical conditioning, but could also adversely affect bodily development. However, with the presence of soul energy, the scenario shifts, as the level of soul energy actively promotes physical growth. The combination of high-intensity weight training and the effects of soul energy can significantly strengthen bones and muscles, forming a perfect synergy. As for the method described in the original text, wherein Master carried stones while running, Xia Tianling scoffed at it. Such a burden could primarily condition only the back and abdominal muscles, with minimal impact on other areas, and this is contingent upon being able to secure the straps tightly. In contrast, those like Tang San, who placed stones in a frame, actually bore the weight on the lower back, hips, and abdomen, leading to poor effectiveness. This explains why the few gifted individuals in the original work, aided later by miraculous herbs and the healing of hidden injuries, were able to endure the daily rigors of carrying stones while maintaining a mediocre diet and experiencing average results from their medicinal baths. If an ordinary person were trained in such a manner, not only would they fail to enhance their physique, but they would be fortunate to avoid developing physical ailments. What was served to Xia Tianling and his companions at the Spirit Hall? Soul beast meat, broths brewed from the essence of certain medicinal herbs, an abundance of high-energy foods, and medicinal baths to nurture their bodies post-training. Although both scenarios involve medicinal baths, could the prescriptions provided by Yu Xiaojiang compare to those Xia Tianling acquired through his wishes? Even ordinary students, who could not access soul beast meat or other rare treasures, were ensured ample supplies of common livestock meat. As the saying goes, wealth in martial pursuits, poverty in the arts. Without sufficient financial resources to support physical nourishment, martial practice could lead to self-damage. Why did the relatively rudimentary training methods of Shrek last only a month before sending Tang San and the others into actual combat? Was it not due to their financial constraints? In stark contrast, the resources consumed by Oscar alone over 6 years likely exceeded the total expenditures of Shrek Academy over the years combined. In cultivation, resources hold paramount importance. All right then, let each of us grab one item and switch into it. Afterward, we shall proceed to the testing grounds for practical assessments, and based on the data, we will equip ourselves with weights. With a grand gesture, Xia Tianling issued the command. Not only did Zhu Zhuqing and the others comply without hesitation, but even Yin and Xie Yu had no objections, immediately setting about their tasks. This was not merely due to other reasons. Over the years, Xia Tianling had already won them over. While outside, Xia Tianling could not utilize his second martial soul, but he had the freedom to do so against them. Shortly after his breakthrough to the second ring, when his combat prowess was still quite lacking, Yin and Xie Yu could still bully Xia Tianling, relying on their own strength and perception. However, once Xia Tianling broke through to the third ring, it was they who became the recipients of his blows. Not to mention that he had now attained the rank of a 44th level soul master. Even without his second martial soul, he could easily overwhelm them. The group arrived at the testing grounds, prepared to assess various physical metrics, but unexpectedly, Xia Tianling leisurely retrieved a lounge chair from his ring and sat down. "Boss, aren't you going to test yourself? Set an example for us," Oscar said, eagerly cracking his knuckles. Xia Tianling reclined with his hands behind his head, a look of contentment on his face. "Me? These tests hold little significance for me. They cannot capture my true strength." To be frank, he himself was unsure of how powerful he had become. After experiencing the dual trials of the Golden Lion's power inheritance and the tribulations of lightning, his muscle strength in a normal state was conservatively estimated to exceed 40,000 pounds. If it weren't for the inherent control that the cultivation system afforded him, he might have struggled to adapt to his suddenly heightened strength. As for the explosive power of a single punch, that remained unknown in this day and age. There were no devices developed to measure punching power, so he could only rely on his instinct. "You stand up. I shall personally conduct your test." A soul saint responsible for the testing projects suddenly erupted in frustration. As the son of the spirit hall, being so lackadaisical was unbecoming. Did he not realize the importance of setting a good example? Xia Tianling stood up, slightly embarrassed. Although he was immensely powerful and held a prestigious status, he still needed to show respect to his teachers within the academy. "Ah, Teacher Zhang, what you say is true. We toil in our cultivation precisely to earn the opportunity to relax in the future," he continued. "If it weren't for the lazy ones, we wouldn't have carriages to ride in. Please, let us speak civilly. There is no need for violence." Before he could finish, the somewhat hot-tempered teacher Zhang delivered a kick, but Xia Tianling deftly dodged it. "Hurry up. I'm here to see just how much you weigh now." Chapter 62, The Defensive Soul Master. A gem in the training world. "All right, you're the one calling the shots." Xia Tianling, with a resigned expression, stepped onto the training ground. "Teacher Zhang, let us start with strength, shall we?" "Gome." The soul saint named Zhang assumed a standard horse stance, manifesting his martial soul, the heavy mountain shield. 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, materialized in the air, imparting a palpable pressure to those nearby. A towering shield, nearly as tall as a person, loomed before Xia Tianling, exuding a weight akin to that of a mountain. This formidable shield was aptly named after the martial soul of the soul Saint Zhang, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities and robust form. In terms of defense alone, 2 Zhao Wujis would not match the defensive prowess of this one individual. "Come on, kid. Let me see what you're made of." As he spoke, the first 2 soul rings beneath his feet flickered, and the heavy mountain shield in his hand expanded further, enveloped by a layer of earthy light. Observing this, Xia Tianling focused, refraining from summoning his martial soul, and charged forward in a swift motion. He adopted a bow stance, exerting force through his legs, twisting his waist, and launching a punch. Bang! Xia Tianling's fist collided with the heavy mountain shield, producing a thunderous sound. The enormous shield was pushed back slightly by his punch. Though it was only a half-step retreat, it was nevertheless a retreat. Let's not forget that behind the shield stood a defensive soul saint renowned for his fortitude. "Not bad, kid. That punch had some real power behind it. You've struck with a force exceeding 80,000 pounds. The Soul Saint, having been pushed back half a step, was not angered but rather smiled appreciatively at Xia Tianling. Soul Masters are influenced by the characteristics of their martial souls, just as this teacher Zhang was. He could be irked by Xia Tianling's laziness, yet also commend him for his strength. Now, let us see your second martial soul. I've yet to witness its true power. Second martial soul? Zhu Qing, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He was already this strong, yet he possessed a twin martial soul? Wait, he never informed me about having a twin martial soul? But it seems he doesn't need to tell me explicitly. The cool exterior of the little cat masked a fiery heart, and within a fleeting moment, she was flooded with countless thoughts, her gaze towards Xia Tianling shifting. Regardless, one day, I shall grow to be as powerful as you. However, the individual undergoing the test remained oblivious to this, eagerly preparing to demonstrate the might of his second martial soul. True Dragon Manifest. A golden radiance erupted from Xia Tianling, and a small dragon figure appeared on the scene. Compared to the state of spirit possession just a few days ago, the two dragon horns on Xia Tianling had grown longer, diminishing a touch of cuteness while adding a measure of majesty. By the way, what is your base strength? He suddenly inquired. Approximately 40,000 pounds. Is there a problem, Teacher Zhang? The Soul Saint named Zhang waved his hand dismissively, but the earlier delight had faded from his expression. Fourth soul skill, Mountain Suppression. Sixth soul skill, Earthquake. Seeing Xia Tianling ready, the Soul Saint named Zhang wasted no time and unleashed his two formidable defensive skills. The combination caused the heavy mountain shield to swell even further, becoming larger and more imposing. The lower part of the tower shield even connected with the ground, standing firmly in place. Boom! Crack, crack, crack! With no frills, a punch was thrown, and the outer layer of the heavy mountain tower shield began to shatter, leaving even a fist imprint on the innermost core. This caused Teacher Zhang, who was firmly braced behind it, to stagger back several meters. The high-intensity stone floor of the testing ground was gouged out, forming a deep trench. Well, you little monsters certainly have some skill. That punch left my arms aching. Teacher Zhang poked his head out from behind the tower shield, seemingly impressed. It appears you were not exaggerating. Standard tests are indeed meaningless for you. The force behind that punch undoubtedly exceeded 150,000 pounds, more than double what you can manage in a normal state. Quite impressive, quite impressive. Teacher Zhang repeated his praise, preparing to retract his spirit. How much of a physical enhancement does your second spirit provide? Without hesitation, Xia Tianling replied, double. Theoretically, this figure is already quite exceptional. However, it seemed that Teacher Zhang was not particularly pleased, and he was about to say something. Not so fast, Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Xia Tianling interjected. Teacher Zhang frowned. Nonsense, of course I'm fine. What man would admit otherwise? Huh. Then I would like to ask Teacher Zhang to help me test my strength in my most potent state. How about that? Xia Tianling grinned slyly. Hey, you cheeky brat. If I call you fat, you really start breathing heavily. Come on, today I'll see just what you're capable of. Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes and turned, resuming a defensive stance. Do be careful now. Since obtaining my fourth ring, I have never tested the power of this soul skill. Come now. Do you think you can harm me? Teacher Zhang was brimming with confidence, but after a moment's thought, he decided to activate his true spirit form. Transforming into a small mountain, he stood immovable upon the ground. Then let it come. Xia Tianling called out, summoning his dawn spirit with yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings appearing beneath him. External soul bone skill, terror. A circular emblem slowly emerged on Xia Tianling's forehead, and a golden light ignited from its center, swiftly penetrating the heavy mountain shield's defenses and directly embedding itself within. What is this power? Teacher Zhang, now in his true spirit form, was momentarily stunned. This radiance seemingly disregarded his defenses, forcibly diminishing his overall attributes by 10%. But that was not the end of it. The previously unused fourth soul ring illuminated, and a square domain radiating golden light rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire testing ground. Simultaneously, a phantom of a hammer materialized above Teacher Zhang, gently striking 3 times. You are guilty. A voice that only Teacher Zhang could hear echoed in his ear, and suddenly, he felt his overall attributes plummet by an additional 30%. Damn, why is this kid's power so peculiar? Though somewhat frustrated, Teacher Zhang remained utterly confident in his defense. He could not believe that these flashy skills could breach his defenses, even if he stood there allowing this young one to strike him unopposed. In terms of defense, he felt that he was no less than a certain title Douluo. A new measurement unit emerged, a toxin. Zizzes. Amidst a flash of lightning, two weapons crackling with thunder converged into an axe. Yet this time, Xia Tianling made no move to use it, opting instead to carry the axe on his back. He merely needed the power amplification provided by the storm battle axe, not to wield it as a weapon of offense. Interestingly, while activating both skills simultaneously, he discovered that they could not be stacked together. The 20% enhancement to physical attributes from the Judgment of Justice could only be applied on the basis of the true dragon spirit, amounting to approximately 16,000 pounds. Similarly, the power attribute doubling from the storm battle axe was contingent upon the true dragon's possession, also equating to 80,000 pounds. The relationship among the three was additive, not multiplicative. Even so, through this combination, Xia Tianling's muscle strength had surged to a staggering 176,000 pounds. In terms of raw power, he had even surpassed Poseidon at level 99. If the trident of Poseidon were present, Xia Tianling could effortlessly lift it without requiring the god's acknowledgement. A mere 108,000 pounds. Is that heavy? Chapter 63. Striving for a better life as a slacker. Nevertheless, Xia Tianling did not let this inflate his ego to the point of thinking he could contend with a limit Douluo. He was aware of his own limitations. The primary concern was how long he could sustain this ultimate state. Although the effect of the Emblem of Justice in enhancing mental strength was passive, maintaining the terror effect would consume soul power. The fourth soul skill, Judgment of Justice, while not augmented by the Storm Battle Axe state, still required double the soul power to maintain in that form, as did the terror skill. Initially, Xia Tianling believed that after transcending to the deity level, he could freely utilize the Storm Battle Axe state for conventional combat, but he found himself sorely disappointed. Although he had acquired a more powerful dual-core energy system, it also meant two more significant consumers of soul power. Moreover, having the strength to temporarily surpass a limit Douluo did not equate to being on par with one. Not to mention mental strength, total soul power, soul skills, and other factors. Even the combat awareness of those three limit Douluo far exceeded Xia Tianling's. Even Qian Dalu, who was not particularly combat-oriented, had to be measured against others. While he may appear somewhat inferior compared to Tang San, how would he fare against the Golden Crocodile Douluo? Or against Chen Xian? As for Douluo, well, that would be a bit of an unfair fight. Previously, he had managed to bully Dai Mubai using some techniques, but that was merely due to an overwhelming advantage in overall attributes. He still had much to learn in terms of genuine skill. The system could only impart knowledge and theory, but could not instill the muscle memory necessary for executing techniques. It was akin to having all the formulas and data provided during a physics or mathematics exam, yet still being unable to solve a problem. For all he had was theoretical knowledge, not the habitual thinking required. Before his transition, Xia Tianling was merely an ordinary person, somewhat reclusive outside of work. Each time he returned from a trip, he would collapse onto his bed, read a book, order takeout, and watch documentaries that piqued his interest, living as a content recluse. Arriving on the Douluo continent and becoming a soul master in just 6 short years, he had undergone some combat training. Yet he remained quite inexperienced and had much to learn and master. One must admit, the Douluo continent is somewhat fragile. Xia Tianling's powerful punch, accompanied by sparks, created a sonic boom in the air, causing even the very fabric of space to waver. Faced with what appeared to be an ordinary punch, Teacher Zhang dared not to be negligent. He almost illuminated all of his soul rings, activating every defensive skill at his disposal. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. Even a titled Douluo would probably find it unbearable to endure such a blow. Zhang's thoughts raced. But before he could fully process them, Xia Tianling's fist had already arrived. Unlike the previous 2 strikes that had sent the shield flying, this time, Xia Tianling's full-force punch effortlessly penetrated the layers of defense constructed by the heavy mountain shield, even directly breaching the shield's very essence. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding explosions echoed in succession. The first was the sound of the fist meeting the shield, shattering the weapon's true form, while the latter was the noise of Teacher Zhang being hurled out of the testing ground. Teacher Zhang. Several individuals rushed out in alarm. Teacher Zhang not only plowed a deep trench into the ground, but also created a large crater upon impact. Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Xia Tianling asked hesitantly. Lying in the pit, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth and his upper garments reduced to tatters, Teacher Zhang weakly extended a finger, exclaiming, "You little rascal, did you intend to take my life with that punch?" It was fortunate that he was a pure defensive soul sage who had activated all his defensive skills, and even in the state of his weapon's true form. Had it been a Bingongshi soul sage, that punch might have been fatal. Nevertheless, a Bingongshi soul sage wouldn't have been so easily struck by such a forceful blow. As he emerged from the pit, Xia Tianling had already dispatched the swiftest of them, Zhu Zhuqing, to summon a healing teacher. The same elderly gentleman who had treated him previously, and he arrived within minutes. Following the elder's treatment, Teacher Zhang had largely regained his ability to move, though he would require a period of rest to fully recuperate. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon regaining his mobility, the first thing Teacher Zhang did was not to retreat for rest or to procure some restorative herbs, but rather to unleash a tirade of reprimands upon Xia Tianling. Have you been training with dogs these past few years? Do you have any idea how much force you just unleashed with that punch? Less than 300,000 pounds. And what is your base strength? With the enhancement of your second martial soul, it's a full 80,000 pounds. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your first soul skill is meant to augment your strength, isn't it? Based on my observations, it should double your strength attribute. Additionally, after you unleashed your domain-type soul skill, I distinctly felt your aura surge. Combined, your fundamental muscle strength must exceed 150,000 pounds. Yet, how much explosive power did you generate with that punch? It barely registered at 300,000, not even double your base strength. How utterly embarrassing. You better prepare for additional training. With that, Teacher Zhang stormed off, his trajectory clearly aimed towards the instructional office. Although Teacher Zhang outwardly chastised Xia Tianling vehemently, the truth was that this was greatly beneficial for him. Ever since arriving in the Douluo continent, he had enjoyed an unbroken string of successes, sailing smoothly without enduring the rigors of combat. In terms of exertion, Xia Tianling still required extensive training. In his previous life, there was a boxing powerhouse named Tang San, whose weightlifting strength barely reached 120 kilograms. Yet he could deliver punches exceeding 500 kilograms of force. That's a disparity of nearly 4 to 5 times. In contrast, Xia Tianling possessed muscle strength of 40,000 pounds, yet his explosive power barely doubled, an insurmountable gap. Even in extreme conditions, nearing 180,000 pounds of base strength, the conversion of explosive power had decreased. This was a drawback of rapid strength growth. Without prolonged adaptation and training, such power accumulated within the body rendered it impossible to utilize fully within a short span. Just like that previous punch, he was unable to unleash the entirety of his physical strength. Had Xia Tianling managed to achieve the terrifying explosive power conversion ratio of Tang San, supported by nearly 180,000 pounds of base strength, even a limit Douluo would hesitate to withstand his blow. Relying solely on luck and favorable circumstances would not suffice. Xia Tianling was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Against those weaker than himself, he might prevail. But what if he encountered someone stronger? Would he not simply shatter upon impact, easily crushed? He was not invincible. Above him were titled Douluos, ferocious beasts, limit Douluos, and even gods. Teacher Zhang's words struck true, revealing his vulnerabilities. He was right. To better enjoy a leisurely existence after achieving invincibility, additional training would commence from tomorrow. Chapter 64. Zhu Zhuqing's Secret Training. Grandpa Qian, must I really do this? Xia Tianling asked with a wry smile, glancing at the specially designed heavy armor he was adorned in. We are quite familiar with each other. Surely this isn't necessary? After receiving Teacher Zhang's severe reprimand, Xia Tianling had been diligently training in the gravity chamber for several days. To his surprise, mere days had passed before Qian Dalu, the old man, paid him a visit, bringing along specially compressed alloy plates crafted using certain secret methods. These uniquely designed plates were exceptionally heavy, even more so than those previously forged by Master Lu Gao. Even with Xia Tianling's strength, donning them rendered his movement sluggish. Moreover, Qian Dalu had sealed his soul power with a divine force, allowing it to be unsealed only in dire situations. This was dubbed tempering. While it did not interfere with his training, normal use of soul power was effectively curtailed. Despite possessing formidable spiritual strength, he still lagged behind the divine force at this stage, making it challenging to break through Qian Daolu's barriers. Fine, after all, Qian Daolu has your best interests at heart. Staying at the Martial Soul Academy poses no danger, so I shall acquiesce, Xia Tianling thought resolutely. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll surely be spoiled by your teacher. Qian Daolu huffed. You will wear this thing every day, except when bathing or soaking in medicinal baths. You need to toughen up your body. Oh, what about sleeping? Sleeping? What's sleeping? Qian Daolu exclaimed, his irritation palpable. Focus on your training. Once you can perfectly master your own muscles, I will reconsider removing the seal and this contraption. Thus began Xia Tianling's daily routine of training in heavy armor. However, cultivators inherently possess a strong ability to control their physical bodies, and he anticipated that this arduous period would not last long. Without reliance on soul power, his regular strength had diminished significantly, and he depended solely on his muscle power for daily activities and training. Although his spiritual strength was sufficient to manage the weight, he did not take the lazy route. Instead, he diligently engaged in every training exercise within the gravity chamber, striving to quickly master his entire strength. If he could perfectly unearth his capabilities, his power would experience a terrifying enhancement. Speaking of the gravity chamber, Xia Tianling had recently found it somewhat peculiar. He sensed that the energy storage system appeared to be malfunctioning, as if there were a slight electrical leak. Being a person with obsessive tendencies, he insisted on being the first to arrive each morning. Before commencing training, he needed to verify that the gravity chamber was fully charged. Every evening, upon concluding his training, he ensured to replenish the energy consumed throughout the day before returning to his dormitory for further cultivation. If the energy was not completely restored, even the slightest deficiency would leave him feeling unwell. Yet, lately he had noticed that each morning the gravity chamber's stored energy seemed to be slightly diminished. This situation is rather peculiar, leaving Xia Tianling utterly perplexed. Could it be that Bibi Dong inadvertently damaged something during the dismantling process? To unravel this mystery, he resolved to forego his usual evening training and instead station himself in the gravity chamber. Today, he intended to scrutinize whether this apparatus was indeed leaking soul power. In the dead of night, Xia Tianling had been vigilantly monitoring the control panel for several hours. Yet, curiously, the energy reserves remained unchanged. Just as he was about to return to his training, he sensed someone approaching the gravity chamber. Although his soul power was sealed, his formidable mental strength remained intact. Who would venture here in the dead of night? Xia Tianling extinguished the illumination of the soul guiding lights with his mental force and swiftly concealed himself in the shadows. Creak! The door to the gravity chamber was gently pushed open, and a dark figure swiftly slipped inside, turning to close the door behind them. Their footsteps agile as they made a beeline for the control panel. From his hidden corner, Xia Tianling sent out a mental probe to discern the intruder's identity, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The truth behind the mysterious disappearance of energy was merely a lively little kitten surreptitiously using it. Just as the shadow activated the gravity zone, Xia Tianling stepped out, waving his hand to illuminate the few lighting fixtures within the chamber. Zhu Qing, why are you here alone in the middle of the night? The lights illuminated the room, revealing Zhu Qing, somewhat flustered and awkward, standing before the control panel. She resembled a kitten caught red-handed while sneaking a nibble of dried fish from the kitchen. Upon realizing who had spoken, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. Practicing alone in secret, Xia Tianling observed the weighted armor adorning Zhu Qing and sighed softly. It's commendable that you aspire to grow stronger. But didn't the senior sister mention that the gravity chamber should never be used alone? This apparatus is merely a prototype. What if something were to go awry? Zhu Qing's head bowed even lower, her cat-like eyes fixated on the ground. I just want to become stronger quickly and catch up to all of you. Xia Tianling approached and gently patted her shoulder. Training should not be taken to extremes. You've already surpassed Fatty, haven't you? Moreover, you are still a few months younger than him. Unlike us, you also dedicate time each day to studying theoretical knowledge, and now you're adding extra training. Zhu Qing, you are truly overburdening yourself. The pressure you place upon yourself is excessive. Zhu Qing lifted her head, her gaze somewhat evasive. I know you wish to defeat your sister, Zhu Zhuyun, to surpass Dai Mubai's brother, Davis, and even to alter the traditions of the Yuming family. But you're not alone in this. You have me, and Fatty, Xiao Ao, and our senior sister. We are partners, are we not? Partners? Zhu Qing savored the term, rolling it over in her mind. The icy atmosphere of her family had long shaped her cold exterior, her reticence, and her difficulty in trusting others. It is only natural for her to struggle with the concept of having trustworthy companions. While she had shared life-and-death experiences with Ma Hongjun and Oscar, her instinctive wariness remained strong towards the likes of Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, whom she had only recently met. Presently, the only person she could fully trust was Xia Tianling. One must take life one bite at a time and tread the path step by step. There is no need for haste. Take it slowly. Zhu Qing remained silent for a moment before speaking unexpectedly. Wait, how did you come to be here? Me? I'm simply concerned for you. Xia Tianling was taken aback, thinking that this little kitten was breaking the mold. However, he quickly regained his composure, ready with a playful retort. Do you think my reputation as a seer is mere embellishment? I thought you would retreat upon realizing that your body couldn't handle the extra training after a few days, but it seems you've only intensified your efforts. As a responsible leader, I feel it is my duty to care for my companions. Really? Zhu Zhuqing inquired skeptically. Of course, Xia Tianling asserted, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Now, let us return and get some sleep. No more secret training, or I'll have to catch you again. With that, he took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading her out of the gravity chamber. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. His hand was so warm. In the darkness, as she was led away, Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of bewilderment, her heart brimming with an indescribable sensation. Chapter 65, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Shall we make a run for it? Ever since returning from the Stardow Forest, Dai Mubai felt as though his life had plunged into disarray. Even the girls he often frequented failed to ignite any interest within him. He even began to suspect that he might be incapable. In a fit of frustration, he severed ties with his old acquaintances, ceasing all communication. This left Manager Wang of the Rose Hotel feeling quite disheartened, lamenting the loss of a significant client. Upon returning to the academy, a new teacher joined the already numerous faculty, rumored to be Tang San's instructor, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang. However, Tang San appeared disinclined to acknowledge this person as his teacher, addressing him with a palpable sense of detachment. Yet, this so-called master Yu Xiaojiang did not seem disheartened or angry. He continued to devise training plans for the four of them daily. Speaking of these training plans, they were rather unremarkable, consisting merely of running while carrying a basket of stones. As for the effectiveness of this method, Dai Mubai was uncertain. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong determination, a fervent desire to surpass Xia Tianling, as well as a need to prove himself to Zhu Zhuqing and the others. He aimed to demonstrate to all that he, Dai Mubai, was not a mere waste. He was the inheritor of the White Tiger martial soul, endowed with the innate evil eye and the future heir of the Xinglua Empire, the next Xinglua Emperor. Thus, in addition to the standard training regimen, he voluntarily intensified his efforts, adding weight to his training. Each day, he pushed himself harder than even the diligent Tang San. In this manner, he relentlessly tapped into the potential within his body, swiftly rising from level 37 to level 38. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who usually looked down upon him, found themselves whispering secrets during their baths, speculating whether this flamboyant tiger might be turning over a new leaf. However, they still regarded Dai Mubai with disdain. Notably, although Flinder could no longer chide Ning Rongrong in the absence of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, she did not exhibit her usual princess-like temper as she had in the original timeline. The spoiled Ning Rongrong would not have garnered Oscar-esque affections, would she? Once, Ning Rongrong had indeed displayed the princess syndrome characteristic of the original text, easily offended and prone to throwing tantrums. However, after numerous interactions with Xia Tianling, her demeanor began to transform. While she still exhibited some of her fiery temperament, she did not neglect her training or squander her talents. Xia Tianling had once advised her that having a temper is acceptable. Many strong individuals possess one, but it must be backed by commensurate strength. If one lacks both strength and the inclination to sulk, their life will be in shambles. Consider this. If your prowess eclipses that of all your peers, would you need to resort to petty tricks to have them accompany you? With exceptional abilities, many would eagerly seek your company, making life much easier. Under the influence of Xia Tianling's repeated counsel, Ning Rongrong found his words to be profoundly insightful. To ensure that more people would indulge her whims, she dedicated herself to her training with renewed vigor. Thus, just a few days after returning from the Stardow Forest, she successfully broke through the 30th level. The Sword Daw, who had been quietly observing for some time, then appeared at the opportune moment, guiding Ning Rongrong to acquire her third soul ring. Compared to Dai Mubai, who is diligently training to surpass the summer spirit, and Ning Rongrong, who is striving to cultivate in hopes of having more companions to play with, Tang San finds himself in a far more convoluted predicament. On one hand, he feels increasingly disillusioned with his teacher, the Jade Master, who has audaciously questioned the legitimacy of his excessively aged soul ring. Is he unaware that the theory regarding the optimal age of soul rings he espouses is inherently flawed? It is utterly ludicrous. Lingu is indeed correct. One cannot generalize the physical constitutions of individuals, and the age of soul rings should vary accordingly. Day after day, they are subjected to burdensome runs, either carrying heavy stones or engaging in monotonous sparring sessions, with the training methods being exceedingly simplistic. After enduring this rigorous regimen for an extended period, Tang San has begun to sense an unsettling imbalance in his physique. As a disciple of the Tang sect in Shuzhong, proficient in the art of hidden weapons, his body must exhibit unparalleled coordination to execute a myriad of intricate launching techniques. However, The prolonged weight training has caused a disconcerting disparity in strength between his waist and abdomen compared to his arms and back. Several times, while secretly practicing the Ghost Shadow Phantom steps, he nearly faltered due to his inability to maintain absolute equilibrium. Not to mention the awkwardness he experiences while refining his hidden weapon techniques. Were it not for the Master's repeated assurances that this training would soon conclude, he would have already contemplated packing his bags and fleeing with Xiao Wu. After all, he could always seek refuge with Ling Gu, who would undoubtedly take him in. This is a rather simplistic notion held by Tang San. He cannot help but ponder about his mysteriously absent, drunken father, his foolish rabbit sister, his unreliable Jade Master, and the few Shrek teachers who idly chat in the village without imparting any instruction. The future appears bleak, with only the Xiantian skill and hidden weapons providing him with a semblance of solace in this absurd existence. What the top food system's soul sage of the continent? The immovable king of light, Zhao Wujuan, or the golden iron triangle's four-eyed cat, Eagle Flender? Is their role in the academy merely to serve as good luck charms? Headaches abound. When will this torment come to an end? Perhaps he should just take Xiao Wu and return to the Holy Soul Village, where he could establish a blacksmith shop to support her. This way, he could also indulge in his passion for hidden weapons. It seems there is little distinction between practicing at Shrek Academy and at home, as he possesses far superior medicinal recipes than what the Jade Master offers. He cannot fathom what merit Shrek Academy holds that once inspired his admiration. Could it merely be because Flender was a friend from his youth? Unbeknownst to him, Tang San has already stumbled upon the truth of the matter. Chapter 66, What Tactics? Just charge ahead. After enduring a period of considerable hardship, Xia Tianling has finally managed to don his weighted armor and engage in daily activities with relative ease. In order to better assist him in integrating his formidable abilities, the Dean of the Soul Master Academy has introduced a new training regimen for the group. A round-robin battle among Xia Tianling, Xie Yu, Yin, Hulaina, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing is set to take place, dubbed an initiative to strengthen camaraderie and mutual understanding among teammates. It serves as preparation for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master competition in 2 years. In response, Xia Tianling voiced strong objections, but his protests fell on deaf ears and were promptly dismissed. What? You ask, why only these 7 were chosen to participate? It is quite simple. They are unbeatable. Since the second ring, neither Ma Hongjun, Oscar, nor Xia Tianling have lost to anyone from their generation, so how could others contend for a spot in the competition? Although a few expressed discontent upon Zhu Zhuqing's arrival and her immediate inclusion in the starting lineup, their dissent was swiftly quelled when she demonstrated her ability to instantaneously appear before them, brandishing the assassin's claw at their throats. Now, the group is preparing for their first training session. Before the confrontation commences, Zhu Zhuqing raises a pertinent question. As a standard 7-person team, isn't our configuration rather extreme? Upon reviewing the 7 competitors from the Soul Master Academy, it indeed appears that the composition is somewhat imbalanced, leaning heavily towards an aggressive strategy. Yin, a powerful attack-type Soul Master. Xie Yu, another formidable attack-type Soul Master. Xia Tianling, yet another attack-type Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, also an attack-type Soul Master. Hulaina, ostensibly a control and mental-type master, yet secretly a powerful attacker due to her training in the Qingxiu Celestial Fox technique. And her martial soul fusion technique with her brother Xie Yu is also attack-based. Oscar, outwardly a food-type master, but fundamentally an attack support type, with a primary focus on offense. Zhu Zhuqing, an agile attack-type soul master, but since acquiring the assassin's claw and engaging in rigorous physical training, she too seems to be evolving towards a more aggressive style. Thus, it can be concluded that the 7 individuals from the Soul Master Academy consist of 5 attack-oriented fighters and 1 agile attacker, with Oscar and Xia Tianling's 4th soul skills, along with Hulaina's enchanting Crimson Mist, possibly serving as a form of support. Xia Tianling chuckles and retorts to Zhu Zhuqing, do you believe that a conventional configuration, with a control type managing the battlefield, attack types leading the charge, agile types executing assassination tactics, and support types bolstering everyone from the rear, is the optimal arrangement? Is it not? Zhu Zhuqing finds herself enveloped in confusion. Ever since her arrival at the Soul Master Academy, many preconceived notions she held have been shattered. The bizarre training methods, the extraordinary facilities, and now this extreme team composition are all quite bewildering. Zhuqing, let me ask you, how large is the largest venue for a team battle? A circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. Why? Zhu Zhuqing responds without hesitation. All right. Let's assume both teams position themselves at the edges of the arena. The two sides will be no more than 95 meters apart. At this distance, even without consuming Oscar-esque sausages, how long would it take you to cross over using your void walk? About 3 seconds. Precisely. Therefore, aside from Oscar and the chubby one, does anyone below the Soul Sect rank possess the capability to withstand your unassailable burst of attack? It seems not. Zhu Zhuqing replies uncertainly. Then it's settled. Within a maximum of 5 seconds, the opposing support-type Soul Master will be eliminated, and we will be even. Even if their teammates manage to respond in time to provide backup, it is highly likely you will severely injure at least one of their members. However, this merely represents the assault you launched within a mere 5 seconds. And what are the control-type Soul Masters? Even without support, surely we require them, do we not? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows and inquired once more. What is the function of a control-type Soul Master? Xia Tianling retorted. They provide crowd control, restrain opponents, and direct allies. Yet, the question arises, let alone in battles beyond our rank, who among equals stands a chance against me? Who can hope to restrain me? Who can contain Oscar with his rapid flying and dashing abilities? Who can subdue the sister and senior who have fused their martial souls? Xia Tianling stated the facts with an expression of indifference. Even in the original narrative, relying solely on a singular enchantress, the Martial Soul Academy was in disarray. Ultimately, victory rested solely on Tang San's extraordinary abilities. Now, not only does he exist, but we also have the steadfast and hard-working Oscar, along with Zhu Zhuqing, who carries her own burdens. Ling Yi, why you treat us differently? And what about me? Ma Hongjun muttered discontentedly from his side. Xia Tianling cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to step back slightly, as the period following the Soul Sage rank would be his moment to shine. And what of battlefield command? Surely that is a necessity for a control-type Soul Master who oversees the grand scheme, is it not? Zhu Zhuqing felt that Xia Tianling's argument held merit. Yet she posed one final question. Battlefield command, in my opinion, is the most foolish act one can undertake in a competition, bar none, replied Xia Tianling, staring incredulously at Zhu Zhuqing. The arena is but a small expanse. Once the battlefield is divided, how will you command your allies? Will they even hear you? And if they do, will they be able to respond accordingly? Unless you devise a unique tactical language or possess sufficient rapport to deceive the opponent verbally. Such command is utterly meaningless. If the battlefield remains undivided and the opposing 7 cluster together, the solution becomes even simpler. We charge in shoulder to shoulder, and a single wave will sweep them away. What need is there for command? If there exists no mutual understanding, then this team exists solely for amusement. Zhuqing, your thoughts are commendable. A standard 7-member Soul Master team should indeed be well coordinated, but that configuration is not suited for the arena. It is designed for hunting soul beasts. The arena is limited in size, and the roles of control type, food type, and even agile attack type Soul Masters are challenging to manifest. Had your explosive capabilities not significantly increased, I would have sought another powerful attack type Soul Master to complement our ranks. At the onset, the sister and senior would directly execute their martial soul fusion, and the 6 of us would collectively assault a single target. Even if that target were a Soul King, they would be swiftly eliminated. The remainder would simply continue to eliminate foes, and the match would be concluded. To be candid, it is utterly foolish to have agile attack type and food type Soul Masters compete in the arena. It is irrational to a degree that defies salvation. Matters that could be resolved by 7 powerful attack type Soul Masters charging in unison are instead complicated with unnecessary theatrics. Xia Tianling expounded at length. In truth, these thoughts had long been on his mind to share with Zhu Zhuqing, yet opportunity had eluded him. Over the years, Hulaina and Oscar had already been subjected to enough of his ramblings. It must be said that the Soul Masters of Douluo continent possess minds that are rigid to an extraordinary extent. This is not a battlefield of life and death. It is merely a fleeting arena match where killing is prohibited. To have food-type Soul Masters participate in the arena is not their strength derived from providing logistical support in a collective setting. Yet throughout the timeline of Douluo, Oscar remains the food-type Soul Master involved in small team combat. To have agile attack-type Soul Masters compete in an open arena? That seems rather absurd, does it not? Aside from exceptional cases like Zhu Zhuqing, aren't others merely inviting defeat? At such close quarters, can a powerful attack-type Soul Master truly be outpaced by an agile one? Would not the support-type Soul Master meet a similar fate? Do you think this is merely a game, with bushes and wild zones for ambushes? It is maddening. This wretched competition is rife with oppression against agile attack-type Soul Masters. When will they ever rise? Chapter 67. You engage in ambushes, you cannot compete. Zhu Zhuqing. He seems to be making a valid point, yet something feels amiss. Hulaina approached and said, "It is perfectly fine to take time to comprehend. Just take it slowly. The junior brother often presents some fantastical ideas. Although they may appear absurd, they are indeed quite useful." He even named our aggressive approach. What was it again? The meat cleaver squad. Yen interjected. Hulaina clapped her hands vigorously. Yes, that's it. The meat cleaver squad. The implication is that we simply need to slice through our opponents like a cleaver through vegetables. Yen, wait, the meat cleaver squad doesn't quite mean that. Never mind. As long as Nana is happy. If there are no further questions, let us commence swiftly. The somewhat unremarkable Douluo Academy head interjected, reminding them that Tianling should first compete with Hulaina and Xiayu. Indeed, the three distanced themselves, activating their martial soul manifestations, while the others retreated to the periphery of the training grounds, providing ample space for combat. Without any exchange, Xiayu brandished 2 moon blades and directly executed a martial soul fusion technique with Hulaina. They understood that even if Xia Tianling could not utilize soul power at present, his mental prowess remained intact, rendering Hulaina's charm-based skills nearly ineffective against him. It would be more advantageous to execute the martial soul fusion technique directly, thereby exerting further pressure on him. A crimson luminescence suddenly manifested, expanding as Hulaina and Xiayu collided, enveloping them within a cocoon of red light. Simultaneously, the crimson barrier erupted, resembling a half-dispersed sphere of light, covering a considerable area of the training grounds. With her own burdens shouldered, Hulaina's spirit had undergone significant enhancement. Now, her and Xiayu's martial soul fusion technique did not require the same reliance on teammates for assistance or gradual build-up as in the original narrative. The enchanting form was immediately at its zenith upon emergence. With 2 moon blades in hand, the enchanting figure bore flowing red hair behind her, and unlike the original rendition, now she sported 9 flowing red tails. In response, Xia Tianling dubbed the enchantress with a new name, Nine Tails. However, this suggestion was met with unanimous disapproval from both parties. The dense red mist enveloped Xia Tianling, and he instantaneously felt that his sensory perception had diminished by 50%, with his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Soul power, alas, was not an option. Under normal circumstances, had he been able to utilize soul power, Xia Tianling would have had a fair chance of interrupting their fusion before completion. However, his actions were severely restricted, and before he could close the distance, the enchanting figure was already poised to ensnare him. A red silhouette flickered through the crimson fog, swiftly approaching his side. The 2 moon blades sliced through the mist, creating ripples as they collided with Xia Tianling's formidable physique, producing 2 crisp clangs. Clang! Clang! How could you possibly discern my location? The enchanting figure exclaimed in surprise. At present, the commanding presence had shifted from Xiayu to the significantly more formidable Hulaina. A smile graced Xia Tianling's lips as he forcefully propelled himself forward, launching himself towards the enchantress. The tremendous impact shattered the tiles of the training ground beneath him. Even having been diminished by 50%, I remained sufficiently powerful. As he spoke, he unleashed a punch with his left arm propelled by his momentum. Yet it was slightly delayed, merely grazing past the enchanting figure. While the red mist may have reduced his perceptual acuity by half, the quandary remained. A soul master's perception relies on their 5 senses, while a cultivator's perception is governed by spiritual awareness and consciousness. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, the enchanting figure's trajectory became utterly transparent. With a flicker of intuition, Xia Tianling instinctively sensed the enchanting figure's impending assault, requiring little to no distraction to perceive. This exemplifies the formidable prowess attained following the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Crimson Mist, encountering yet another bug, are we? What exactly are divine consciousness and spiritual perception? The cunning demoness, having narrowly evaded a punch, swiftly closed the distance, exploiting the awkwardness of Xia Tianling's momentarily sluggish movements to unleash a fierce assault with her moonblade. Even though his soul power was currently sealed and his physical attributes restrained by weighted armor, he relied solely on his innate strength, which was sufficient to engage in a direct confrontation with the Soul King. At this moment, the demoness had merely grazed the periphery of the Soul Emperor's realm. Junior brother, if this continues, you shall surely be defeated. The two engaged in a series of clashes within a brief span, with the demoness' agile maneuvers forcing Xia Tianling into a desperate situation. In that case, do not blame me, Xia Tianling muttered silently, suddenly adopting a peculiar stance. 9 turn sky, treading step, 3rd turn, ascend to the heavens. Without any special effects or fluctuations, he simply strolled out of the crimson mist and ascended into the sky. Impossible. Your soul power is sealed. How can you still fly? The demoness shouted, her gaze fixated on Xia Tianling, who had emerged from the suppression zone. Haha, a secret, but I assure you, I'm not utilizing my soul power, Xia Tianling replied, reveling in the astonished gazes of the onlookers from his elevated position. The 9-turned sky treading step, strictly speaking, had transcended the realm of basic footwork from its second stage of ascension, entering the domain of divine abilities. The reason Xia Tianling had been unable to execute the 3rd turn earlier was not due to a lack of diligence in practice, but because the rigid requirement for utilizing divine abilities necessitated the possession of a primordial spirit. Divine abilities are skills unleashed by cultivators after they have condensed their primordial spirits. Utilizing a fragment of the rule's power, there is no need to actively mobilize soul power. The laws of heaven and earth will directly extract the requisite strength from a user source of power. Divine power sealing. I've come to realize. This lad excels at exploiting bugs. Thus, even though Xia Tianling's soul power was completely sealed at this juncture, he could still wield the 3rd turn of the 9-turned sky treading step with ease. Just as Xia Tianling basked in his aerial display, the dean interjected, "Oh? You can fly, can you? Then all of you little rascals, come at him together." Xia Tianling exclaimed, "You are violating the principles of martial ethics. My soul power is sealed, and yet you dare to gang up on me. Have the courage to unseal me." Hearing this, Oscar, who had long been itching for a fight, immediately conjured 5 rapid-flying sausages and tossed them to his teammates. "Brothers, let's take down the boss." Ma On-jun, sporting a mischievous grin, unleashed a line of phoenix fire towards Xia Tianling. Zhu Zhuqing cast a regretful glance at him, silently apologizing, before also consuming one of Oscar's rapid-flying sausages. With a swift leap, she entered the realm of void walking, reappearing directly before Xia Tianling on her second appearance. "Zhuqing, you wouldn't want to attack me too, would you?" Xia Tianling, having just dodged Ma Hongjuan's assault, was taken aback by the sight of an eager little cat before him. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely showing such innocence, blinked at him, revealing a hint of a smile. Xia Tianling sighed in relief. "I knew our Zhuqing would be the most understanding." Before he could finish, he was met with a flurry of claw strikes from the assassin's claws. Chapter 68, 7 Soul Bones. Enduring Zhu Zhuqing's relentless barrage of feline punches with his resilient physique, Xia Tianling found that the penetrating nature of the assassin's claws rendered his weighted armor utterly ineffective. Before he could retaliate, Zhu Zhuqing executed a void walk, disappearing from his front. In quick succession, Oscar's Buddha palm descended from above, enveloping him in a massive handprint. "Damn it, little Oscar, do you really think your boss is made of clay?" Xia Tianling seethed, activating his 3rd divine eye, unleashing 6 beams of light that struck every individual present. Instantly, Oscar felt his momentum wane, the golden handprint nearly dissipating. During the skill's activation, he was forcibly weakened by 10% across all attributes, a most discomforting experience. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Tianling propelled himself into a rapid descent, clashing with the Flame Lord Yan, who had already executed his first 2 skills. The demoness attempted to intercept, but at this moment, Xia Tianling, burdened by the weight of his armor, was propelled forward by the explosive force, reaching an astonishing velocity. With a resounding crash, he collided with the massive Flame Lord, whose granite-like defenses were formidable. The ground of the arena yielded to their confrontation, creating a vast crater from which a disheveled Xia Tianling rose. Turning back to assist the nearly incapacitated Yan, had he not tempered most of his strength toward the earth, their encounter could have left Yan gravely injured. The sheer weight of Xia Tianling's armor was overwhelming. For an ordinary soul master, it would render even walking a laborious task. "Are you all right?" Xia Tianling wiped the dust from his face, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm fine," Yan replied weakly. "But please, stop for now. Little Oscar, hand me a few sausages. I think I've broken a couple of ribs." The others quickly halted their attacks, rushing to check on Yan's condition. The healing soul master stationed at the arena's edge promptly activated his healing abilities. "Boss, what was that light you used earlier? I think I saw you employ it once during the strength test," Oscar inquired while preparing restorative sausages for Yan. Xia Tianling touched the justice emblem on his forehead, lifting the skill's effects and restoring the full attributes of his companions. The external soul bone acquired during their last hunt had the effect of diminishing an enemy's attributes by 10%, regardless of soul power disparity, making its efficacy undeniable. Since this secret would inevitably come to light, and as they were all comrades, revealing it posed no risk. "What? An external soul bone? Xia, are you saying that this 3rd eye-like thing is akin to Tang San's external soul bone?" Ma Hongjun, who had envied Tang San's acquisition of the 8 spider lances, was even more envious now. He had yet to even acquire a single ordinary soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing, observing the radiant justice emblem on Xia Tianling's forehead, felt a surge of happiness for him. An external soul bone, his luck was indeed remarkable. However, this only served to widen the gap between them. I wish I could have one too. Hulaina and Xiaoyu, having disengaged from their martial soul fusion state, gathered around as well. The dean, watching their eager expressions, could no longer contain himself, saying, "You lot, aiming too high, treat external soul bones like cabbages? Ordinary soul bones are rare treasures. Dean, look at how outstanding we are. Surely the school or the Elder Council could reward each of us with a soul bone." Xia Tianling, scratching his head in exasperation at their eager expressions, posed the question. In the original work, the 3 from the Golden Generation were able to obtain soul bones. There was no reason why he and his companions, who were stronger now, could not. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall provided them, he had already made plans to acquire several for each of them in the future. As a certain location was abundant with soul bones, and leaving them there would be a waste. As for himself, he had long since contemplated his future path after overcoming the divine transformation tribulation. A daring endeavor transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle. Just jesting as a distinguished time traveler, particularly one who traverses the realm of Douluo continent in pursuit of immortality. Would it not be a disservice to one's identity as a traveler to lack a complete set of exceptional soul bones? As the summer approached, Tianling was lost in reverie about the future when the esteemed president of the titled Douluo Academy made an announcement. Soul bones, indeed, will be provided. Each individual shall receive one. Not only has the Elder Council granted swift approval, but even the Grand Elder of the Hall of Offerings has personally decreed that each person must be bestowed with a high-quality soul bone, with an age no less than 50,000 years. Upon hearing this, not only did Ma Hongjun and a few others, who had long coveted soul bones, gasp in astonishment, but even the typically stoic Zhu Zhuqing inhaled sharply. 7 soul bones, each exceeding the age of 50,000 years, a truly extravagant gesture. It is worth noting that many soul saints and even soul Douluos have never possessed a single soul bone. However, the president of the titled Douluo Academy shifted his tone, stating that the soul bones would remain in place, and it was up to them to seize the opportunity. These 7 soul bones would serve as the grand prize for the champions of the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition 2 years hence. Victory would ensure the soul bones were theirs. However, should they lose, they would not wish to contemplate the consequences. The president, with a smile on his face, spoke these ominous words, sending a chill down the spines of those who had been elated moments before. All right, the healing teacher will take Yin back to recuperate. The rest shall continue their paired practice. With Yin being assisted back, the others resumed their training. Yet, Tianling appeared somewhat distracted, meticulously weighing the implications of the president's words. The Elder Council's prompt approval, coupled with the direct intervention of the ancient Qian Dalu, what could possibly be the motivation behind this? It is well known that in the original text, even Bibi Dong faced vehement opposition when attempting to bestow soul bones upon the Golden Generation, with the only true high-grade soul bone being the one designated for Hulaina, the spirit-condensing wisdom skull. The explosive burning flame right arm bone and the swift pursuit left leg bone that Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing had acquired may sound impressive, yet their actual potency is quite limited. Yet now, Qian Daolu has personally taken action to provide each individual with a high-quality soul bone aged over 50,000 years. In the original narrative, the allocation of the 3 soul bones was only determined close to the competition, and now, with 2 years remaining, the rewards have already been established. This is highly irregular, extremely so, even if Bibi Dong has abandoned her apocalyptic plans. The long-standing discord between the papal faction and the Hall of Offerings cannot be resolved so easily. There must be some underlying issue. On another note, does Qian Daolu truly hold such affection for me? He bestowed benefits upon me the first time we met 6 years ago. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me, wishing for me to become his grandson-in-law? Chapter 69. The Soul Master Arena of Douluo, enduring pain and inflicting it upon others. This cycle is relentless and eternal. Such has been Tianling's existence over the past 2 months. In the initial month, he found himself relentlessly pursued and beaten by 6 individuals, leaving him with no escape. Even when he utilized the Skywalker technique to ascend, his companions would still catch up, relentlessly pummeling him. By the second month, having gradually adapted to the weighted armor and unearthed some latent potential within his body, he finally managed to engage in a back and forth with the 6. Albeit the struggle remained arduous. Nevertheless, the situation improved significantly compared to the previous relentless beatings. As the third month commenced, Tianling had nearly completely acclimated to the formidable weight of the armor, and the tide shifted dramatically. He began to counterattack the other 6, leveraging the armor's heavy nature. Although this gear was originally intended for training, it undeniably functions as a form of armor, crafted through the collaboration of the limit Douluo and the contemporary master, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, those who previously found it difficult to break through his defenses were now on the receiving end of his assaults, especially Ma Hongjun, whose Phoenix Desire Flame had initially caused Tianling considerable distress. Now, the unfortunate little chubby fellow was being relentlessly pursued around the arena. This brought back memories of Tianling's childhood, where he was chased by a large white goose from the village entrance to the village's end. Coincidentally, shortly after the start of the third month, Hulaina, Yin, and Xia were assigned new tasks and departed from the academy. Just when Tianling thought he could shed this burden and embrace a joyful new life, the president clandestinely reported to someone. Thus, Xia Dalu reappeared, not only arriving but also bringing along even heavier specialized armor plates. Upon donning this new, more terrifying armor, Tianling found his movements once again severely restricted, even more so than when wearing the weighted armor at level 10. He had anticipated regaining his former prowess, yet he was forcibly reduced to a level barely equivalent to that of a Soul King. Moreover, vexingly, this weighted armor at level 20 could be deemed purely burdensome, with minimal defensive capability, further diminishing Tianling's ability to exploit the advantage of defense as before. How could you do this to me, Grandfather Qian? I have grown up under your watchful eye. When I return, I will certainly inform Sister Shui that you are bullying me. Tianling lamented, his face a picture of indignation, even invoking the emotional card of Qian Renshui. Yet, Qian Daolu remained unmoved. It mattered not if it was little Shui, or even if he called upon his teacher. There would be no room for negotiation. It is precisely because he has watched Tianling grow that he does not wish for him to falter. After all, he is half a teacher to him. For the next month, train with your few companions at the Soul Arena. At the very least, return with a silver soul badge. What's the purpose of going there? Tianling asked, puzzled. Isn't it sufficient to practice with the teachers and other students at the academy? Qian Daolu shook his head, stating that the combat proficiency of the students was overly academic. Having lived in an ivory tower for so long, their offensive tactics were excessively gentle. He needed to experience various so-called unorthodox combat styles. Moreover, the variety of martial souls within the academy is rather limited. Spending a month in the Soul Arena will allow you to witness an array of peculiar martial souls firsthand, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Tianling scratched his head. Experiencing more battles could indeed be advantageous. By the way, Grandfather Qian, after this month of training, will I be able to remove this burden, and will the Divine Power Seal automatically lift? Qian Daolu seemed to anticipate his question, leaving behind a single sentence before vanishing. Tianling was overjoyed. Finally, he would no longer be oppressed by these two colossal weights. Speaking of which, the timing of battling in the Soul Arena now, for an entire month, is quite delicate. However, it seems to be nearly 20 days too early. After Qian Daoliu's departure, Tianling sought out a few companions and informed the president of the situation. Since it is what the Grand Offering has decreed, you may proceed. Just remember not to disclose your identities. The Academy will reimburse your expenses within the student quota. Any excess will be your own responsibility. Upon hearing that it was Qian Daoliu's instruction, the president readily agreed. Then, President, which Soul Arena shall we visit? The one in Heaven Do, Imperial City? Oscar inquired. Since beginning martial training, although Oscar's character occasionally remained mischievous, he had developed a heart yearning for martial prowess, often desiring to battle against formidable opponents. During their previous encounters with Tianling, he had been the most vigorous in his assaults, even relishing the final days of being beaten. The president waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the location was inconsequential. They could simply go to the Soto Soul Arena nearby. All right, Tianling responded with enthusiasm, leading his three companions straight to Soto City. What? You wonder why we aren't preparing before heading out? In jest, Summerling, who carries a stove and various fresh ingredients with him, pondered whether he truly needed to pack his belongings. Alas, counting the days, it seemed rather unfortunate. While en route to Soto City in their carriage, he casually mentioned this, capturing the attention of his three companions. What is so unfortunate? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at the boy beside her, who was lounging lazily. It's a good half a month too early, Summerling replied, still appearing languid, but then suddenly sat upright with a dramatic exclamation. Ow! Zhuqing! You've learned some bad habits. Why did you pinch me? Who told you to speak only halfway? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head towards the window, feigning indifference. Summer Ling rubbed the spot where he had been pinched, casting a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were grinning mischievously across from him. Ma Hongjun, with exaggerated expressions, interjected, Lingo, stop being cryptic and just tell us what is going on. Actually, it's nothing major. It's just that Tang San and the others will be heading to Soto City in a little over half a month to participate in the soul fighting. So we might encounter them later. Is that scoundrel going as well? Upon hearing that Tang San and his companions would also be attending, Zhu Zhuqing turned back, hesitating to speak. You mean Dai Mubai? That guy's in the same academy as Xiao San and Rong Rong, so they definitely go together, Summerling explained. Right? What is the name of their academy again? Shrek ISNT it? Oscar, who had been watching with keen interest, chimed in, Hey boss. Do you think Rong Rong and the others will also participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament? They probably will, Summerling replied, somewhat uncertain, as he genuinely did not know if Tang San and the others could partake in this competition. After all, he had already dismantled 3 of the Shrek 7, leaving only 4 behind. Even though Flander had brought them to join the Lamba Academy, whether they could make it to the finals remained questionable. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, currently, Xiao San and his group had not faced the Royal Fighting Team, nor had they established a connection with Qinming, making it difficult to ascertain their chances of participating. How would things unfold in the future? A question mark lingered in Summerling's mind. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, he had witnessed numerous fates altered. Who could predict what bizarre outcomes awaited them? Chapter 70, New Code Names, New Beginnings. Upon their arrival in Soto City, the group opted not to seek out Su Yun Tao for the sake of maintaining their anonymity, and instead chose to stay in a hotel near the soul fighting arena. After having lunch, the 4 planned to visit the arena in the afternoon. Summerling held a certain anticipation for this distinctive feature of the Douluo continent. As they caught sight of the arena, Summerling's spirits lifted. Its design was oddly reminiscent of something familiar. The Soto Great Soul Arena was oval-shaped and stood approximately 120 meters tall. Wasn't this akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum? It seemed the Tiando Empire was quite affluent, possessing both cultural marvels and substantial productive capacity. By the way, boss, do we have any other requirements for participating in the soul fighting? Oscar asked, walking excitedly ahead. Just obtain the Silver Soul Badge, Summerling replied. Then we must engage not only in 1v1, but also in 2v2 matches. Otherwise, we might run out of time. With Xiao Ao's sausages, we can easily handle 3 or 4 matches a day. How should we pair up for 2v2? Oscar swiftly suggested, I'll team up with the fatty. Then I guess I'll pair with Zhu Qing. Summerling hesitated. Not that he was reluctant to team with Zhu Zhuqing. His concern lay in the fact that if they partnered, the two would have to compete against 2 soul masters. He was unfazed himself, but worried that Zhu Zhuqing might struggle. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance and replied, I understand what you're going to say. I know the rules of the arena, but only by challenging the strong can one progress. Fighting the weak will only lead to stagnation. Looking directly into his eyes, she spoke earnestly, I want to grow stronger. All right, I understand, Summerling sighed, recognizing her stubbornness. As they neared the entrance to the arena, he instructed everyone to put on their masks and to speak as little as possible to conceal their identities. By the way, since we need to hide our identities, should we come up with code names? Ma Hongjun suggested, displaying unexpected cleverness. Indeed, I had already thought of a code name for each of you before we arrived. Summerling said with a smirk. Ghostly Spirit Cat, Fiery Phoenix, and Sausage Vendor? Those titles are hardly fitting for our enhanced trio. For Xiao, how about Furious Diamond? Reflecting his affinity for the Buddha, as Palm, the fatty, who practices the Fiery Phoenix technique, shall be named Fiery Phoenix, and Zhu Qing, whose specialty is Void Walking, will be dubbed Void Walker. What about you, boss? Me? Summerling glanced at his hands. I shall be called Dawn of the Day. What does that mean? Zhu Zhuqing asked. In the context of Douluo, there were no elaborate meanings behind such words. The Douluo people, lacking historical depth, could not grasp the profound connotations embedded within. You'll come to understand in time. Despite Oscar and Ma Hongjun's relentless inquiries, Summerling merely smiled and remained silent. Years later, Zhu Zhuqing and the others would finally comprehend the immense energy contained within that title. At the registration counter, they each paid 10 gold coins to register for the soul fighting. Oscar and Ma Hongjun named their duo Phoenix Warriors. They initially intended to call themselves Fiery Diamond, but the staff mistakenly wrote it down incorrectly. Summerling and Zhu Zhuqing's team was dubbed Barrier Breakers, reflecting Zhu Zhuqing's ability to breach opponents' defenses completely. while Summer Ling's formidable power could instill despair in their adversaries. After completing their spirit power tests and signing up for that day's soul fighting, the four proceeded to the waiting room. Although spirit power aids in physical development, their youthful appearances were evident, standing out in a room filled with adults. Summer Ling aimed for this effect. If others did not pay attention to them, how could he achieve his goal of rapid completion? To enhance this effect, he cleared his throat and spoke in a voice loud enough for the entire room to hear. ISNT, just a silver soul badge? That's a piece of cake. The outcome of 2v2 matches is inconsequential. Just one 1v1 match each day for 20 consecutive days. And the silver soul badge will be in our grasp with ease. You must realize that after every 5 victories, points earned can multiply tenfold. It's straightforward. His words stirred a commotion, as the room was filled with seasoned soul fighters, many of whom had struggled for hundreds of matches to reach the copper soul badge level. Naturally, upon hearing this, they felt their pride wounded and were quite irked. Win 20 matches in a row? Kid, are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Winning 20 matches is no easy feat. An intimidating bald man stood up, glaring at him with evident displeasure. Summer Ling had initially intended to respond with sarcasm, but then realized he was wearing a mask, rendering any mockery ineffective. Thus, he simply replied coolly, "As long as you have hands, it's doable." He did not seek a scenario where he would be provoked, retaliate, and then engage in a covert battle for treasure. He merely aimed to draw attention to himself. After all, he needed to expedite the arrangements for several 1v1 matches and quickly achieve 20 consecutive victories to indulge in a delightful new life. The burly man, furious, was forced to restrain himself due to the regulations of the waiting area and return to his seat, leaving a parting threat. "You'd better not let me see you on stage." This scene elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd, as the burly man was somewhat renowned within the Soto City Soul Arena. Yet here he was, bested by a mere child. Beneath the mask, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. She was surprised to discover that the usually amiable Xia Tianling possessed such a wicked sense of humor. "Please prepare the next group of contestants," came the voice of the staff. "Oh, they're moving swiftly, aren't they?" Xia Tianling glanced at the slip of paper in his hand before rising to his feet. At that moment, a bald man emerged from the crowd in the corner. "What a coincidence! Bald brother, we really do share a bond." His demeanor shifted dramatically under the mask, as he taunted the bald man who had previously looked down on him. "Just wait. I will make you regret your arrogance on stage." The bald man, clearly agitated, was at a loss for words. On the Duhan platform, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center. After clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "We shall now commence the second match of our one-on-one Duhan at the 13th Duhan Arena." Entering the stage are 2 heavyweight figures at the Soul Sect level. They are the formidable Iron Tower, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories with the soul of the giant elephant, facing off against the newcomer, Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, who has just registered today with his Soul of the Dawn. Will Iron Tower secure a glorious 5th victory and unlock tenfold points, or will the rookie, Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, achieve his very first victory in Dahan? Ladies and gentlemen, let's await the outcome. Chapter 71. Do you look down on me for not releasing my martial soul? Now, let's welcome our 2 powerful Soul Sect contestants to the stage. As this was a match at the Soul Sect level, a considerable audience had gathered. The battles among Soul Sects were already quite thrilling at the Soto City Grand Duhan Arena. Sections of the audience cheered for the giant elephant Iron Tower, while others displayed expressions of skepticism towards the newcomer, Dawn of the Breaking Dawn. It seems that the bald man does indeed have a bit of popularity here, Xia Tianling mused, surveying the spectators around him. Unbeknownst to him, aside from the monsters present, achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Grand Duhan Arena was a remarkable feat, indicative of a formidable individual. Iron Tower had already taken the stage, raising his arms in response to the cheers of his fans. Observing the boastful Iron Tower, Xia Tianling activated his 9-turn sky step and gracefully ascended to the platform. Once he stood firmly, he assumed a posture of nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Unfortunately, clad in black attire, he lacked the ethereal quality one might expect from a figure in white. "He's so young?" The audience below was taken aback. Having heard the imposing title of Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, they had anticipated a seasoned warrior, only to see a somewhat slender youth leap onto the stage. In truth, Xia Tianling's physique was quite formidable beneath his fitted attire, and he was far from weak. However, his balanced form, combined with his youthful stature, rendered him comparatively slight next to the towering Iron Tower, who stood at nearly 2 meters tall. "Contestants, please take your positions and unleash your martial souls," the host announced with fervor. "Giant elephant manifest," Iron Tower bellowed. opening his arms as 4 soul rings of yellow and purple materialized beneath him. His already towering figure swelled even larger, reaching an astonishing height of approximately 2.5 meters. His muscles bulged dramatically, broad shoulders and a wide back, with veins as thick as pythons pulsating beneath his bronze skin. Unlike Xia Tianling and Oscar's well-proportioned physiques, Iron Tower's martial soul transformation made him appear exceedingly robust, akin to a human-shaped giant elephant standing on the stage. After completing his martial soul manifestation, he let out a ferocious roar towards the audience, particularly aimed at Xia Tianling, likely intending to assert his dominance. One glance at his physique and martial soul made it evident that Iron Tower was a power-type soul master, possibly following a similar path to Zhao Wuji. Sensing the audience's enthusiastic cheers, Iron Tower appeared immensely satisfied. Yet, to his surprise, the black-clad youth across from him remained unfazed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Kid, aren't you going to release your martial soul?" Iron Tower inquired, his voice low and rumbling. Although Iron Tower's martial soul influenced his fierce combat style and intimidating appearance, it did not mean he was a villain. In fact, having spent considerable time in the Grand Dahan Arena, he had always adhered to the rules, yearning for a fair confrontation and disdainful of underhanded tactics. Xia Tianling shook his head, replying, "No need." This simple gesture infuriated Iron Tower, who interpreted Xia Tianling's refusal as contempt, and he charged forward, fists clenched in fury. "You arrogant brat! You will pay for your insolence." Xia Tianling thought to himself, "Is it that I look down on you? I would love to use it if only I could. The true dragon martial soul is sealed. And what good would merely summoning a hammer or axe do?" As Iron Tower bore down on him like a tank, a fierce fire ignited within Xia Tianling. Such an opponent was precisely what he relished, the absence of skillful maneuvers, merely the pure clash of raw power. A bout of flesh meeting flesh. This was the true romance of manhood. Come, feel the primal thrill of battle. Boom! The 2 fists, one large and one small, collided violently. Xia Tianling effortlessly retracted his right fist, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. In contrast, Iron Tower, while appearing unaffected on the surface, was struggling to maintain his balance. Unlike the spectators who were merely there for entertainment, Iron Tower felt an immense force surge through his right arm and into his upper body during the exchange, causing his right side to tingle with numbness. It was as if he were clashing not with a youth, but with a powerful soul beast transformed into human form. Iron Tower remained silent, but the anger in his eyes was replaced by seriousness. He had exerted a significant portion of his strength with that punch, yet the youth had effortlessly absorbed it. A soul master who could trade blows with him without releasing their martial soul was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, Iron Tower's thoughts raced. In the 2 seconds following their exchange, he attempted to retreat, preparing for the next round of attack. "It's my turn to counter," Xia Tianling murmured, not giving him the chance to withdraw, as he swiftly followed up with a small step. He advanced only half a step forward, far from the optimal point for exerting force. Iron Tower instinctively believed Xia Tianling would continue to press forward, merely activating a defensive skill from his first soul ring, while shifting his weight backward. However, the next moment, Xia Tianling's fist shot forth with tremendous force. Although he had only extended his arm a mere half-length, it struck Iron Tower, who was caught off guard, with a powerful blow. Half-step breaking fist. Ever since Xia Tianling's formidable abilities were sealed, he had revisited many martial techniques he had previously acquired through wishes. Although he had practiced some of these techniques in his youth, he had not delved deeper after awakening his soul power. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he sought breakthroughs in his methods of exertion. The skills he employed were remarkably advanced, representing a stark contrast to the raw combat style prevalent in Douluo continent. Iron Tower, unaccustomed to such an unreasonable offensive approach, was unable to predict Xia Tianling's next move and staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. Yet it was not over. Just as he thought Xia Tianling could not possibly initiate another attack at such close range, the black-clad youth suddenly pivoted, using his shoulder as the fulcrum to crash into Iron Tower's embrace. 8 Extremes Iron Mountain Crash, another martial technique unleashed with explosive force. The previously unstable center of gravity of the Iron Tower was once again struck with force. At that moment, he felt as though he had collided head-on with a charging, millennia-old armored rhinoceros, his bones and internal organs seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Despite the pain, the Iron Tower remained composed, convinced that Xia Tianling could no longer muster any offensive techniques. In such a confined space, there was simply no room for power. With calm determination, he activated his 3rd soul ring. This particular soul ring possessed a remarkable ability to amplify both his strength and weight. Relying on this extraordinary skill, the Iron Tower managed to stabilize his body, ready to teach Xia Tianling a lesson. However, unbeknownst to him, there indeed existed an unreasonable close-range striking technique. With a swift movement, Xia Tianling twisted in his arms, and his left hand was now just a foot away from the Iron Tower's body. Not only was this unexpected for him, but even the audience was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Xia Tianling's fingers, poised like a blade, suddenly formed a fist at a distance almost too close for comfort. His diminutive fist traversed less than half a foot and struck the upper part of the Iron Tower's abdomen. This was the legendary inch punch, the ultimate secret of close combat in martial arts, enabling one to surpass physical limits and unleash greater power at such a minuscule distance than a typical punch. Today, this mythical technique from Chinese martial arts finally manifested its prowess in the Soto Great Soul arena. Even with the assistance of his third soul skill, the Iron Tower struggled to maintain his balance, his feet momentarily lifting off the ground. His massive form arched backward, crashing down like a boiled shrimp, causing the stage to tremble. At that moment, he clutched his severely injured abdomen with one hand, his expression shifting from solemnity to shock. This youth before him, who had not even unleashed his soul, had defied all expectations, completely controlling the situation with just 3 strikes. Though the Iron Tower could not rise again after this 3-hit combination, Xia Tianling chose not to press the advantage, instead reverting to a stance with his hands behind his back, reminiscent of when he first took the stage. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a thunderous roar, chanting Xia Tianling's codename. I concede. I take back my earlier words. You are truly formidable and worthy of such acknowledgement. The Iron Tower struggled to his feet and voluntarily surrendered to the referee. He was straightforward enough to recognize that, given his own strength, he was no match for Xia Tianling, even in a state devoid of his martial soul. Although he still had his 4th soul skill in reserve, his opponent had yet to unleash his martial soul. Continuing the fight would only result in humiliation. Defeating such a powerful adversary was nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing the Iron Tower's concession, Xia Tianling nodded in goodwill. In the face of an opponent who could accept defeat gracefully, there was no need for him to appear arrogant. Moreover, he had instigated the confrontation initially, which only added to the gravity of the situation. The host, exhibiting remarkable professionalism despite his own astonishment, swiftly ascended the stage and announced, "The dawn of Breaking Dawn wins. Record, 1 victory, 0 losses. The Iron Tower of the Soul Sect, record of 120 victories, 68 losses. Please proceed to register your points after leaving the stage." Following the announcement, the audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. Xia Tianling waved to them before leaping off the stage. Unnoticed by anyone at the moment of his victory, Zhu Zhuqing's lips curved into an unconscious smile beneath her mask, a detail even she failed to recognize. Upon returning to the preparation room, the first to approach was Oscar. He came over and gently punched Xia Tianling's shoulder, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. "Boss, you're not being fair. Such a powerful, close combat technique. And you didn't share it with me." Xia Tianling made a face at him, though the mask concealed it from Oscar. "Don't give me that nonsense. I passed this on to you years ago. You buried yourself in Buddhist enlightenment and couldn't emerge from it. How is that my fault? Hey, it's just that the results took too long to show." After dismissing the unreasonable Oscar, he plopped down next to Zhu Zhuqing. Despite her mask, even just gazing upon her striking figure was a delight, was it not? "You've grown stronger," came her calm voice. "But I won't give up. One day, I will catch up to you." A multitude of witty remarks swirled in Xia Tianling's mind, yet he found himself unable to voice them. All his sentiments condensed into 3 words: "I'll wait for you." In the midst of the many single individuals in the resting room, the atmosphere between the two began to feel somewhat out of place, gradually shifting towards something more intimate. Ma Hongjun watched from a distance, a hint of disdain crossing his round face beneath the mask. This sour scent was truly contemptible. However, he seemed to recall something, suppressing that expression and breaking into a goofy grin. He began to hum a tune, swaggering out, ready to take the stage. "Come on, let me show you the might of Little Ma." As the host concluded his introduction, Ma Hongjun commenced his own showtime. With the embodiment of the evil fire phoenix, he soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of fiery attacks bolstered by his desires, striking fear into his opponent. His peculiar yet ferocious offensive tactics left the rival in agony, earning him thunderous applause from the audience. His dashing form, while utilizing his martial soul, also garnered the admiration of numerous female spectators. Meanwhile, in another segment of the arena, Oscar began to craft a stunning miracle. What was this? A soul master wielding a powerful attack-oriented weapon soul? His opponent was utterly perplexed, as were the spectators and even the host, who could hardly comprehend the situation. What kind of martial soul is a fist? We've never seen anything like it. Yet soon enough, Oscar provided them with a lesson, demonstrating why he was classified as an attack-oriented soul master. Martial souls? Real men never need martial souls to fight. Fists are enough. After 3 months of training, Oscar had reached the impressive level of 37 in soul power, his aura as heavy as a mountain, unmatched in its dominance. Without employing his martial soul, he unleashed a barrage of iron fists upon his youthful adversary, opting not to utilize even his favorite palm of Buddha, mirroring Xia Tianling's earlier approach. The primal clash of flesh ignited the fervor of male spectators, who cheered his name, Angry-Eyed Diamond. Not using a martial soul was a directive given to him by the Academy's dean and his instructor in the Soul Dalu class. The notion of a food-type martial soul being combat effective would surely be shocking to the public. After all, Oscar's sausages were merely a side note to his combat prowess. In reality, he rarely consumed anything other than his favorite flying sausages. Better to leave an enigma for others to speculate upon. The one-on-one soul battles progressed swiftly, and soon it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to take the stage. Compared to when she first acquired her soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing now possessed 34 levels of soul power. Over these 3 months, thanks to the blessings from the transformation of her body through assassin powers, she was entirely capable of surging up 3 or 4 levels. Yet she chose a more measured approach, solidifying her soul power cultivated from the assassin's power before opting to elevate to the next level. Although her overall rank has only ascended by a single level, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's total soul power has nearly doubled compared to before. Coupled with the mental fortitude cultivated through the spirit refinement technique, as well as her increasingly adept utilization of the assassin's claw and void walking, her prowess can be described as nothing short of earth-shattering. Chapter 73. Agile Assault against Agile Assault, the True Assassin. Once again, we find ourselves in the familiar 13 battle arena, with the same elegantly attired host in a tailcoat. Below, we are set to witness the 5th match of our one-on-one soul battles in the 13 battle arena, featuring 2 soul respecters. They are Yilan, a soul respecter with its Song Ing martial spirit, who has triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, and the newcomer, Void Walker, who has just registered today and possesses the Yomei Spirit Cat martial spirit. Coincidentally, both of these soul respecters are strikingly beautiful young women. Yet another newcomer. Today has seen an unusually high number of fresh registrations. Surely, the earlier matches featuring Dawn of the Rising Sun, Fiery Phoenix, and the Fierce Golden Titan have left a lasting impression. I wonder what kind of performance this Void Walker will deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, let us eagerly await the outcome. With a mask adorning her face, Zhu Zhuqing nimbly ascends the stage, completing her martial spirit manifestation. Her 10 fingers, cloaked in the assassin's claw, sway rhythmically like waves. This is a pre-battle habit that aids her in swiftly entering the fray. Song Ying, manifest! The young woman across from her exclaims, and a pair of wings unfurl from her back, fluttering vigorously. Simultaneously, her hands and feet undergo a transformation, morphing into a claw-like form reminiscent of an eagle's talons. Clad in white, yellow, and purple, the trio of soul rings, nearly optimal in their configuration, combined with her formidable 38-level soul power, exudes an overwhelming presence on the arena. The 3rd ring is a Millennium Soul Ring, a commendable feat among Wild Path Soul Masters. Yilan, Yilan, Yilan. Below the stage, a group of young men fervently chant her name, clearly her ardent admirers. Yomei Spirit Cat, manifest! Zhu Zhuqing remains unfazed by her surroundings, initiating her own martial spirit. Upon manifestation, her legs elongate, and cat ears sprout from her head along with a tail for balance. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings suddenly appear beneath her feet, and Yilan, who had been confidently soaring in the air, visibly falters. Though the majority of the audience consists of ordinary individuals, they're well acquainted with the nuances of soul ring configurations. With 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring, the Void Walker clearly surpasses Yilan in terms of soul ring quality. Furthermore, her 3rd soul ring is evidently of a superior grade. This revelation only heightens the audience's enthusiasm. Who wouldn't relish a contest of equals, especially with 2 stunning women on stage? Growing impatient, Yilan, noticing the crowd's divided support, swiftly launches her attack. She expands her form, resembling an arrow released from a bow, diving directly towards Zhu Xing while simultaneously illuminating her first two soul rings. As her first soul ring activates, her feet undergo a rapid transformation, elongating and sprouting sharp claws akin to genuine eagle talons. With the second soul ring ignited, Yilan accelerates once more, reaching an astonishing speed. Faced with the oncoming opponent, Zhu Xing eschews evasion, bracing herself for a direct confrontation. Having trained alongside several exceptional individuals, she has somewhat lost her sense of how her abilities measure against those of ordinary soul masters. The sharp eagle claws slice through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as two strikes are unleashed. Zhu Xing remains composed as she crouches into a defensive stance, simultaneously activating her second soul ring, the Yume 100 Claws. As the air and ground intertwine with afterimages, the two beauties collide in a moment of fierce engagement. The clash of eagle talons and cat claws produces a melodious symphony of sound. However, for Yilan, the experience is far from delightful. Zhu Xing's Yume 100 Claws are safeguarded by the Assassin's Claw, but Yilan's eagle talons are not. Following the exchange, her once beautiful claws are now marred with numerous small wounds, blood seeping from them. As she feels a pang of pain, Yilan's anger surges, her lovely face contorting in rage. "You wretched cat! How dare you? I shall mar your face." Perhaps when confronted by another woman, especially one equally beautiful and with a physique that clearly outmatches her own, certain women are prone to exhibit greater jealousy. Zhu Xing, however, remains indifferent. Having lived for years in a cold family devoid of warmth, she has encountered far worse rumors. This level of threat barely stirs her emotions. If anything, it amuses her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xia Tianling in the audience feels a surge of indignation, a flame of anger igniting within her. How could this woman be so malicious? It is merely a contest, and she wishes to mar another's visage? Such a petty mindset, truly a venomous woman, regardless of Xia Tianling's thoughts. Having learned from her previous encounter, Yilan resolves not to engage Zhu Xing head-on again, instead soaring to greater heights. A sinister smile graces her lips as she activates her third soul skill. A cross-shaped blade of wind materializes beneath her claws and swiftly shoots downwards towards Zhu Xing. This is her signature move. In the realm of soul respecters, few possess the ability to fly. However, for one with its Ing martial spirit, it is merely a minor skill post-manifestation. Coupled with the long-range attack capability of her third soul skill, this underhanded strategy proves exceedingly effective. Ascend to the skies, unleash a ranged assault with her third soul skill, and then eliminate the opponent after they have endured several hits. One could assert that this rather unsporting combat style is infuriating yet highly effective. Very few can effectively counter such a devious tactic. Unfortunately for her, this time she faces Zhu Xing, the Void Walker, who possesses the legacy of the god of assassins. As a massive cross-shaped wind blade hurtles towards her, Zhu Xing calmly employs Void Walking, vanishing into the interstitial spaces of subspace. Boom! The wind blade, having consumed a considerable amount of Yilan's energy, strikes the ground, wreaking havoc upon the tiles. Is this truly the reason she calls herself the Void Walker? Because she can genuinely traverse the void? A bead of cold sweat trickles down Yilan's forehead. Even with the keen vision of a hawk, she loses sight of Zhu Xing. The audience stares wide-eyed, dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. Where is that enormous cat gone? Yet, within the subspace, invisible to both the audience and Yilan, Zhu Xing has not moved an inch, merely observing as the wind blade crashes into the material plane beneath her. Void Walking, in essence, utilizes the characteristics of space to traverse the interstices of subspace, akin to moving through the crevices of layered sheets of paper. Crossing through the fabric of space requires a significant expenditure of energy, which explains why Zhu Xing can only maintain it for a second or two. However, if one remains stationary within the void, the energy expenditure diminishes considerably. Provided she does not exhaust her oxygen supply, Zhu Xing could even take a nap within this realm. Chapter 74. Relying on mountains. Mountains may fall. Relying on people. People may run. Damn it, you elusive wretch. Come out this instant. Fear often stems from the unfamiliarity of the unknown. For instance, at this very moment, Yilan, unable to find any trace of Zhu Xing, was in a state of utter frenzy, repeatedly dashing towards the arena, clawing and battling against the very air itself. Come out, come out, come out. For one who had always prided herself on her beauty and elegance, this was indeed a most undignified display. The host and a section of the audience looked on with furrowed brows. They had paid to witness a clash of soul masters, not to observe a hysterical woman unleashing her ire upon the stage. Meanwhile, in the subspace, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of helplessness. She had intended to test her current capabilities, yet this opponent seemed rather lacking in intelligence. Having spent less than 3 minutes in the subspace and having done nothing at all, this individual was already on the verge of a breakdown. With oxygen nearly depleted, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to bring this farce to an end. Summoning her ability to traverse the void, she pierced through the barriers between layers of space. Just as Elan was madly searching for Zhu Zhuqing, a graceful figure suddenly appeared directly above her, devoid of any fluctuation of soul power. Void traversal allowed, not only for linear movement, but also vertical ascension or descent, as long as the user could perceive the distance. In the audience, the majority held their breath, quietly absorbing the breathtaking scene unfolding before them. Yet, a small group of fervent fans, lacking the decorum befitting an audience, disregarded the fairness of the competition and shouted loudly, "Above you! Watch out, Lan Lan!" Seated amongst the crowd, Xia Tianling's brow furrowed momentarily, a flicker of malevolence flashing across his face before he swiftly suppressed it. A ripple of mental energy shot towards the direction of the raucous voice, causing the overly enthusiastic fan to recoil as if struck by lightning, clutching his head and letting out a muffled groan. "Fear not." Xia Tianling had no intention of harming him. It was merely a minor reprimand to ensure he experienced a few days of discomfort. Upon hearing her fan's warning, Elan instinctively looked up. However, by the time she noticed the figure of her adversary, it was far too late. The Soto Great Soul Arena featured an open design, and on this clear afternoon, the blinding sunlight streamed into the venue, creating an exceptionally well-lit atmosphere. As the third soul ring around the figure illuminated with a purple glow, the dark claws of the assassins were imbued with potent powers of the underworld, forming a crescent blade of darkness. Third soul skill, Underworld Decapitation. At that moment, the wielder of the crescent blade was positioned at a backlit angle relative to Yilan, diving downwards. To Yilan's perspective, Zhu Zhuqing appeared as a deity of judgment, descending from the heavens, cloaked in sacred light. The intense sunlight made it difficult for her to even open her eyes. In a panic, she scrambled to reposition herself, attempting to use her second soul skill to hasten her escape from the impending attack. However, the distance between them was simply too minimal. The moment she activated her soul skill, the crescent blade of Underworld Decapitation had already made contact with her shoulder. Thud! That was the sound of the Underworld Decapitation striking her back. Thud! That was the sound of her body crashing to the ground after being hit. Having taken Zhu Zhuqing's powerful attack head-on at close range, Yilan fell like a broken kite, collapsing outside the arena, unconscious. According to the rules, she had lost. This was only due to Zhu Zhuqing's mercy. The Soul Arena was not like the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, where even a heavy-handed strike warranted scrutiny. Here, the duels permitted lethal force. Gracefully descending like a fairy, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yilan, who was being hastily carried away by her fans, then turned to face the judge. "I am victorious." Only then did the judge snap out of his stupor, hurriedly announcing, "The winner of this match is the Soul Master, Void Walker. With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, let us applaud this beautiful rose." A rose, beautiful yet adorned with sharp thorns. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause, a multitude of single men suddenly finding a new goddess in this moment. Stunningly attractive, formidable in strength, with an alluring figure and an aloof demeanor, she was the epitome of a perfect goddess. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cold disposition, was not fond of such adulation. Utilizing her void traversal ability, she flickered back to her original corner in a few swift movements. "Congratulations," Xia Tianling said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, expressing her thoughts. She was too weak. "Oh, are you suggesting her strength was inadequate?" Xia Tianling mused. After a brief pause, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. It was her heart that felt feeble. Xia Tianling answered his own question, noting that lacking a courageous heart characteristic of a true warrior naturally rendered her weak. "This was also part of the reason I urged you to cultivate the divine refinement technique. Is that so?" Zhu Zhuqing mused, gazing at her hands. She had never envisioned a day where she could effortlessly defeat an opponent several levels above her. A 39th level agile attack type, Soul Master, just a step away from entering the ranks of Soul Lords, had stood no chance against her, falling in an instant to her strike. In just a brief span of 3 months, she had grown so formidable. It felt surreal, as if those 3 months had unfolded like 3 years, affecting a monumental transformation within her. And all of this was thanks to the young man beside her. Observing the contemplative expression on the little cat beside him, Xia Tianling couldn't help but reflect once more, cultivating power without nurturing one's heart is a futile endeavor. In the realm of cultivation, this is referred to as the Tao heart, in martial arts as the will to combat, in the divine realm as the core of faith, and in the cosmic sphere as the spiritual core, among numerous other terms. Yet, at their essence, they all signify the same concept, willpower, to achieve greatness. Mere possession of immense power is insufficient. One must also possess a corresponding mindset and unyielding will. Cultivating the heart is an indispensable aspect of virtually every cultivation system. Regrettably, soul masters on the Douluo continent not only neglect the cultivation of their hearts, but also disregard the importance of mental fortitude. Coupled with the relatively low quality of soul power, it is only natural that the might they can unleash is limited. The soul masters of Douluo continent are overly reliant on their martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones, to the extent that their efforts toward other aspects are not merely undervalued, but almost entirely overlooked. This excessive dependence on external forces results in an inability to reach higher levels of cultivation, rendering them feeble even in other realms, let alone at the pinnacle. Why do deities like the sea god and the angel god no longer rely solely on the powers of soul skills and soul bones after attaining divinity? Is it not because mere reliance on external forces is inherently weak? Why, in the original narrative, do the super god-level powerhouses of the Dragon Horse twin stars utterly dominate the Douluo Federation after 30,000 years? It is not that the essence of Douluo star is lacking. It is that the soul masters have failed to rise to the occasion. When observing the elite dragon knights of the Dragon Horse twin stars, one cannot help but notice that they have pushed their bloodlines to the very brink of their potential. Even the almost limitless fire dragon knight, nearing the end of its life, continues to strive for breakthroughs beyond the limitations of its bloodline to reach even greater heights. In stark contrast, what are the top soul masters of the Douluo Federation doing? Em dying. Let S merge with the tree of life to alter my life form for longevity. The essence of Douluo star is inadequate. I can't cultivate. Why has no one emerged as a figure akin to Ji Juechen? Absurdity has reached new heights. Chapter 75, The 100 Victories Challenge. What enabled the ancient sea god Poseidon to ascend from a soul master to a level comparable to that of a god king? Was it solely due to the might of the essence of Douluo star? Was it the nurturing of the divine spirit of the god realm? With countless deities in the divine realm, how is it that only he transcended the disparities between divine ranks, cultivating from a level 1 divine rank to an ultra-divine level, relying solely on oneself? It is through one's own formidable strength that one has subdued all of humanity and soul beasts, coupled with an innate charisma that has garnered immense faith, ultimately achieving the divine status. It is not by any external assistance, but through an indomitable will that one has painstakingly forged their martial soul, the trident, to a level of unparalleled divinity, boasting an unmatched prowess. Among the 5 remaining divine kings, each is a product of the primordial essence of the divine realm, save for the venerable sea god, who, in human form, stands shoulder to shoulder with the innate divine kings, ultimately passing on his divine legacy with grace. To rely on oneself is paramount. To await the benevolence of the planetary essence is futile. Divine status and martial souls are merely means to progress, shortcuts if you will, but they're not necessities. An excessive reliance on such shortcuts could render one a mere facade, fragile and easily toppled, akin to a glass vase. This is reminiscent of engaging in a shooting game. It is the muscle memory honed through relentless practice that serves as one's true capital in standing above the rest. Yet, should one resort to auto-aim or hacks, one may indeed slay gods and block Buddhas with ease, but once stripped of such advantages, one would be left with nothing. Thus, even though Xia Tianling currently possesses a staggering amount of fate points, he has never contemplated wishing upon the system for a direct elevation of his soul power level. Though it would be a simple task, he could even ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo at this very moment. However, whether he could withstand the tribulation that follows remains uncertain. As time passed over half a month, Xia Tianling and his trio of companions garnered considerable attention, their prominence reaching an unparalleled height. Zhu Zhuqing, in particular, became the object of adoration for countless male admirers, emerging as the new idol of Soto City. Presently, she is heralded as the goddess of void. Eager to commence his endeavors, Xia Tianling diligently reported to the soul fighting arena every morning, only returning to the hotel late at night after vanquishing all challengers. including his duels alongside Zhu Zhuqing. He achieved the remarkable feat of winning 21 consecutive battles in a single day. In the early stages of their duo matches, he proactively engaged in combat. However, it later evolved into Zhu Zhuqing taking on two opponents single-handedly, with Xia Tianling intervening only to secure victory after she had sufficiently worn them down. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one relied on formidable martial prowess while the other capitalized on his martial soul advantage, both experiencing a relentless streak of victories in the Soul Master arena, amassing gold coins in abundance, much to the delight of the two who had grown up in poverty. Tonight, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena hosted a celebratory event, as Xia Tianling was on the verge of achieving an unprecedented 100 consecutive victories in solo 1v1 matches within a mere span of days. Had it not been for the arena's monthly point tallying, wherein victories beyond 5 times multiplied points tenfold, he would have already earned the highest diamond-level badge. Nonetheless, the Grand Soul Arena made an exception for him, arranging a unique challenge and inviting him to the central main fighting stage, set to occur in 3 days. This evening's celebration also aimed to entice Soul Masters to register and promote ticket sales. Should he triumph in this match, symbolizing his 100 victories, the arena would not only bestow upon him the highest diamond badge, but also grant him the unprecedented title of King of Soul Fighters, the singular monarch level. The match promises to be a spectacle, with the organizers stipulating that Xia Tianling must face a standard 7-member team composed of Soul Masters, each from differing organizations and fixed teams. Interestingly, the conditions for victory differ between the two parties. Xia Tianling merely needs to defeat them within the normal rules to complete his 100 victories, whereas the challengers must elicit his martial soul, regardless of the outcome. The organizers will deliver rewards should anyone succeed in this endeavor. The Grand Arena would award each of the 7 with 10,000 gold soul coins and elevate their soul fighting rank by 3 levels. If they were to defeat Dawn of the Dawn within the rules, they would receive badges and a bounty of 100,000 gold coins each. It is evident that the latter conditions are merely a gimmick devised by the arena. Such bountiful rewards have drawn countless participants, not solely for the prizes, but also for the allure of fame. It is worth noting that throughout the past half-month of battles, Dawn of the Dawn had not once unleashed his martial soul, relying entirely on his physical prowess, while the chances of defeating him seem slim. Compelling him to reveal his martial soul remains a possibility. Even in defeat, one could boast of having fought against the King of Soul Fighters in his 100th match. Among the throngs of eager registrants was a group of individuals to challenge the 45th level Soul Master Dawn of the Dawn and compel him to reveal his martial soul is an opportunity to ascend 3 ranks in soul fighting, with each participant receiving 10,000 gold soul coins. Regardless of the outcome, they would each be awarded 1,000 gold soul coins. One middle-aged man, donned in round glasses, scrutinized the flyer in his hand and remarked to his companion, "Xiao Gang, this venture has potential. I see promise here." The short-haired man behind him took the flyer and glanced at it, responding, "Potential? It seems you're blinded by the prospect of profit. Xiao Gang, that is not the case. I merely wish to train them. Do you not believe in the prowess of the monsters we have cultivated?" The short-haired man appeared somewhat swayed, casting a glance at a nearby youth. "Xiao San, what do you think?" I think it's feasible," the youth replied nonchalantly, yet he consented. "Then let us go register." It was apparent that this was the quartet from Shrek Academy, having concluded 3 months of rigorous training. During this same period, Dai Mubai, driven by an insatiable passion, engaged in relentless day and night training, achieving a remarkable level of 40, qualifying him as a quasi-soul master. This feat is nearly impossible under normal circumstances, yet he accomplished it for reasons unknown. However, due to Master Yu Xiaojiang's impending training regimen, he planned to rely on his 40-level soul power to secure a silver soul badge at the Soto City Grand Arena. As for the distracted youth, he is none other than our classmate Tang San. After nearly 3 months of monotonous sparring and running, his spirit had grown somewhat numb. Does this truly cultivate powerful soul masters? A significant question loomed in Tang San's mind. If such training is effective, then why does the dean remain a soul sage? Master himself only possesses level 29, while he, having just celebrated his 13th birthday, has already reached level 33. How can such a person be deemed a master? One cannot attain the rank of title Douluo solely through physical training. Reflecting on some insider information shared by Ling Ge, Tang San resolved to sever his ties with Master upon graduation. Continuing under such tutelage would undoubtedly lead him astray. Throughout these 3 months of training, Tang San exerted even more effort than in the original narrative, yearning for an early graduation so he could swiftly escape with Xiao Wu. Perhaps fleeing is the best course of action? If he could join the Spirit Hall, He would never lack for funds to craft hidden weapons and could enlist Ling Ji's assistance in locating his wayward father. This dismal place is one he wishes to leave behind without delay. Chapter 76. Are you using this as a test for the cadre? The Shrek team filed into the Grand Soul Arena, immediately taken aback by the throngs of people before them. Enormous portraits adorned the internal walls. The central figure depicted being a man wearing a white mask, with the flamboyant inscription Dawn of the New Day elegantly displayed beside him. Today, the arena was devoid of any matches, as countless commoners flocked to this usually inaccessible venue, indulging in the lavish array of complimentary food. To promote this upcoming competition, the Grand Soul Arena had indeed spared no expense. Goodness, the crowd today is staggering. I haven't seen the arena this packed in years, Zhao Wujing exclaimed, using his soul power to part the dense throng. Frand, however, paid him no heed, instead retrieving several masks and handing them to Tang San and the others. If they were to accept these, it would reveal to these little monsters that he often accompanied Zhao Wujing to the arena for sustenance, a most embarrassing fact that must remain hidden. Compared to the dashing white mask worn by Xia Tianling, the masks in Tang San's hands were rather grotesque, resembling a monstrous shade of green. This mask is utterly hideous, whispered Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in the rear, lamenting Dean Fran's questionable taste. These two mischievous souls had forged a deep camaraderie over the course of merely 3 months. Upon arriving at the registration desk, the enthusiastic attendant welcomed them warmly. After filling out forms, testing their soul power, and submitting their documents, they awaited the final review from the organizers. Although Soto City boasted over 2,000 soul masters, the number of soul sovereigns was rather limited, especially after excluding the personnel stationed by the Spirit Hall. Esteemed soul masters, please arrive punctually at 8 o'clock tomorrow night at the main arena of the Grand Soul Arena, where we shall announce the selected participants. Noticing the absence of matches for the day, the Shrek team returned to their hotel to rest and await the results of the following day. In the quiet of their accommodations, Tang San pondered the name Dawn of the New Day, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Ling Ji's martial soul is named Dawn? He thought with alarm. Adding to his unease were the other names he had overheard at the arena. Phoenix of the Fiery Dawn, which sounded like Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul was indeed a phoenix. Angry Ivudra, likely referring to Oscar, as there was no Buddhist influence in Douluo continent, and Goddess of the Void. Most likely Zhu Zhuqing, who possessed a skill to traverse the void. Tang San swallowed hard, believing there was a 90% chance that Dawn of the New Day referred to Ling Ge. Damn it, Ling Ge is a practitioner of immortality. It feels as though you are intentionally tormenting me, Tang San. The following morning, the registration deadline passed, and the details of the competitors were submitted to the organizing committee. The Goddess of the Void? Isn't she always paired with Dawn? How could she also register? A staff member remarked, flipping through the submitted participant list, puzzled. No matter. Let her have this opportunity. The rivalry between partners could serve as a spectacle, a leader from the headquarters concluded decisively. They never expected the Soul Sovereign teams to triumph. Rather, they intended to capitalize on the illustrious reputation of Dawn of the New Day to reap financial benefits. Add the Phoenix of the Fiery Dawn and the angry Ivudra to the list. Although they are newly registered, they have certainly made quite a name for themselves in the past half-month, which should entice fans to spend more. Leader, take a look at these 4 individuals. Oh, the evil-eyed White Tiger, a level 40 attack-type Quasi-Soul Sovereign. The soft-boned Enchantress Rabbit, a level 32 attack-type Soul Sovereign. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, a level 32 support-type Soul Sovereign. And the Thousand-Hand Azura, a level 33 control-type Soul Sovereign. These individuals are intriguing, and they registered together. Shrek Academy, I'm familiar with that place. A small academy notorious for its money-making schemes. The leader scrutinized the registration details, noting the control-type Soul Sovereign with the blue-silver grass martial soul, along with the auxiliary 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul. Perfect. Yet another sensational angle. Let us not search further. We'll select these 4, plus the Goddess of the Void, the angry Ivudra, and the Phoenix of the Fiery Dawn, making for an ideal 7-member team. 1 agility attacker, 1 support, 1 control, and 4 attack types, an exemplary configuration. Leader, shouldn't we consider other stronger souls? An employee attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a stack of documents crashing atop his head, followed by a barrage of reprimands. You fool, do you truly wish for them to win? We are in this for the money, do you understand? If they win, we'll have to pay each one 10,000 gold soul coins. Your intellect is as dull as a pig-ass. Yes, you're absolutely right. I will attend to it immediately. That evening, Xia Tianling and his 3 companions stealthily infiltrated the Grand Soul Arena from a very discreet location. Ever since they gained notoriety, they had to shake off fervent fans every night after the matches to return to their hotel undetected. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing was perpetually pursued by a throng of admirers, which had become quite tiresome for her. Over the past half-month, their mastery of void walking had grown increasingly adept. Cloaked, the 4 concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, listening to the passionate speech of the host on stage. And now, I announce the selected participants for tomorrow's 100 Victories Challenge. The fiery 35-level attack type, Soul Sovereign, Phoenix of the Fiery Dawn, paired with the Dawn of the New Day, who also favors physical combat. We have the angry Ivajra, and our beloved, the Goddess of the Void. With each name mentioned, Xia Tianling's lips twitched. I took you all as brothers, yet each of you wishes to challenge me? Even Zhu Zhuqing has been corrupted by these 2. He first kicked Oscar and Ma Hongjun, then glared menacingly at the seemingly nonchalant little cat beside him. Speaking in a chilling tone, just wait until we return. I shall deal with you. Zhu Zhuqing, shedding her usually aloof demeanor, widened her eyes and feigned innocence. Moments later, Xia Tianling found himself at a loss. This stark contrast was simply unfair. Are you testing my patience with this? He thought, pondering how any leader could withstand such a trial. The host continued to read the list, nearing its conclusion. The final selected participant, hailing from Shrek Academy, is a student with the blue-silver grass martial soul, level 33 control type, Soul Sovereign. What? Blue-silver grass martial soul? It can actually reach the level of Soul Sovereign? The audience erupted in astonishment. Shrek Academy? Are all 4 of them from there? Is Shrek Academy truly that formidable? As the realization dawned that the last selected participant wielded the blue-silver grass martial soul, the crowd erupted in excitement. Shrek Academy? A 33-level control-type blue-silver grass soul sovereign? Could they possibly be Tang San and his companions? Goodness, can there truly be such coincidence in this world? Xia Tianling mused, contemplating the absurdity of all, feeling an array of emotions bubbling within him, yet unsure of where to begin voicing his thoughts. Chapter 77. The Shrek 7 Monsters Unite Once More. On the morning of the competition, the selected participants were invited by the Grand Soul Arena officials to meet one another, allowing for a brief period of acquaintance. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, once destined to belong to the same faction, had now converged under the auspices of fate, ready to fight side by side. As they first laid eyes upon one another, despite all wearing masks, they recognized each other immediately. After all, they were friends who had once faced life and death trials together. Merely hearing each other's voices was enough for identification. Moreover, there are Oscar and Ning Rongrong present as well. However, due to the confidentiality of their identities, both parties tacitly refrained from acknowledging each other, yet their conversation bore a hint of relaxation. Upon seeing the trio from the Spirit Hall, Tang San confirmed the suspicions harbored within his heart. The adversaries that his 7 companions would face tonight were none other than his elder brother, Xia Tianling. Let us introduce ourselves to one another. I shall not intrude any further, spoke the supervisor AO from the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Having uttered these words, he discreetly exited the room, leaving it to the 7 individuals. Within the confines of the room, only Tang San and his 6 companions remained. Even Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, the esteemed teachers from Shrek Academy, had been politely ushered by the staff into a separate VIP lounge to await their turn. Let us discuss. How formidable is Ling in his current state, devoid of his martial soul? Tang San sighed and inquired. 3 months ago, during our assessment at the academy, our leader's physical prowess, without the aid of his martial soul, had already reached an astonishing 40,000 gene. His punching power hovered around 80,000 gene, came the response. The mention of combat instantly invigorated Oscar, who promptly shifted his attention away from Ning Rongrong. As soon as Oscar's words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. 40,000 gene of raw strength? How on earth can we withstand even a single blow? Dai Mubai gulped nervously, his voice trembling. He began to question his life choices. Initially believing that reaching level 40 after 3 months of training would bridge the gap, he found instead that it had widened. Not only Dai Mubai, but even the typically composed Tang San appeared momentarily dazed upon hearing this figure. The disparity was crushingly overwhelming. Should they simply flee? After enduring countless mental interferences over the past 12 years, Tang San's mindset had become remarkably serene, devoid of any psychological burden regarding retreat. In the words of his elder brother, what was it called again? A strategic withdrawal to preserve vital strength. If they could not win, then why fight? It was merely a contest, pitting even their own against each other. The tranquil Tang San, contemplating escape, declared, "He is not as strong as you might think." Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly upon entering the room, immediately recognizing the grim-faced Dai Mubai beneath his dark green mask. Seeing the two appear startled, Ma Hongjun quickly added, "Don't worry. Ling isn't that formidable at the moment. We still have a chance." "How so?" Dai Mubai's eyes lit up with hope. He was eager to defeat Xia Tianling. Currently, he cannot utilize his soul power and bears an incredibly heavy burden. Ma Hongjun reclined on the sofa, savoring a sip of juice prepared by the hosts. His current strength is roughly at the level of a novice Soul King, and he possesses no soul skills, merely the physical attributes of a Soul King. That seems promising. Tang San mused. Rongrong has now acquired her third soul ring, which can provide us with an enhancement of up to 40%. My third soul skill is a soul power amplification, Ning Rongrong interjected. By the way, Tang San, about that Zhuge Divine crossbow you mentioned earlier, could we possibly use it? I do have it, but I'm somewhat hesitant about its power, Tang San replied. Although he possessed 7 Zhuge Divine crossbows to lend, they were lethal weapons, and using them against his own brother felt inappropriate. "Oh, it's fine. Our leader is quite the robust physique," Oscar boldly asserted. "I know his physical capabilities best, and with the burden he wears, while his protective capacity might be minimal, it's unlikely the Zhuge Divine crossbow could easily harm him. We have tested this." Yet, Tang San remained indecisive. After much discussion, and upon confirming that there would be no life-threatening danger, he ultimately agreed to lend the concealed weapons to his comrades. Once it was decided that they would use projectiles in battle, they fervently strategized throughout the day, finalizing their plan before dinner. Unanimously, they designated Tang San as the central commander, a role everyone had grown accustomed to during their time in the Stardew Forest. With the determination to secure victory, Tang San abandoned any thoughts of retreat and promptly assigned tasks to his companions. His newfound tranquility did not equate to a loss of ambition. Rather, it aligned more closely with the cultivation principles of the Tao, gradually embracing a state of serene non-action. Oscar, too, would not be able to use his martial soul in this contest, which Tang San found regrettable. Had Oscar been able to deploy his restorative sausages and rapid flight sausages, their chances of victory would have been greatly enhanced. For now, they would position Oscar and Dai Mubai at the forefront to draw Xia Tianling's fire. Originally a strong attacker, Xiao was strategically repositioned to a nimble attacker under Tang San's suggestion, teaming up with Zhu Zhuqing. The two would operate in tandem, one bold and the other stealthy, ready to strike opportunistically. Meanwhile, the ranged specialist Ma Hongjun would provide support from the back line with his Phoenix Fire line, simultaneously safeguarding the defenseless Ning Rongrong from Xia Tianling's advances. As the evening of the competition arrived, the exterior of the Grand Soul Arena was teeming with spectators, some even having traveled overnight from neighboring cities to witness the event. In an era where transportation relied heavily on foot and communication was primarily vocal, such economic affluence among the attendees was remarkable. Yet, this very scarcity of entertainment in the Douluo continent made watching soul battles a beloved pastime for the populace. From the nobility to the common folk, everyone held a deep affection for this spectacle. Who among those capable of attending would not wish to witness this unprecedented 100 victory challenge? Observing the throngs of people, the high-ranking officials beamed with delight, knowing that the profits from the Grand Soul Arena would be substantial. The bonuses awarded to Xia Tianling for his 100 victories, as well as the 7,000 gold soul coins distributed to the 7 soul ancestors, were but trifles in comparison. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. Chapter 78. The Modernized Grand Soul Arena. In the Soto Grand Soul Arena, within the VIP Lounge, Room 1, an opulent space exceeding 200 square meters bore witness to the luxury that adorned its gilded walls. The table was laden with an array of fine wines, exquisite dishes, and refreshing juices for the guests' indulgence. Adjacent to the lavish table, a massive genuine leather sofa stretched over 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating several individuals. This was not Xia Tianling's first visit to this lounge, but each time he entered, the sight of the sofa filled him with pangs of regret. For the staff had informed him that it was crafted from the hide of a century-old soul beast, a material of considerable worth. Reflecting on the value of such leather made him lament the loss of the dragon hide he had harvested 6 years prior. While he was not in need of money, the thought was still disheartening. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that the soul masters of the Douluo continent typically absorbed soul rings after defeating soul beasts and departed without taking the bones, tendons, or hides. Apart from himself, it was rare to find anyone who carried away the flesh of a soul beast. This led to the intriguing question of the origin of the genuine leather sofa in the Soto Grand Soul arena. Moreover, this was no ordinary hard sofa. It was a soft sofa equipped with springs. One should not underestimate the significance of these springs, as their manufacturing materials demanded exceptional alloy smelting capabilities. Nevertheless, the blacksmiths of the Douluo continent were known for their remarkable skills. Perhaps the disciples of Master Lu Gao could conjure some extraordinary elastic alloy? Let us not unjustly dismiss their capabilities. Once his thoughts began to wander, it became difficult for him to rein them in. He turned to examine the various other displays within the room. It was not merely the singular sofa that piqued Xia Tianling's curiosity. Numerous aspects left him perplexed. For instance, the piece of one-way glass before him appeared deceptively simple. Though it bore the semblance of glass, it was, in truth, crafted from a single block of specially made crystal. It allowed one to see out while obscuring the view from the outside. Setting aside the question of why such an enormous crystal panel could serve as a standard feature of the VIP lounge, the unique manufacturing technique was remarkable in its own right. Had the master craftsmen of Douluo continent truly mastered the art of applying aluminum or silver films onto crystal, this was not merely a matter of coating. Even the purification and processing techniques for the raw materials used to create the film seemed beyond the current technological capabilities of Douluo continent. Through this one-way crystal glass, Xia Tianling's gaze drifted towards the central Soul arena outside. Within a matter of days, the central arena had undergone renovations, allowing a multitude of casual spectators to witness this unprecedented spectacle. A host was passionately delivering a speech, fervently extolling the remarkable feats and impressive records of the Dawn of Day Soul sect over the past 20 days. Following this, a series of song and dance performances further ignited the atmosphere. However, Xia Tianling's focus was not on these performances. Instead, his attention was captivated by the overhead lighting of the central arena. The arena itself was a circular platform with a diameter of a staggering 70 meters, illuminated by a brilliantly radiant golden soul guide. At that moment, this grand spotlight illuminated every corner of the arena. It was worth noting that, in this era, soul guides have been lost to history for over 10,000 years. The colossal lighting soul guide was a rare possession, with even the affluent Spirit Hall possessing only 4 sets. Although the lighting soul guide at Soto City's Grand Soul Arena was smaller than those of the Spirit Hall, it was evidently frequently used and not ancient. Its age could not exceed a century. Could they truly manufacture soul guides? This notion was utterly perplexing. After all, this was Soto City, a relatively well-known border town within the Bala Kingdom. How could the Grand Soul Arena here possess the technology to create soul guides? Moreover, alongside an seemingly ordinary sofa, there existed mass-produced, one-way crystal glass and this impressively modern large lighting soul guide. If one were to force an explanation that the golden soul lamp had been preserved through special means, what about the identical smaller soul lamps around the arena? Surely, they had not uncovered an ancient factory for light bulbs. Even he, a prince of the Spirit Hall, had to light candles while dining outdoors with a little kitten. Could the Grand Soul Arena possibly rival the Spirit Hall in wealth? At this moment, a chilling phrase surfaced in Xia Tianling's mind: technological disparity. The level of technology exhibited by Soto City's Grand Soul Arena transcended mere opulence. It was beyond the ordinary scope of Douluo continent's capabilities. This was not simply a case of some regions having diverged in their technological advancements. The Spirit Hall also utilized glass, crafted from transparent crystals. Yet, he could assert with certainty that even the Spirit Hall, with its millennia of heritage, could not produce one-way glass. This was a unique capability of the Grand Soul Arena. To the outside world, they could claim it was produced through special techniques, and those unfamiliar would likely find it impressive, allowing the matter to pass. But he was different. He hailed from a more advanced era and understood the implications of such technological prowess. Reflecting upon the inexplicably benevolent Zhao Li and the alliance formed with Bibi Dong, Xia Tianling clenched his fist before his mouth, exhaling softly. This was a small habit he had when contemplating. Whenever faced with a perplexing issue, he would do so. If the preceding matters were trivial, perhaps he was overthinking. But what about the Golden Liger? This creature did not exist in the original narrative. It was a celestial beast from beyond Douluo continent. At its peak, it could shake the very foundations of the entire Douluo universe with mere words. Moreover, what was the dark, malevolent substance that clung to it? What could compel such a formidable divine beast to sacrifice its life to prevent its spread? Something was amiss. This Douluo continent felt profoundly wrong. Bibi Dong and Zhao Li were undoubtedly concealing something from him. Though he had gained considerable confidence in his suspicions, he still lacked concrete evidence. However, The scene unfolding before him soon solidified his belief that Soto City's Grand Soul Arena harbored significant secrets. A 2-meter-wide metal column emerged at the center of the arena, upon which stood a young woman, speaking to the audience gathered to witness the evening's competition. This was the female commentator, Douluo, who had appeared in the original narrative. She appeared quite ordinary, as did the metal column beneath her. Yet, when the column retracted, it left not a single trace on the ground, a most unusual occurrence. Such manufacturing capability could not possibly be achieved by ordinary craftsmen. It undoubtedly required the support of precision CNC machinery. Perhaps a titled Douluo could achieve such a feat through sheer mental prowess. But the question arose, which titled Douluo would deign to engage in such tasks? Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, or rather, the entity behind the Grand Soul Arena, must possess some technology that surpassed the capabilities of this era, perhaps even technology not belonging to this world. Chapter 79, Invincible Divine Fist. This time, we are fortunate to have the mayor of Soto City in attendance, and even Lord Su Yuntao, the head of the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City, has personally graced us with his presence. Let's give a warm round of applause. Well then, Douluo will refrain from any further lengthy introductions. Let us invite the participants of this 100-match challenge to make their grand entrance. Douluo, a Soul Master of Soul Respect rank, is eager to witness the dominance of the young Master of Dawn of Day on the arena. As she spoke, a white radiance erupted from her form. Suddenly, a streak of white appeared amid her flowing brown waves, and a pair of pure white wings silently unfurled from her back. 3 soul rings emerged around her, the third shining brightly as her wings fluttered, lifting her gracefully into the air. This spectacle was undeniably breathtaking, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience in the stands, who marveled at the arrival of an angel. However, Xia Tianling, familiar with the original text, recognized that this was no angel, but merely a dove. Flanking the Soul Arena, a large door opened quietly, and the 7 members of the challenger team, clad in black attire, entered in single file, making their way toward the center of the arena. However, at the insistence of 2 young women, they replaced their masks with the pure white ones typical of the Spirit Hall. In the VIP lounge, Xia Tianling concluded his contemplation and promptly appeared above the arena. Clad in white, he descended from the air, step by step, as if treading upon the celestial stairs, illuminated by the massive golden lighting soul guide above. With his appearance, the audience erupted in fervor, chanting his moniker, Divine Fist. Invincible. Divine Fist. Invincible. In recent days, he had refrained from using his martial soul during battles, relying instead on his formidable iron fists and an array of astonishing combat techniques to swiftly dispatch his opponents. Thus, the spectators who frequently attended his matches had bestowed upon him the nickname Invincible Divine Fist. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, glaring menacingly at his opponent before him. He firmly believes that one day he will triumph over the youth before him. Attention, challengers! You now have 1 minute to summon your soul spirits. You may commence your attacks only when I announce the start. The battle continues until one side concedes, all participants are down, or one falls off the soul arena. Hovering in the air, Douluo flaps her wings, reiterating the rules of the battle to both the combatants and the first-time spectators outside the arena. Although the challengers need only to force Xia Tianling to reveal his soul spirit to claim victory, the other regulations of the soul arena remain unchanged. As the host's voice fades, all 7 challengers unleash their soul power, a tempest of battle intent rising dramatically, particularly from Dai Mubai at the forefront. Douluo is momentarily startled and quickly ascends higher, a twinge of concern for Xia Tianling creeping in. Can he truly maintain his legendary undefeated streak against such formidable opponents? Unbeknownst to her, she has already become an ardent fan of Xia Tianling. With a resounding roar, Dai Mubai unleashes a fierce tiger's growl, his fervent energy surging forth as he transforms into the white tiger spirit. His transformation seems to signal the remaining 5 challengers, who also release their soul spirits, positioning themselves accordingly. The formation is one of the standard strategies employed by the 7 when facing large soul beasts. At this moment, Xia Tianling resembles a humanoid beast, deserving the full effort of all 7 opponents. Blue-violet, blue-silver grass bursts forth from Tang San's feet, claiming a vast expanse of ground. Simultaneously, several blades of grass stealthily ascend to encircle the waists of the other 5, except for Zhu Zhuqing. With the assistance of the blue-silver grass, they can better consolidate into a cohesive unit, solidifying their formation. Noticing that the Shrek team has completed their soul spirit releases, Xia Tianling smiles and stretches his joints. A resounding dragon's roar pierces the heavens, sending a chill through Douluo in the sky, causing her to plummet slightly before regaining her composure. In the VIP room, the Soul Arena has effectively masked the fluctuations of energy, leaving them oblivious. The audience below, particularly those with beast martial spirits, is invigorated by the thunderous dragon's roar, their blood racing with excitement. If one were to encapsulate the atmosphere in a single phrase, it would be blood boiling. The spectators, stirred by the essence of the true dragon, feel a surge of emotion, while the 7 challengers find themselves under immense pressure. Particularly for Xiao Wu, the timid little rabbit. The overwhelming dragon might is still daunting, though her reaction is not as extreme as it was 3 months prior. Fortunately, it is merely the aura of a true dragon, and it soon dissipates. If Xia Tianling were to truly unleash his true dragon spirit and go all out, how much fighting spirit would remain in the little rabbit? With just a single dragon's roar, the combined pressure of the 7 challengers is forcefully pushed back. The battle has yet to begin, yet Tang San, concealed behind his mask, bears a grave expression. In the 3 months apart, Xia Tianling has grown stronger than anticipated. For them, this will undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Even with the use of various hidden weapons and the 8 spider spears, he lacks certainty in achieving victory in the first phase. Xia Tianling is simply too powerful. Although Douluo in the sky has just recovered from her fright, her professionalism quickly reasserts itself, becoming the spark to ignite the battlefield. Begin. No sooner had the words left her lips than Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lurking in the corner, vanished in a flash. Dai Mubai roar sin fury. Activating the White Tiger King transformation and the White Tiger barrier, charging directly forward. His already massive muscles swell even further, radiating a purple aura. He understands that when faced with Xia Tianling's terrifying combat skills and formidable strength, he must unleash his greatest power immediately, lest he be swiftly defeated. With a powerful stomp, Dai Mubai propels himself toward the stationary Xia Tianling. Having learned from his previous encounter, he opts for a grounded approach rather than a reckless pounce. As he surges forward, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tiles enhancements to speed and strength amplify his already impressive velocity by a significant margin. Observing his lead brother take the initiative, Oscar, the second brother, follows suit, utilizing Ning Rongrong's boosts and employing the godly stealth technique to keep pace. Simultaneously, a shimmering golden light envelopes Oscar, and the sound of a tiger's roar and dragon's chant echoes forth, signaling the initiation of the renowned Buddhist technique, the dragon subduing Arhut fist. Unlike the self-taught Xia Tianling, Oscar is a true master of numerous martial arts, particularly excelling in Buddhist techniques. Chapter 8. The 7 monsters battle the Demon King. Dai Mubai, the first to strike, unleashes his claws, aiming directly for Xia Tianling's throat and chest. With Dai Mubai's current prowess, his tiger claws could easily shatter stone. However, he now faces Xia Tianling, known for his invincible iron fists. Xia Tianling raises his right hand and lowers his left, stepping back slightly with his right leg, shifting his entire weight backward. He then bends his legs and suddenly twists his body, his right hand slicing downward to deftly counter Dai Mubai's oncoming claws. Seizing the moment when Dai Mubai's balance falters, Xia Tianling swiftly follows up with 2 punches aimed at the White Tiger barrier's luminous shield. Crack! The first punch causes the White Tiger barrier to emit a sharp sound before shattering. The second punch lands solidly on Dai Mubai's chest, producing a dull thud. But it does not end there. Xia Tianling's body still has momentum, and he follows up with a powerful elbow strike aimed at Dai Mubai's heart. Should this strike connect, Dai Mubai would be rendered half his fighting capability. However, Dai Mubai is not alone in this battle. Tang San, overseeing the situation from the rear, recognizes the imminent danger the moment Xia Tianling adopts his stance. He is all too familiar with this technique, which is none other than the widely practiced tiger subduing fist from his past life. This is not an esoteric martial art. Rather, it is a fundamental technique that nearly everyone knows a couple of moves from, allowing even a hidden weapon enthusiast like him to identify it instantly. Nevertheless, it is a technique tailored specifically to counter Dai Mubai. Anticipating Xia Tianling's next move, he quickly retracts the blue silvergrass, ensuring that the elbow strike meets only empty air. Oscar, following closely behind Dai Mubai, seizes the moment when Xia Tianling appears overextended, taking advantage of the opening to throw a punch. Little Oscar, remember what I taught you about exerting only 80% of your strength? Just as he believes he is about to land a decisive blow, Xia Tianling speaks. Oscar realizes too late what is about to happen. Xia Tianling's elbow, while still retaining some power, is met with Oscar's full force, resulting in a miscalculation that allows his opponent to simply sidestep. As Xia Tianling and Oscar's bodies intertwine, Xia Tianling maintains his forward stance with his left leg and does not move, merely bending slightly. He grips Oscar's incoming fist with his right palm while seizing Oscar's arm with his left. With a pivot and a twist of the waist, he executes a powerful throw, sending Oscar hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, while the three engage in combat, Xiao Wu has silently maneuvered to the flank, and Zhu Zhuqing has vanished with a few swift movements through the air. As Xia Tianling shakes off the two, a crimson wave of fire rushes down from the sky. Beside Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun soars in the air, illuminating his three soul rings, unleashing the three formidable techniques: Phoenix Wings, Blazing Phoenix, and Phoenix Fireline, delivering an explosive strike right out of the gate. Faced with the formidable and invincible Dark Lord, one must exert every ounce of strength to pose a threat. Here comes Summer Spirit, undeterred by the scorching heat waves surging towards him, charged straight at Tang San, braving the fiery wrath of Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix. As the core of their septet and a control-type soul master, Tang San was the priority target to neutralize. At this moment, he was positioned somewhat forward. Witnessing his direct advance towards their central formation, the ever-prepared Xiao Wu could hardly remain idle. She immediately sought to unleash her charm. "Little bunny, I advise you against casting your charm. If it backfires, your brother San will surely be distressed." Summer Spirit suddenly turned his head upon hearing these words. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Wu contemplated that Summer Spirit might be a reincarnated soul beast of immense power, far surpassing her own strength, and thus she heeded his warning to some extent. In the next instant, her teleportation skill activated. Overcoming her fear, Xiao Wu appeared behind him, seizing the opportunity presented by Ma Hongjuan's extinguished flames, and boldly executed a waist-bow maneuver, intending to deliver a devastating 8-part throw to Summer Spirit. However, at the very moment her legs ensnared his neck, she felt an unsettling anomaly. It was as if she had not grasped the neck of a soul master, but rather a silver pillar forged from deep-sea silver. The boy's physique was as resilient as cast iron. No matter how hard she struggled, she was unable to budge him in the slightest. Although Xiao Wu's waist bow significantly enhanced her explosive force, it remained limited. For the mighty Summer Spirit, her efforts were akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Just as he prepared to disregard Xiao Wu and continue his forward charge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Strands of blue-silver grass surged forth, ensnaring him completely. This was the activation of Tang San's first two soul skills, Bind and Parasite. Summer Spirit immediately grasped the situation. Xiao Wu's attack was merely a ruse. Her true intent was to assist Tang San by scattering a multitude of blue-silver grass seeds upon him, simultaneously utilizing the binding skill to restrict her own movements. Thus, he was rendered devoid of most of his counterattack capabilities, forced to withstand a single opponent's assault. And that would be you, little kitty, bound by the blue-silver grass. Summer Spirit raised his arms with great force, breaking free from all constraints and swiftly turning to deliver a punch. Clang! In the void, a playful silhouette emerged. As the assassin's claw, enhanced by the phantom strike, collided with Summer Spirit's iron fist, producing a delicate chime, while the dark power of the phantom dissipated into the air with a resounding pop. With the first strike failing, the assailant instantly retreated. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing had begun to grasp the essence of being an assassin. Engaging directly in a head-on confrontation was simply foolish. After repelling Zhu Zhuqing's assault, Summer Spirit executed the 9-turn sky-treading step, propelling himself backward, thereby evading Tang San's control. "Little San, I underestimated you," he remarked with a smile. From the earlier charge of Dai Mubai and Oscar that drew attention, to Ma Hongjuan's second distraction, and finally Xiao Wu's third diversion, all were simply orchestrated to facilitate Tang San's parasitic strategy. Tang San had never anticipated that the attacks from these individuals could breach Summer Spirit's defenses. Everything, including himself, was solely aimed at diverting Summer Spirit's focus. The ultimate strike was to be delivered by Zhu Zhuqing, endowed with formidable assassination capabilities. Yet, Tang San's plan was destined to falter from the very outset. Zhu Zhuqing's skills were all imparted to her by Summer Spirit himself. No one understood her combat habits and ability system better than he did. It would not be an exaggeration to say he knew her like the back of his hand. Even in the initial phases of the battle, he had already anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's use of void walking to launch a surprise attack against him. Void walking allowed one to traverse the subspace for ambushes. Before reaching the advanced out-of-body stage, he lacked the mastery over spatial forces. rendering him incapable of pinpointing targets within the subspace, relying instead on the seventh sense of a cultivator to make predictions. However, that was someone else. When it came to Zhu Zhuqing's ambush, Summer Spirit could discern her intended strike even with his eyes closed. The back of the head, the throat, the eyes, these were the favored points of attack for Zhu Zhuqing. Given the previous circumstances, he was fully exposed, and her last position had been to his side. Thus, Summer Spirit boldly conjectured that, adhering to the little kitty's attacking tendencies, she would undoubtedly aim for the back of his head. Indeed, he was correct. Chapter 81. The Horn of Counterattack Sounds. The two sides distanced themselves, entering a brief standoff. The preceding series of exchanges appeared slow, yet in truth, unfolded at lightning speed, completing a round of offense and defense in mere minutes, wherein Tang San merely probed the waters. However, the results led him to believe that matters were far more challenging than anticipated. Their meticulously coordinated set of attacks failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Summer Spirit. Rather, he emerged with a slight advantage. The audience beneath the Soul Arena erupted with cheers as they witnessed their idol effortlessly break through the stalemate, chanting his moniker, Invincible Iron Fist. In the VIP room, watching the battle, Yu Xiaojiang paced anxiously, his brow furrowed, muttering incomprehensible words under his breath. Zhao Wujin, in the background, squinted as he scrutinized the individuals below. This must be that little monster from the Spirit Hall, isn't it? Truly formidable, he mused, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Well then, having led you all on a merry chase, it's time for me to stretch my limbs. On the central battle platform, seeing that Oscar and Dai Mubai had resumed their positions, Summer Spirit smiled and declared, Shall we pursue victory? There is absolutely no need. His immense confidence stemmed from his overwhelming strength. Crack! He stomped his foot down, causing the metallic floor to fracture under his weight as he rocketed towards the seven like a cannonball, faster than before. Tang San's heart raced in alarm as he activated his purple extreme magic eye. The oncoming Summer Spirit resembled a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. The numerous strands of blue-silver grass atop the stage proved of minimal efficacy. In an instant, the fearsome Dark Lord unleashed a punch, effortlessly breaking through the dual blockade of Dai Mubai and Oscar, swiftly closing in on Tang San. With a strike launched, Tang San dared not be negligent. Relying on Ghost Shadow mysterious steps and Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, he narrowly evaded the blow, feeling the rush of Summer Spirit's iron fist almost graze his nose. White Tiger. Diamond. Retreating, he controlled the blue-silver grass in his hands, pulling Dai Mubai and Oscar back to safety. Learning from previous experiences, even at such close quarters, Dai Mubai refrained from engaging Summer Spirit in a fistfight, instead opting to unleash his long-range skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A beam of yellow light shot forth, striking him. Though the damage was limited, it did serve to slightly slow his momentum. Oscar soon arrived, conjuring a golden Buddha apparition that extended its great hand, descending slowly to strike. Yet, Summer Spirit scarcely glanced at it. With a single finger, he pierced through the Buddha, dispersing it into a myriad of light particles. Closing in once more, he bent his body, shoulders sinking, and simultaneously unleashed two punches towards Tang San. With no means of evasion as the opponent drew near, Tang San gritted his teeth, employing the crane catching dragon technique to deflect the incoming blows aimed at his face and chest, while simultaneously hardening his hands with the mystic jade technique to absorb the impact. The resonant clash of metal echoed as their forces met. Tang San remained unscathed, while Summer Spirit was sent reeling back like a kite severed from its string. In that fleeting moment of contact, Tang San felt a colossal force emanating from Summer Spirit's fists, as if even the renowned mystic jade technique of the Tang sect was on the verge of shattering. Pop! Pop pop! Look, what is that? A series of tearing sounds erupted, prompting gasps from the audience outside. 8 purple spider legs erupted from Tang San's back, anchoring him firmly to the soul fighting platform, thereby stabilizing his body that had been propelled backward. Third brother. Upon witnessing Tang San being knocked back, Xiaowu could no longer contain her earlier trepidation. She instantly teleported behind Xia Tianling and executed a fierce kick aimed at his back. However, Xia Tianling reacted with astonishing swiftness. Before her kick could land, he had already grasped her ankle in his hand, having detected her movement in advance. By the end of the first round of offense and defense, Xia Tianling had enveloped the entire arena with his spiritual awareness. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, who could traverse the void, no one else could mount a surprise attack against him. Xiao Wu, caught in his grip, was not slow to respond. She aimed another kick at him. Unfortunately, this was a misstep on her part. The disparity in their strength was overwhelming. Xia Tianling merely extended his other hand, effortlessly blocking her kick and swiftly capturing her other leg as well. Within mere seconds, Xiao Wu found herself spun around by Xia Tianling like a frenzied carousel, stars dancing before her eyes. This display not only intimidated Oscar and Dai Mubai, preventing them from advancing, but it also forced Ma Hongjun to retract his intended Phoenix Fire line. If released, while Xia Tianling might emerge unscathed, Xiao Wu would inevitably become a roasted rabbit. Little rabbit, you and the chubby one should step out and take a breather. In the next moment, Xia Tianling released Xiao Wu, sending her spinning into the air, where the centrifugal force propelled her directly into Ma Hongjun, causing both to crash backward. Ma Hongjun, having just interrupted his soul skill, was already in a poor state and positioned defensively to protect Ning Rongrong. Now, with Xiao Wu's forceful impact, they both tumbled into the audience, stirring a commotion. However, as powerful soul masters, they were unlikely to suffer serious harm. At worst, Xiao Wu would take some time to regain her balance after being dazed. Xiao Wu, seeing her eliminated, Tang San gasped in shock. With a flick of his 8 spider lances, he swiftly returned to the center of the battlefield. Fortunately, he maintained his composure and did not succumb to the dark transformation as he had in the original narrative. He understood that his elder brother would never strike Xiao Wu with malice. Is it acceptable for you to attack others while forbidding them from retaliating? That would be quite unfair. However, he could not deny the simmering resentment within him. After all, love can make one irrational. Witnessing the scene, Xia Tianling felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his guidance had indeed been effective. He noted that Tang San had not fallen into darkness merely because Xiao Wu was eliminated from the arena. Yet, rationality aside, he would not grant them any leniency simply because Tang San remained untainted by darkness. With Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun both out of the game, Oscar at his side and Dai Mubai behind him, the once tightly knit formation of their team had been rent asunder by a single charge. At the rear of their formation, Ning Rongrong found herself exposed, with no obstacles remaining. Rongrong, danger! Oscar cried out urgently. Xia Tianling paid little heed to his warning, striding forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Oscar reeling, while absorbing the second wave of Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave on his back, charging straight towards Ning Rongrong. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Ning Rongrong, unfazed by the oncoming juggernaut, even found the leisure to jest. Chapter 82. The heart of tactical play is deceitful. Xia Tianling paused momentarily at her words, but did not halt his advance. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Just a step away from him, Ning Rongrong abruptly relinquished the enhancement from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda to her teammates. She swiftly produced an object from her storage soul guide, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon him. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as 16 black crossbow bolts, forged from superior iron, shot forth with alarming speed. These were the Zhuge divine crossbows that Tang San had previously given her. The piercing sounds echoed as Xia Tianling made no attempt to evade. He raised his arms to withstand the onslaught of the 16 powerful bolts, especially crafted bolts, capable of easily dispatching a soul master of the spirit rank in the original story, proved ineffective against Xia Tianling. They merely left tiny puncture wounds on his robust arms, which would heal almost instantaneously. Ning Rongrong then made a swift gesture to her chest, and amidst a faint buzzing sound, a cloud of mist imbued with a chilling glimmer poured forth from her. Xia Tianling brought his right hand down forcefully, dispersing the obviously toxic mist and the hidden bone-piercing needles within. His suspicions had been confirmed. Indeed, these were the concealed weapons provided by the third brother, and he was grateful for his earlier caution. Good one, Ning Rongrong, trying to deceive me, Xia Tianling growled, his frustration boiling over. After all the treats I made for you during our childhood. Although he bore no injuries, his clothing was riddled with holes from the crossbow bolts. The once pristine white attire was now marred with streaks of crimson, presenting a ghastly sight. Many spectators, unaware of the true circumstances, held their breath in concern for their idol. Seeing the first 2 traps fail, Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, feigning a willingness to sacrifice herself, though she was secretly concocting something. At that moment, the other 3 members of her team were too far away to provide assistance. Just as Xia Tianling closed the distance to her, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, and the sound of a bowstring echoed from her back. A hefty crossbow bolt surged forth from the collar of her garment. However, the youth before her had anticipated this. His left hand already poised in the path of the bolt's trajectory. Before it could fulfill its intended purpose, it was snatched from the air by a strong grasp. The hidden flower crossbow? Did you think I was unaware of your little tricks? He crushed the incoming bolt with a swift motion, simultaneously deflecting the toxic tip downward. causing it to collide with 2 daggers that had been launched from Ning Rongrong's shoes and 6 hidden arrows that came from the side of her thigh. Save your efforts. We share a master, and I am well-versed in all of the third brother's techniques, Xia Tianling declared with an air of ease. Having effortlessly neutralized all of Ning Rongrong's concealed weaponry, including the second volley from her Zhuge divine crossbow, watching in satisfaction as she stomped her feet in frustration. Suddenly, without warning, he turned and struck sideways with his palm. A series of crisp sounds filled the air as a dark but explosive figure appeared at his side. You! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise. This time, she had deliberately chosen an unconventional location to unleash her Phantom 100 claws, yet he had still anticipated her move. I've been waiting for you, Zhuqing. Your little schemes are all too transparent to me. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of force emanating from the palm of the individual before her, waves of pressure crashing against her, preventing her from executing her void walking technique. Although the force was powerful, it was not overwhelming, lightly propelling her out of the arena. The Tai Chi Bagua palm, a technique embodying soft strength, concealed several waves of hidden force within its apparent gentleness. This was the pinnacle of Xia Tianling's combat skills, given that he was still a novice. After all, one could not expect him to reach the innate realm of external power in just over 3 months. That would indeed be excessive. This particular display was a clear case of tender treatment and favoritism, an unmistakable disparity. In this regard, the Dai Xiao Wu and the unfortunate Ma Hongjun had their own grievances to voice. On the surface, Xia Tianling seemed to target the defenseless Ning Rongrong, but in reality, his true aim was the elusive Zhu Zhuqing, concealed within the void. At this moment, he could only rely on his physical strength to engage in combat. Should Zhu Zhuqing seize the opportune moment to unleash the Netherworld Absolute Slash, he could indeed find himself in a precarious position. The Netherworld Absolute Slash's potency can be augmented based on the user's soul power. After all, without the protection of soul power, his physical prowess paled in comparison to when he was endowed with the true dragon's might. Even the arrows from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow could slightly pierce his skin. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Is that even a fair statement? I can still obliterate soul sex. A mere scratch from me should suffice, yet you still complain? Thus, to evade potential disaster, Xia Tianling had been patiently awaiting an opportunity for Zhu Zhuqing to strike. Concealed in the void, Zhu Zhuqing needed to remain vigilant, as the little feline would not take the initiative to attack, leaving him with limited options. Of course, if he could restore his former glory, matters would be significantly easier. With his current strength, a full-force strike could indeed cause spatial tremors. Once the space fractured, there would be a chance to capture the elusive little cat hiding within. However, it must be noted that the spatial integrity of Douluo continent is rather feeble. Had Zhu Zhuqing been in another world, even with the assassin god's inheritance, executing such a high-tier skill as void walking would require someone of top-tier prowess, nearing demigod status, to accomplish it. After all, this is a method employed by the assassin god. Yet, here in Douluo continent, the mere third ring Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly traverses the void, leaving the assassins of the neighboring Western fantasy world in tears. With the potential ambush now eliminated, the remaining 2, relying solely on physical combat, were far easier to handle. Perhaps Tang San might have some hidden tactics, but in the face of overwhelming power disparity, such concerns were negligible. Oh, you inquire about Ning Rongrong? Following Zhu Zhuqing's exit, Ning Rongrong, stripped of any capacity for resistance, was swiftly dispatched by Xia Tianling with a single strike. This felt akin to an unknown user of the meatball fruit ability sending off the infamous Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy, and his companions. 1 strike per individual. A buy-one-get-one free deal. Xia Tianling shook the blood off his arm, under the powerful, self-healing abilities of a cultivator. The 16 small puncture wounds inflicted by the Zhuge Divine Crossbow had nearly healed. As for the second volley of Zhuge arrows launched by Ning Rongrong, they were effortlessly neutralized by his external force, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. I'll fight you. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong being thrown out in a similar manner, Oscar rushed forward. His rallying cry was merely a pretext to bolster morale, as he was genuinely interested in engaging in combat with formidable opponents. With a burgeoning obsession for martial arts, Oscar was now focused on a select few interests, one of which was sparring with strong adversaries. Chapter 83. Defeating you in your area of expertise. With several teammates eliminated, only 2 powerful assault-type fighters and 1 self-preserving control type remain on the battlefield. Oscar could finally engage Xia Tianling without any reservations, fulfilling the very purpose of his participation. As for whether he would emerge victorious, that was of no concern to him. He was solely focused on the thrill of battle and the identity of his opponent. Still not giving up? Xia Tianling mused as he observed the two charging towards him once again. In the next moment, the three adept in close-quarters combat collided. For Oscar, this was a genuine, exhilarating clash, a feast belonging to true warriors. With Tang San's blue-silver grass aiding him, Oscar unleashed every technique he had mastered, drawing from various martial arts schools. In stark contrast, Dai Mubai felt increasingly vexed. He lacked the plethora of techniques Oscar possessed and was left to rely solely on instinct while battling Xia Tianling. Occasionally enduring a punch or kick left him nursing pain for a long while. As time passed, Oscar grew more invigorated, opting to abandon martial skills altogether and engage Xia Tianling with pure martial arts techniques, testing their physical strength against one another. Gradually, Oscar's skin flushed crimson, his body radiating heat as his blood surged with each strike, even emitting wisps of blood-red smoke. Soon these wisps thickened and solidified, forming a towering column of energy that soared towards the heavens. In a sudden moment, Oscar thrust his palms forward and bellowed, standing firm. The blood-red column dissipated, as if it had never existed. Oscar had broken through, after exchanging countless blows with Xia Tianling using pure physical strength. He successfully ascended to the second level of the martial path golden body, the Blood Chi Wolf Smoke realm. Mastering Blood Chi Wolf Smoke, Oscar now felt the weight of his blood akin to lead, exuding unmatched vitality, capable of channeling blood energy with every movement, effectively doubling his combat prowess. I concede. Following his breakthrough, Oscar clasped his hands in acknowledgement, bowing to the audience and his two companions before stepping down from the Fighting Soul platform. He understood that his earlier performance was merely his leader recognizing his impending breakthrough and feeding him opportunities. Given his leader's strength, even with the assistance of Tang San and Dai Mubai, he would hardly have survived 10 exchanges. Xia Tianling nodded at Oscar while tilting his head to scrutinize the fluctuating expression of Dai Mubai. Dai, it's time to conclude. I haven't lost yet. Dai Mubai roared, channeling the last of his soul power to activate the White Tiger Guardian Shield, charging fiercely at his opponent. Yet, even with Ning Rongrong's buff earlier, he had still proven no match for Xia Tianling. What hope did he have now? A standard diagonal punch shattered his White Tiger Guardian Shield and struck squarely into his abdomen. Boom! Dai Mubai's body bent into an arc as he was propelled backward, crashing down with a dull thud. I'm informing you, not seeking your consent. Xia Tianling leisurely retracted his arm, gazing toward Tang San in the distance. Now it was just the two of us remaining. Since Oscar had abandoned martial skills, he had simply withdrawn the blue-silver grass, sitting cross-legged around the Fighting Soul platform to recuperate the soul power he had previously expended. The outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion, yet he still wished to gauge the gap between himself and Xia Tianling. Long before the second round of offense and defense commenced, the master in the VIP room had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's enigmatic movements, his eyes gleaming with unusual brilliance. Upon observing Oscar's breakthrough to the martial path golden body and his voluntary concession, the typically stoic master displayed an unmistakable fervor in his gaze, tightly gripping the windowsill beneath the crystal glass. How fortunate it would be if these children were my disciples. Such extraordinary self-created soul techniques, such formidable physical prowess, such rare combat skills. They might even surpass my named disciple, Tang San. Certainly, it would undoubtedly validate the theories I have envisioned. In the distance, Tang San rose from the ground, having regained his peak combat strength. Unleash all your ultimate techniques. Let me witness your current capabilities. Xia Tianling did not counterattack, standing proudly with crossed arms. Be cautious. Tang San, too, refrained from being overly sentimental, summoning the 8 spider lances from his back. His eyes were instantly enveloped in a shade of purple, transforming his jade-like hands as they reached for the 24 bridge Minjiwai at his waist. With swift motions, he grasped an array of hidden weapons, launching them at an astonishing speed. Money darts, penetrating nails, locust stones, willow leaf blades, metallic projectiles were hurled forth in abundance, employing the technique known as Heavenly Maiden spreading flowers from the myriad of hidden weapon arts. Under the precise guidance of the purple extreme demon eye, each hidden weapon homed in on Xia Tianling's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. A smile crept across Xia Tianling's lips. Hidden weapons, you say? What a coincidence, is it not? This object is quite familiar to him. With a flurry of movements, his hands danced wildly, leaving traces in the air. And utilizing his divine sense to lock onto the incoming projectiles, he deftly caught each dark weapon, swiftly stowing them away in his storage ring. Alongside the barrage of hidden weapons, Tang San also appeared. Employing the ghost shadow perplexing track, He advanced toward his opponent with an eerily ethereal grace, rapidly closing the distance. Throughout this maneuver, Tang San's hands remained in constant motion, like butterflies flitting among flowers, deftly flicking and tossing forth a series of glimmering cold lights. Countless hidden weapons soared through the air, each dazzling in its own right amidst the bewildering display of skill. The spectators, even those in the VIP lounge, were utterly entranced, their eyes fixated on the center of the arena, fearful of missing a moment of the spectacle. Such mastery over projectile techniques could only be deemed an art form. The denizens of Douluo, who had relied solely on their martial souls for millennia, had never witnessed such prowess, leaving them utterly captivated. Zhao Wujia's mouth, full of the food prepared by the organizers, suddenly found itself choked as he hastily gulped down some fine wine. This experience felt eerily familiar. The various hidden weapons wielded by Tang San were bizarre, and their trajectories exceedingly erratic. Evading them all was nearly impossible, let alone catching them like this little monster on stage. His reflexes and speed were simply astonishing. As for Xia Tianling, lacking any practice techniques akin to the Celestial Maiden's floral dispersal, he relied solely on brute strength to hurl back the daggers and blades like stones. Though his throws were haphazard, Xia Tianling's arm strength was formidable. Such forceful returns would certainly inflict pain upon impact. Tang San, unwilling to be careless, executed the control crane seizing dragon technique, cautiously redirecting the multitude of dangerous projectiles to the side, while simultaneously retrieving a massive forging hammer from his storage bag. The Haotian hammer was certainly not something he could reveal at this moment, so he had to settle for a lesser weapon. Oh, you wish to contest strength with me? Very well, young man, I shall indulge your desire. With the aid of the 8 spider lances and ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San successfully closed in. The enormous forging hammer clashed against Xia Tianling's iron fists, producing a thunderous resonance akin to the clash of metal. How incredibly tough! Xia Tianling's body was like a precious piece of exquisite metal. At the moment of impact, Tang San felt a jarring pain in his hands. Clang, 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 clang. Enduring the numbing sensation in his hands, Tang San harnessed the recoil from Xia Tianling's punches to unleash the 8 hammers once more. Chaotic Wind. This was the Chaotic Wind hammer technique. A knowledgeable audience member from the blacksmithing trade recognized the origins of the hammer technique. To witness this near-lost art today was a stroke of fortune. The ticket purchased was truly worth every penny. As Tang San's movements with the forging hammer grew increasingly rapid, he descended and rebounded with the velocity of a tightly wound spring. The Chaotic Wind hammer technique was structured into phases of 9 strikes, each succeeding blow more powerful than the last. Just as the 18th hammer was about to descend, Xia Tianling keenly noticed the peculiar quivering of Tang San's chest muscles. Following the descent of the 18th hammer came 64 steel needles tipped with purple. The mechanism type, hidden weapons, sand concealing shadows, may merely launch steel needles. Yet these tiny projectiles possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities, embedding themselves in Xia Tianling's chest in a flurry. The dark purple aura swiftly seeped into his body. So you intend to murder your elder brother, do you? Using poison with the 8 spider lances? Xia Tianling retaliated with a punch, forcefully propelling Tang San back, and the internal surge of energy expelled the numerous steel needles. Simultaneously, he controlled his blood to briefly reverse its flow, allowing the toxic blood to spurt from the punctured skin, denying any opportunity for paralysis. Unlike the clumsy Zhao Wujia, he had long been prepared for Tang San's poison. Indeed, these tactics were ineffective against him. Tang San, being thrust back, immediately initiated the entangling and parasitic techniques, maintaining temporary balance with the aid of the 8 spider lances. His fingers flicked, sending forth 10 golden beams of light that traced beautiful arcs, each aimed directly at the target. Don't get cocky, Xia Tianling scoffed, evading the incoming dragon whisker needles with a 9 turns treading heaven technique, deftly sidestepping each one. In the face of overwhelming power, even the entangling and parasitic techniques unleashed by the second evolution of the blue-silver grass proved ineffective. Since Tang San launched his offensive, Xia Tianling had barely moved a step, remaining firmly planted as if to say, even if I stand here and let you strike, you cannot harm me. Yet despite this, Tang San refused to relent, charging forward once more with his hammer to execute the Chaotic Wind technique. Accompanying his assault were a dozen strands of blue-silver grass, whipping toward Xia Tianling like whips. The Tang sect's hidden weapons included not only thrown and mechanized types, but also the rarer binding types. Now, Tang San sought to incorporate the manipulation of hidden weapons into the blue-silver grass whip. However, The results were somewhat disappointing. Xia Tianling, undeterred, remained steadfast, allowing the blows to come as he returned each strike without concern for what surprises Tang San had in store. Tang San, unaware of Xia Tianling's thoughts, continued to follow the script he had penned. 8 spider lances, blue silvergrass, hidden weapons, soul skills. While executing the chaotic wind technique, Tang San divided his focus to manipulate these elements, aiming to distract his opponent. At last, Tang San had completed the build-up for 71 strikes. The 72nd hammer represented his utmost limit, achieved only because Xia Tianling intentionally allowed it. Were he facing a different adversary, Tang San would never have been able to unleash a complete 72 strikes. With a massive downward blow, he finally revealed the hidden card he had kept throughout the match. Third soul skill, spider web binding. A colossal web of blue-silver grass erupted forth, surging towards Xia Tianling with relentless momentum. Little San, have you forgotten my identity? How could I possibly be unaware of your third soul skill? To Tang San's dismay, Xia Tianling calmly retrieved a long-handled black-bladed saber adorned with bindings from his storage ring. The blade, nearly 2 meters in length, bore crimson markings and was embedded with several fearsome dragon fangs along the spine. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt, Xia Tianling assumed a stance, twisting his body as he delivered a powerful diagonal slash from right to left. The pale blue blade sliced through the air, emanating a sharp aura that instantly cleaved the enormous blue-silver spiderweb in two. In the moment before contact, Tang San felt an icy and violent aura locking him in place, as if encased in eternal ice, to the point where he struggled to maintain his grip on the forging hammer. It felt as though he were about to meet his demise. That sensation was akin to being shackled by the messengers of death, bound by chains, with the judge poised to mark his fate in the book of life and death. As Xia Tianling unleashed his strike, Flinder in the VIP lounge sprang to his feet. As the strongest contender in the soul arena, he sensed an overwhelming aura and a bone-chilling cold emanating from a blade. The intent behind that strike was truly astonishing. Could there really be a soul master capable of achieving such prowess through mere physical strength, without reliance on their martial soul? Upon the arena of combat, the anticipated clash of titans failed to materialize. As the sharp blade met the forging hammer, it sliced through the air with the ease of a knife gliding through soft butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The formidable strike was effortlessly severed, leaving Tang San unable to maintain his balance, and the half of the hammer he still clutched crashed resoundingly onto the arena. At that moment, his body trembled slightly. Bang! Following closely was the severed fragment of the metallic hammerhead. A closer inspection revealed its breakage was as smooth as a mirror, as though the two pieces had always existed as distinct entities. Xia Tianling executed a stylish flourish with his blade before sheathing it. The long sword, entirely out of place in the world of Douluo, now resting upon his back. This weapon, forged from the materials of the Black Dragon and the Ancestral Dragon, represented the ultimate essence of the bone sword category, renowned throughout the hunting realm as the unparalleled heavenly blade. The sword technique he had just displayed was equally alien to this world, drawing upon the unparalleled skill of a certain green-haired individual, one blade style, Da Chen Han. With an overwhelming sense of pressure, he had not only intimidated his foe, but had also decisively shattered them. As a transmigrator, a seasoned gamer endowed with a formidable system, it seems entirely reasonable to indulge in the desires that eluded him in his former life, does it not? After all, youth is wasted on the unadventurous. In the world of pirates, the mightiest warriors deliver earth-shattering punches and sea-splitting kicks. In the realm of monster hunting, a single great sword can cleave ancient dragons or carve through waves. Given that he found himself in a state where his soul power was sealed, making a wish to play a little was quite justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? Is it fair for Tang San to wield hidden weapons while I, Xia Tianling, am forbidden from brandishing my great sword?